Jiang Haoze found life to be overwhelmingly burdensome, dreaming of becoming an immortal. Upon his rebirth in the realm of Taishu, he soon realized that even among deities, there existed a hierarchy. The ground was littered with the Luo Jingxian, while Taiyi Jingxian were as numerous as dogs. As a lowly minor deity, the pressure was immense. Fortunately, endowed with the benefits of rebirth and the magical creation jade disc, he could traverse mythical worlds such as Hong Huang, Fengshen, Shio, and Olympus, altering the fates of legendary figures while bringing back celestial maidens, extraordinary beings, and rare treasures to his original realm. Due to the overwhelming weight of existence, Jiang Haoze yearned for immortality, dreaming incessantly of becoming an immortal being. Upon awakening, he discovered that he had indeed become an immortal, residing within a crystalline palace, reclined on a bed of white jade. At the head of the bed stood a 5-meter coral tree, while the crystal cabinet overflowed with treasures, pearls, agates, and jades dazzling to the eye. He pinched his left hand forcefully, attempting to confirm whether this was but a dream, and was taken aback. Instead of the soft flesh he expected, he encountered something hard and cold. His hand was covered in scales the size of copper coins. Had I transformed into a monster? In a panic, Jiang Haoze leapt from the bed to gaze into the mirror, where a stranger's face stared back at him in astonishment. 2 bizarre horns adorned his head, and his cheeks were enveloped in scales, requiring no makeup to resemble a monster from Journey to the West. Just as confusion set in, a torrent of fragmented memories surged within his mind, the intense pain causing him to faint once more. The world of his rebirth was known as Taishu, encompassing thousands of minor realms, the one he inhabited being called Qingjing. Taishu was populated by numerous deities. The Luo Jingxian wandered freely, while Taiyi Jingxian were as abundant as dogs, not to mention the considerable number of main gods and high-ranking deities. The entire universe was divided into 2 major parts, the Eastern Celestial Realm and the Western Divine Realm, with Qingjing being a minor realm under the jurisdiction of the Eastern Celestial Realm. Though small, Qingjing was complete in its structure, governed by the heavenly court, with local deities such as mountain gods, land gods, and dragon kings aplenty. Jiang Haoze's identity in this reborn life was that of a grassroots official in the heavenly court, the dragon king of the minor tributary, the Little Qing River. In his previous life on Earth, Jiang Haoze had been a struggling youth, toiling through 3 jobs to afford a car and a house, exhausting himself daily. It was this relentless grind that had led him to wish for immortality. Upon merging with the memories of his new existence, he discovered that being a deity was not as carefree as he had imagined. Even immortals were categorized into ranks. The Dragon King was merely a grassroots official dispatched by the heavenly court, and being the king of a tributary was the most menial of positions. The Little Qing River spanned no more than 100 miles, and the previous incumbent, a second-generation immortal, had secured the position merely by virtue of his lineage. It was a decent role, allowing for the occasional manipulation of clouds and rain, enjoying the incense of mortals, with subordinates such as Prime Minister Turtle, General Crab, and dozens of shrimp soldiers at his command. The work was not taxing, the rewards were satisfactory, and he resided in a crystalline palace more luxurious than any villa. This was the life Jiang Haoze had yearned for. Alas, he could not find joy in it, for everything had been ruined by his predecessor. That fellow had miscalculated the rainfall, decreeing a deluge of 3 feet, 3 inches and 3/10, but instead delivered 5 feet, 5 inches and 5/10, thereby committing a grave offense against divine law. The body he had been reborn into was that of a green serpent, yet he was tasked with the responsibilities of a dragon king. This was not surprising. Qingjing boasted 7 seas and 14 rivers, with thousands of waterways that the limited dragon lineage could not oversee entirely. Thus, dragons typically held dominion over seas and major rivers, while other aquatic beings managed the smaller streams. Jiang Haoze was an avid reader of Xinxia novels, and he recalled that the dragon of the Jing River in Journey to the West had met his end on the dragon execution platform for altering rainfall figures. As a green serpent with the title of Dragon King, he too would inevitably face the same fate. The executioners of the heavenly court showed no hesitation in slaying serpents with dragon blades. "Lord, please awaken!" A familiar voice called out to him, and upon opening his eyes, he saw an old turtle prostrated before him. This turtle wore a scholar's cap and a long blue robe, its round face lined with wrinkles, giving it a rather comical appearance. Had he not integrated the memories, he surely would have been startled by the sight of the old turtle. Jiang Haoze sat up and weakly inquired, "Prime Minister Yin, how long was I unconscious?" The old turtle wept as if in mourning. "Thank the heavens. At last, you have awakened, my lord. 3 days ago, a celestial messenger decreed that you were to be taken to the dragon execution platform. You were so frightened that you fainted, and only now do you awaken. Jiang Haoze, feeling dejected, asked, "Why are you the only one here? Where have General Xie and the soldiers gone?" Prime Minister Yin replied angrily, "Do not mention that fellow." Upon learning that you were to be taken to the dragon execution platform, General Xie and all the shrimp soldiers fled eastward, perhaps seeking refuge with the Dragon King of the Red Maple River. By the heavens, is this some cruel jest? Jiang Haoze could not help but vent his frustration. He had longed to become an immortal, yet now, on the brink of execution, he found himself facing tragedy once more. If his subordinates had remained loyal, he might have found some solace, but instead, he was confronted with the disarray that followed the fall of a tree. What folly was this? Prime Minister Yin continued to wail, further agitating Jiang Haoze, who finally decided to dismiss the old turtle. The laws of Taiyi were stringent, rivaling those of the celestial courts. In ancient Chinese mythology, a minor deity making a mistake could scarcely escape death. He could not help but curse his predecessor. No matter how careless one was, there should be limits, and how could one gamble with their life? He struggled to devise a way to escape his predicament, but found no leads. Just as despair enveloped him, a gentle white light emanated from his chest, enveloping him in a pattern resembling the Taiyi symbol. Gazing at the pendant at his chest, he was taken aback. It was a beautifully crafted jade disc that had hung there on earth. How had it accompanied him into this new life? Jiang Haoze sensed a connection between his rebirth and the jade disc. For each time he had wished to become an immortal, the disc would emit a faint glow, which he had previously dismissed as mere illusion. He grasped the jade disc in his hand for a closer inspection, only for it to suddenly pierce his fingertip, drawing forth his blood. A voice resonated in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have activated the creation jade disc, becoming its 13th incomplete master. Do you wish to enter the world of the disc?" Upon hearing the words creation jade disc, Jiang Haoze felt a surge of excitement. As a fervent admirer of Xinxia novels, he was well aware of this treasure. In Chinese mythology, the most formidable figure, Hong Laozu, attained the status of saint and ultimately became the master of the heavenly Tao through the possession of the creation jade disc. The fact that the creation jade disc had become his treasure filled Jiang Haoze with elation, and without hesitation, he chose to enter. He soon found himself in a wondrous space, standing before a colossal wheel of fate, adorned with intricate images of various mythical characters. Among them were Pangu and Nuwa from Chinese mythology, Zeus and Athena from Greek lore, Odin and the monstrous Fenrir from Norse tales, as well as Izanagi and Amaterasu from Japanese mythology. The wheel was divided into several sectors, each corresponding to a different mythological system. Some glowed with light, while others remained shrouded in gray. The illuminated areas included 3 mythological worlds, all belonging to the Chinese mythological framework: the Hong Huang world, the Fengshen world, and the Shio world. Curiosity piqued, Jiang Haoze reached out to the wheel, eager to test the fate pointer, when the icy voice of the jade disc echoed once more. "Should the host adjust the fate pointer, you will traverse to the selected mythological world. Please familiarize yourself with the rules of the jade disc before embarking on your journey." Infinite traversal? Jiang Haoze quickly withdrew his outstretched hand and declared loudly, "If you claim I am the master of the jade disc, then you must heed my commands. Speak to me of what is to come." Jiang Haoze found life to be overwhelmingly exhausting, dreaming of becoming an immortal. Upon his rebirth in the realm of Taiyi, he soon realized that even immortals were categorized into various ranks. The ground was teeming with Great Luo Golden Immortals, while the Taiyi Golden Immortals were as plentiful as dogs. As a lowly minor immortal, he felt a tremendous weight on his shoulders. Fortunately, he possessed the reincarnation benefit of the creation jade plate, which enabled him to traverse mythological worlds such as the primordial era, the Investiture of the gods, Journey to the West, and Olympus, altering the fates of mythological figures while bringing back celestial maidens, extraordinary beings, and rare treasures to his original realm. Chapter 1. The Reborn Little Dragon King. Overwhelmed by the burdens of life, Jiang Haoze yearned for immortality, dreaming incessantly of achieving such a state. Upon awakening, he discovered that he had indeed become an immortal, residing in a resplendent crystal palace, sprawled upon a bed of pure jade. At the head of the bed stood a 5-meter coral tree, while a crystal cabinet brimmed with an array of treasures, pearls, agates, and jade stones dazzling his eyes. He pinched his left hand forcefully, desperate to ascertain whether this was merely a dream. The sensation startled him. Instead of soft flesh, he encountered something hard and cold, his hand adorned with scales the size of coins. Had I transformed into a monster? In a panic, Jiang Haoze leapt from the bed and rushed to the mirror, where a strange visage met his gaze, leaving him dumbfounded. Two monstrous horns crowned his head, while scales enveloped his jawline, rendering him fit to portray a demon from Journey to the West without the need for makeup. Just as confusion settled in, a torrent of fragmented memories surged into his consciousness, the intensity of the pain causing him to faint. The world of his rebirth was named Taiyi, encompassing thousands of minor realms, with his particular realm known as Qingjing. The Taiyi realm was populated by numerous deities, with Great Luo Golden Immortals abundant and Taiyi Golden Immortals as common. As dogs, the number of supreme gods and high-ranking deities was also considerable. The entire cosmos was divided into two principal domains, the Eastern Immortal Realm and the Western Divine Realm, with Qingjing being a subordinate minor realm of the Eastern Immortal Realm. Though small, Qingjing was complete in its governance. It boasted a celestial court with a full complement of local deities such as mountain gods, land gods, and dragon kings. Jiang Haoze's post-rebirth identity was that of a grassroots official in the celestial court, the dragon king of the small stream, known as Qinghe, a tributary of the Clear Water River. Previously, on Earth, Jiang Haoze had lived as a beleaguered youth, juggling 3 jobs to afford a car and a home, toiling daily like a dog. Thus, he had made a wish to become an immortal. Upon merging with his memories, he discovered that the life of an immortal was not as carefree as he had imagined. There existed hierarchies even among deities. As a dragon king, he was merely a grassroots official dispatched by the celestial court, and being a tributary dragon king placed him at the very bottom of the hierarchy. The Qinghe was scarcely 100 miles long, and his predecessor, a second-generation immortal, had merely fluked his way into the position of dragon king. It was a relatively decent role, occasionally summoning clouds, and rain allowed him to enjoy the incense of the mortal realm, with subordinates such as the tortoise chancellor, crab general, and dozens of shrimp soldiers at his disposal. Each day's work was not burdensome, and the rewards were quite satisfactory. He resided in a crystal palace that surpassed the luxury of any villa, a life Jiang Haoze had longed for. Regrettably, his elation was short-lived, as everything had been ruined by his predecessor. That individual had miscalculated the rainfall, leading to a decree from the celestial court for a rainfall of 3 feet, 3 inches, and 3/10, while he had summoned 5 feet, 5 inches, and 5/10, an egregious violation of celestial laws that warranted a death penalty. In this reborn form, he was a blue flood dragon while performing the duties of a dragon king, which was hardly surprising. Qingjing boasted 7 seas and 14 rivers, with countless waterways that the limited dragon race could not oversee entirely. Thus, dragons typically governed seas and large rivers, while other aquatic beings managed the smaller streams. Having enjoyed reading Xinxia novels, Jiang Haoze recalled the tale of the old dragon of the Jing River, who had met his end on the dragon executing stage for altering the rainfall figures. As a blue flood dragon with the title of Dragon King, he too was likely to face the same fate. The executioners of the celestial court would not hesitate to slay a flood dragon with a dragon's blade. "Your Majesty, please awaken." A familiar voice broke through his thoughts. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld an old tortoise prostrated before him. The old tortoise donned a scholar's cap and a long blue robe, its round face lined with wrinkles, presenting a rather comical sight. Had he not integrated these memories, he would have surely been startled by the old tortoise. Jiang Haoze sat up, his voice weak. "Minister Yin, how long have I been unconscious?" The old tortoise wailed, as if in mourning. "Thank the heavens. Your Majesty, you've finally awakened. 3 days ago, a celestial messenger decreed that you were to be taken to the dragon executing stage, and you fainted in fright, only regaining consciousness now." Jiang Haoze expressed his frustration. "Why is it only you here? Where have General Xie and the soldiers gone?" Minister Yin replied indignantly. "Do not mention that individual. Upon learning you were to be taken to the dragon executing stage, General Xie took all the shrimp soldiers eastward, presumably to seek refuge with the Dragon King of the Hong Huang River." "What the hell? Is the heavens playing a prank on me?" Jiang Haoze could not restrain his exasperation. He had longed to become an immortal, wishing to fulfill his dream. Yet now he was on the verge of execution, faced with yet another tragedy in his rebirth. If his subordinates had remained loyal, there might have been some solace instead. He was confronted with the disarray of a fallen tree scattering the monkeys. What kind of predicament was this? Minister Yin continued to wail, adding to his vexation, leading Jiang Haoze to dismiss the old tortoise from his presence. The laws of the Taiyi realm were stringent, rivaling those of the celestial courts. In ancient Chinese mythology, a minor immortal's transgressions could scarcely escape death. He could not help but curse his predecessor no matter how careless one might be. There should be limits. How could one gamble with their own life? Desperate to devise a plan to escape this crisis, he found himself at a loss. Just as his frustration peaked, a gentle white light emanated from his chest, enveloping him in a Taiyi diagram. Staring at the pendant hanging from his neck, he was taken aback. It was a beautifully crafted jade plate that he had worn on Earth. How had it accompanied him into this new existence? Jiang Haoze had an inkling that his rebirth was somehow tied to the jade plate. For each time he wished to become an immortal, the jade plate would emit a faint glow, which he had previously dismissed as an illusion. He took the jade plate in hand for a closer inspection, only for it to suddenly pierce his fingertip, drawing forth his blood. A voice resonated in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have activated the creation jade plate and become its 13th master. Do you wish to enter the world of the jade plate?" Upon hearing the phrase creation jade plate, Jiang Haoze felt a surge of excitement. As an avid reader of Xinxia novels, he was well aware of this artifact's significance. In Chinese mythology, the illustrious figure Hong Huang had attained the status of a sage through the acquisition of the creation jade plate, ultimately becoming the master of the Tao. The fact that the creation jade plate had become his possession filled Jiang Haoze with exhilaration, and he unhesitatingly chose to enter. He soon found himself in a wondrous space, standing before a colossal wheel of fate, inscribed with a myriad of mythological figures. Among them were Pangu and Nwa from Chinese mythology, Zeus and Athena from Greek lore, Odin and the Fenrir wolf from Norse tales, as well as Izanagi and Amaterasu from Japanese mythology. The wheel was divided into several regions, each corresponding to a distinct mythological system. Some regions shone brightly, while others remained dim. The illuminated areas included 3 mythological worlds, all belonging to the Chinese mythological framework: the primordial world, the investiture of the gods, and the journey to the west. Curiously, Jiang Haoze reached out toward the wheel, eager to manipulate the pointer of fate. Just then, the icy voice of the jade plate echoed once more. Should the host adjust the pointer of fate, they will traverse to the mythological world selected by the pointer. Please familiarize yourself with the jade plate's rules before embarking on your journey. Infinite traversal? Jiang Haoze quickly withdrew his outstretched hand and declared loudly, "If you say I am the master of the jade plate, then you must heed my command, correct? Please explain the situation to me." Chapter 2. Becoming the Savior. The way encompasses 50, while the heavenly cycle comprises 49. The host is the one who has transcended. All beings possess a thread of hope, and the host wields the creation jade disc, enabling traversal through mythological realms and the alteration of fabled characters' destinies. Upon adjusting the dial of fate, the host enters the corresponding mythological world. Should the host perish within this realm, the jade disc shall obliterate the host's soul imprint. Embarking on a quest for a new host. Damn it, to thrust me into a mythological world as a precarious savior, when I am on the brink of the dragon slaughtering platform. Where is the savior to rescue me? I shall forfeit any opportunity to enter other mythological realms. Jiang Haoze possessed a keen self-awareness. He was merely the most rudimentary of demon immortals, lacking even the ability to ride the clouds. At his level, not only would he stand no chance in the vast wilderness teeming with Great Luo Golden Immortals, but even entering the world of journey to the west would pose danger. Have you not witnessed the dire fates of those powerless demons within the tale? Under voluntary circumstances, the host may transport mythological figures to the primary realm, thereby altering their fates. The creation jade disc exhibits effects akin to the investiture of the gods. Those mythological figures arriving in the primary realm will leave behind a spiritual imprint on the disc, allowing the host to exert control over them. Jiang Haoze felt a stirring within. The creation jade disc was not entirely a cruel joke. Its ability to bring mythological figures to the primary realm was formidable. The 4 great spirit monkeys could serve as muscle, while celestial maidens could establish a harem. This was far more prestigious than hiring mercenaries as bodyguards or supporting starlets in his previous life. Regrettably, the requirement for mythological figures to consent was rather disheartening, much like the reluctance of any deity in the investiture of the gods to ascend the divine roster. Who among the immortals would willingly submit to the control of the jade disc? Within each mythological realm lie spiritual herbs and magical treasures. Should the host acquire them, they can be transported to the primary realm via the disc. Upon hearing this, Jiang Haoze resolved to compromise. After all, he was destined for the dragon slaughtering platform. It was better to gamble his luck in a mythological realm. If he committed transgressions against the heavens, he could atone by donating treasures. Should he obtain a spiritual treasure in the mythological world, His life would be preserved. I consent to enter the mythological realm. Is it merely a matter of adjusting the dial to traverse? Jiang Haoze inquired loudly. The host confirmed his entry into the mythological realm. By default, he would first enter the vast wilderness, with subsequent realms determined by the compass of fate. Why can't the compass select the first realm? Jiang Haoze pressed, anxious. The vast wilderness, though abundant in treasures, was fraught with peril. In the event of the war of witch and demon, a minor demon like him would undoubtedly be cannon fodder. While other mythological worlds bore their own dangers, they were relatively safer, devoid of such cataclysmic conflicts involving demon clans. Do not fret. For to facilitate your acclimatization to the creation jade disc, your initial venture into the mythological world will be devoid of peril. Jiang Haoze then felt reassured. The abundance of treasures in the vast wilderness, without the threat of danger, was indeed enticing. Just as he envisioned traversing to the primordial era before Pangu split the heavens, eagerly gathering treasures like the 36th Lotus Platform and the Chaos Pearl, the creation jade disc suddenly alerted him to unfolding events in the external world, revealing a scene within the crystal palace that ignited his fury. As Prime Minister Yin tossed various treasures into his bag, he smugly muttered to himself, that fool Xie Yuan, knowing that the king was to be executed, chose to flee. After serving the king for so long, he gained nothing. I had hoped to demonstrate my loyalty and receive treasures from the king before his demise, but since the king has escaped, I shall take them for myself. Jiang Haoze felt a sense of failure regarding his predecessor. Not a single loyal subordinate among the aquatic tribe, each with their own schemes upon witnessing his misfortune. This old tortoise was even more contemptible than the fleeing shrimp soldiers and crab generals. He had initially been moved by the facade of loyalty portrayed by the old tortoise, only to realize now that the old wretch was coveting the treasures within the crystal palace. Enraged, Jiang Haoze departed from the jade disc, suddenly appearing behind the old tortoise and delivering a mighty kick to the massive shell. Despite the formidable defense of the tortoise's carapace, the old tortoise was sent tumbling. Upon turning around and seeing Jiang Haoze in a state of utter disarray, he scrambled to his feet, bowing repeatedly like a garlic clove, pleading, "Great king, spare my life. I thought you had departed. I was momentarily blinded by greed." Jiang Haoze replied with a cold smirk, "Prime Minister Yin is far more cunning than General Xie. He remained solely for the sake of treasure. How foolish of me to believe you were steadfastly loyal. Had you simply waited a few days in peace, I would have bestowed these treasures upon you. Alas." The tortoise prime minister continued to bow, imploring, "I, the old servant, have erred. I beseech the great king to forgive me. I am willing to return to the Pantua River to seek the old king's assistance, to find a way to save your life." Jiang Haoze felt a flicker of hope. According to his predecessor's memories, he still had relatives in this world. The Qingjiao clan, the most powerful of the aquatic tribes aside from the dragon clan, held dominion over various waters as dragon kings. His adoptive father was the dragon king of the Pantua River, and if he were willing to exert himself, perhaps he could indeed secure Jiang Haoze's salvation. Jiang Haoze resolved to pursue a dual strategy, to venture into the primordial world in search of luck while simultaneously sending Prime Minister Yin to seek assistance from his adoptive father. With a beaming smile, he helped the old tortoise to his feet, saying, "Prime Minister Yin, hasten to the Pantua River. My escape from this calamity rests upon your efforts." The old tortoise nodded fervently. "Rest assured, great king. I shall do everything in my power to persuade the old king." Before he could finish, a jade-green pill flew into his mouth, and he inadvertently swallowed it. Jiang Haoze patted his shoulder ominously, stating, "This Sansi Nao Shendan is a concoction of my own making. Should you fail to take the antidote within 3 months, you will suffer a gruesome demise. However, Prime Minister Yin, there is no need for concern. As long as you endeavor to negotiate for me at the Pantua River, I shall provide you with the antidote." The tortoise prime minister's plump face contorted in despair, tears threatening to spill. Utterly unprepared for Jiang Haoze's cunning maneuver, he certainly had no genuine intention of seeking clemency at the Pantua River. The old Dragon King was exceedingly submissive to his wife and would never bear the burden of saving the son of his former spouse. It was said that to ensure this prodigal son became the Dragon King of the Shaoqing River, the old dragon had endured a severe beating from his wife, nearly losing his very tendons. The old dragon's new consort was a female dragon, and she held absolute sway over all matters in the Pantua River Dragon Palace. For the tortoise prime minister to seek assistance there would be tantamount to courting death. Regrettably, the old tortoise had no choice now. Although he had never heard of the Sansi Nao Shendan, he harbored no doubts about Jiang Haoze, viewing him as a blunt fool incapable of such intricate schemes. With a mix of snot and tears, the tortoise prime minister wailed, vowing to exert every effort in seeking clemency, hoping that Jiang Haoze would provide him with the antidote first. Jiang Haoze, indifferent to the old tortoise, smiled and said, "Ministerine, do hurry along. If you successfully persuade my father, I shall grant you the antidote. I have high hopes for you." After the old tortoise left the crystal palace with a woeful expression, Jiang Haoze re-entered the creation jade plate, further familiarizing himself with its rules in the primary realm. A single day equates to a year in the mythical world, and the efficiency of cultivation within that realm is remarkably high. Unfortunately, he merely wished to lead a more leisurely existence, to preserve his life as a carefree minor deity, with no intention of hastening his cultivation. Entry into the mythical world is not a one-way journey. Upon completing the tasks assigned by the jade plate, he would be promptly returned. The creation jade plate presents him with opportunities, yet his foundation remains in the primary realm, where he must still contend with the dreaded dragon slaughter platform. The host confirmed the commencement of his journey through dimensions, with the transition point, the seating arrangement of the Purple Cloud Palace. Destination: Purple Cloud Palace. Mission: save the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Hong Huang. Note: as this is the host's first foray into dimension hopping, he may return to the primary realm even if the mission remains uncompleted. Exiting the Purple Cloud Palace does not guarantee safety. It is advised that the host does not push himself unduly. Welcome to all readers. The latest, fastest, and most popular serialized works await you. Chapter 3. The seating arrangement of the Purple Cloud Palace. Jiang Haoze felt cheated, as the jade plate had assured him that his initial crossing would be devoid of danger, yet it appended a restrictive condition at the end. The Purple Cloud Palace is the domain of the Tao Master Hong Huang, and none dare to act recklessly there. Naturally, his transition would be safe. However, the accursed jade plate also assigned him the task of rescuing Hong Huang, which presented a considerable temptation, inciting within him a desire to take the risk of leaving the Purple Cloud Palace. Hong Huang is known as the most unfortunate being of the primordial chaos. During the seating arrangement at the Purple Cloud Palace, Tao Master Hong Huang bestowed upon him the primordial purple energy, granting him the opportunity to attain sanctity. Alas, this was a beautiful trap, for once Hong Huang departed the Purple Cloud Palace, he was met with lethal force from the demon master Kuanpeng and the ancient ancestor of the Nether River. Should Jiang Haoze succeed in rescuing Hong Huang, he might acquire the innate spiritual treasure, the 99 Scatter Soul Gourd, the primordial purple energy, and a formidable ally of the Great Luo Golden Immortal caliber. The bestowal of primordial purple energy by Tao ancestor Hong Huang to Hong Huang was but a snare. How could the immense opportunity presented by the jade plate be anything less than a trap? According to the rules of the jade plate, it is imperative for Hong Huang to voluntarily leave a mark of his divine consciousness upon the jade plate for it to facilitate his return to the primary realm. Being a Great Luo Golden Immortal, it is unlikely that Hong Huang, provided he possesses a sound mind, would commit such a folly. The sole opportunity lies in the moment of Hong Yuan's imminent demise. At that juncture, unwilling to allow Kuanpeng and the Nether River to benefit, he may well be inclined to leave the primordial chaos for the Tai Su realm. Hence, to fulfill the mission, Jiang Haoze must forsake the Purple Cloud Palace and confront the ancient ancestor of the Nether River alongside Hong Huang. These two are titans of the mythical world, possessing formidable strength and little scruple, making opposition to them highly perilous. Danger and opportunity coexist. The benefits of rescuing Hong Huang are evident, yet the risks are substantial. Jiang Haoze, caught in a whirlwind of indecision, had yet to determine his course of action when he found himself in the primordial chaos, appearing before the formidable and solemn edifice of the Purple Cloud Palace. Casting aside the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind, he nervously stepped through the grand entrance. Within the Purple Cloud Palace congregated numerous powerful figures, including the demon Emperor Dijuan, who governs the heavenly court, the Eastern Emperor Taiyi, the 12 ancestors of the earth, the 3 pure ones who inherit the essence of Pangu, as well as the likes of the great master Jinyuan, Hong Huang, and the ancient ancestor of the Nether River, all formidable entities in their own right. In addition to the teachings of the Western deities, such as Zhuan Ti and Jiayin, all the prominent figures of the primordial world have gathered, with the weakest among them being at least a Great Luo Golden Immortal. The appearance of Jiang Haoze, this little, has certainly captured attention, drawing the gaze of many powerful beings upon him. He, however, disregards these top-tier experts and immediately focuses on the cushions on the ground. Upon noticing that the 6 cushions in the Purple Cloud Palace are unoccupied, his heart begins to race with excitement as he contemplates whether to seize one of the coveted spots. Jiang Haoze is exceedingly well-versed in the myths of the primordial realm. He understands the significance of these 6 cushions in the Purple Cloud Palace. Those who sit upon them are destined to be accepted as disciples by Hong Huang. More importantly, Hong Jun bestows the foundational essence of the Great Tao, the primordial purple energy, upon his disciples, granting them the potential to attain sainthood and become one of the sovereigns of the primordial lands. Though Jiang Haoze is merely a transient visitor in the primordial world, and even if Hong Jun were willing to take him as a disciple, his stay in this realm could not be permanent. Nevertheless, he finds the cushions in the Purple Cloud Palace irresistible. If he were to secure a spot and subsequently offer it to Zhuan and Jiayin, it would indeed be a tremendous favor. Both Buddhas are quite active in the realms of Fengshan and Shiyu, and possessing such a favor would yield numerous benefits upon traversing to those worlds. There are many formidable beings qualified to occupy the cushions within the Purple Cloud Palace, yet none are aware that sitting down would lead to being accepted as a disciple by Hong Jun, which has kept them from acting impulsively. Determined to claim a cushion, Jiang Haoze has resolved to avoid drawing attention to himself and quietly moves a few steps toward the cushions. Before long, Taishang Lao Jun approaches the first cushion and calmly declares, "I am the incarnation of Pangu's primordial spirit, the true orthodoxy of Pangu. I must have a seat." With that, he sits down directly on the first cushion, followed in sequence by Yuan Shi Tianzun and Tong Tian Jiaozhu, who take the second and third cushions, respectively. Nuwa and Kuren Pong are not far behind, with Nuwa occupying the fourth cushion and Kuren Pong settling on the fifth. Hong Yun stands near the sixth cushion, and just as he prepares to sit down, Jiang Haoze unexpectedly plops down onto it. Hong Yun, being a good-natured individual, is somewhat taken aback to see a mere little occupying a cushion. Yet he refrains from contesting this and instead offers a friendly smile to Jiang Haoze. However, the other powerful beings are far less accommodating, vociferously demanding, "You wretched creature, what right do you have to sit here? Get up at once." If the primordial world were likened to a martial arts community, then Hong Jundaozu would be its leader. This leader, preparing for a retreat, has summoned all the martial experts to select 6 champions to uphold the order of their realm. The formidable figures of the martial world are in disagreement over which 6 should govern, and it is no wonder they are incensed by the audacity of a nascent newcomer claiming a spot. Jiang Haoze, undeterred by the presence of these quasi-saints and Great Luo Golden Immortals, reflects on the fact that he is on Hong Jun's territory. What could they possibly do to him, even if they were displeased? With Zhuan and Jiayin soon to arrive, he is convinced that relinquishing his position would earn him a favor from the saints. As he contemplates this advantageous scheme, a distant voice suddenly reaches his ears, ethereal and resonant. "Young friend, you are not a denizen of the primordial world. How can you occupy this cushion? Please relinquish your spot to Hong Yun." Jiang Haoze lifts his gaze to find Hong Jundaozu smiling at him, communicating through divine consciousness. While he is not surprised that his identity has been discerned by Hong Jun, he lazily responds, "I am aware that I am unqualified to occupy this position and shall soon yield it. However, why must it be given to Hong Yun?" Jiang Haoze wished to offer the mat as a favor, yet the goodwill of Hong Yun in the Zixiao Palace was deemed of little value. This unfortunate soul, known as the most ill-fated being in the primordial chaos, was swiftly approaching his demise. It appeared that Hong Jundaozu had discerned his thoughts and, with an air of indifference, remarked, "The Great Tao encompasses 50, while the heavenly transformations amount to 49. I govern the heavenly principles, and you are but a fleeting fragment. The heavenly decree has determined that Hong Yun shall fall in this realm. Even if you do not yield your position to him, the outcome shall remain unchanged, and you would forfeit the opportunity to forge a bond with Hong Yun. Should you insist on granting the mat not to Hong Yun, but to the eminent figures of Zhuan and Jiayin, I would advise you to depart swiftly. While such an act may earn you favor, it will undoubtedly incite the jealousy of Kuanping, and leaving the Zixiao Palace would spell certain death." Jiang Haoze was drenched in cold sweat. His desire to gain favor from Zhuan and Jiayin had led him to overlook the narrow-mindedness of Kuanping. It should have been Hong Yun's yielding that incited Kuanping's envy, yet now, by substituting for Hong Yun, would Kuanping refrain from taking action? Certainly, after yielding his seat, he could choose to return to the main realm, but doing so would irrevocably extinguish his chance to save Hong Yun, and any future return could invite retribution from Kuanping. "Thank you, Daozu, for your guidance." Having contemplated the gains and losses, Jiang Haoze sincerely expressed his gratitude to Hong Jun and resolutely stood up, addressing Hong Yun. "It seems that fate has intertwined our paths, thus I shall relinquish this position to you." The ever-conciliatory Hong Yun was poised to decline further, but Jiang Haoze, with a smile, interjected, "I am merely a minor celestial being. I possess no right to occupy this mat, so there is no need for you to refuse, my friend." Seeing Jiang Haoze's earnest words, Hong Yun expressed his gratitude profusely before taking the 6th mat. That moment, Zhuan and Jiayin from the Western world arrived. The shrewd Zhuan, upon noticing the absence of available seats, began to wail dramatically. We, hailing from the desolate lands of the West, have endured countless hardships to arrive, only to find no place for us. Alas, the heavens do not align with our wishes. The performance of Zhuanti, akin to that of a seasoned actor, touched the ever-kind Hong Yuan, who subsequently vacated his seat. Although the attendees of the Zixiao Palace may not have endorsed Hong Yuan's actions, they were obliged to commend his noble character, which rendered Kunpeng, who also occupied a seat, rather uncomfortable. With the Western duo now seated, it was inconceivable for Jiang, as the senior, to be left without a position. Thus, someone had to rise to the occasion. The three pure ones, manifestations of Penga's primordial spirit, exuded an air of grandeur and sophistication, and it was quite impossible for them to yield their seats. Nuwa, revered as the mother of the monster clan, held a status above that of the monster masters, and Kunpeng dared not hope for her to relinquish her position. To be fair, Kunpeng genuinely did not wish to surrender his seat, yet the moral coercion was simply too nauseating. For the sake of face, he had no choice but to stand, suppressing his anger as he feigned sincerity. Jane, having traveled from afar, ought to have a seat. Why not take mine? Thank you, Kunpeng. Jane hesitated for a moment, but upon receiving a signal from Zhuanti, he promptly accepted Kunpeng's gesture. With the seating arrangements established in the Zixiao Palace, Hong Daozu proclaimed, "From now on, you shall occupy these positions. I shall have 6 disciples among my students. Today, I shall accept you as my disciples. The 3 pure ones are the authentic lineage of Pangu, and you 3 shall be my direct disciples, while Nuwa, Zhuanti, and Jane shall be recorded as my acknowledged disciples." The 6 individuals seated upon the mat expressed their profound gratitude, for Hong Daozu was the foremost figure of the primordial chaos, and to become his disciple was to embrace the hope of attaining sanctity. The one who relinquished his seat, Kunpeng, was filled with regret as deep as the ocean. Had he known that sitting down would lead to being accepted as a disciple by Hong Jun, he would have cast aside his pride and retained his position. It appeared that Hong Daozu found Kunpeng's discontent insufficient and soon stoked the flames further. Under the celestial order, there exist 6 sacred positions. I possess the foundational essence of the Tao, 7 strands of primordial purple energy, which I shall bestow upon you today. Whether you achieve sanctity depends on your own fortune. In this moment, it was not only Kunpeng who felt regret. Emperor Jun, Taiyi, the River of Darkness, and the 12 ancestors of sorcery all shared in this sentiment. Initially, Emperor Jun and his companions had refrained from taking seats upon the mat, and their regret was tinged with self-reproach for not being more proactive. Kunpeng, however, was in a different predicament. He had already secured a place, and it was through the moral coercion of Hong Yuan that he had missed the opportunity for sanctity. How could he not harbor resentment towards Hong Yuan? Amidst his fury, a flicker of hope ignited within him, with 7 strands of primordial purple energy, and 6 of those now allocated to Hong Yuan's disciples. Surely the final strand must rightfully belong to him. Alas, his anger swiftly eclipsed this hope, for after a brief moment of hesitation, Hong Daozu awarded the 6 strands of primordial purple energy to his disciples, ultimately bestowing the last strand upon Hong Yuan. The ever-amiable Hong Yuan, blissfully unaware of the enmity brewing against him, found himself the target of envy as others began to covet the primordial purple energy. Kunpeng's initial hatred for Hong Yuan transformed into a potent mix of jealousy and greed. He soon recognized a kindred spirit in the River of Darkness, whose gaze towards Hong Yuan was equally malevolent. Perhaps it was time to establish a connection with the River of Darkness? After relinquishing his seat, Jiang Haoze no longer remained the center of attention. Knowing the outcome, he chose silence and observed the unfolding events within the Zixiao Palace with a detached demeanor. As the dust settled and the powerful figures of the Zixiao Palace began to depart, he trailed behind Hong Yuan and called out, "Friend, might you pause for a moment?" Hong Yuan, perplexed, turned back and inquired, "Do you have matters to discuss with me?" With a beaming smile, Jiang Haoze replied, "Congratulations, dear friend, on acquiring the foundational essence of the Tao, the primordial purple energy. It seems we are destined to travel together." Jiang Haoze graciously ceded his seat to Hong Yuan, who felt a favorable inclination towards him, and the two engaged in lively conversation as they exited the Zixiao Palace. Upon leaving, Jiang Haoze was acutely aware of the potential dangers that lay ahead, yet he understood that fortune favors the bold. The allure of the primordial purple energy and the innate spiritual treasures warranted taking risks. With so many formidable beings wandering the vast primordial lands, he, as a mere minor demon immortal, understood the perils of solitary ventures. Remaining close to Hong Yuan would significantly enhance his safety, with his only concerns being Kunpeng and the River of Darkness. "Where does my friend intend to journey?" Hong Yun inquired as he and Jiang Haoze soared through the skies. Noticing that Jiang Haoze showed no inclination to depart, he could no longer suppress his curiosity. Jiang Haoze responded, I hail from another realm, intending to explore the vastness of the primordial lands. However, my abilities are rather limited, thus I can only accompany my esteemed friend. Being the kind-hearted individual that he was, Hong Yun could not bring himself to dismiss Jiang Haoze, especially upon hearing that he was from another world. Curiosity piqued, he asked, From whence does my friend come? Jiang Haoze smiled warmly and replied, I come from the world beyond the primordial lands, a place known as the celestial beyond. It is through a fragment of the chaos jade plate that I am able to traverse into the primordial realm. Hong Yun suddenly realized. No wonder, despite the low strength of my fellow Taoist, he could enter the Zhixiao Palace. It turns out it is due to the creation jade plate. How does the world you inhabit compare to the Hong Huang? The world I reside in is called Taiyi, which encompasses thousands of smaller worlds, and it too is home to saints. I wield the creation jade plate, capable of guiding those with affinity. If you, my fellow Taoist, do not find the opportunity to attain sainthood in the vast expanse of Hong Huang, you might consider seeking your fortune in the Taiyi realm. Jiang Haoze spoke at length to Hong Yun about the main plane, hoping to pique his interest. It would be delightful if Hong Yun were indeed intrigued. After his traversal, he inherited the memories of Qing Jiao and did not possess extensive knowledge of the main plane, only aware that Taiyi was boundless, with his own realm of pure tranquility being merely a fragment of it. A look of yearning crossed Hong Yun's face as he asked, if I were to achieve sainthood in that realm, could I return to Hong Huang? The creation jade plate has the power to rescue the unfortunate of the mythical world, granting them a sliver of hope and new opportunities in Taiyi. However, it allows only one-way transmission. Should Hong Yun leave Hong Huang voluntarily and imprint his consciousness onto the jade plate, he would no longer have the possibility of return. Well-meaning individuals often cling to rigid beliefs, and Jiang Haoze was not prepared to deceive him on this matter. He shook his head and replied, It is not possible. Once you venture to Taiyi, there is no coming back, not even after attaining sainthood. Hong Yun's expression turned to one of regret as he remarked, I was born in Hong Huang, achieving the status of a Great Luo Golden Immortal and obtaining the primordial purple qi. It is only fitting that I remain in Hong Huang after attaining sainthood. Thank you for your kindness, Taoist Jiang. I shall strive to seek out opportunities for sainthood in Hong Huang. Even if I cannot attain it, I do not wish to depart. Jiang Haoze sighed, recognizing that Hong Yun's response was anticipated. Even celestial beings possess a yearning for their homeland. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke sincerely. We share a connection. And there is something I must say that you may not wish to hear, yet I must convey it nonetheless. I possess the creation jade plate, and like the Tao ancestor Hong Jun, I can glimpse a thread of heavenly secrets within the Hong Huang world. It appears that you lack the opportunity for sainthood here, and today you have already been schemed against, which may lead to your peril. Hong Yun, displeased, retorted, I have forged a sincere bond with you, my fellow Taoist. Why would you curse me so? I am a Great Luo Golden Immortal, possessing the innate spiritual treasure, the 99 scatter soul gourd. It would not be easy for anyone to lay hands on me. While there may be those in the Zhixiao Palace with such capabilities, they are all honorable individuals with whom I share a good rapport. How could they possibly conspire against me? Hong Yun is among the few formidable beings of the Hong Huang, and he had never considered the possibility of his own downfall. Jiang Haoze, being merely a third-tier minor demon immortal, did not inspire any contempt in Hong Yun. Yet, the fact that he suggested Hong Yun might face downfall stirred a flicker of irritation in the well-meaning individual. Chapter 5. The rescue of the great immortal Hong Yun. Jiang Haoze could only offer a wry smile. A man without sin may suffer due to the treasures he possesses. With the acquisition of the primordial purple qi, Hong Yun was destined for downfall. This fact was immutable. He was well aware of Hong Yun's fate, but hesitated to elaborate further. Otherwise, Hong Yun might misconstrue his intentions as malevolent and react unfavorably. Their conversation fell into a stalemate. Fortunately, at that moment, an immortal approached, none other than Hong Yun's close friend, Zhen Yuanzi. Zhen Yuanzi performed a respectful bow and exclaimed, Ah, Hong Yun Taoist, you have departed swiftly. I had yet to extend my congratulations before you left the Zhixiao Palace. Hong Yun, initially wearing a frown, found his spirits lifted by the arrival of his good friend. Zhen Yuanzi, by chance, I have been bestowed with the primordial purple qi by the Tao ancestor. I in a moment of forgetfulness. I hope my fellow Taoist will not hold it against me. Zhen Yuanzi replied with a serious demeanor. The Tao ancestor spoke of 6 sacred positions in the realm, yet bestowed 7 strands of primordial purple qi, indicating that one among them shall not attain sanctity. All 6 are disciples of the Tao ancestor. And though there is no concern of envy from them, you, my friend, stand alone and must tread carefully. Zhen Yuanzi, true to his role as a loyal friend, offered his counsel. While Jiang Haoze's good intentions had left Hong Yuan displeased, he found himself more receptive to Zhen Yuanzi's words. He clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your reminder, dear Taoist. I shall immerse myself in solitary cultivation upon leaving Buzhou Mountain and will no longer involve myself in worldly matters." Zhen Yuanzi nodded approvingly. "That is excellent. I must return to Wanshou Mountain for other matters, so I bid you farewell." As Zhen Yuanzi departed, Jiang Haoze lingered, much to Hong Yuan's bemusement. Influenced by Zhen Yuanzi's advice, Hong Yuan found it hard to dismiss Jiang Haoze, and thus, they flew away from Buzhou Mountain in silence. Finally, unable to contain himself, Hong Yuan spoke first. "You mentioned my potential downfall in the primordial chaos. If I were to retreat for immediate cultivation, might there still be a glimmer of hope?" Jiang Haoze sighed. "Alas, you have no opportunity for retreat. If my intuition serves me right, Kuanpeng and the river of underworld are soon to arrive." Hong Yuan, incredulous, replied, "Kuanpeng and the river of underworld are prominent figures in the primordial chaos. I hold no enmity with them. Why would they seek to harm me?" Jiang Haoze responded calmly, "Had you not ceded your position to Zhuanti, Kuanpeng would not have needed to yield. As a disciple of the Tao ancestor, with Kuanpeng's vengeful nature, how could he not harbor resentment? The river of underworld, born of the blood sea, is notoriously ruthless. For the sake of the primordial purple chi, he is capable of any treachery." Just as Hong Yuan prepared to counter, two formidable presences suddenly emerged from afar, causing his countenance to change dramatically. With a bitter smile, he said, "You were right, my friend. I sense the aura of Kuanpeng and the river of underworld approaching. This matter does not concern you. I would not wish to involve you in my troubles. You must leave at once." Jiang Haoze, having anticipated their arrival, had left Zixiao Palace for this very moment, and he could not bear to abandon his friend. He shook his head resolutely. "I share a bond with you. How could I forsake you? Though my strength may be lacking, I possess the creation jade plate, which could provide you with a sliver of hope in peril." Hong Yuan was deeply moved, yet stubbornly shook his head. "Your goodwill is appreciated, but my heart is set against venturing into the void realm. Your risk is unwarranted." Jiang Haoze smiled carefreely. "I am but a mere demon immortal. Even if I were to depart now, I could not safely return to Zixiao Palace. It would be better to remain here and witness the unfolding events." Before he could finish speaking, a colossal shadow loomed on the horizon as Kuanpeng soared towards them in his true form. He spread his massive wings and hovered in the air, his icy gaze fixated on Hong Yuan, awaiting the arrival of the river of underworld. Understanding that there was no escape, Hong Yuan summoned the innate spiritual treasure, the 99 scatter soul gourd, and coldly declared, "Kuanpeng, do not let your pride lead you to covet the primordial purple chi. I shall contend with you. But Jiang, my young friend, is merely an unwitting participant. Do not trouble him." With a cold snort, Kuanpeng refrained from engaging in conversation. In order to prevent the revelation of the robbery against Hong Yuan, he would annihilate all living beings within a 1,000-mile radius. Certainly not sparing that insignificant little demon immortal. Before long, a tide of blood surged forth, staining the entire sky crimson. It was none other than the Lord of the Sea of Blood, Mingyi. Seated upon the 12-petal fiery red lotus of karmic flames, he wielded the Xian Yuan water control banner above his head and summoned the Abhij sword of annihilation. With a sinister cackle, he declared, "Kuanpeng, my friend, to avoid prolonging this matter, let us conclude our battle swiftly." The fierce clash among Kuanpeng, Mingyi, and Hong Yuan was inevitable, yet the minor demon immortal Jiang Haoze would undoubtedly be caught in the crossfire. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance, invoking the Chaos Jade Plate and proclaiming, "I am a messenger of the Tao ancestor. Your conflict bears no relevance to me. However, should you harm me, you must explain yourselves to the Tao ancestor at Zixiao Palace." The Chaos Jade Plate, a supreme treasure of Hong Jun the Tao ancestor, elicited a mix of skepticism and caution from Kuanpeng and Mingyi regarding Jiang Haoze's words. They exchanged glances and, in unison, inquired, "What brings the messenger here?" Jiang Haoze coldly replied, "Regardless of who obtains the primordial purple chi, I must report this to the Tao ancestor." Kuanpeng and Mingyi rejoiced at this revelation, having previously feared interference from the Tao ancestor. Jiang Haoze's words alleviated their concerns. In their understanding, it seemed that whoever acquired the primordial purple chi would have the Tao ancestor's tacit approval. With their worries dispelled, the two of them directed their artifacts to launch a ferocious assault on Hong Yuan. Mingyi, the foremost figure beneath the saint, and the extraordinarily gifted Kuanpeng, both formidable beings of the primordial era, possessed strength that surpassed Hong Yuan's. Thus, Hong Yuan found himself struggling to cope with their combined might. In a hushed tone, Jiang Haoze addressed Hong Yuan, stating, "My powers are insufficient to assist you, dear friend. However, should you find yourself in peril, simply exclaim, 'I wish to enter the Taiyi realm,' and I shall come to your aid." You must remember this. In order to avoid harming Jiang Haoze, the venerable Mingyi chose to summon the Xian Yuan water control banner to shield him. The three engaged in a cataclysmic battle, causing the heavens to darken and the sun and moon to lose their radiance, while all living beings within a 1,000-mile radius were reduced to dust. After approximately 2 hours of combat, Kuenpeng, losing patience, boldly withstood Hong Yuan's 9-9 dispersing soul gourd, creating an opportunity for Mingyi. The venerable Mingyi struck Hong Yuan with 2 consecutive sword strikes, causing blood to spew from Hong Yuan's mouth, and his disadvantage became increasingly pronounced. At that moment, Mingyi beckoned, and the Xian Yuan water control banner, which had been protecting Jiang Haoze, suddenly flew towards Hong Yuan. In his moment of oversight, Hong Yuan momentarily forgot about this innate spiritual treasure and, underestimating the situation, became ensnared by the layers of the Xian Yuan water control banner. Helpless and despondent, he refused to allow Mingyi and Kuenpeng to gain the upper hand. Thus he cried out, "I wish to enter the Taiyi realm." Unfortunately, he was ultimately too late. As his words fell, the Abhij sword of annihilation and Kuenpeng's claws descended upon him, and despite having attained the Great Luo Golden body, his immortal form was shattered in an instant, revealing his true essence as a crimson cloud. Congratulations, host, for completing the task: rescue the Great Luo Golden Immortal Hong Yuan. Would you like to take Hong Yuan to the Taiyi realm? Yes. After Jiang Haoze made his choice, the crimson cloud was instantly enveloped by myriad rays of radiant light. As Kuenpeng and Mingyi attempted to destroy Hong Yuan's true form, they were thwarted by the brilliance. Just as the two prepared to strike again, the radiant light enveloped Hong Yuan, Jiang Haoze, and the 9-9 dispersing soul gourd, propelling them towards the chaos jade plate, breaking through the void and vanishing from sight. Welcome, esteemed readers, to a realm of captivating literature. Here, you shall discover the latest, the swiftest, and the most exhilarating serialized works. In the 6th chapter, The Dragon Palace of the Pantua River, Jiang Haoze has developed an affinity for the sensation of being a savior. When the beleaguered Hong Yuan places her hopes in him, he feels a profound sense of greatness. Guiding those destined for misfortune to the primary realm, allowing them to rebuild their lives anew, is an extraordinary experience. Following his initial journey through time, upon returning to the primary realm, Jiang Haoze reflects on his gains, his fingers caressing the innate spiritual treasure, the 9-9 scatter soul gourd, with an almost obsessive delight. He finds himself unable to acquire the primordial purple energy, as it has become one with Hong Yuan. Only through her destruction or her voluntary separation could he hope to obtain it. Hong Yuan has been utterly reduced to her original form, now merely a sentient cloud, and the duration required for her to regain her consciousness remains uncertain. Had she not been so obstinate and agreed to traverse to the Taiyi realm sooner, Jiang Haoze would have gained a protector of the Great Luo Golden Immortal level. Nevertheless, he feels no regret. The control exerted by the creation jade plate is rather subtle, ensuring that those he brings to the primary realm remain unaware of their manipulation. He is reluctant to leverage this against Hong Yuan to compel her loyalty. Given that Hong Yuan possesses primordial purple energy, retaining the strength of a Great Luo Golden Immortal, her arrival in the Taiyi realm does not guarantee her compliance with his commands. Such a soft-hearted individual, resistant to threats, proves difficult to sway in light of their vast power disparity. Thus, her temporary reversion to her original form serves to avert any awkwardness. Jiang Haoze's transgression against divine laws remains unresolved. Should the tortoise minister fail to persuade his father to assist him, he is left with no choice but to atone through the donation of treasured artifacts and the Taiyi realm. Magical treasures are exceedingly precious. Surrendering even a single postnatal spiritual treasure would surely lead to the absolution of his sins. Lacking any postnatal treasures, he possesses only the 9-9 scatter soul gourd. And even at a loss, this innate treasure is his sole means of survival. The tortoise minister has yet to return. By the hour of noon, he is to be escorted by the yellow turban warriors to the dragon execution platform. To his surprise, when the appointed time arrives, the warriors do not appear. The heavenly decree mandates his transport to the execution site at that hour, and the yellow turban warriors could not have simply missed the time. Their absence suggests he has been granted clemency. It is likely that the Dragon King of the Pantua River, Jiang Haoze, has intervened on his behalf. He is filled with gratitude towards his father. Recognizing that securing such a pardon requires valuable treasures, and as a dutiful husband, his father must have sacrificed greatly to save him. The Pan-Tua River Dragon Palace is in disarray. The turtle guards are trembling with fear. The crab general is filled with trepidation, and the tortoise minister trembles uncontrollably. The mistress of the Dragon Palace, Yin, indiscriminately unleashes her draconic might, taking out her wrath on the aquatic clans, having already dispatched more than 10 of them. Jiang Haoze kneels before the dragon throne, his face a tapestry of bruises, dejectedly enduring the wrath of the matriarch dragon. Jiang Haoze, clarify this to me. How has our celestial realm disappeared so abruptly? Were it not for your family's ancestral paradise, how could I have ever condescended to marry you? If you fail to provide me with an explanation today, our affair is far from over. Jiang Haoze remains silent, allowing the matriarch dragon's scorn to wash over him, head bowed in submission as she lashes out in fury. The Qingjiao clan possesses only 3 celestial realms, one of which belongs to Jiang Haoze. That paradise has inexplicably become the property of the Thunder King. Even with tenfold courage, Yin would not dare approach the Thunder King for restitution, thus she vents her anger upon Jiang Haoze. Filled with disdain for this spineless wretch, Yin finds her ire futile against his indifference and storms out of the Crystal Palace in a fit of rage. Before departing, she hissed with resentment, I must first ascertain why you have offered the paradise to the Thunder King, and then I shall deal with you. Jiang Haoze rose to his feet, rubbed the bruises on his body, and sighed, Zaire, as your father, I can only do so much for you. Should you err again, I will be powerless to assist you. It was only when the Turtle Prime Minister hastened back to the Xiaoqing Dragon Palace to claim credit that Jiang Haoze realized the considerable sacrifices his adoptive father had made. The value of the desolate paradise paled in comparison to the innate treasures, yet it remained the most significant asset of the Pan-Tua River Dragon King, Jiang Haoze. Without the paradise, he would find it even harder to hold his head high. The Taishu realm boasts a history spanning billions of years, encompassing thousands of minor realms, with mortals ascending to divinity each year, leading to a gradual thinning of the celestial essence. Divine beings primarily rely on paradises for cultivation. As these realms harbor celestial veins that continuously generate celestial essence, making the establishment of caverns for cultivation within paradises remarkably efficient. Given the multitude of deities within the Taishu realm, it is implausible for every divine being to possess a paradise, thus rendering these realms a scarce resource. Much like Jiang Haoze in his past life, who toiled tirelessly to save for a home before marriage, the primary aspiration of most low-ranking celestial beings in the Taishu realm is to acquire a paradise. Some deities have recognized the commercial potential in this, akin to real estate developers on Earth, transforming paradises into commodities and crafting jade tokens for sale. While the number of paradises in the Taishu realm is finite, the boundless chaos also contains celestial veins. High-ranking deities who enter the chaos to refine these veins subsequently return to the Taishu realm, thereby sustaining its vast divine system. Celestial veins form the foundation of paradises. The more potent the vein, the greater the celestial essence produced, and the higher the likelihood of rare treasures emerging. Conversely, the abundance of treasures within a paradise nurtures the celestial vein, accelerating the condensation of spiritual energy. The heavenly courts of various minor worlds serve as expansive paradises, governed by at least a Great Luo Golden Immortal, who rules over the realm. The heavenly court of the Qingjing Tian minor world is ruled by the evergreen celestial king, who commands the 4 kings of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, alongside a multitude of deities in various divine roles. Serving in the heavenly court allows deities to absorb celestial essence for cultivation while enjoying the incense offerings from the mortal realm. Lesser deities such as dragon kings, earth gods, and mountain spirits, confined to the mortal world, rely solely on the offerings of mortals for survival in the absence of paradises. Jiang Haoze, the Dragon King of the Pan-Tua River, is relatively fortunate. He inherited a commendable paradise from his ancestors, enabling him to cultivate with peace of mind. The willingness of the mother dragon, Yin, to marry him as a second wife was greatly influenced by this paradise. Deities are not free from worries. They too face concerns and aspire to acquire vehicles and homes. In addition to the need for paradises for cultivation, deities wishing to traverse to other realms must rely on roller coasters to navigate the dimensional pathways. Jiang Haoze could not help but lament his unfortunate fate. In his previous life, he worked like a dog to buy a car and a home, yet now as a deity, he still found himself toiling. His adoptive father sold the inherited paradise to save him, and although he lacked the habit of taking advantage of his father, he was determined to procure another paradise, no matter how challenging the endeavor. The recent harrowing experience at the Dragon Slaughter platform had also enlightened him to the fact that low-ranking celestial beings wield little authority. To grow stronger, he too needed to secure a sanctuary for himself. A small consolation lay in the ability to traverse the mythical worlds. While these realms may not be as developed as the Taishu realm, their untouched essence undoubtedly harbored far richer resources. For instance, the clouds required for constructing roller coasters, regardless of whether they be from the worlds of Hong Huang, Fengshen, or Journey to the West, are plentiful. However, in the realm of Taishu, they are commodities that continuously appreciate in value, making it substantially easier for him to amass celestial crystals compared to other deities. Jiang Haoze presented the antidote to Prime Minister Gu A, gazing at the empty crystal palace, and he began to ponder whether he should continue in the role of the Dragon King of Little Qinghe. In the future, he would frequently traverse the mythical realm, and as a Dragon King, he would be tasked with the responsibilities of summoning clouds and rain. Failing to fulfill these duties punctually would result in a transgression against celestial edicts. To abandon the position of Dragon King of Little Qinghe, a title his father had acquired with great difficulty, would mean relinquishing the offerings of mortals. As Jiang Haoze wrestled with his dilemma, Prime Minister Gu A hurriedly approached to report, "Your Majesty, the Dragon King of Qingshui River has dispatched an envoy to convey a message, urging you to prepare for the summoning of clouds and rain." Chapter 7. The schemes of the father-in-law Little Qinghe is a tributary of Qingshui River, and Jiang Haoze serves as its Dragon King, with the Dragon King of Qingshui River being his superior. The Heavenly Court issues decrees for cloud summoning and rainmaking, typically sending envoys to the Dragon Palace of Qingshui River, which then relays the orders to Little Qinghe. The Dragon King of Qingshui River, by way, is of the Yushuan snake lineage, a species not particularly prosperous, and his ascension to the position was significantly aided by Jiang Haitao in gratitude. By way betrothed his daughter, Bai Yuan, to Jiang Haoze, thus making him Jiang Haoze's prospective father-in-law. Jiang Haitao secured the position of Dragon King of Little Qinghe for Jiang Haoze, also as a means of safeguarding his son. Due to this connection, when the previous holder of the position erroneously recalled Bai Wei's command to summon rain of 5 feet, 5 inches, and 5/10, he faced the death penalty for failing to comply with the decree, mistakenly believing he had erred. Jiang Haoze inherited this memory and remained skeptical of the incident, for the envoy had originally conveyed a verbal command. Decrees from the Heavenly Court are always accompanied by formal documents. Bai Wei, as Jiang Haoze's superior, should have issued a written command. Given their relationship as father-in-law and son-in-law, Bai Wei occasionally conveyed verbal commands, leaving any ensuing issues untraceable. For example, whether the previous holder's error in the rainfall measurement stemmed from Bai Wei's erroneous order or from the previous holder's misremembering remains a murky affair. When the envoy from the Dragon Palace of Qingshui River entered the Crystal Palace, he, an ancient tortoise, respectfully bowed to Jiang Haoze. "Son-in-law, the rain department has decreed that tomorrow shall witness the summoning of clouds and rain. With an expected rainfall of 6 feet and 3 inches over the Little Qinghe Basin, my lord has sent me to inform you. Please, do not err again." Faced with yet another verbal command, Jiang Haoze's suspicions deepened. He nodded in acknowledgement. "I shall remember this. Having learned from the previous lesson, I will exercise caution. Might I trouble the envoy to provide the official document? With that, I can remind myself as needed." A flicker of panic crossed the tortoise's face, though he quickly masked it. Yet, Jiang Haoze's keen perception did not miss it. He confirmed his suspicions. The previous holder's error was not due to carelessness, but rather a misguided directive from the Dragon Palace of Qingshui River. If the Dragon Palace of Qingshui River were to willfully issue erroneous commands, what could their motivations be? A chill ran down Jiang Haoze's spine, for should Bai Wei harbor ill intentions, his tenure as the Dragon King of Little Qinghe would become exceedingly precarious. To avoid the misfortunes that befell his predecessor, he resolved that unless he received the official document from the Dragon Palace of Qingshui River, he would not act upon any verbal commands regarding cloud summoning and rainmaking. The old turtle, feigning calmness, smiled ingratiatingly and said, "Son-in-law, we are all on the same side. The master always communicates through commands, and I did not bring the official document this time. How about I prepare the rain gear for you first, and I will deliver the document tomorrow?" Jiang Haoze inwardly scoffed. The old turtle's promise to deliver the document the following day surely meant he would deliberately delay. If he did not receive the order, should he proceed with the rain? Failing to follow the command could implicate his father-in-law, leaving him with little choice but to acquiesce, which would again contravene the heavenly laws. Jiang Haoze was puzzled by his father-in-law's apparent treachery against him, but after sorting through his thoughts, he coldly smiled and cupped his hands, saying, "That sounds excellent. I would appreciate the envoy making another trip. I will prepare the rain gear, and upon receiving the official document tomorrow, I will immediately proceed with the rain." The old turtle's face revealed a smug grin of success as he rode back to the Clear Water River Dragon Palace on a swift fish. Reporting to the Dragon King Bai Wei, Bai Wei stroked his beard thoughtfully and mused, in the past, I always issued commands without him ever inquiring about the official document. This time, his sudden curiosity, could it be that he is beginning to doubt me? The old turtle shook his head and replied, Your Majesty, you worry too much. The son-in-law surely does not suspect you. His request for the document is merely an act of caution. Are you seeking death? Turtle 6. There is no way I would marry that fool Jiang Haoze, and you dare refer to him as son-in-law. A stunningly beautiful woman entered the palace, none other than Bai Wei's daughter, Bai Yuan, renowned for her beauty across 1,000 miles. Seeing Bai Yuan's icy demeanor, the old turtle quickly bowed his head and said, Miss, forgive this old servant. I spoke out of turn. That little brat indeed lacks the qualifications to be your husband. Bai Wei waved his hand and said, Yuan, do not be hard on Turtle 6. He has done well this time, finding an excuse to placate that BOS long as he brings the rain tomorrow. He cannot escape death, and your engagement will be annulled. I shall ensure your wishes are fulfilled. Bai Yuan snorted, Last time, father, you said the same thing. Yet that boy is still alive. If we fail again, I fear the 5th prince will lose patience. Bai Wei's expression turned fierce as he replied, Do not worry, my daughter. Last time, that boy defied the heavenly laws, and Jiang Haoze had to offer up the immortal realm to atone for his sins to escape calamity. This time, I will command a rain of 6 feet and 3 inches. If he truly follows the order, the Jiang Hai will collapse, and the lives in the Shaoqing River Basin will be devastated. Even if Jiang Haoze offers the immortal realm again, it will not save him. Only then did a smile grace Bai Yuan's face as she sweetly said, Father, what if he does not follow your command to summon the rain? If that happens, not only will he be unharmed, but you too would be in violation of the heavenly laws, would you not? Bai Wei chuckled coldly, I have already made preparations. The rain department has not issued an order for rain at all. Should he summon the rain, it would be he who defies the heavenly laws. Should he refrain, I shall remain unscathed. Bai Yuan giggled, Father, you are truly formidable. As long as I can marry the 5th prince, you will surely ascend to rule even grander rivers as Dragon King. If Jiang Haoze were to overhear this exchange between father and daughter, he could not help but lament his woeful fate. In his previous life, he toiled like a dog for the sake of marriage, only to have his girlfriend run off with someone else. In this rebirth as a celestial being, his situation was even more dire, as his fiancée's family schemed against him, intent on climbing the social ladder. Even celestial beings possess their share of challenges. Bai Wei initially betrothed his daughter to Jiang Haoze primarily due to the Jiang family's ancestral paradise. However, when Jiang Haoze married Ao Yan, he became utterly subservient to his wife, leading to a decline in the prospective son-in-law's standing. Bai Wei was consumed with regret. Fortunately, his daughter Bai Yuan proved her mettle. As the 5th prince of the North Sea Dragon King, Ao Qing, had taken a liking to her and wished to make her his concubine. Given her inherently serpentine nature, Bai Yuan was hardly a paragon of virtue. She eagerly anticipated marrying into the North Sea Dragon Palace, having already pledged herself to the 5th prince. Alas, Ao Qing, despite his lofty status, was overly concerned with his reputation and sought to maintain a faade of propriety while desiring Bai Yuan. Unwilling to bear the stigma of usurping another's betrothed, the Bai family was left to resolve their predicament independently. The Qingjiao clan was immensely powerful, and Bai Wei dared not approach Jiang Haoze to propose an annulment of the engagement, which led to 2 failed schemes of sabotage. Jiang Haoze was beheaded for violating celestial decrees, thereby nullifying the marriage contract, allowing Bai Yuan to join the North Sea Dragon Palace without hindrance. However, fate had other plans. Jiang Haoze, this earthbound ne'er-do-well, was reborn, supplanting his single-minded predecessor. Upon receiving a command from the Clearwater River Dragon Palace, he showed no inclination to comply, merely preparing his rain gear in anticipation. When the designated time for rainfall set by Bai Wei arrived the following day and the old turtle failed to deliver the official document, his suspicions were confirmed, and he had no intention of recklessly producing rain. Chapter 8. Traversing Flower and Fruit Mountain, Bai Wei dispatched the old turtle to monitor near the Shaoqing River, while Jiang Haoze remained unmoved. The old turtle, in a state of agitation, found himself powerless. The rain department had issued no orders, and he dared not deliver the rainfall decree. Should he do so, the blame for any unauthorized precipitation would fall squarely upon Bai Wei. After waiting 3 hours and confirming Jiang Haoze's inaction, he reluctantly returned to the Clearwater River Dragon Palace. Upon receiving news, Bai Wei's countenance darkened, while Bai Yuan erupted in a torrent of invective, her impatience mounting as she yearned to become the crown princess. Bai Wei pondered, that lad is evidently suspicious. It is no longer feasible to deceive him into summoning rain. Bi Lu. You shall pay a visit to the Pontua River Dragon Palace and inform that Mother Dragon of Jiang Haoze's intent to redeem that lad with the ancestral paradise. Lu quickly flattered, Your Majesty's strategy is indeed brilliant. That Mother Dragon views the lad as a thorn in her side. Upon obtaining leverage, she will undoubtedly not let the matter rest with Jiang Haoze and his son. Make haste and return swiftly. It is preferable that Jiang Haoze remains unaware of your visit to Pontua River. Lu departed the Dragon Palace. Bai Yuan, with a pouting expression, clung to Bai Wei's arm and pleaded, Father, how could Jiang Haoze, in his desperation to save Jiang Haoze, part with the ancestral paradise and allow that Mother Dragon to act against him? The fifth prince has urged several times. If we do not dissolve this engagement with the wretch, my happiness for a lifetime will be irrevocably ruined. Bai Wei's eyes glinted with malevolence. That Mother Dragon indeed dares not harm Jiang Haoze, yet she will certainly not permit that good-for-nothing to retain his position as the Dragon King of Shaoqing River. Jiang Haoze will have to concede on this matter. If that lad still holds a celestial position, his untimely demise will undoubtedly prompt an investigation by the Lightning Department. If he possesses no celestial rank, his death will go unnoticed. Bai Yuan's face lit up with joy. Father, are you preparing to take action? Bai Wei nodded. Indeed. For our clan to thrive again is a formidable challenge. You have been fortunate to catch the eye of the fifth prince, and we must not let this opportunity slip away. Jiang Haoze was oblivious to the impending crisis. The old turtle had yet to deliver any official documents even as darkness fell, which only served to confirm his suspicions. The Qingshui River Dragon Palace had been plotting his demise with utmost diligence and would undoubtedly not relent easily. His mere status as a mere demon immortal placed him in grave danger. The most prudent course of action would be to find a refuge, yet he was the Dragon King of the Little Qing River, and abandoning his post would result in a manhunt by the Celestial Court. The Celestial Court possessed deities akin to the Thousand-Mile Eye and the Sound of the Wind, making it all too easy to locate him in the minor world. Thus, he could not contravene the heavenly edicts. Jiang Haoze resolved to relinquish his duties as Dragon King. Although this would preclude him from enjoying the incense of the mortal realm, it would grant him far greater freedom in the mythical world. By traversing once more into the mythological realm, he could evade the looming peril while rapidly augmenting his strength. He prepared to tender his resignation immediately after deciding to depart for the mythological world, only to be disheartened by the reminder from the jade disk that he would not be able to cross over for 3 more days. Having already composed his resignation letter, stating that he had sustained severe injuries and could no longer fulfill his role as the Dragon King of the Little Qing River, he requested the Rain Department to appoint a suitable successor. However, before he could deliver his letter, individuals from the Pontua River Dragon Palace arrived, including a dragon of the same lineage as the female dragon Ao Yin. Jiang Haoze, having traded his son's life for the celestial realm, found himself compelled to acquiesce to Ao Yin's demands, agreeing to allow her nephew Zhao Shuang to succeed Jiang Haoze as the Dragon King of the Little Qing River. Upon yielding, Ao Yin immediately pressured him to submit a recommendation to the Rain Department for Zhao Shuang's appointment. Jiang Haoze consented but insisted that Zhao Shuang persuade his son to return to the Pontua River Dragon Palace once he assumed office. Zhao Shuang, while indeed a dragon, possessed a trace of dragon blood due to ancestral lineage, which imbued him with a sense of superiority over ordinary dragons. Having acquired his appointment documents, he arrived at the Crystal Palace of the Little Qing River, strutting in with an air of arrogance, demanding Jiang Haoze vacate immediately, yet omitting any mention of Jiang Haoze's intent for Jiang Haoze to return to the Pontua River. Jiang Haoze had firmly resolved to no longer serve as Dragon King, and Zhao Shuang's succession conveniently alleviated many of his burdens. Even if Zhao Shuang were to relay Jiang Haoze's message, he would not return to the Pontua River. After all, he was an adult who had traversed realms, and returning home to endure the wrath of a stepmother would be utterly humiliating. Initially conflicted about whether to take the Turtle Prime Minister with him, Jiang Haoze learned of Zhao Shuang's ascension as the new master of the Crystal Palace, prompting the Turtle Prime Minister to immediately grovel in subservience. The old turtle's sycophantic flattery lifted Zhao Shuang to ethereal heights, while Jiang Haoze, witnessing the display, felt an overwhelming urge to strip the turtle of its shell. With the loss of the Crystal Palace, Jiang Haoze became a homeless wanderer, momentarily uncertain of his next destination. With only 2 days remaining until he could traverse realms once more, he sought refuge in a patch of aquatic grass and promptly fell into a deep slumber within the jade disk. The Dragon King of Qingshui, Bai Wei, commanded General Sha to lay ambush around the Crystal Palace. Upon seeing Jiang Haoze depart, General Sha promptly led his forces in pursuit. Unfortunately, despite scouring the surrounding aquatic vegetation, they were unable to catch sight of Jiang Haoze and had no choice but to widen their search radius. Within the jade disk, Jiang Haoze observed the situation unfolding around him, realizing that he had narrowly escaped from the formidable aquatic beings. Had it not been for the jade disc, he would have surely met his demise, as the jade disc reminded him of the impending opportunity to traverse realms again. He stood upon the fateful compass, praying to be transported to a world devoid of danger, and gently adjusted the pointer of destiny. The pointer of destiny has come to a halt, indicating a monkey well known among the Huaxia people. He received a jade disc prompt. The host has confirmed the commencement of a journey through time, with the crossing node set at the Great Havoc in heaven. The location of this traverse is Huagua Mountain, and the mission entails rescuing at least 5 beings from the world of Journey to the West. Jiang Haoze felt a twinge of frustration upon hearing the jade disc's introduction. Generally speaking, the journey to the West world is deemed safer than the primordial world. Yet the Huagua Mountain during the Great Havoc in heaven is an exception. When the heavenly soldiers besiege Huagua Mountain to capture the Monkey King, only a few thousand of the 72 demon kings and countless monkeys remain, resulting in an extraordinarily high mortality rate. No amount of lamentation would alter his fate. Once the destiny pointer was set in motion, he had no choice but to traverse. Before long, Jiang Haoze found himself atop a majestic peak. This mountain was grand and exquisite, with crystal-clear springs, rare birds, and exotic beasts frolicking about, while wondrous herbs and flowers flourished in abundance. He pondered quietly, wasn't the crossing node supposed to be the Great Havoc in heaven? Why was there no sight of the heavenly soldiers surrounding Huagua Mountain, nor the banners of the demon army in sight? As a demon immortal, Jiang Haoze could not ride the clouds, but he could glide on the wind without issue. He soared through the mountain, observing the terrain. There were indeed many wolves and tigers, yet they were merely beasts lacking intelligence. On the mountain, he encountered a vast troop of monkeys, those mischievous creatures unarmed and seemingly not the followers of Sun Wukong. He quickly confirmed his location at Huagua Mountain upon discovering a waterfall, and even ventured into the water curtain cave behind it. The cave was barren, not yet transformed into the Monkey King's lair, which led him to a faint suspicion. Had he perhaps traversed to a time before the birth of Sun Wukong? If Sun Wukong had not yet come into existence, yet the crossing node was the Great Havoc in heaven. This implied that he would remain in the journey to the West world until the conclusion of that chaotic event. In the mythical realm, a year equates to merely a day in the primary dimension. Thus, spending several decades in the journey to the West world would translate to just a few days in the primary dimension, perfectly allowing him ample time for cultivation. Chapter 9. Relocating the colorful stone. Jiang Haoze soon discovered a towering stone over 10 feet high at the mountain's summit, featuring 9 apertures arranged in the pattern of the 8 trigrams. This was the colorful stone left behind by Nuwa when she mended the heavens, and anyone familiar with Journey to the West knows that Sun Wukong sprang forth from such a stone. The presence of the colorful stone signifies that the Monkey King has yet to be born. This time traveling to the Journey to the West world provides him with abundant time. He can patiently await the emergence of the monkey and then forge a beneficial relationship with him. The monkey, audacious and intrepid, once he acquires his skills, will pilfer the peaches of immortality, the divine nectar, and elixirs. Should even a mere trickle of these treasures slip through his fingers, it would be more than sufficient for Jiang Haoze to revel in delight. When the monkey nibbles on the peaches of immortality, discarding them carelessly, and wastes substantial amounts of divine nectar and elixirs, Jiang Haoze, adhering to the principle of opposing waste, would not mind seizing the opportunity. He resolved to cultivate a good rapport with the monkey. As long as he steadfastly guards this colorful stone, becoming the first to behold the monkey, forging a friendship with him would likely not pose a problem. After standing vigil by the colorful stone for 10 days, with no signs of it cracking, Jiang Haoze began to feel a sense of ennui. Throughout these 10 days, he had been cultivating, yet perhaps due to the insignificance of the Qingjiao clan's water element technique, the results were minimal. With the chance to explore various mythical realms, he certainly regarded the Qingjiao clan's cultivation methods as beneath his notice. Thus he commenced devising a formidable technique of his own. The demon clan finds that body-refining techniques are most suitable for them, with the most formidable among them being the profound arts of the witch clan. The 12 ancestral witches possess unparalleled physical strength. Obtaining the cultivation methods of even a single one of them could potentially elevate one's physical form to the level of a quasi-saint. Unfortunately, the world of the primordial chaos is fraught with peril, and the witch and demon clans are in complete opposition, rendering it utterly impossible for a member of the demon clan to learn the profound arts of the witches. Aside from the witch clan's profound arts, the most powerful body-refining techniques are undoubtedly the Xiangong, a method refined by the Saint of Kuani from the witch clan's profound arts. Xiangong is practiced alongside the cultivation of the primordial spirit, and it is said that mastering it to the ninth transformation can lead to physical sanctification. In the world of deification, figures such as Yang Jian and Yuan Hong, as well as Sun Wukong from the Journey to the West, have triumphed over their peers due to their mastery of this technique. Xian Gong is held by the saints, and only those deemed valuable and talented in the eyes of a saint may be entrusted with its teachings. Yuan Shi Tianzun imparted Xian Gong to Yang Jian because of his exceptional talent, making him capable of serving as a formidable enforcer for the Western Zhou dynasty. Similarly, Quan Yi, under the guise of Bodhi, taught Xian Gong to Sun Wukong, intending to secure a bodyguard for Tang Sang on his journey for the scriptures. Jiang Haoze is not a native of this world, and Quan Yi cannot discern his origins. To avoid unforeseen consequences, he would not allow him to entangle with karmic affairs. Even if he were to cling to the monkey's side, accompanying him to the West Niu Hezhou and together seeking Bodhi as their master, the chances of Bodhi imparting Xian Gong would still be slim. Bodhi is not a generous figure. In the Journey to the West, he only bestowed skills upon Sun Wukong while evading the attention of other disciples, secretly nurturing the monkey during the night. How might one acquire Xian Gong? Jiang Haoze gazed at the colossal stone that housed Sun Wukong and suddenly felt a wave of mischief. Quan Yi had taken Sun Wukong as his disciple hundreds of years earlier, highlighting the importance he placed on the monkey, having invested considerable effort in securing him as Tang Seng's chief bodyguard. If all goes as anticipated, Quan Yi is likely already observing this grand stone. Should anything happen to it, he would undoubtedly come to Flower Fruit Mountain. With this thought, a subtle smile graced Jiang Haoze's lips as he transformed into his true form, a 20-meter-long azure dragon coiling around the vibrant stone. With a mighty roar, he exerted all his strength to lift the stone, pulling it from the earth, standing over 3 zhang high. Upon reverting to human form, Jiang Haoze cradled the immense vibrant stone and soared toward the water curtain cave, gliding through the air while casting furtive glances, awaiting Quan Yi's arrival. Although Quan Yi is not known for his integrity and may resort to violence upon discovering someone has moved the vibrant stone, Jiang Haoze harbors no fear, for during the primordial era, Quan Yi had indirectly owed him a favor, the Zixiao Palace. Jiang Haoze had yielded his position to Hong Huang, who subsequently passed it to Quan Yi, thus enabling Quan Yi to attain sainthood through this fortuitous opportunity. Quan Yi owes a karmic debt to Hong Huang for the seat he relinquished, which indirectly extends to Jiang Haoze, thus earning him certain favors. Indirect favors may not hold the same weight as direct ones, yet due to their connection to Quan Yi's saintly status, this indirect favor is by no means insignificant. The Buddhist doctrine emphasizes karma. Regardless of Quan Yi's character, he cannot directly harm Jiang Haoze, lest it affect his Dao heart. It is precisely this leverage that emboldens Jiang Haoze to directly remove the vibrant stone that harbors Sun Wukong. The vibrant stone cannot absorb the essence of the sun and moon while within the water curtain cave, and the monkey's emergence would be indefinitely postponed, prompting Quan Yi to come to Flower Fruit Mountain to investigate. Jiang Haoze believed that his plan was meticulously crafted and that he could acquire the mystical arts from the sage. However, after waiting a month, the sage had yet to make an appearance. Anxiety began to creep in. Could it be that the sage's acceptance of Sun Wukong as a disciple was merely a coincidence, and that he had not originally focused on the colorful stones of Huagua Mountain? He swiftly dismissed this notion, for if the sage had not valued the Monkey King, why would he have disguised himself as Bodhi to approach the monkeys for apprenticeship? The sage's absence must surely be attributable to other reasons. Upon reviewing his plans, he finally pinpointed the issue and could not help but slap his forehead in frustration. In Journey to the West, the true and false Monkey Kings make an appearance, with the Tathagata Buddha introducing the 4 mischievous monkeys, stating that they had transcended the 3 realms and were not bound by the 5 elements. The sage could divine the secrets of heaven, yet the destinies of these 4 monkeys were beyond even his comprehension. In Journey to the West, Sun Wukong serves as the chief bodyguard of Tang Sang, a detail that the sage had initially failed to predict. He had instead maneuvered step by step to elevate Sun Wukong to that position. It was precisely because he could not foresee the fate of the Monkey King that the sage remained unaware of the troubles afflicting the colorful stones, and thus did not hasten to Huagua Mountain. Once Jiang Haoze discerned the causal relationships involved, he regained his composure. Although the sage had not yet discovered the issues surrounding the colorful stones, the monkey's birth was delayed. Surely, the sage would eventually come to realize this. Just as Jiang Haoze had surmised, the sage was well aware of the time of the monkey's emergence and had been attentively observing the anomalies in the cosmos. When the monkey was born, it would pay homage in all directions, and 2 beams of golden light would shoot towards the Doufu. But due to the relocation of the colorful stones to the water curtain cave, the birth of the monkey was postponed, and these celestial phenomena had not manifested. The sage, having calculated the heavenly secrets, found himself at a loss, suspecting that other sages had discerned his plans and were deliberately interfering. Tang Seng's pilgrimage to acquire the Western scriptures and his promotion of Buddhism along the way were crucial elements in the eastward transmission of Buddhism, and it was not surprising that several Taoist sages would seek to sabotage this endeavor. His first thought was of Tong Tian, who, having been schemed against by the Chan sect and Buddhism during the Fengshan War, might very well seek to undermine the Buddhist mission in retaliation. Sun Wukong was pivotal to the success of obtaining the Western scriptures, and thus the sage could not afford to be negligent. After informing the Jain sage, he tore through the fabric of space and arrived at Huagua Mountain. Upon conducting an on-site investigation, he realized that his fears were unfounded. The inability to deduce the causal relationships was not due to interference from other sages, but rather the encounter with two cosmic anomalies. Jiang Haoze hailed from another realm, and Sun Wukong was not bound by the five elements. The intersection of these two elements was beyond even the calculations of Hongjun Laozu. Upon grasping the causal relationships, the sage furrowed his brow. If an ordinary person had moved the colorful stones, he would have simply eliminated them. However, due to an obligation incurred a millennium ago regarding the Qingjiao, reclaiming the colorful stones would require considerable persuasion. Chapter 10. The monkey and I are destined. The sage did not reveal his true form. Instead, he entered the water curtain cave in the guise of Bodhi, emanating a formidable aura as he declared, "Who dares to touch the colorful stones left by Lady Nuwa? Return them at once." The sage's overwhelming presence left Jiang Haoze breathless. He feigned ignorance of the sage's identity, clasped his hands, and implored, "Esteemed elder, please see clearly. This junior is not without reason in claiming the colorful stones. I have moved them because of a profound connection." The sage chuckled in disbelief. During the Fengshan War, whenever he coveted a treasure, he would invariably proclaim, "This object is destined for my Western realm." Before unceremoniously seizing it, before me lies this wretched creature, who, in its laziness, dares to present such an unfathomable excuse. Were it not for the debt of gratitude owed by the Zixiao Palace in days of yore, I would have dealt with this beast summarily. With a momentary flicker of malicious amusement, Zhuanti remarked, "Pray tell, how is it that you find yourself intertwined with this creature?" "I am all ears." Jiang Haoze, with a solemn demeanor, replied, "I am plagued nightly by an unusual dream, wherein I find myself resting beside the multicolored stone point. One fateful day, the stone shatters, and out leaps a monkey. This monkey and I share a brotherly bond, frolicking together in the carefree paradise of Huagua Mountain, and we even venture to the Ling Taifang Siyuan Mountain in Xinyo to seek knowledge and guidance." Zhuanti was utterly taken aback. He indeed had plans to assume the name of Bodhi and impart teachings at Ling Taifang Siyuan Mountain, nurturing the spiritual stone monkey born of the multicolored stone to safeguard Tang Seng. This information had been kept secret from all, including the equally rooted Jain saint. How, then, did this azure dragon come by such knowledge? Observing Jiang Haoze's earnest conviction, Zhuanti could not suppress his curiosity. What shall transpire once you and that monkey have mastered the arts together? Upon awakening from dreams of acquiring diverse supernatural powers alongside my monkey brother, I once believed it mere fantasy, until I recently encountered a stone identical to that in my dreams, Jiang Haoze elucidated. Given the myriad ferocious beasts lurking in Huagua Mountain, I feared for the safety of the multicolored stone. I could not risk any ill-fated creature injuring it, thereby severing my connection with my dream brother, which is why I relocated the stone to my dwelling. Jiang Haoze refrained from elaborating on the tales that would follow their training, as it pertained too closely to Zhuanti's grand design, and revealing too much might incite the saint's wariness. He merely mentioned that their training was progressing well. Listening intently, Zhuanti contemplated that this azure dragon, emerging from beyond the three realms and outside the five elements, had made a rather peculiar entrance at Zixiao Palace. Could it be that he too was a favored anomaly of heaven and earth? Upon this realization, Zhuanti resolved to grant the azure dragon an opportunity. Since the azure dragon dreamt of a bond akin to brotherhood with the monkey, he might as well direct him to guide the monkey to Fang Siyuan Mountain for tutelage. The Eastern saint, unwilling to concede the propagation of Buddhism to the East, recognized the perils that Tang Song would face on his journey to retrieve the Western scriptures. A mere monkey as a protector would surely be insufficient. Why not afford this azure dragon a chance to assist? By guiding the azure dragon, he could aid the monkey while simultaneously repaying the debt owed by Zixiao Palace. Zhuanti found this arrangement quite advantageous. With a feigned sigh, he remarked, "Oh, you foolish little demon. The multicolored stone indeed harbors an immortal monkey, yet it must absorb the essence of the sun and moon to be birthed. By relocating the stone to the water curtain cave, you are depriving it of this vital nourishment, and thus the monkey's emergence may be thwarted. Jiang Haoze was struck with alarm, repeatedly bowing in reverence. I shall return the multicolored stone at once. Without delay, he hastily cradled the stone and rushed back to place it atop the mountain, anxiously pacing and muttering, Brother Monkey, I harbor no ill intentions towards your life. As long as you can successfully leap forth from the stone, I shall accept any punishment you deem fit. This azure dragon, however, bore a heart of innocence, and accompanying the monkey would indeed be a fine endeavor. Zhuan-Ti nodded inwardly, offering reassurance, there is no need for haste. The multicolored stone will resume its absorption of the sun and moon's essence, and in a month's time, your brother shall emerge. Come to me, for I have words to share with you. Jiang Haoze seemed to exhale in relief, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, venerable elder, for your counsel. Had I harmed my monkey brother, I would never find peace in this lifetime. The sage of Zhuan-Ti remarked, You cannot yet rest easy in the future. You must journey with the monkey to the western Nehezu to learn the arts, and the path will be fraught with perils. It is likely that safe passage will be unattainable. Jiang Haoze felt a surge of joy within and promptly knelt before him, saying, I, as a humble disciple, am aware of my limited abilities. I earnestly hope that you, esteemed elder, will impart your skills to me. My brother and I shall forever be grateful for your great kindness. Indeed, he was a rare being born of heaven and earth, demonstrating such fortuitous insight. The sage of Zhuan-Ti, with a gentle demeanor, replied, I possess myriad methods. Today, since we are fated to meet, I shall bestow upon you a portion of my knowledge. What do you wish to learn? With a face full of anticipation, Jiang Haoze responded, in a dream, I ventured to the Lingtai Fangsuan mountain and learned a form of profound skill. Later, I also acquired the 72 transformations and various divine powers. Might you be able to teach me, master? The sage of Zhuan-Ti harbored no further doubts. He had indeed planned to teach the monkey at Fangsuan mountain and was prepared to impart the profound skill and various divine powers. The young Qingqiao claimed to have learned these abilities in a dream. It seemed he, like the monkey, was favored by the heavens and destined for such opportunities. The sage, with a serious expression, declared, Today, I shall teach you the incantation of the profound skill. When the celestial monkey is born, you may act as his teacher for the divine powers you mentioned. You may seek your fortune at Lingtai Fangsuan mountain in the future. Jiang Haoze breathed a sigh of relief. He had exerted considerable effort merely to learn the profound skill. This technique, when perfected, could lead to the sanctification of the physical body, making it a top-tier cultivation method even in the primary realm. Once mastered, he need not worry about enhancing his strength for the 72 transformations and other divine powers. He would first solidify his foundation with the profound skill, and later he could study alongside the monkey at Fangsuan mountain. The sage commenced imparting the incantation to Jiang Haoze, explaining it meticulously due to the relative simplicity of the demon race. Having traversed time, Jiang Haoze possessed remarkable comprehension, grasping many concepts after just one explanation, causing the sage to marvel once more at the extraordinary nature of heaven and earth. The sage bestowed upon him a Bodhi seed, aiding Jiang Haoze in circulating his energy, allowing him to master the profound skill in a short time. As he departed, he solemnly warned, Should you and the monkey cause any trouble in the future, do not attribute it to me. After bidding farewell to the sage of Zhuan-Ti, Jiang Haoze climbed atop a colorful stone and laughed heartily, reveling in his cleverness at outmaneuvering the sage. Though the sage was skilled in strategy, Jiang Haoze's knowledge of all the tales of the journey to the west rendered the sage vulnerable to miscalculations. Although the Bodhi seed bestowed by the sage did not enable Jiang Haoze to ascend to the realm of celestial beings, it significantly enhanced his physical constitution, making his capabilities comparable to those of the dragon race in the primary realm. More importantly, having mastered the profound skill, he could rightfully share the rewards with the monkey once it emerged. A blissful existence was on the horizon. Jiang Haoze, striking the colorful stone, grinned mischievously and said, O monkey, in the future, I shall assist you in stealing peaches and elixirs, and if the 8 trigrams violet gold furnace is safe, I shall accompany you on that journey. As for the 5-finger mountain, having been suppressed for 500 years, you shall have to tackle that on your own. Chapter 11. Borrowing treasures from the Dragon Palace, Jiang Haoze, newly initiated into the profound skill, was exceedingly exhilarated, diligently practicing the technique daily, with his physical prowess visibly enhanced. In the past, the state of the body of the dragon horn was merely 2 inches long. Now it has grown to a foot in length, and its scales have become denser, imbued with a faint metallic sheen. A month swiftly elapsed, and one day, the vibrant stone shattered, releasing a fleshy orb. With a resounding boom from the heavens, the monkey made a dazzling entrance.
He first bowed to the four corners of the world, then directed two beams of golden light towards the heavenly court, capturing the attention of the celestial beings. The Jade Emperor dispatched the 1,000-mile eye and the sound of the wind to investigate, discovering that a naturally gifted spirit monkey had been born, yet paid it little heed. The monkey scratched his ears and cheeks, unable to contain his joy, and in a rather comical manner, he performed a respectful bow to Jiang Haoze, saying, "A few days ago, upon awakening, I found my elder brother watching over me. Today, we finally meet in an effort to foster a good relationship with the monkey." Jiang Haoze had been sleeping on a large rock during this period, whispering daily words of encouragement to the monkey as prenatal education. He instilled in the monkey the belief that they were destined brothers, that he was the best elder brother, and that they should share both blessings and hardships. After a month of this endeavor, merely hoping for fortune, the performance of the monkey at birth indicated that the effects of the prenatal education had been remarkably beneficial. Jiang Haoze, supporting the monkey, managed to squeeze out a few tears and said, "Heaven has sent me a dream, instructing me to wait for my virtuous younger brother. Today, my wish is finally fulfilled." The dragon and the monkey enacted a poignant scene of fraternal affection, with the newly born monkey brimming with curiosity about everything, quickly mingling with his kindred on Huagua Mountain. Jiang Haoze discreetly informed the monkey that there was a hidden paradise behind the waterfall, urging him to lead the monkey troop there to establish their home, thereby enabling the troop to choose him as their king. The monkey transformed into the beautiful Monkey King, and the tale of the journey to the west commenced in earnest, with Jiang Haoze beginning to revel in the privileges of the Monkey King. Cultivating the profound techniques required a substantial amount of vital energy, and Huagua Mountain was abundant with rare fruits. Each day, the troop of monkeys gathered spiritual fruits to support his and the Monkey King's cultivation. He imparted the profound techniques to the Monkey King, who, within the brief span of a month, evolved from a demon beast into a demon spirit, and within 3 months, attained the status of a demon immortal. Jiang Haoze found himself at a loss for words. The Monkey King truly was a being of innate distinction. With a cultivation speed that left him in the dust at this rate, it would not be long before he was surpassed by the Monkey King. Perhaps even while the Monkey King soared as a celestial being, he would still be riding the winds. To prevent further discouragement from the Monkey King, he informed the monkey that the profound techniques were incomplete, and that to attain immortality, one must seek new cultivation methods. The monkey instructed 2 long-armed gibbons and 2 red-bottomed monkeys to guard their territory, and then set off with Jiang Haoze on a journey to seek a master. The long-armed gibbons and red-bottomed monkeys were also part of the 4 mischievous monkeys. Each species could only have 1 representative in the world, yet in the journey to the west, Sun Wukong had 4 subordinates, leaving Jiang Haoze puzzled while reading the original text. During his days of cultivation on Huagua Mountain, he intentionally interacted with the 4 monkeys, only to discover that the long-armed gibbons and red-bottomed monkeys were mere imitations. The 4 monkeys of Huagua Mountain were descendants of the long-armed gibbons and red-bottomed monkeys, a hybrid of the mischievous 4 and ordinary monkeys, their bloodline having become diluted. Although they were somewhat stronger than ordinary monkeys, they lacked the innate talent of the mischievous 4. Jiang Haoze and the Monkey King could only ride the winds, lacking the ability to cross the seas. Thus they constructed a raft and set sail toward Xinyo Point. 2 years later, they arrived at Lingtai Fengzuan Mountain, where they found the Shewe Sanqing Cave and became disciples of the Bodhi Patriarch, at which point the monkey finally acquired his name, Sun Wukong. The Bodhi Patriarch struck the monkey thrice with his ruler, preparing to offer him a midnight treat. Jiang Haoze, brazen and unashamed, followed suit. The Bodhi had yet to ascertain whether he would impart the Qingjiao divine ability. Should Qingjiao be favored by heaven and earth and accompany the monkey to prove his fortune, he would seize the opportunity. Otherwise, he would be left with none. Undoubtedly, Jiang Haoze possessed profound fortune. Having traversed time, he was aware of the monkey's special treat, and such an opportunity was not to be missed. However, the monkey's sincerity moved him. After receiving a covert signal, the monkey scratched his ears and furrowed his brow, eventually revealing to him the matter of the Bodhi's special treat. Though he had been exploiting the monkey genuinely regarded him as an elder brother, which filled him with guilt. Nevertheless, he was not prepared to confront the monkey. It was true that the Bodhi Patriarch was using the monkey, yet the monkey also gained opportunities from it. If he were to inform the monkey that the Bodhi was a villain, the result would be that neither would acquire any skills, and they might even find themselves blacklisted by the Bodhi Patriarch. He decided to remember the monkey's kindness. When the monkey was suppressed beneath the 5-finger mountain, he, possessing the creation jade disc, could offer the monkey a chance. Should the monkey wish, he could take him back to the Taishu realm of pure heaven. The Bodhi Patriarch imparted various divine abilities such as the 3 heads and 6 arms, the law of heaven and earth, In the 72 transformations, Sun Wukong's innate talent shone brilliantly, while Jiang Haoze merely grazed the threshold of the 72 transformations. He had already mastered various divine abilities and had cultivated himself into a Taiyi Golden Immortal. Later, due to the monkey's ostentatious display of wealth before his fellow disciples, the Bodhi Patriarch decided to send him away, and Jiang Haoze had no choice but to depart alongside him. Upon returning to Huagua Mountain, Jiang Haoze aided the monkey in vanquishing the water-rancid cave king, who had been bullying the monkey tribe, and ventured to Ally country to procure weapons for the monkeys. The long-awaited moment arrived when Sun Wukong expressed dissatisfaction with the mortal weapons and resolved to visit the Dragon Palace of the East Sea to borrow treasures. The East Sea Dragon Palace housed the Rui Jianggu Bang, a weapon tailor-made for the monkey. Jiang Haoze dared not harbor lavish hopes but thought it acceptable to collect some scraps. Accompanying the monkey to the East Sea Dragon Palace, they visited under the pretense of being neighbors, prompting the sea-patrolling Yaksha to hurriedly report to the Dragon King. Having navigated the bureaucratic waters for many years, the East Sea Dragon King understood the wisdom of not underestimating powerful foes. Upon discovering that the monkey was a Taiyi Golden Immortal, he decided to concede a little to send the monkey away. The Dragon King first instructed his subordinates to present a large polearm, but the monkey claimed he could not wield a sword and requested a different weapon. Jiang Haoze secretly investigated and found that the polearm was only marginally superior to mundane weapons, and he did not bother to ask for it. The Dragon King quickly commanded the Shanlisher to present a heavy 9-pronged fork weighing 3,600 pounds. The monkey hefted it and deemed it too light, requesting the Dragon King to present another item. Jiang Haoze tested the 9-pronged fork and found its weight perfectly suited for his use, thus beaming with delight and exclaiming, "This is just what I needed. This 9-pronged fork is splendid. Thank you, old Dragon King, for this treasure." Enraged, the East Sea Dragon King puffed his beard and glared, thinking to himself that the monkey was immensely powerful, and he had no choice but to offer weapons to dismiss him. How dare this mere demon immortal demand a weapon from me? Just as the Dragon King was about to erupt in fury, he saw the monkey joyfully declare, "I initially intended to find a suitable weapon for my elder brother. It would be perfect if he likes it." The Dragon King, fearing the monkey, could only begrudgingly accept his misfortune and instructed the General Carp to present a Fangtian Huaji to the monkey. Upon trying it out, the monkey found the Fangtian Huaji too light and requested the Dragon King to procure a heavier weapon. Jiang Haoze harbored a keen interest in the Fangtian Huaji, for the primary realm boasted a history spanning billions of years, accompanied by its own intricate standards for discerning weaponry. His predecessor, an ardent martial enthusiast, possessed a profound fascination with arms, and thus, Jiang inherited this exquisite ability to appreciate weaponry. Whether it was the 9-pronged fork or the Fangtian Huaji, both were exceptional celestial arms, merely a hair's breadth away from achieving the status of postnatal spiritual treasures. The materials used to forge these two weapons were notably extraordinary. The Fangtian Huaji weighed twice as much as the 9-pronged fork, and naturally, its value was considerably greater. Just as generally prepared to lift the Fangtian Huaji, Jiang Haoze suddenly stepped forward, straining to grasp the weapon, exclaiming, "This halberd is remarkable. Should I advance to the realm of heavenly immortals, its weight would suit me perfectly, but alas, it is too burdensome for me at present." Chapter 12. The great saint of the seas Jiang Haoze wore a conflicted expression. Should I choose the Fangtian Huaji or the 9-pronged fork? The 9-pronged fork was suitable for current use, yet he would find it too light upon ascending to heavenly immortality, while the Fangtian Huaji proved unwieldy in the meantime. The Monkey King displayed a perceptive side, boldly suggesting, "Brother, why not take both? Use the 9-pronged fork now, and when you ascend to heavenly immortality, wield the Fangtian Huaji. When you cultivate to the level of Taiyi Sanxian, I shall accompany you back to the Dragon Palace to borrow an even finer weapon." The Dragon King of the East turned pale with fury, inwardly cursing the wretched monkey, thinking to himself that parting with his treasures for the sake of a favor was indeed no trivial matter. Unable to contend with the monkey, the old Dragon King could only swallow his anger and feigned graciousness, stating, "Since my esteemed friend is fond of them, you may take both. However, these are the only two formidable weapons in my Dragon Palace. I regret that I possess no better." The Monkey King, relentless and insistent, rolled his eyes and retorted, "What a pity for the Dragon King of the East to lack treasures. Do not brush me off, old Dragon King. Go and search once more." As the old Dragon King grappled with the dilemma, the Dragon Matron and Dragon Maiden stepped forward, saying, "Great King, this esteemed being's visit is no mere coincidence. Within our ocean's depths lies a divine iron, said to be the anchor of the Milky Way, radiant with celestial light and auspicious energy. Could this perhaps be the opportunity for this esteemed guest? Jiang Haoze discreetly stepped aside, knowing full well that the monkey would undoubtedly acquire the Rui Jingu Bang, and he had no need to absorb any enmity. Sure enough, before long, the monkey triumphantly showcased the Dinghai Shenjin before Jiang Haoze, exclaiming, "Brother, the treasures of the Dragon Palace in the east are indeed plentiful. I have finally found this suitable weapon." Jiang Haoze nodded in approval, acknowledging, "It is indeed a fine weapon. Congratulations, dear brother. Now that you have found a suitable armament, let us return to Huagua Mountain." Just as the Dragon King exhaled a sigh of relief, the monkey interjected, "No rush, no rush. If I had not found this fine weapon, it would be one thing. But now that I possess it, what shall I do without armor? Might the old Dragon King graciously provide me with a set?" Jiang Haoze found himself at a loss for words. This fellow utterly lacked the wisdom of knowing when to be content, which undoubtedly invited the ire of the heavenly court. Although the old Dragon King felt a pang of reluctance in parting with the armament, he was not inclined to escalate matters by involving the other 3 Dragon Kings to procure a set of armor, for that would surely stir a hornet's nest. Ultimately, the Monkey King left the Dragon Palace, fully satisfied with his acquisition of the Phoenix Wing Purple Gold Crown, the Golden Scale Armor, and the Lotus Silk Cloud Walking Shoes. The furious 4 Seas Dragon Kings resolved to bring a lawsuit against the parents, jointly accusing Sun Wukong of unlawfully intruding into private residences and extorting money. Perhaps due to Jiang Haoze's mere demon immortal prowess, the 4 Seas Dragon Kings regarded him as inconsequential, neglecting to mention his name in their edict. Sun Wukong acquired weapons and armor, returning to Flower Fruit Mountain to flaunt his newfound status and officially claim dominion over the mountain. He amassed a legion of thousands of fully armed monkeys, appointing 2 makeshift generals, the simian counterparts of the long-armed gibbons, as Marshal Ma Lu and General Bang Ba, and subduing the 72 demon kings. Each day, Jiang Haoze reveled in merriment with the monkeys, while dedicating the rest of his time to cultivating his mysterious arts, yearning to swiftly ascend to the realm of the celestial immortals. Regrettably, his innate talent paled in comparison to that of the monkeys. He found himself unable to break through to the pinnacle of demon immortal, forced to wait patiently for a fortuitous opportunity. Upon returning from his cloud-surfing adventures across the 4 seas, the monkey boasted of his encounters with formidable figures such as the Bull Demon King, the Flood Dragon King, and the Rock Demon King, leaving Jiang Haoze to harbor feelings of envy and resentment. In the demon race, the first 4 cultivation stages are classified as demon beasts, demon spirits, demon immortals, and celestial immortals. Demon beasts lack awakened consciousness, acting purely on instinct. Those that gain sentience become demon spirits, capable of actively absorbing the essence of the sun and moon for cultivation, thereby enhancing their abilities. Once they reach a certain level, possessing celestial energy within their beings, they can ride the winds and are deemed demon immortals. When the entirety of their demonic power transforms into celestial spiritual energy, the demon race undergoes a metamorphosis, enabling them to soar through the skies, akin to other races, earning the title of celestial immortals. Jiang Haoze's reincarnated body, being a second-generation immortal, possessed demon immortal strength from birth, allowing him to ride the winds, yet not the clouds. He yearned to befriend powerful figures like the Bull Demon King and the Flood Dragon King alongside Sun Wukong. However, his own abilities were meager, reducing him to mere companionship to the monkey, unworthy of mingling with such great demons. Unaware of Jiang Haoze's discontent, Sun Wukong continued to boast, "The demon kings I have befriended are all extraordinary beings. My second brother, the Flood Dragon King, shares kinship with my elder brother and commands countless water spirits. Even the united 4 Seas Dragon Kings could not harm him in the slightest. Originally, my second brother had promised to accompany me to Flower Fruit Mountain for a visit, but he suddenly received news of several severely injured kin, compelling him to return to the North Sea to take command." Jiang Haoze could not help but feel intrigued. The Demon King's Sun Wukong had sworn brotherhood with were no trifling characters, each remarkable in their own right. The Flood Dragon King possessed the strength of a Taiyi Golden Immortal, and his true form must be exceptionally formidable, likely no less than that of the Qingjiao clan from the main realm. If he could bring back the Flood Dragon King's critically injured kin to the main realm, not only could he secure a few loyal allies, but he could also forge a benevolent connection with the Flood Dragon King. Inquisitively, Jiang Haoze delved into the circumstances surrounding the Flood Dragon King's kin, learning that 6 ink-colored flood dragons had fallen into an ambush, suffering severe soul injuries yet remaining alive. This news ignited his excitement. As long as these ink flood dragons voluntarily left a mark of consciousness on the jade disc, it would automatically restore their souls. Previously, when Hong Huang was on the brink of annihilation, he managed to retain a fragment of his consciousness upon venturing into the void realm. thanks to the jade disc's ability to mend souls. While the jade disc could restore souls, it could not heal physical injuries, which was why Hong Huang could not revert to his golden body and had to evolve slowly. If the 6 ink flood dragons were severely injured in body, even if they wished to go to the void realm, Jiang Haoze would have no means to revive them. However, if their souls were merely wounded, with the aid of the jade disc, they would at least be spared from death. The bonds of kinship among brothers, whether they be of blood or of battle, hold immense significance in the formidable realm of the Taiyi. The former Dragon King was able to ascend to power due to the esteemed status of the Qingjiao clan. Regrettably, Jiang Haoze belongs to a collateral branch and wields little influence within the Qingjiao lineage, rendering him incapable of offering substantial support to Jiang Haoze in the future. The prospect of the Jiao clan migrating en masse to the Taiyi world to establish a new lineage would greatly benefit his endeavors in that realm. The 6-ink Jiao, under the command of the Jiao Demon King, present a pivotal opportunity. Should he manage to revive them, they could potentially write to the Jiao Demon King to introduce the Taiyi, possibly enticing the Ink Jiao clan, who are faring poorly in the journey to the west, to relocate. The more Jiang Haoze contemplated this, the more feasible it seemed, prompting him to inform Sun Wukong of his possession of a miraculous treasure capable of restoring souls, which might save the lives of the 6-ink Jiao. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong was overjoyed in his impulsive manner. He immediately summoned Jiang Haoze onto his cloud, soaring towards the North Sea. The Ink Jiao clan, led by the Jiao Demon King, had usurped vast waters of the North Sea and constructed an opulent crystal palace. Upon learning of the monkey's arrival, the Jiao Demon King personally came forth to greet them. Sun Wukong clasped his hands in salutation and boldly proclaimed, "Second brother, my elder brother has heard that 6 of your kin are suffering from soul injuries. He happens to possess a treasure that can heal souls. Thus he has come to assist." Jiang Haoze, being of demon fairy strength, was only acknowledged by the Jiao Demon King due to the monkey's words. Although the Jiao Demon King expressed skepticism regarding Jiang Haoze's ability to save his kin, as their souls were gravely injured, he did not wish to embarrass the Monkey King and, adopting a mindset of treating a dead horse as a live one, he clasped his hands and said, "I hope you will do your utmost to heal my Ki and I in the Crystal Palace." The 6-ink Jiao, each measuring over 10 meters in length, lay feebly, their spiritual essence dwindling, teetering on the brink of death as their 3 souls and 7 spirits were on the verge of vanishing. After a meticulous examination, confirming that the injuries were solely to their souls, Jiang Haoze addressed the Jiao Demon King, "I possess a means to heal them. Please, have your subordinates withdraw, for I have matters to discuss with you privately." The Jiao Demon King waved his hand, and the aquatic beings within the Crystal Palace retreated. With sincerity etched upon his face, he declared, "As long as Brother Jiang can restore my kin, I shall regard you as a brother, much like Wukong, and I will not forget your great kindness." Jiang Haoze offered a wry smile and gestured for him to pause on the matter of gratitude. "I can save your kin, but once restored, they will depart for another world, never to return." The Jiao Demon King erupted in fury, exclaiming, even if they remain untreated, they would still descend to the underworld, eternally unable to be revived. "What need have I of your assistance then?" Jiang Haoze shook his head, saying, "Brother, please remain calm. The other world I speak of is not the underworld, but rather a realm beyond this one. Go speak frankly. I hail from a place known as the Taiyi. For any beings on the verge of death in this world, as long as there remains a glimmer of hope, I can bring them to life anew in that realm." The Jiao Demon King and the monkey were both taken aback. After a moment of silence, the Jiao Demon King spoke, "How can I ascertain the veracity of your words?" Jiang Haoze, with an expression of calm composure, replied, "Your kin who have ventured into my realm cannot return, but they can compose letters, and I shall bring their correspondence back to you. After all, I am merely a humble demon immortal. Should I deceive you? Both you and Wukong are fully entitled to terminate my existence." The Monkey King proclaimed loudly, "I trust my brother. If you, my second brother, refuse to accept my brother's assistance in rescuing your kin, then let it be known that this visit of ours has been in vain." The Jiao Demon King fell into contemplation. Since 6 of his kin were destined to perish, why not allow them a chance to seek fortune? Although the Northern Sea Jiao clan was formidable, their existence was increasingly constrained by the support the Heavenly Court bestowed upon the 4 Seas Dragon clan. If these 6 clan members were to journey to the Taiyi realm, they might encounter greater opportunities. Perhaps in the future, more of their kin could be sent there. With a resolution forming, the Jiao Demon King clasped his hands in gratitude, stating, "In that case, I am grateful to you. Brother, I hope you will look after these 6 members of my clan as they journey to the Taiyi realm." Jiang Haoze summoned the creation jade dish, and as the 6 black Jiao expressed their willingness to venture to the Taiyi realm, myriad rays of light enveloped their bodies in an instant. The jade dish inscribed their spiritual imprints and commenced the restoration of their souls, while the 6 black Jiao appeared to revel in the experience. To reassure the Jiao Demon King, Jiang Haoze gestured toward the Jiao within the jade dish, saying, "Look, Jiao brothers, your kin shall soon regain their strength, but they have transcended this realm and will not return." Upon witnessing the state of his kin, the Jiao Demon King believed much of Jiang Haoze's words. Curiously, he inquired, "How does the Taiyi realm compare to this world?" Jiang Haoze replied with a smile, "The Taiyi realm surpasses this world in vastness, rivaling even the ancient primordial chaos, teeming with myriad races and countless deities, including beings of saintly caliber." The Jiao Demon King expressed a yearning. "My Jiao clan has been oppressed here. If possible, I truly wish to seek fortune there. I wonder if you could assist us." Jiang Haoze felt a thrill of delight within. If he could relocate the entire Jiao clan, he would possess a trustworthy community. However, he was not yet prepared for such a venture. Presently, he held no standing in the Taiyi realm, and bringing the entire Northern Sea Jiao clan would be untenable. Moreover, as merely a demon immortal, and with the Jiao Demon King being a Taiyi loose immortal, who would take the lead upon their arrival in the Taiyi realm. With these thoughts, he clarified, "At present, my foundation in the Taiyi realm is too weak. I can accommodate no more than 6 of your kin. Should I find a more suitable place in the future, you will be the first to know, brother." The Jiao Demon King had initially spoken casually. Prior to receiving the letters from the 6 kin, he would not dare to risk the entire clan. Jiang Haoze's refusal to assume grandiose promises only served to reassure him further, prompting a hearty laugh. "Then if a better opportunity arises there, I shall rely on your assistance, brother. Does your Jiao clan in the Taiyi realm also bear the surname Jiang?" The Jiao Demon King suddenly posed an unrelated question. Jiang Haoze was aware that the Qing Jiao clan bore the surname Jiang, but was uncertain about the other Jiao clans in lesser realms, so he shook his head and replied, "The Qing Jiao clan to which I belong carries the surname Jiang. I am not well versed in the others." The Jiao Demon King responded with a murmur, contemplating aloud. "Seventh brother already possesses a name and surname. I too ought to have a surname. Why not adopt the same surname as my elder brother, Jiang? Among the brothers, I am the great sage of the overturned sea. Henceforth, I shall be known as Jiang Fuhai. Ha ha." Jiang Haoze was drenched in cold sweat, realizing that among the 7 great sages of Journey to the West, save for Sun Wukong, none had any names or backgrounds. To his surprise, the second-ranked great sage of the overturned sea had chosen to bear his surname. Now endowed with a name, Jiang Fuhai was quite elated and instructed his subordinates to prepare a banquet in celebration. Just as Jiang Haoze was about to take his seat, he received a notification from the jade dish. The host has saved 6 beings from the world of Journey to the West, completing the task of rescuing more than 5 beings. Do you wish to return to the main plane? Jiang Haoze was taken aback. His current transitory node was during the havoc in heaven, and he had yet to even glimpse that chaos. After all his efforts to cultivate a good relationship with the Monkey King, he had intended to seize an opportunity when the latter stole the peaches of immortality and the golden elixir. Returning now seemed a grave loss. If he returned at this moment, his next traversal, even if it were to the world of Journey to the West, might not necessarily lead him back to the havoc in heaven. After communicating with the jade dish through his divine sense, he felt reassured. The jade dish informed him that, due to the number of beings he had saved meeting the requirements, he could temporarily return to the main plane. Since this traversal node was during the havoc in heaven, as long as the Monkey King had not yet been suppressed under the 5 Elements Mountain, his next traversal would also lead him back to that tumultuous event. However, time would still pass in the world of Journey to the West while he was in the Taishu realm, with a day in Taishu equating to a year in the Journey to the West. Jiang Haoze realized that he could return to the Taishu realm and traverse again in just 3 days, which would translate to 3 years in the Journey to the West, allowing him to catch up with the Monkey King's mayhem in heaven. He offered 32 praises to the jade dish, delighted by the opportunity to return, as it would facilitate his role as the savior. Concluding his communication with the jade dish, he expressed his apologies to the Jiao Demon King and the Monkey King. Esteemed brothers, the 6 kin have nearly recovered. I must first escort them back to the Taishu realm. The Monkey King appeared displeased, while the Jiao Demon King, understanding the situation, gratefully clasped his hands and said, I appreciate your efforts, elder brother. May I inquire how long you will be gone? I wish to host a banquet in your honor upon your return. Jiang Haoze replied with a wry smile. A day in the Taishu realm equates to a year in this world. My return will take 3 days, so I should be back in 3 years. The Monkey King scratched his head in frustration. Isn't that akin to the heavens? I would very much like to visit that world. Might you take me with you, elder brother? Jiang Haoze chuckled. If you were to go, you would not be able to return. I can traverse freely due to my role as the envoy of heaven and earth. Others cannot. If one day you decide you wish to go, I shall bring you to that world, and together we shall carve out our dominion. Chapter 14. The celestial market at the northern heavenly gate. The Monkey King enjoyed a comfortable life in the journey to the west, and was certainly hesitant to venture into an unfamiliar realm. After hearing Jiang Haoze's words, he sheepishly relinquished the idea. While the Jiao Demon King was tempted by the prospect of establishing a territory, he remained apprehensive about Jiang Haoze's safety until he received a response, thus postponing any thoughts of his own departure. After bidding farewell to the two, Jiang Haoze entered the creation jade dish, activating the dimensional passage to return to the Taiyi realm, reappearing at the position he had occupied before his traversal. He began to fret over the arrangement of the 6 dark dragons. Had he still been the Dragon King of the Little Clear River, he could have secured them positions in the Dragon Palace. Regrettably, he had relinquished the title of Dragon King to facilitate his journey. Jiang Haoze intends to bring more celestial beings here. These immortals require sanctuaries for their cultivation, and it is imperative to consider establishing a realm of immortality. Perhaps due to his experiences on Earth, he possesses a rather serious inclination towards property acquisition, with his first thought being to purchase a celestial paradise. Having acquired 2 weapons of exceptional quality during his travels in the journey to the west, both nearing the status of post-heavenly spiritual treasures, he muses that selling them would suffice to acquire a celestial realm. For the time being, he refrains from releasing the 6 ink dragons, opting instead to explore the celestial market near the northern heavenly gate. In the mythology of Huaxia, whether in the primordial chaos, the investiture of the gods, or the journey to the west, the immortals are depicted as self-sufficient in a smallholder economy, with little to no concept of commerce. The Taiyi realm, on the other hand, boasts a rich history, with a celestial civilization that spans billions of years. Due to the abundance of immortals and the scarcity of resources, commerce flourishes within this realm. If the immortals of the Huaxia mythological world remain in a primitive state, then the Taiyi realm represents a blend of feudal and capitalist societies. Ultimately, power is paramount among the immortals. Yet, those below the sage level find that wealth among peers signifies strength. With celestial crystals, one can procure finer realms, attract more immortals, and acquire superior magical artifacts for combat. Emerging from the depths, Jiang Haoze, unable to ride the clouds, first releases an ink dragon of celestial stature, allowing it to carry him towards the heavenly court. In a short while, they approach the northern heavenly gate, where he, accompanied by the transformed ink dragon, enters the celestial market, eager to seek shops that deal in weapons. From the memories of his predecessor, Jiang Haoze was aware of the market's existence, yet upon stepping into it for the first time, he is overwhelmed by its splendor. The various pavilions and towers are resplendent, adorned with an array of celestial treasures, including roller coasters, lotus platforms, and a plethora of celestial armaments. Having obtained 2 weapons of near post-heavenly spiritual treasure quality, Jiang Haoze feels emboldened in the celestial market, only to realize, upon witnessing the diverse celestial wares, that he is still quite impoverished. In truth, he underestimates his standing. The northern heavenly gate market of the Pure Land is renowned throughout the Taiyi realm, attracting those of celestial prowess, with celestial beings of the Taiyi Golden Immortal rank frequently seen, and occasionally, Great Luo Golden Immortals and quasi-saints making appearances. As a third-tier minor celestial demon, possessing 2 weapons nearing the status of post-heavenly spiritual treasures is already a source of envy among typical celestial beings. The ink dragon, hailing from the journey to the west, lacks the exposure to the commercial prosperity of Earth that Jiang Haoze possesses, making its astonishment at the market even more profound, as it gazes at the myriad treasures. The transformed ink dragon drools uncontrollably. Jiang Haoze feigns annoyance, chiding, "Such a lack of ambition. This world is replete with wonders. I shall acquire some for you in due course." The ink dragon nods vigorously, feeling fortunate to have arrived in the Taiyi realm, resolved to extol its splendor in letters to encourage more of its kin to settle here. Had it known that Jiang Haoze was, in fact, a pauper with no place to rest, such notions would likely have been cast aside. Jiang Haoze approaches a celestial official for inquiries and learns of a nearby armory that not only sells weapons but also purchases them and their raw materials. This official is notably cordial, advising Jiang Haoze that selling weapons directly to the shop would be unwise, suggesting instead that he invest celestial crystals to rent a pavilion for sales. Finding the official's counsel sound, Jiang Haoze acknowledges that fixed shops often serve as middlemen, profiting off the price differences when weapons are sold to them. The northern heavenly gate market is exceptionally bustling, with the expenditure of celestial crystals to rent a pavilion. He is confident that interested celestial beings will make offers. Upon discovering that he possessed not a single celestial crystal, the celestial official inquired whether he had any valuable items that could facilitate an exchange. Having resolved to no longer be the dragon of Little Qinghe, Jiang Haoze retrieved treasures from the Crystal Palace, which included several pieces of coral and agate. Presenting these treasures, he asked the celestial official their worth, to which the official shook his head and replied, "These items may hold value in the lower realms, yet they are of no interest to immortals." Jiang Haoze did not doubt the official's words. His predecessor had been a veritable pauper, and it was implausible that valuable items would be carelessly displayed within the Crystal Palace. Upon inspecting the space within the jade plate with his divine sense, he noticed a few earthen jars and was struck by an idea. He produced one of the jars and said, "I have a fine jar of wine here. Could you kindly assess its worth in celestial crystals?" The celestial official broke the clay seal on the jar, releasing a rich aroma of wine that compelled him to inhale deeply. After taking a sip, he displayed a look of rapture and remarked, "This immortal has a penchant for the contents of this cup. The wine is brewed from some rare celestial fruits, and I have never encountered such a flavor before. Young man, I could not help but indulge in your wine. Rest assured, I shall not let you suffer a loss. The ethereal essence contained in this jar of wine is not overly potent. Drinks of similar quality typically fetch 30 celestial crystals. However, given the use of these unfamiliar celestial fruits, how does 50 celestial crystals sound?" This jar of monkey wine, originating from the world of Journey to the West, was something Jiang Haoze had certainly not forgotten, having spent many days frolicking with the Monkey King at Flower Fruit Mountain. The taste of monkey wine was exquisite, and he habitually stored several jars within the jade plate, never anticipating their significant utility. The celestial official, not resorting to unscrupulous tactics, offered 50 celestial crystals, leaving a favorable impression on Jiang Haoze. Given that the rental fee for a pavilion in the celestial market was merely 10 celestial crystals per day, he wished to cultivate a good rapport with the official and smiled, saying, "This monkey wine is not a treasure. If you enjoy it, 10 celestial crystals for the rental of a pavilion will suffice." The celestial official chuckled softly. "Do you know why the Northern Heavenly Gate celestial market holds such renown? For tens of thousands of years, it has upheld the principle of fair trade, and none dare to act unscrupulously here. I am one of the administrators of this market, and I certainly shall not take advantage of you. Since you have such goodwill, I shall offer you 30 celestial crystals in accordance with market value." Jiang Haoze felt considerably relieved. With only the meager strength of a demon immortal, he feared being taken advantage of in the celestial market. If the celestial official's assurances of absolute safety were indeed true, then he could trade items from the mythological world without concern for their marketability. Accepting the 30 celestial crystals proffered by the official, he paid 10 celestial crystals for the pavilion rental and produced another jar of monkey wine, saying, "Thank you for your assistance, esteemed sir. I have another jar of wine. I hope you will not find it lacking." The celestial official, taken aback, replied, "I have made it abundantly clear that all transactions in the celestial market are fair. Why then do you present this?" Jiang Haoze smiled and explained, "This wine is not merchandise for sale. You have rendered me considerable assistance, and this wine is merely a token of my gratitude." After a moment of hesitation, the celestial official accepted the jar of monkey wine and nodded, saying, "Very well. I shall accept this favor, but I shall not take your gift without due cause. You may present the weapons you wish to sell for my appraisal. I am stationed at the immortal market daily and possess considerable knowledge regarding weapon prices." Chapter 15. Wasting heavenly treasures. Jiang Haoze produced a 9-pronged fork weighing 3,600 pounds, extending it towards the celestial official, saying, "This weapon is a fortuitous acquisition of mine, and I would be grateful if you could examine it." The celestial official accepted the 9-pronged fork and, after probing it with his divine sense, shook his head repeatedly, exclaiming, "What a waste of heavenly treasures! The craftsmanship of the individual who forged this weapon is appallingly inadequate. A weapon entirely made of deep-sea mysterious iron is scarcely even classified as a postnatal spiritual treasure." Jiang Haoze, feeling somewhat anxious, inquired, "How much do you believe this weapon is worth in celestial crystals, esteemed official?" The celestial official, caressing the weapon, replied, "This 9-pronged fork does not qualify as a postnatal spiritual treasure. If you endeavor to sell it as a weapon, it would fetch at most 10,000 celestial crystals, which would be quite unprofitable. Given that this fork is entirely forged from deep-sea mysterious iron and is rather heavy, it would be far more advantageous to sell it as deep-sea mysterious iron. You could exchange it for at least one postnatal spiritual treasure." Jiang Haoze was elated. In the world of Journey to the West, this 9-pronged fork was merely an ordinary celestial weapon, yet in the realm of Tai Su, it could be exchanged for a postnatal spiritual treasure. He quickly grasped the reason. The Taiyi realm was vastly more advanced than the mythological world he had entered, with superior techniques for forging weapons and treasures. While the deep-sea mysterious iron could only produce ordinary celestial weapons in Journey to the West, it was capable of crafting spiritual-grade weapons in Taiyi. The Taiyi realm resembled a developed nation wielding advanced technology, whereas the mythological world Jiang Haoze had traversed was akin to a developing country rich in raw materials but lacking in technical expertise. This revelation filled him with joy. As the sole individual able to traverse between the two realms, he could profitably sell the raw materials from the mythological world in Taiyi and subsequently trade the spiritual treasures and celestial armors from Taiyi back to the mythological world, thus ensuring a continuous influx of wealth. The celestial official hesitated, saying, "Even if you rent a loft, this 9-pronged fork would not attract anyone knowledgeable enough to recognize its value as a weapon. Only a master capable of forging spiritual-grade weapons would offer a substantial price. If you trust me, I can introduce you to a friend who should provide you with a fair offer." "I certainly trust you, esteemed official," Jiang Haoze replied without a moment's hesitation. This was not due to naivety. Rather, he had no alternative but to place his faith in the celestial official. Furthermore, he reasoned that if the official harbored any greed, he would not have divulged the true value of the 9-pronged fork. Even if he were deceived, the most he would lose would be the fork itself, a weapon not difficult to acquire. The celestial official nodded and remarked, "You are quite astute. My name is Feng Qi. Should you encounter any troubles in the immortal market, feel free to seek me out." Feng Qi, the celestial official, led Jiang Haoze to the eastern side of the immortal market, entering a modest shop where a massive purple-gold furnace blazed with flames. A dark-skinned divine general was skillfully manipulating the flames with hand gestures. Feng Qi signaled for Jiang Haoze to remain silent, and only after the divine general completed his set of incantations did he approach, saying, "Jianjiu, the Fireblaze Immortal Lord has dispatched you to the immortal market to procure raw materials. Yet you are solely preoccupied with forging weapons. I shall be compelled to report your neglect to the Divine Armament Pavilion." The divine general Jianjiu grinned widely and replied, "I would be more than pleased if you went to the immortal lord to lodge a complaint. Do you think I enjoy lingering in the immortal market every day?" The wind-chasing immortal, bursting into laughter, remarked, "You truly are an indolent fellow. Only the fiery-tempered Lord of Flames can tolerate your foul disposition. Had it been any other immortal, you would have long been disciplined." Jianjiu shook his head and replied, "The Lord of Flames may have a tempestuous temperament, yet he is exceedingly kind to his subordinates." "What brings you here, young man?" The wind-chasing immortal gestured towards Jiang Haoze and said, "This is my newly acquainted little brother. He has several thousand pounds of deep-sea dark iron for sale, and you must offer him a reasonable price." Upon hearing about the deep-sea dark iron, Jianjiu's eyes gleamed with interest. Deep-sea dark iron is indeed a prized material. If there are several thousand pounds, I could combine it with other raw materials to forge a postnatal spiritual treasure. At once, Jiang Haoze felt reassured. As a buyer, Jianjiu's praise for the seller's goods clearly indicated his straightforward nature. However, he overestimated the situation. Though Jianjiu appeared simple-minded, he was, in fact, quite astute, and it was only out of respect for the wind-chasing immortal that he refrained from bargaining. Upon receiving the 9-pronged fork, Jianjiu echoed the same sentiments to the wind-chasing immortal. After a moment, he exclaimed in astonishment, "This 9-pronged fork, while coarsely forged, demonstrates a somewhat unique craftsmanship. I have never encountered such a forging technique before." After speaking, Jianjiu began to examine the 9-pronged fork intently. The wind-chasing immortal, aware of Jianjiu's obsession with crafting, promptly interrupted, "Old man, don't get too engrossed. The 9-pronged fork is not yours. If you wish to study it, you must first settle the payment." Jianjiu, with impatience, retorted, "Am I likely to swindle your little brother? The market price for deep-sea dark iron is 15 immortal crystals per pound. I can offer you 20. This 9-pronged fork weighs 3,600 pounds, totaling 72,000 immortal crystals. Given the unique forging technique, how about I add an extra 8,000 immortal crystals?" The wind-chasing immortal nodded at Jiang Haoze and said, "This price is quite fair." Naturally, Jiang Haoze was satisfied. If sold as a weapon, it would fetch around 10,000 immortal crystals, so receiving 80,000 was indeed a pleasant surprise. The celestial realm comprises 8 levels, corresponding to the heavens, earth, profound, yellow, universe, cosmos, flood, and wasteland. The wasteland-level celestial realm holds a mere value of several tens of thousands of immortal crystals. Initially, he had planned to sell 2 weapons to acquire a celestial realm, but achieving his goal with just one sale was fortuitous. Due to the unique forging technique of the 9-pronged fork, Jianjiu inquired about its origin. to which Jiang Haoze replied that he had found it in the endless sea. The endless sea is vast and boundless, and as his true form was that of an azure dragon, this explanation was entirely plausible, causing Jinjiu to forego further questioning. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Haoze resolved to sell the Feng Tian Huaji as well. After all, he had no use for such a heavy weapon at present, and it would be wise to exchange it for something more practical. He produced the Feng Tian Huaji and stated, "I also found this Feng Tian Huaji. I initially intended to keep it for my own use, but since Lord Jin's offer is generous, I might as well sell it together." "Nonsense, just call me Brother Jin if you do not mind, young brother," Jinji replied as he took the Feng Tian Huaji. After probing it with his divine sense, his eyes widened in disbelief. What a waste of fine materials. The main body is forged from several thousand pounds of nether gold, with a considerable amount of amber silver added. It is astonishing that this isn't even a postnatal spiritual treasure. Jinjiu seemed unable to find other words aside from lamenting the waste of such exquisite materials. His gaze filled with profound envy as he beheld the stroke of luck of this third-tier little demon immortal, who had fortuitously stumbled upon two celestial weapons and acquired such excellent forging materials from the sea. Although it is said that in the month of September, there are tens of thousands of celestial crystals available for purchasing materials, these crystals are actually public funds from the celestial court. The entire fortune of a fourth-tier celestial being amounts to merely several tens of thousands of celestial crystals. The Feng Tian Huaji, weighing 7,200 jin, is twice as heavy as the Jiugu Cha, and the value of the Yu Ming jin surpasses that of the deep-sea Xian Tai. Jinjiu has set a price of 250,000 celestial crystals. At the onset, Jiang Haoze found himself without even the funds to rent a pavilion, but after selling two weapons at a high price, he suddenly became a wealthy man with over 300,000 celestial crystals. Jiang Haoze is quite adept at navigating social relations. His income exceeded expectations due to encountering two benevolent celestial officials. With genuine sincerity, he remarked, "Gentlemen, if I were to sell the two weapons outright, I could only fetch several tens of thousands of celestial crystals. Therefore, let us do it this way. I shall only accept 250,000 celestial crystals for the Feng Tian Huaji, while the Jiugu Cha shall be a gift to you both." Feng Qi and Jinjiu, both generous souls, admired Jiang Haoze's fortuitous luck, yet harbored no ill intentions. Jiang Haoze's magnanimous gift of the Jiugu Cha left them quite astonished, and they quickly sought to decline, but Jiang Haoze remained steadfast in his insistence to accept only the 250,000 celestial crystals. Observing Jiang Haoze's earnest demeanor, Jinjiu pondered aloud. "As it happens, both Feng Qi and I wish to forge postnatal spiritual treasures, and we are in need of deep-sea Xian Tai and Yu Ming jin. We shall shamelessly take advantage of this opportunity. In the future, should you require weapon forging, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." Feng Qi nodded in agreement, saying, "I may lack other skills, but I am well acquainted with most materials and artifacts. Brother Jiang, feel free to inquire should you have any uncertainties." Jiang Haoze beamed with radiant joy. He intended to trade in more materials in the future, fostering goodwill with the two. Feng Qi would ensure he did not suffer losses. And with a substantial supply of materials, he could enlist Jinjiu's help in forging spiritual treasures, thus equipping the subordinates from the mythological world with superior gear. The cost of gifting the Jiugu Cha to befriend them was indeed worthwhile. With the assistance of the celestial official Feng Qi, acquiring a celestial realm became considerably easier for Jiang Haoze. The celestial official swiftly guided him to a shop specializing in the sale of celestial realms. Displayed within a crystal cabinet were jade tokens of various designs, each corresponding to a specific celestial realm. The owner could leave a mark of divine consciousness upon the token to gain access to the realm. Jiang Haoze planned to purchase two celestial realms, one of which would be a gift for his kind-hearted father, Jiang Haitao, while the other would serve as his own stronghold. He quickly selected the realm to bestow upon Jiang Haitao, which was valued at 60,000 celestial crystals, a celestial mountain located in the midsection of the Pontua River, classified among the finest within the celestial realms. Each celestial realm jade token could accommodate a maximum of 3 marks of divine consciousness. To add an additional blank mark would require an extra 10,000 celestial crystals. Jiang Haoze opted for the token that allowed for the most marks, spending 90,000 celestial crystals to express his gratitude to his benevolent father who had saved his life. As for the celestial realm he needed as his stronghold, he preferred one situated in a more remote location. However, he found himself dissatisfied after surveying all the celestial realms. The celestial being responsible for selling the realms was astute in reading expressions. Upon noticing Jiang Haoze's look of disappointment, he tentatively suggested, "Why not consider a celestial realm? The distinction between different levels of celestial realms lies in the celestial veins. Higher-level celestial veins possess greater capacity, allowing for a larger influx of celestial spiritual energy, thus accommodating more divine beings. The price of a Hong-level fairyland generally exceeds 150,000 fairy crystals, and Jiang Haoze was left with only 160,000 fairy crystals. Thus, he did not consider it from the outset. With a wry smile, he remarked, "I only have a little over 100,000 fairy crystals. I should not be able to afford a Hong-level fairyland, right?" The celestial being before him brightened and said, "That may not necessarily be the case. Little brother, you might not be well acquainted with the fairylands. Some remote Hong-level fairylands are priced lower than the level ones." Before this celestial official could finish, the wind-chasing celestial officer interjected, "Yin Hang, do not mislead my young brother. Why would he purchase a fairyland in a remote area?" Yin Hang, somewhat embarrassed, fell silent. However, Jiang Haoze's interest was piqued. His dissatisfaction with the level fairylands stemmed precisely from their lack of remoteness. If there existed particularly isolated Hong-level fairylands priced reasonably, he would certainly be inclined to buy. Thus, he quickly stated, "Let me take a look at those remote Hong-level fairylands. The more secluded, the better." Seeing Jiang Haoze being swayed, the wind-chasing celestial officer kindly advised, "Brother Jiang, while the fairylands in remote areas may be cheaper, a round trip could take several months. Purchasing such a fairyland is entirely unnecessary." With a curious expression, Jiang Haoze replied, "Brother Feng, does not every fairyland possess a jade token? I can rely on the token for transportation. What does distance matter?" The wind-chasing celestial officer slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Ah, so you were unaware of this. The jade token is bound to the celestial veins within the fairyland. Each transportation consumes celestial spirit energy, and the greater the distance, the more energy is expended. If you purchase a fairyland that is excessively remote, the spirit energy within could be depleted after just a few transports, rendering the jade token unusable." Jiang Haoze suddenly understood, yet his desire to buy a remote fairyland intensified. The inconvenience of traveling to a distant fairyland did not seem a disadvantage to him. He intended to bring people over from the mythical realm. Should those individuals have too much contact with the outside world, it might attract unwanted attention. Acquiring an exceptionally secluded fairyland would ensure that any alterations made would go unnoticed, thereby maximizing the prevention of the celestial beings he brought over from venturing out. Having made up his mind, Jiang Haoze turned to Feng Qi and said, "Brother Feng, I have a group of friends weary of the mortal realm seeking a tranquil fairyland for seclusion. For them, the farther the fairyland, the better. Hence, I shall indeed purchase a remote Hong-level fairyland." With a sigh, the wind-chasing celestial officer replied, "If that is the case, do as you wish. However, remote fairylands typically have few buyers. It will be quite troublesome if you wish to sell it after purchasing." Jiang Haoze smiled, saying, "I am acquiring the fairyland solely to provide my friends with a sanctuary. Should I require a more accessible fairyland in the future, I will simply purchase a new. I will not have difficulty selling the one I acquire now." The wind-chasing celestial officer merely smiled non-committally but ceased further persuasion. The celestial official recommending the fairylands, brimming with joy, presented a collection of jade tokens for Jiang Haoze to choose from. Utilizing his divine sense to probe the tokens, he could distinctly perceive the corresponding fairylands. After testing 6 tokens, he finally found one fairyland that piqued his interest. This fairyland, named Golden Silver Island, was situated at the northernmost point of the Endless Sea, and it was the only fairyland within a radius of 1,000 miles. Golden Silver Island was expansive, featuring mountains and waters, akin to a paradise beyond the world. Regrettably, due to its extreme remoteness, it had gone unnoticed by anyone. Even though this island possesses a superior celestial vein of immense quality, the Taiyi Golden Immortal who refined it showed no inclination to transform it. He merely crafted a jade tablet and established a rudimentary defensive formation. Jiang Haoze resolved to select Jining Island as his stronghold, for it is sufficiently remote, and its island-like paradise is well suited for aquatic beings to settle. Furthermore, the expansive area of Jining Island would provide ample space for cultivating various rare species acquired from traversing the mythological realms in the future. Even if the mountains and waters on the island lacked spiritual essence, he could venture to the journey to the West World to extort some divine dew from the dragon kings of the 4 seas, effectively cleansing the entire island. With Jining Island remaining neglected for an extended period, upon Jiang Haoze's confirmation of this celestial realm, the celestial being responsible for its sale beamed with delight. The asking price for the celestial realm was a mere 120,000 celestial crystals, which is exceptionally inexpensive compared to other realms of similar caliber. After making the payment, Jiang Haoze swiftly, under the guidance of Feng Qi, stamped his gentleman's mark onto the jade tablet. This tablet signifies the identity of the realm's master, and it can only become blank if the mark is erased or the owner perishes. After purchasing the celestial realm and departing from the celestial market, he instructed the accompanying Imo Jiao Jiang to return to the jade dish space, then took out the jade tablet to begin the teleportation process. Approximately 5 minutes later, he materialized on Jining Island, thousands of miles away, at which point he released the 6 Imo Jiao. The jade tablet can accommodate a maximum of 3 spiritual consciousness marks. Yet Jiang Haoze retained only one, as he possessed the creation jade dish. Should he need to bring others to Jining Island, he could simply collect them into the creation jade dish and teleport himself using the jade tablet. Upon surveying the entirety of Jining Island, Yufeng expressed general satisfaction and selected a location with exceptional feng shui to establish a cave residence. The 6 Imo Jiao were reluctant to reside on the island, but due to the concentration of spiritual energy being only within the coverage area of the celestial vein, they had no choice but to construct their crystal palace nearby. There exists a deep water harbor on the right side of Jining Island, which the 6 Imo Jiao chose as their lair, commencing their search for materials needed to build the crystal palace in the sea. Jiang Haoze was unfamiliar with the waters surrounding Jining Island and feared that the 6 Imo Jiao might encounter formidable beasts. Thus, he cautioned them not to stray too far from the island. As for the materials required for the construction of the crystal palace, he asked Jiang Yi to compile a list, preparing to procure them in the next visit to the jade dish. The cave residence selected by Jiang Haoze was situated halfway up the mountain, precisely at the spiritual eye of the celestial vein, where the spiritual essence was most abundant, though not significantly more so than that of Flower Fruit Mountain. Despite the prosperity of the Tai Su realm, its spiritual energy pales in comparison to that of the mythological world. Even in the ordinary locations of the journey to the West world, the spiritual essence is roughly comparable to that of the desolate realms of the Tai Su. Thanks to the reader Xing Zhihun for the initial reward. As a new author, I can only respond to one review per day and often find myself unable to reply to reader inquiries. Here, I will briefly respond to a few reviews. Please refrain from asking about the transformation into a dragon, as an answer will be forthcoming soon. Some readers have remarked on the high level of weapon and treasure crafting in the journey to the West world. Honestly, I am unsure whether it is high or low, as there is no concrete standard. I comprehend it thus. The number of celestial beings in the Taishu realm is vast, and its history extends far beyond that of the mythological world of Huaxia. With an abundance of deities, resources become scarce, leading to a heightened efficiency in the utilization of lesser materials. Consequently, certain materials in the journey to the West world can only forge ordinary weapons, whereas the Taishu realm possesses unique methods to create spiritual treasures. As for the postnatal spiritual treasures of the two realms, each has its own merits. I warmly invite fellow readers to peruse the latest, fastest, and most popular serialized works. Chapter 17. Neza has disappeared. Jiang Haoze lingered on Golden Silver Island for 2 days, acquiring letters from 6 ink dragons, and subsequently re-entered the Jade Disk to embark on another journey through time and space. As the turmoil in the Heavenly Palace was still unresolved, upon selecting to teleport, he returned to the journey to the West world, remaining in the Crystal Palace of the Ink Dragon clan. Sun Wukong was not in the North Sea. Although only 3 days had passed in the Taishu realm, 3 years had elapsed in the journey to the West world. The inherently restless monkey could not possibly wait for him indefinitely. Upon reviewing the letters from the 6 ink dragons, the Dragon King of the Ink Dragons grew increasingly courteous, becoming quite enamored with the Taishu realm. He cautiously inquired of Jiang Haoze what would happen if the Ink Dragon clan were to venture into the Taishu realm. Jiang Haoze expressed that he lacked a foundation in the Taishu realm, and that the Ink Dragon clan could not find suitable accommodation there at present. Thus he was disinclined to allow the Dragon King to proceed. The Dragon King, akin to Sun Wukong, was a 5th-tier Taiyi Golden Immortal, comparable to the Sea Dragon King of the Pure Land. Should the Ink Dragon clan arrive, they might indeed seize control over a portion of the sea. However, the Dragon King might not comply, as that small world was under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Court, and any indiscretions could invite calamity. Consequently, Zhang Fuhai abandoned the notion and hosted a banquet for Jiang Haoze, during which he informed him of Sun Wukong's situation. Just as depicted in the original narrative of Journey to the West, the monkey had caused a ruckus in the Dragon Palace while seeking treasures and had created chaos in the underworld. The Dragon King and the King of Hell reported to the Heavenly Court, requesting the extermination of the monkey. Ultimately, the Jade Emperor adopted the suggestion of surrender and dispatched the Star of White Tide to Flower Fruit Mountain to convey orders. Bestowing upon the monkey the position of stablekeeper, Zhang Fuhai expressed envy over the monkey's appointment as an official, quite unaware that the role of stablekeeper was merely that of a lowly horse caretaker. Observing his envious demeanor, Jiang Haoze could not refrain from laughter, exclaiming, "Fuhai, do not envy. Stablekeeper is but a minor position in charge of horse care, and Wukong has been played by that Jade Emperor." Upon learning that the stable keeper was a completely insignificant official, Jiang Haoze indignantly sought to defend him, declaring that Jade Emperor is truly despicable to humiliate my seventh brother in such a manner. I shall immediately send someone to inform him of this matter. Jiang Haoze nodded in agreement. That would be splendid. It has been quite a while since I last saw Wukong. Please send someone to escort me to the Horse Monitoring Bureau, so I may convey this matter to him personally. Jiang Haoze dispatched a subordinate of celestial rank to escort Jiang Haoze to the Horse Monitoring Bureau. Upon learning of the stable keeper's lack of stature, the humiliated monkey nearly erupted in fury, intent on rebelling against the heavenly court. Jiang Haoze urged the monkey to exercise patience, reasoning that he had tended to the horses for so long. Leaving now would be too great a loss. Jiang Haoze personally approached the Horse Monitoring Bureau to relay the truth to the monkey. Naturally, he harbored his own ulterior motives, as he held a keen interest in the celestial steeds housed within the bureau. The more rare treasures accumulated in the celestial realm, the quicker the spiritual energy would coalesce. Although he had acquired Golden Silver Island, which boasted mountains and waters, it lacked exotic beasts and rare birds, and thus, he intended to transport some celestial steeds for nurturing. The enraged monkey fully embraced Jiang Haoze's counsel, driving away 300 heavenly steeds upon his departure. Although he initially intended to seize all the heavenly steeds, Jiang Haoze intervened to thwart his plan. The loss of 300 steeds may not have significantly concerned the Jade Emperor, yet had all the steeds been expelled, he would undoubtedly have devised a means to compel the monkey to return them. Riding upon his cloud of somersaults, Sun Wukong burst through the southern heavenly gate, herding the 300 steeds, while the guarding celestial officials hurried to report to the Jade Emperor. Upon learning of Sun Wukong's rebellion against the heavenly realm, the Jade Emperor was consumed with fury and promptly commanded the formidable Li Jing, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, to lead the celestial troops in a siege against the rebellious monkey at Flower Fruit Mountain. Jiang Haoze, familiar with the narrative of Journey to the West, anticipated that Prince Neza would soon engage in a fierce battle with the monkey, and thus wished to remain at Flower Fruit Mountain to witness the clash of titans. Just as Sun Wukong had his subordinates arrange the 300 steeds, the celestial army led by Li Jing arrived, setting an intricate net to encircle Flower Fruit Mountain. The giant spirit god approached the water curtain cave to challenge him, but was no match for the monkey, suffering a swift and decisive defeat within mere exchanges. What followed was the highly anticipated duel between the great warriors, with Prince Neza facing off against Sun Wukong. The 36 transformations against the 72. Eager to observe the battle up close, Jiang Haoze ascended to a vantage point above the water curtain cave, only to be taken aback by the heavenly general that approached for the challenge. Wasn't Prince Neza supposed to be a delicate and charming youth wielding the demon-slaying sword and the universe ring among other weapons? Why then did the heavenly general who came to challenge appear as a young man wielding an iron staff? As Jiang Haoze grappled with confusion, the heavenly general soared to the entrance of the water curtain cave and proclaimed, "I am the great god of the three altars of the sea. The second Prince Mujia, sent here to capture the traitor. Rebellious monkey, come forth and accept your doom." Jiang Haoze's mind faltered. The challenger who had accompanied Li Jing had transformed from Neza to Mujia. The title of Great God of the Three Altars was distinctly Neza's, and what could this transformation into Mujia signify? If Mujia had completely supplanted Neza and remained by Li Jing's side, where had the charming youth gone? Despite the change in challengers, the essence of the Journey to the West narrative remained unchanged, as Sun Wukong easily defeated Mujia with a mere illusion. After the battle concluded, Jiang Haoze remained perplexed. Both of his previous ventures into the mythological world mirrored the novel, yet this time, an unexpected twist had occurred. With his limited strength, he had always relied on foresight to navigate the mythological realm, and if the narrative diverged at a crucial moment, would he not face dire consequences? After Sun Wukong triumphed over Mujia, the heavenly court decided to offer him a chance at redemption, bestowing upon him the title of Great Sage equal to heaven and constructing a residence for him. The carefree monkey, abandoning his fellow monkeys, merrily dashed off to assume his new role, leaving Jiang Haoze alone to reign as the king of Flower Fruit Mountain. The celestial court demanded the return of the 300 heavenly steeds, but the loyal monkey, having promised Jiang Haoze to bring the steeds to the void realm, resolutely refused. Given that the number of steeds the monkey had brought to the mortal realm was minimal, the heavenly court did not press the issue further, thus allowing Jiang Haoze to inexplicably acquire 300 heavenly steeds. As the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong wandered the realms, visiting various deities and forging brotherly bonds with them. Fond of fruits, he would always find ways to procure delectable celestial fruits from those deities known for their heavenly delicacies, often ensuring to leave a portion for Jiang Haoze. Jiang Haoze diligently stored away the celestial fruits gifted by the monkey, planning to accumulate them in sufficient quantity to break through the celestial barrier. He harbored a keen interest in the seeds of celestial fruits, and thus made a request to the monkey, urging it to consume the fruits while leaving the pits behind. Rare and extraordinary fruits are limited by the laws of nature, rendering them scarce in the realm of journey to the west. He aspired to take them to the Taishu realm to ascertain whether they could be cultivated. When the accumulated rare fruits reached a certain quantity, he ascended to the mountain peak, seated himself in a meditative posture, and commenced his cultivation. He swallowed 2 fire dates brought back by the monkey from the Antarctic immortal, fervently circulating his profound art, striving to breach his bottleneck with the potency of the medicinal essence. As he cycled through the profound art for 2 rounds, he sensed that with just 1 more cycle, he could ascend to the next level. Hastily, he consumed 3 more celestial apricots to augment the spiritual energy within him. Ah! Jiang Haoze let out a joyful, resounding howl. The bridge between heaven and earth was suddenly established, and his sinews and flesh underwent substantial enhancement. Upon advancing from a demon immortal to a celestial immortal, the demonic energy within him was entirely supplanted by celestial spiritual energy, granting him the ability to ride the clouds and soar through the skies. This was the true essence of being a deity. Chapter 18. Accompanying the monkey to Steel Peach's demon immortals can ride the wind, while celestial immortals can traverse the clouds. Jiang Haoze first sought to find himself a cloud. He carefully stored the fruit pits and entered the creation jade plate. Addressing the red cloud. "Oh, esteemed red cloud, as you have yet to regain your spiritual consciousness, might I rely on you for transportation for the time being? Rest assured, I am not like Kuanpeng or the river Styx, devoid of morality, thus I shall not obliterate your intellect to seize the primordial purple energy. Once you transform again, I shall exert my utmost efforts to assist you in your cultivation, enabling you to swiftly regain your powers and achieve sanctity in the Taishu realm." Presently, Red Cloud possessed only a faint remnant of consciousness. After his murmurs, a comforting sensation emanated from the cloud, signifying Red Cloud's acquiescence. After voluntarily journeying to the Taishu realm, Red Cloud could no longer return to the primordial chaos. Yet the cloud, once refined, bore no such restrictions. Having been refined, it merely served as a means of transport, unbound by the laws of the creation jade plate. Jiang Haoze had previously learned the secret method of refining clouds on Mount Fengcuan. He refined Red Cloud in a single hour and returned to the journey to the west realm with it. The red cloud, measuring a yard in diameter, gently lifted him into the air, and he could hardly contain his exhilaration as he soared for the first time. The quality of clouds controlled by deities varies. Superior clouds possess greater speed and agility. As the first cloud of the Huaxia mythological world, Red Cloud is the progenitor of all clouds, surpassing the likes of Yunxiao, Zhongxiao, and Bixiao in quality. The cloud Somersault Cloud, refined by the Monkey King, boasts decent speed, yet pales in comparison to Red Cloud overall. With Red Cloud as his steed, Jiang Haoze's ability to safeguard his life significantly improved. With a mere thought, Red Cloud instantly tore through space, traversing thousands of miles in an instant, matching the speed of Somersault Cloud. While he was still a demon immortal, Jiang Haoze had mastered the art of 72 transformations, yet he was unable to employ the heavenly transformation and the 3-headed, 6-armed technique. After ascending to celestial immortality, he yearned to test his abilities. To enhance his chances of success, he reverted to his original form, only to discover that his dragon horns had lengthened by half a meter, his scales had become denser, and 2 slight protrusions had appeared on his abdomen. These protrusions were destined to evolve into 2 claws, yet this did not imply that he was on the verge of transforming into a dragon. There exists a fundamental distinction between a jiao, a type of dragon, and a true dragon. Even without attaining celestial immortality, a dragon can soar through the heavens due to its inherent nature, whereas a jiao can only leap and cannot fly. Additionally, a dragon possesses a dragon pearl beneath its jaw, while a jiao does not. The jiao is a variant of a dragon. Although it lacks a dragon pearl, it does not imply that it is weaker than a dragon. In the past, the celestial beings, unable to soar through the skies, found themselves at a distinct disadvantage in battles against dragons, resulting in the lesser status of the jiao compared to the formidable dragon. However, once the jiao cultivated itself into a celestial being and acquired the ability to ascend, their ferocity and martial prowess often surpassed that of dragons. A prime example of this can be found in the North Sea Jiao clan from the world of Journey to the West, where more than a dozen jiao possess strength exceeding that of celestial beings, rendering the North Sea Dragon Palace completely powerless against them. Undoubtedly, jiao can also transform into dragons. Many jiao, yet to reach celestial status, have encountered fortuitous events, such as consuming dragon pearls, which allows them to ascend to the skies and transform into dragonkind. Jiang Haoze has already reached the 4th tier of celestial being capable of flight in his true form, thus lacking any interest in transforming into a dragon. Upon reverting to his true state, he silently recited incantations to invoke the divine ability of law of heaven and earth. The azure Jiao's form elongated increasingly, ultimately stretching over 1,000 meters, instilling fear in the myriad beings of Flower and Fruit Mountain. Elated, Jiang Haoze ceased the incantation and attempted another divine ability, 3 heads and 6 arms, but regrettably failed after several attempts. It soon dawned on him where the issue lay. He had assumed that his true form, being brimming with spiritual energy, would facilitate the successful execution of the divine ability, yet he overlooked the unique nature of 3 heads and 6 arms. This ability corresponds to a humanoid form, as mythological tales suggest that only humanoid beings can wield it. How could he possibly succeed in invoking it with his azure Jiao form? Realizing this, he reverted to his humanoid state, meditated to replenish his spiritual energy, and upon trying again, he finally manifested the 3 heads and 6 arms ability. Congratulations to my brother for successfully advancing and mastering the divine ability. Sun Wukong, riding on his cloud, returned to Flower and Fruit Mountain and, upon discovering Jiang Haoze had become a celestial being, approached to offer his congratulations. In a jovial mood, Jiang Haoze could not help but jest, "Wukong, you've become a high official in the heavenly court, indulging in luxuries above. How do you find the time to return to Flower and Fruit Mountain?" Scratching his head, Sun Wukong replied, "Brother, do not mock me. I, your humble servant, bring you delightful gifts. Recently, the Jade Emperor assigned me to guard the peach garden, and just as the peaches ripened, I've brought a few for you to savor." Jiang Haoze's heart leapt with joy at the sight of the large peaches presented by the monkey. His purpose in remaining in the journey to the West World was to wait for Wukong's escapades in the heavenly court, hoping to benefit from his exploits. Wukong had already begun pilfering peaches from the garden, as the Queen Mother's peach banquet was fast approaching, making a visit to the heavenly court quite necessary. Accepting the peaches from Wukong, Jiang Haoze sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Brother, your thoughtfulness is commendable. I am quite curious about the Queen Mother's peach garden. Might you take me to see it?" Wukong appeared troubled as he replied, "It is not that I am unwilling to take you, dear brother. It is simply that the Jade Emperor has many regulations. If you were to be discovered by the patrolling heavenly generals, it could pose a danger." Jiang Haoze chuckled, "Brother, have you forgotten the 72 transformations? I have now mastered various transformations. I could transform into a bee and hide upon your back. Who would notice me amidst the peach garden?" Wukong's face lit up with delight. "How could I have forgotten that you also possess divine abilities? In that case, there shall be no problem. I shall take you to the peach garden at once." Jiang Haoze transformed into a bee and perched on Wukong's back, riding on the cloud to the heavenly court. Swiftly entering the peach garden, Wukong expelled all the celestial officials from the garden, proudly introducing Jiang Haoze to the 3 varieties of peaches, as if the peach garden were his own dominion. Jiang Haoze and the monkey ventured to the deepest depths, indulging in a bountiful feast of the legendary peaches, ripened once every 9,000 years. The monkey carelessly discarded peach pits throughout the orchard, while Jiang Haoze meticulously gathered them into the creation jade dish, envisioning the revival of the peach's spiritual essence in the realm of the void. The monkey, treating the peaches as mere common fruit, wasted dozens each day, and soon the exquisite peaches were devoured entirely by the 2s. The peaches were rooted in the primordial 5 elements. They were a potent source of nourishment, and naturally, the more one consumed, the better. After partaking in an ample share of the divine peaches, Jiang Haoze found his own strength significantly enhanced. Observing the monkey's reckless consumption of the 6,000-year-old peaches, he began to ponder whether he should join the monkey in the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace. If he could forge himself into a being of steel and iron like the monkey, then ascending to greater challenges would surely pose no problem. Prior to successfully obtaining the scriptures, the Monkey King was merely a celestial being of Taiyi. Yet during the upheaval in the heavenly palace, even the golden immortals of Taiyi could not best him, and several Great Luo Golden Immortals found themselves outmatched in his presence. Although the heavenly court showed leniency due to the Bodhi Patriarch, it was the countless spiritual fruits and elixirs consumed by the monkey, combined with his forging in the furnace, that enabled him to engage in fierce battles without suffering losses. However, Jiang Haoze soon dismissed this notion. His innate talents paled in comparison to the monkey's, and he might not withstand the furnace's searing flames. Moreover, the Supreme Lord Laozi would likely show mercy to the monkey, but he would not grant the same to Jiang Haoze. the malevolent creature making it unnecessary to risk his own life. With Jiang Haoze's presence, the peach orchard suffered even more than what was chronicled in Journey to the West. The 9,000-year-old peaches were consumed completely, and only a few of the 6,000-year-old peaches remained. Sensing that the peach-picking fairies would soon arrive, Jiang Haoze refrained from brazenly devouring the peaches, instead quietly plucking a few to stash away in the jade dish. After feasting, he even packed some to take away. If the Jade Emperor were to learn of Jiang Haoze's existence, he would undoubtedly wish to flay him alive. He felt no trepidation of being discovered, for he did not belong to this world, and even the sages could not deduce his misdeeds, ultimately leaving the monkey to bear the blame. Jiang Haoze felt no pangs of guilt. Even if he refrained from involvement, the monkey's fate would remain unchanged. Having satisfied his hunger, he transformed into a plump little worm, following the monkey's example by curling up on a leaf for a sweet slumber, until the peach-picking fairies quarreled with the monkey, rousing him from his repose. Upon learning that the Queen Mother had not invited him to her grand peach banquet, and being scorned by the fairies, the monkey's fragile pride was once again wounded. He employed a stasis technique to immobilize the 7 fairies, indignantly lamenting, "Brother, can you believe this? I, your elder brother, am the heavenly sage bestowed by the Jade Emperor, yet the Queen Mother dares to hold a peach banquet without inviting me." Jiang Haoze shook his head, replying, "Brother, do you not yet comprehend? The old Jade Emperor holds no regard for you. He merely conferred the title of Great Sage equal to heaven due to your extraordinary powers, presenting a facade of grandeur while no one truly respects you." Enraged, the monkey bared his teeth and declared fiercely, "If the Queen Mother does not invite me, I shall disrupt her peach banquet. Brother, will you accompany me to the Yao Pool?" "Of course, I shall go with you," Jiang Haoze replied. Transforming into a bee, he settled upon the monkey's shoulder as they soared towards the Yao Pool on the somersault cloud, during which the monkey cunningly lured the barefoot immortal to the Lingxiao Palace and the Yaoqi. A group of mighty warriors were diligently brewing exquisite nectar, the rich aroma of their brew wafting through the air, even detectable from 1,000 miles away, causing Jiang Haoze to swallow hard in anticipation. Sun Wukong, seizing the opportunity, produced a sleeping potion to subdue the warriors, and together they opened a jar filled with the divine nectar. Indulging in hearty libations, before long, the monkey began to feel the effects of inebriation. Fearing that he might become intoxicated and compromise his duties, Jiang Haoze sipped cautiously, occasionally setting aside some of the celestial brew in a jade dish. When the monkey, thoroughly inebriated, stumbled out of the Yaoqi, he gathered all the divine nectar for himself. Staggering into the Duoshui Palace, Sun Wukong grasped the gourd filled with elixirs from Taishang Laojun and indiscriminately swallowed a handful of 9-turn golden pills. Jiang Haoze watched, his heart aching, for the 9-turn golden pill was a treasure of the immortals, capable of resurrecting the dead. The monkey's reckless consumption was truly a waste. Ever the loyal companion, even in his drunken stupor, he did not forget to share the elixirs with Jiang Haoze. After hastily grabbing a handful and stuffing it into his mouth, he passed the gourd to Jiang Haoze. Unlike the monkey, who wasted the precious pills, Jiang Haoze consumed only one of the 9-turn golden pills and then placed the gourd into the jade dish of creation. Seeing that Jiang Haoze had only taken a single pill, the drunken monkey laughed heartily. "Brother, you are quite stingy. Surely there are 100 pills in this gourd, yet you consume but one." Jiang Haoze responded with a wry smile. "The potency of the 9-turn golden pill is formidable. I am not as inherently gifted as you, dear brother. Consuming too many may lead to my untimely demise." The monkey, feeling a sense of superiority, picked up another gourd and tipped its contents directly into his mouth, exclaiming, "I was mistaken about you, brother. My body is indeed far more resilient than yours, and I fear not the excess of these pills." The Duoshui Palace housed 5 gourds of elixirs, and while he was uncertain of the contents of the other gourds, anything produced by Taishang Laojun was bound to be of exceptional quality. Jiang Haoze regretted his earlier flattery, realizing that the monkey, eager to showcase his extraordinary abilities, was now recklessly consuming the pills, causing him great distress as he shamelessly asked the monkey for more. Jiang Haoze had long harbored the intention of accompanying the monkey to Duoshui Palace, having envisioned the gourd containing the innate spiritual treasure of the purple gold gourd. Hoping for an easy opportunity to make off with it, however, upon closer inspection, he was disappointed to find the gourd quite ordinary, not the precious artifact he had anticipated. The 9-turn golden pill proved far more effective than any hangover remedy. Even after drinking the divine nectar, the monkey quickly regained his composure. Surveying the disarray of the Duoshui Palace, the monkey, now aware of the trouble he had stirred with the celestial beings, lamented, "Alas, having caused such a significant calamity. I fear the heavenly court will not let this go unpunished. Jiang Haoze chuckled. With so many transgressions, the two of us, as brothers, have already violated heavenly laws by pilfering the peaches of immortality. Even had we not come to Duo Shui Palace, the Jade Emperor would not have let us off the hook. Now, dear brother, it seems you can no longer claim the title of the great sage equal to heaven. We might as well return to Huagua Mountain and rally our kin for another showdown with the heavenly court. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. You speak wisely, brother. Since we have already incurred the wrath of the Jade Emperor, I shall take back a generous supply of the divine nectar to ensure that my fellow monkeys enjoy eternal life. With all the nectar from the Yaoqi now in Jiang Haoze's possession, the monkey would undoubtedly have to regurgitate some to care for his monkey kin. However, the exquisite nectar of the Yaoqi is nearly 100 jars in quantity, and it would be entirely impossible for him to offer them all. At most, he could spare half to dilute for the monkeys of Huagua Mountain. Suddenly, Jiang Haoze was struck by a thought. The monkeys of Huagua Mountain were inherently spirited, and consuming the celestial nectar would render them even more extraordinary. During the first battle of the heavenly court against Huagua Mountain, they had captured the Unicorn Demon King and the 72 Cave Demon Kings. Yet not a single monkey spirit was apprehended, which speaks volumes about the cleverness of the monkeys from Huagua Mountain. The entire monkey population of Huagua Mountain amounts to over 47,000. When Sun Wukong was captured and taken to the heavenly court, Erlang Shun led the 7 monsters of Meishan to slay a substantial number, and by the time Sun Wukong was expelled back to Huagua Mountain by Tang Sang, only a few thousand remained. If all the spirit monkeys were transported to the Taishu realm and settled on the golden and silver island of the Endless Sea, it would surely enhance the ethereal charm of that paradise. The more Jiang Haoze contemplated, the more feasible the idea appeared. Rescuing the monkey populace could provide him with a reliable army of demons, and it would undoubtedly earn him the everlasting gratitude of Sun Wukong. What could be more advantageous? Initially, he was quite reluctant to part with the precious nectar, viewing the monkey hoard as his personal possession, but suddenly it did not seem so difficult to accept. Sun Wukong urged Jiang Haoze to transform into a bee and perch upon his shoulder. Employing a concealment technique, they departed the heavenly court through the western gate and returned to Huagua Mountain. Monkeys are not known for their discretion, and he relayed the chaotic events of the heavenly court to the monkey clan, resulting in their exuberance rather than resentment, as they joyfully prepared a feast in his honor. The monkeys toasted Sun Wukong and Jiang Haoze with coconut wine, and the ostentatious Sun Wukong, eager to show off, grinned and declared, "Not tasty, not tasty. You, King Jiang, have brought back quite a lot of celestial nectar from Yaoqi. Today we shall host a divine wine gathering at the Water Curtain Cave." Jiang Haoze, wishing to avoid leaving a stingy impression, took out half of the celestial nectar from the jade dish and said with a smile, "Those celestial officials of Yaoqi have labored tirelessly, only to prepare a feast for us. Today, everyone shall savor the divine brew." Chapter 20. Encirclement of Huagua Mountain. While chaos reigned in the heavenly court, the Water Curtain Cave was joyously hosting a celestial wine gathering, and the monkeys of Huagua Mountain underwent a remarkable transformation after consuming the divine brew. Jiang Haoze and Sun Wukong sat together, and as the wine flowed and spirits lifted, he sighed and said, "Brother, I wield the treasured creation jade dish, capable of divining the secrets of this world. Alas, the brothers of Huagua Mountain may be inescapably doomed." The astute Sun Wukong quickly grasped the implication, and with heartfelt sincerity, he wept, "It is I who have brought misfortune upon my kin." Jiang Haoze pondered, "Do not be overly troubled, brother. Even if this world is fated for death, as long as one is willing to venture into the Taishu realm, I can still save their lives." Sun Wukong rejoiced, "I entrust my kin to you, big brother. Have you perhaps divined my fate? If I, Sun Wukong, am destined for demise, then let us both revel together in the Taishu realm." Jiang Haoze valued Sun Wukong as an exceptional ally, yet he did not wish to take him away just yet. If the monkey left, the world of Journey to the West could very well collapse. He harbored hopes of returning to the Journey to the West world in the future, and if the tale unfolded as it did in the original text, he might find opportunities to fish for a treasure or two amidst the chaos. Moreover, in the world of Journey to the West, it is truly lamentable that pitiful female demons such as the spider spirit and the bone demon are slain by a monkey who lacks an appreciation for delicate beauty. He wishes to take these enchanting beings to the Taishu realm. Given the monkey's strong sense of loyalty, if he is unwilling to endure 500 years of suppression beneath the Five-Finger Mountain, Jiang Haoze would also consider leading him away, despite his uncertainty regarding the consequences of the monkey's departure from the Journey to the West world. In truth, the monkey's suffering is limited to the 500 years of imprisonment. Had he obediently accompanied Tang Song to obtain the scriptures, he could have directly achieved Buddhahood through the merits gained, transforming from a Taiyi Luo Immortal into a Luo Golden Immortal, a most advantageous path. This brother may indeed be captured by the heavenly court, yet it is not necessarily a misfortune. Rather, there lies a unique opportunity in the Doshui Palace. The Jade Emperor will be powerless against this brother and will undoubtedly seek formidable allies, while this brother faces 500 years of incarceration. At that time, I shall reveal to you all the causal connections, and if you wish to venture to the Taishu realm, I shall grant you that freedom. The monkey, naturally restless, turned pale upon hearing of the impending 500 years of confinement and, with a pitiful tone, declared, "If it is certain that I am to be imprisoned for 500 years, then I shall take my leave to the Taishu realm for leisure. I owe everything to you." "Dear brother," as the two conversed, two little monkeys rushed in, flustered, and reported, "Great kings, calamity has struck. 9 fearsome deities claiming to be heavenly gods sent from the upper realm are here to capture the great sage." Sun Wukong waved his hand dismissively and said, "Pay them no mind. Summon all the younger ones here, for I have matters to address in a trice." The monkeys of Flower and Fruit Mountain gathered together. Sun Wukong, rarely solemn, bowed to all his subordinates and expressed sorrowfully, "Though the heavenly court possesses countless celestial soldiers and generals, it is this old sun who has brought about this calamity. Endangering you all, grandfather, do not speak thus. Were it not for you, how could we have vanquished the book of life and death, or partaken of the divine nectar for immortality? Grandfather, do not bolster the ambitions of others while diminishing your own prestige. We fear not the consequences, and we shall ensure that those celestial soldiers and generals return empty-handed." The monkeys of Flower and Fruit Mountain displayed unwavering loyalty to Sun Wukong, and even in the face of adversity, not a single one voiced a complaint, which deepened Jiang Haoze's fondness for them. Sun Wukong gestured for silence and said to the gathered monkeys, "Do not speak further. I am not one to be ungrateful. Indeed, we cannot match the might of the formidable heavenly court. Just now, your King Jiang divined the celestial secrets and discerned that my role as the instigator poses no threat to my life. While the rest of you may suffer grievous losses, I must seek a path to safety for you all." Among the 4 valiant generals, 2 red-bottomed macaques stepped forward, kneeling and weeping as they declared, "We are not as capable as King Jiang. We can foresee that our king is unharmed, yet most of us cannot escape this calamity nor resolve it, but we are willing to sacrifice our lives for our king." The red-bottomed macaques, skilled in the ways of yin and yang, adept in human affairs, and proficient in evading death and prolonging life, are indeed the diviners among the 4 great spiritual monkeys. Having confirmed that their progeny would face disaster, Sun Wukong waved his hand and said, "There is no need for you to grieve. I will surely find a way for you all to survive." The red-bottomed macaques bowed and said, "Great king, do not exert yourself unnecessarily. Can the decrees of heaven be altered? We deserve this tribulation." Sun Wukong scoffed and retorted, "Nonsense. The heavenly decree dictates the cycle of life and death. Yet did I not inscribe you in the book of life to grant you immortality? You, the esteemed King Jiang, possess a celestial treasure. In times of peril, should you merely exclaim, 'I wish to venture into the void realm,' King Jiang shall undoubtedly come to your rescue. This is a lesson you must engrave in your hearts." After imparting this counsel to his subordinates, Sun Wukong suddenly knelt and bowed to Jiang Haoze, saying, "I entrust everything to you, dear brother. Shortly, I shall confront those heavenly generals. If my companions find themselves in danger, I implore you to save them." Jiang Haoze promptly assisted the Monkey King to his feet and sincerely replied, "Dear brother, rest assured. Though my abilities may pale in comparison to yours, rendering me incapable of aiding you in battle, I shall certainly strive to save your companions' lives." With his worries alleviated, Sun Wukong took a hearty swig from his wine flask, unsheathed his golden staff, and charged out to engage in battle against the 9 luminaries. Jiang Haoze, recognizing that none of the monkeys had been captured in the initial skirmish, and lacking interest in the other assorted demon kings, chose instead to sit down and continue his revelry. In the original tale, following the first battle, Guanyin would dispatch her disciple Mu Jia to issue a challenge, only to be met with defeat at the hands of the Monkey King in this world. Mu Jia has become the grand deity of the 3 altars and remains by the side of the heavenly kingly. Jiang Haoze pondered who Guanyin's disciple might be this time. The following day, it was directly the Erlang Shun, recommended by Guanyin, who stepped forth to challenge. The absence of Mu Jia's challenge altered the course of events. Erlang Shun proved to be a worthy opponent for Sun Wukong, and the monkeys of Huagua Mountain began to suffer. At this juncture, Jiang Haoze found himself increasingly occupied. With a multitude of monkeys in need of rescue, he summoned the creation jade disk into the heavens. Any monkey spirit in peril, upon uttering "I wish to venture into the void realm," would be enveloped by a myriad of radiant lights emitted by the disk. Sun Wukong commenced a contest of transformations with Erlang Shan. The celestial beings from the heavenly court gathered at the southern heavenly gate to witness the spectacle. Upon witnessing the luminous rays emanating from the creation jade disk, the expressions of the deities shifted dramatically. Guanyin, who had initially intended to assist Erlang Shan with the pure jade bottle against the Monkey King, reconsidered, exclaiming in astonishment, "Ever since the War of the Gods, the creation jade disk has not appeared for a millennium. Could its arrival at Huagua Mountain today be to save that monkey?" Lao Jun felt a surge of secret delight. During the War of the Gods, they had suffered a crushing defeat, and the heavenly Tao had decreed the rise of Buddhism. In a bid to share the fortunes of Buddhism, he had orchestrated the transformation of demons into Buddhas. He had instructed Daobao Taoist to establish Hinayana Buddhism, hoping to divert the fortunes of Buddhism. But the plan had backfired, with the Tathagata's seat of power inadvertently bestowed upon Daobao, the current Buddha. Having schemed for so long only to serve another's interests, Lao Jun found himself indebted to Buddhism due to this affair, compelling him to acquiesce to the eastward propagation of Buddhism. Sun Wukong stood as the most significant pawn in the promotion of Buddhism by the Zhuan-Ti. Lao Jun could neither slay Sun Wukong nor abandon him. Instead, he needed the 8 trigrams furnace to refine Sun Wukong's body, thereby resolving their shared fate. Should the creation jade disk seek to rescue the monkey, Lao Jun would undoubtedly be the first to endorse it, as it would signify the collapse of Zhuan-Ti's grand design. From the perspective of the War of the Gods, the appearance of the creation jade disk had historically facilitated the rescue of various beings, predominantly demon immortals. Its manifestation at Huagua Mountain likely heralded the intention to save Sun Wukong. In the 21st chapter, the Azure Dragon Taoist? Prior to the War of the Gods, Hong Jun Daozu had informed the saints that the incomplete creation jade disk contained a glimmer of opportunity, granting those fated to fall a chance to begin anew in another realm. Upon uncovering the secrets of the jade disk, the saints rejoiced, perceiving it as an additional opportunity for their disciples. Even in the event of a fall, they could start anew in the world of the jade disk. The outcome of the Fengshan War left many disillusioned. The enigmatic figure wielding the creation jade dish did not extend salvation to all, often favoring only the disciples of the Jie sect. The Yuanshi Tianzuan looked down upon the Jie sect's demons and immortals as mere lowly creatures. The vast majority of them successfully evaded the misfortunes inscribed upon the Fengshan list, vanishing in a haze along with their souls at the brink of death. In contrast, the Renjiao, Chanjiao, and Buddhism found themselves compelled to recruit numerous disciples to fulfill their fates. Ultimately, the Fengshan War concluded with the Jie sect's defeat. Yet it was widely acknowledged that they had not suffered significantly. Their disciples thrived in another realm, aligning perfectly with the notion of the Tongtian master, who believed in rebirth after destruction. On the surface, the Jie sect appeared to have lost in the primordial chaos, but in reality, the Tongtian master incurred minimal loss, as the majority of those listed on the Fengshan list serving as enforcers for the heaven were disciples of the other 3 sects. The Renjiao, represented by Taishang Lao Jun, had few disciples, and thus suffered little in the war, harboring no grievances against the creation jade dish. Observing the sudden change in Guanyin's expression, he smiled faintly and remarked, "If that monkey were to be taken by the creation jade dish, we would be spared considerable trouble, avoiding the need for a large-scale mobilization." However, Guanyin did not share this sentiment. As a representative of Buddhism, she could not allow the Buddha's schemes to be thwarted. Regrettably, she found herself lacking immediate solutions, for the Qinglong Taoist, possessing a fragmented jade dish, had already attained the status of a Deluo Jingxian in the latter stages of the Fengshan War, and with a plethora of magical treasures at his disposal, he was beyond Guanyin's capability to confront. Nevertheless, she resolved to make an attempt. If the creation jade dish sought to take the monkey, she must delay until her master arrived. Guanyin soon reached a decision. The monkey was currently distant from the creation jade dish, ensnared in peril, and the dish would not arrive in time for rescue. Thus, the Bodhisattva proposed, "What if I summon the Erlang Shan? He possesses divine abilities and has surrounded that great sage. I shall now cast down my pure bottle to assist him." The Bodhisattva hurled the pure bottle towards the monkey, anticipating that if the jade dish reacted, she could preemptively ensnare the monkey within the bottle, preventing its capture by the dish. Taishang Lao Jun, being a revered sage, was well aware of Guanyin's subtle calculations, and with an air of acquiescence, he remarked, "Bodhisattva, that pure bottle of yours is made of porcelain. If it strikes the monkey, all is well. However, should it miss or collide with his iron staff, it may shatter instead. I possess an item known as the diamond cutter, forged from mixed steel, impervious to water and fire, and capable of various transformations. Allow me to cast it to strike the monkey. Residing in the heavenly court, Taishang Laojun, as a manifestation of the supreme sage, wielded quasi-saintly power, rendering Guanyin reluctant to contest with him. The sage then produced the diamond cutter from his sleeve and hurled it at the monkey, who was engaged in combat with the Erlang Shun, sending the monkey tumbling. As the monkey rose, attempting to flee, he was seized by Erlang Shan's celestial hound, falling once more to the ground, where Erlang Shan and the seven saints bound him tightly, rendering him a substantial dumpling. The creation jade dish continued to radiate with resplendent light, yet it showed no intention of rescuing the monkey, merely enveloping those monkey spirits on the verge of demise. Laojun felt a deep sense of disappointment, while Guanyin, beaming with joy, declared, "Thank you, fellow Taoist, for your assistance. That monkey has disrupted the peach blossom banquet, and it seems fitting that he should be apprehended and returned to the heavenly court. For the jade dish shall grant him no sliver of hope." Sun Wukong was escorted to the heavenly court, while Erlang Shan and the seven saints set fire to Flower Fruit Mountain, commanding the local deities to unleash a massacre. The monkeys of Flower Fruit Mountain were thrown into chaos, yet they quickly realized the perilous situation and cried out, "We wish to go to the Void Realm," causing a sudden surge in the number of monkey spirits within the jade dish. Jiang Haoze concealed himself within the water curtain cave, remotely controlling the jade disc, as a recently ascended celestial being. He found himself incapable of contending with Erlang Shun and his minions. Fortunately, the instigator, Sun Wukong, had already been apprehended, and Erlang Shun, harboring a sense of trepidation towards the creation jade disc, refrained from exerting excessive pressure, departing the entrance of the cave with his entourage of grass-headed deities. Ascending into the skies on his cloud, Erlang Shan unexpectedly bowed in reverence to the jade disc, expressing gratitude to the esteemed Qinglong for sparing his life during the Battle of the Gods. He lamented that he ought to have conveyed his thanks in person, yet he was aware that the elder preferred solitude, thus bidding farewell to the illustrious figure. Erlang Shan's demeanor left Jiang Haoze momentarily astounded. Upon his traversal into the world of Journey to the West, he learned from the monkey that Neza had been rescued by the Qinglong Taoist after having his bones removed to return to his father. Erlang Shan's expression of gratitude was undoubtedly directed towards the master of the jade disc. Himself, a glimmer of speculation began to form in Jiang Haoze's mind. If he could traverse various mythological realms, it was likely he would also enter the world of Fengshen. Given his nature, it would be improbable for him to remain inactive in that realm. Neza, the diminutive warrior, was an excellent ally, and he could not afford to miss the opportunity to bring him to the Taishu realm. If he was indeed the Qinglong spoken of by Yang Jian, the alterations in the Journey to the West narrative would make perfect sense. Yet, he was originally a blue dragon. When had he transformed into one of the four holy beasts? The interconnectedness of the mythological worlds surely entailed a complex web of causality, but he was disinclined to ponder such matters further. The current juncture of his journey aligned with the tumultuous events in heaven, and soon the monkey would emerge from the 8 trigrams furnace, possessing the strength of steel and iron, only to be suppressed beneath the 5 Fingers Mountains thereafter. His mission was nearing completion. Nonetheless, prior to returning to the Taishu realm, he intended to pay the monkey a visit at the mountain. With only 2,000 to 3,000 surviving monkey spirits remaining on Flower Fruit Mountain, the once vibrant place stood in ruins. A testament to their misfortune, Jiang Haoze summoned the 4 great generals, declaring, "There is no need for sorrow. The other monkeys have not perished. I shall escort all of you to another realm where you will be well taken care of." With Flower Fruit Mountain now devastated, and without Wukong's protection, the hunters from Aolai Kingdom will come to hunt you. Thus, it would be prudent for you to accompany me. The 4 great generals knelt in unison, exclaiming, "We are willing to follow Lord Jiang to the Taishu realm." Jiang Haoze instructed the monkeys to gather some fruit trees. Despite the inferno that had ravaged Flower Fruit Mountain, the surviving trees retained a semblance of spiritual essence. He himself took to the clouds, journeying to the North Sea to seek out the dragon demon king Zhang Fuhai. Upon departing from the Crystal Palace, he had requested Zhang Fuhai to prepare some rare materials for crafting weapons in the Taishu realm. Among the resources Zhang Fuhai had gathered were over 10,000 pounds of deep-sea black iron, along with several thousand pounds of nether gold, and various unfamiliar ores. These materials, when returned to the Taishu realm for forging by Jinjiao, could yield at least 1 postnatal spiritual treasure-grade weapon. Overjoyed, Jiang Haoze gifted the Dragon Demon King 2 peaches of immortality. Upon learning of Sun Wukong's capture, the loyal Zhang Fuhai resolved to contact other great saints to orchestrate a rescue. Jiang Haoze had to exert considerable effort to dissuade him, assuring that Sun Wukong possessed his own fortunes, and if necessary, he could personally escort the monkey to the Taiyi realm. Jiang Haoze lingered in the Crystal Palace for 2 months, and one day, the jade disc suddenly alerted him. The great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, has been suppressed beneath the Five Fingers Mountain. The host's traversal at the juncture of the heavenly uprising has concluded. You may remain in the world of journey to the west for no more than 3 days. Chapter 22. The Five-Finger Mountain and the law of cause and effect. Even the most formidable of monkeys cannot escape the grasp of Buddha's Five-Finger Mountain. Ultimately, he succumbs to a fate of 500 years of imprisonment. Before the monkey even takes his first breath, he is already under the watchful eye of the sage Zhuan-Ti, destined to become a significant pawn in the sage's grand design. No matter how fiercely he struggles, it proves futile. Whether one deems him fortunate or unfortunate is a matter of perspective. To consider it as luck, he is perpetually treated as a mere piece on a chessboard, with his life's trajectory meticulously orchestrated by Zhuan-Ti. Conversely, if seen as misfortune, he becomes the sage's disciple, acquiring formidable skills, ultimately attaining Buddhahood through the merits of his journey for scriptures. From a contemporary viewpoint, being utilized by others might not be entirely undesirable. At least it attests to one's intrinsic value. In today's fiercely competitive society, countless recent graduates find themselves unable to secure employment, yearning for the chance to be of use to capitalists. Yet opportunities elude them. Each individual possesses a unique perspective on such matters. Jiang Haoze believes that the monkey's previous antics before his confinement were a worthwhile trade-off. However, whether the subsequent 500 years of imprisonment, culminating in his role as Tang Seng's protector, would be deemed advantageous is another question altogether. The quest for scriptures from the West promises immense merits, elevating one from a mere Taiyi immortal to a Great Luo Golden Immortal, a transformation many a demon or celestial being would readily embrace. Yet, the inherently restless nature of the monkey renders the prospect of 5 centuries under the weight of the Five-Finger Mountain an unbearable torment. Even with the knowledge of attaining the status of a Great Luo Golden Immortal, he may not readily acquiesce to such a fate. The monkey, fiercely loyal, holds Jiang Haoze in high regard, prompting the latter to allow the monkey the autonomy to choose his destiny. With the cosmic creation jade plate in his possession, only he possesses the means to assist the monkey. Should he wish to leave, even the sage cannot impede him. Although such an action would undoubtedly disrupt the order of the journey to the west, Jiang Haoze finds himself unable to exercise absolute rationality, unwilling to betray the trust bestowed upon him by the monkey. Enjoying the fruits of companionship with the monkey, he finds solace in the belief that the monkey suffers no real loss. As he cannot bear to witness the monkey's suppression, he resolves to disclose all the intricacies of their intertwined destinies, allowing the monkey to decide whether to embark on a journey to the Taiyi realm or endure 5 centuries of confinement. Ascending the clouds to hover above the Five-Finger Mountain, Jiang Haoze alights upon the cloud and surveys the seal left by the Buddha. At last, he discovers the disheveled monkey at the foot of the mountain. "Brother, save me," implores the monkey. Though fearless of heaven and earth, the monkey's restless spirit finds its greatest dread in the solitude and emptiness of confinement. Jiang Haoze gently brushes away the weeds from the monkey's head, clears the grime from his cheeks and sighs. "I mentioned days ago that my brother would face this ordeal, destined for 500 years of imprisonment. After I elucidate the cause and effect, should you desire it, I shall uphold my promise and take you to the Taiyi realm. I, the old sun, am pressed beneath the mountain by that old fellow Buddha. Each day is a torment. I cannot endure 500 years, let alone 500 days, the monkey replies. "Brother, do not concern yourself with cause and effect. Just save me and whisk me away to the Taiyi realm where I can roam freely." Jiang Haoze refrains from directly answering the monkey, instead continuing, "Before the primordial chaos was unraveled, amidst the void, there blossomed a golden lotus next to a Bodhi tree. Following Panga's creation of heaven and earth, the golden lotus and the Bodhi tree transformed into 2 mighty beings, one named Zhuan-Ti, the other Jade, both possessing boundless powers. Initially impatient, the monkey's ears perk up at the mention of the Bodhi tree, for his master bears the title of Bodhi. Upon witnessing his reaction, Jiang Haoze smiled faintly and continued. Zhuan-Ti and Jade, having listened to the teachings in the Purple Cloud Palace, were accepted as disciples by the venerable Hong Huang. They were bestowed with the fundamental essence of the Great Tao, the primordial purple chi. Both possessed profound wisdom and took an unconventional path in establishing the Western teachings, aspiring to create the Western paradise in their grand ambition to attain sainthood, hence the renaming to Buddhism. Consequently, Zhuan-Ti is also referred to as Buddha Zabodhi, while Jade is known as Amitabha Buddha, the 2 revered founders of Buddhism. With the conclusion of the Battle of the Gods, Buddhism was destined to flourish. The leader of the human sect, the Supreme Lord Lao Jun, alongside the Taoist duo Bao, ventured westward through the Han Pass to transform the Hu people into Buddhists, thereby establishing the lesser vehicle Buddhism to siphon the fortunes of Buddhism. The Western Buddha Bodhi, being a shrewd individual, was unwilling to see his fortunes divided and thus transformed into the Bodhi tree to enlighten Duo Bao, appointing him as the leader of Buddhism, who would ultimately suppress your Tathagata Buddha. As Sun Wukong listened, he grew increasingly perplexed and inquired with a hint of doubt, "If what you say is true, then my master is indeed a saint of Buddhism, and that old Tathagata is my senior brother. Given this connection, why would he assist the Jade Emperor in suppressing me?" Jiang Haoze replied with a cold smirk, "Brother, do you not recall the instructions given by our master upon leaving Mount Fengsuan? He instructed me not to reveal our lineage." The monkey suddenly understood. "So, you mean my master only taught me skills but left me as an anonymous figure? Thus the old Tathagata is unaware of my existence as his junior?" Jiang Haoze, uninterested in the monkey's musings, continued. "The foundation of Buddhism lies in the desolate Western lands, far inferior to the flourishing East. For Buddhism to truly thrive, it must propagate in the Eastern territories. However, the East already has its own teachings, with the 3 teachings of Chan, Jie, and others each having their saints presiding. Supreme Lord Lao Jun, desiring to share the fortunes of Buddhism, had no choice but to tacitly allow its transmission eastward. As the embodiment of a saint, even though my dear brother possesses extraordinary talent, had it not been for Lao Jun's mercy, you would have long been reduced to ashes by the 8 trigrams furnace. Buddha Bodhi intends to promote Buddhism, and in the future, he will arrange for his disciple, the Golden Cicada, to reincarnate in the East, seeking the Buddhist scriptures at Thunder Sound Temple on behalf of the Eastern Emperor. The journey from the East to the Western heaven is fraught with peril, with countless demons and malevolent spirits along the way. The reincarnated Golden Cicada, being immortal, will undoubtedly require protection. Thus, the Buddha has laid out a strategy to safeguard the Golden Cicada 500 years hence. And you and I, dear brother, are but pieces on this chessboard. As I possess the treasured creation, the jade plate, I have already glimpsed the heavenly mysteries and am fully aware of Bodhi's schemes. And naturally, I shall not ensure the Golden Cicada's success in retrieving the scriptures from the Western heaven. Should you choose to remain suppressed beneath the 5-finger mountain for 5 centuries and become the disciple of the Golden Cicada, relying on the merits of the scripture retrieval to attain the status of a Great Luo Golden Immortal, the decision of your path lies solely in your hands. Bodhi had imparted a wealth of skills to Sun Wukong, who felt immense gratitude towards him. Jiang Haoze endeavored to dismantle the revered image of the monkey's master in his heart. The restrictions imposed by Bodhi on Sun Wukong's public declaration of discipleship were likely intended to lay the groundwork for the future discipleship of Tang Seng, preventing any confusion regarding their respective ranks. Once the merits of the scripture retrieval were fulfilled, both Sun Wukong and Tang Seng would be enshrined as Buddhas, with the Tathagata likely considering the fact that the monkey was a disciple of Bodhi. Sun Wukong, nurtured by the heavens and earth, found his thoughts to be astute and perceptive, quickly unraveling the intricate web of causality. With blood streaming from his eyes, he looked skyward and laughed maniacally, proclaiming, "I once believed I had acquired exceptional skills capable of thriving anywhere in this vast universe. Today, I realize I am merely a pawn in the hands of the saints." Jiang Haoze remarked in silence, "Beneath the sages, all are but mere ants. The fallen deities of the Fengshan War were, after all, mere pawns in the hands of the sages. Buddhism has many precepts. The Tathagata's suppression of you for 500 years is intended to temper your character. My brother need not be overly attached." Suddenly, Sun Wukong knelt down and sorrowfully said, "Thank you, elder brother, for enlightening me today. I am grateful that you would risk offending the sages to take me away. But I wish to remain." Jiang Haoze, moved by the monkey's sincerity, declared resolutely, "Brother, do not worry about implicating me. I possess the creation jade plate, capable of traversing various realms. Even sages cannot hinder me, if need be. I shall simply refrain from returning to this journey to the West world." Sun Wukong replied emphatically, "It is not that I fear to implicate you, nor is it for the sake of attaining the lofty title of Deluo Jin Xian. Though Master Bodhi regards me as a pawn, I cannot forget his kindness in imparting to me such skills. Since he wishes for me to escort Jin Shanzi to the West for scripture, I shall fulfill his wish and, upon achieving merit, accompany you to the Tai Su realm to roam freely." Jiang Haoze felt a deep sense of shame. He had assumed that the monkey's choice to remain was motivated by the merits of scripture, not realizing the profound loyalty and affection that guided him. After a moment of silence, he clasped his hands and said, "The Bodhi Zhixiao Palace owes me a karmic debt from the time I listened to the teachings there. I do not need to repay his kindness in imparting his arts. I possess a technique that, when cultivated, allows for slumber lasting several centuries. Today, I shall bestow it upon my esteemed brother, so that you may be spared the torment of this confinement." Jiang Haoze had benefited greatly from the monkey and harbored feelings of guilt. His initial intention was merely to help Wukong endure the 500 years with ease. While many techniques could induce a deep slumber, the one Wukong practiced was not among them. Upon returning to the Taisu realm, Jiang Haoze had sought out a technique called Gui Shi, and though the monkey was determined to repay his gratitude, the agony of confinement for 500 years was undeniably arduous. Upon hearing that he could enter a deep slumber, he was overjoyed, scratching his head in excitement and repeatedly bowing, "Thank you, elder brother, for considering my plight so thoughtfully." After settling the monkey, Jiang Haoze concluded the tumultuous journey through the heavenly palace. Upon returning to the creation jade plate, he received a new task notification. "Congratulations, host, on completing the second traversal. Due to the connection between the journey to the west and the Fengshan worlds, the host has triggered the following mandatory tasks. First, the host must appear in the Fengshan world as Qinglong Daoren to rescue Li Jing's third son, Neza, and bring him to the main realm. Second, if the host engages in conflict with Yang Jian during the Fengshan War, he must spare Yang Jian's life. Note: should the host fail to complete these tasks, the journey to the west world will collapse. Jiang Haoze held the creation plate in disdain. He had not yet traversed to the Fengshan world, yet the journey to the west world had already changed because of him. It was clear that cause must precede effect, yet the plate dictated that he sow the seeds of cause in the Fengshan world based on the outcomes in the journey to the west. There was no Neza in the journey to the west, and Yang Jian inexplicably expressed gratitude. The potential chaos between the two worlds was not surprising given the circumstances. Understanding the plate's logic, he still found himself perplexed. Why, when he was clearly a green flood dragon, must he claim to be Qinglong Daoren upon entering the Fengshan world? Despite his pride in being a young dragon, he could only comply with the requirements of the Jade Disc and venture into the divine realm as the Azure Dragon Taoist. Upon returning to the Void Realm, Jiang Haoze did not first attend to the 30,000 monkey spirits within the creation Jade Disc. Instead, he soared through the clouds to the Pan-Tua River. Hovering above the river, he descended and parted the waters to reach the Crystal Palace, where he clasped his hands toward the guarding shark sentry, saying, "Might I trouble you to inform my father that I urgently seek his audience?" The shark sentry cast a complex glance at Jiang Haoze, his expression betraying unabashed disdain as he coldly replied, "The king is currently in discussion with the queen. I shall notify him at once. Please wait here, prince." The Dragon King of the Pan-Tua River, Jiang Haitao, was a figure of considerable influence within the aquatic realm, surrounded by loyal subordinates, among whom the shark sentry was a longtime follower. Due to the recent turmoil caused by the queen's wrath over the celestial realm affairs, Jiang Haitao had endured significant humiliation, and the shark sentry, along with other aquatic beings, harbored resentment towards the prince. Jiang Haoze, the root of all misfortune, I in the Crystal Palace Hall. Dragon King Jiang Haitao wore a smile laced with subservience, while Mother Dragon Ao Yin bore a countenance filled with fury, I in recent days. Her temper had been volatile, and upon seeing the shark sentry, she immediately erupted. "Shark armor, who permitted you to intrude? Go and receive 200 lashes." The shark sentry quickly fell to his knees. "Your Majesty, the first prince has returned seeking an audience with the king." Mother Dragon Ao Yin was momentarily taken aback, then, with a sarcastic tone, addressed Jiang Haitao. "Oh, splendid. Your prodigal son has ruined our celestial realm and now returns to the Pan-Tua River to reap the rewards. Does he think I am without temper?" With that, she hurriedly made for the exit, prompting Jiang Haitao to follow in desperation, shouting, "Ao Yin, Haoze is my son. Should you harm him, I will divorce you." Well, Jiang Haitao, you've grown a spine," she retorted. "Let me make myself clear. If you wish to continue caring for your son, I shall first send you back to the Endless Sea, and you can forget about being the Dragon King of the Pan-Tua River." Jiang Haitao, embarrassed, forced a smile. Yin, I was merely caught off guard. It is my fortune to have such a wonderful wife. Haoze is still young and foolish. Please be lenient with him," Yin scoffed. "I have already been more than accommodating. If it weren't for my approval, would you have been able to secure him a position at the Little Qing River? Even mortals understand that failing to teach is the father's fault. Your son has been spoiled beyond recognition. If you wish for him to enter, you must allow me to discipline him." Jiang Haitao's face brightened. "So, Yin, does that mean if I discipline him, you will allow Haoze to return?" He continued. "I too believe I have indulged him too much. How about I give him a good beating?" "Jiang Haitao, you should keep quiet. How many times have you promised to discipline that prodigal, only for it to come to nothing. I am laying down the law today. Should I take action and you attempt to intervene, he shall never set foot in the dragon palace of the Pantua River again." Jiang Haoze, wearing a distressed expression, remarked, "Yin, I consent to your discipline of Haoze, but please do not be excessively harsh. He is still quite young." Jiang Haoze appeared rather apprehensive, for this was his inaugural encounter with his stepfather. Were it not for the unfortunate loss of the celestial realm by Jiang Haoze, he would have endeavored to avoid this meeting altogether. Upon seeing Ao Yin emerge from the Crystal Palace, he surmised the identity of this woman, momentarily at a loss as to how to respond, and instinctively turned his head aside. Ao Yin's fury intensified. Not only had this wastrel caused the loss of the celestial realm of Pantua River, but he also displayed a complete disregard for basic etiquette. She charged at Jiang Haoze with a fierce countenance, vehemently berating him. "You ungrateful wretch! How dare you return?" The dragoness unleashed her draconic might without restraint, raising her hand to deliver a slap to Jiang Haoze, who deftly evaded her strike. Ao Yin, relentless and frenzied, launched a vigorous assault, compelling him to retreat continuously. Although the dragoness possessed the strength of a celestial being, and Jiang Haoze was also a celestial, his mastery of the arcane arts rendered him invincible among his peers. Yet, he hesitated to engage in combat with his stepmother and could only continue to back away. As he neared the surface, unwilling to prolong the conflict, he retrieved the celestial jade token from his jade disc and spoke rapidly. "This is the finest jade token of the wasteland-level celestial realm. If you dare to lay a finger on me, I shall promptly bestow this token upon another." The dragoness's claws halted mid-air, her expression comically astonished as she inquired, "Where did you acquire this jade token? Could it be that the heavenly court has wronged you, allowing you to reclaim your family's celestial realm?" Jiang Haoze shrugged and replied, "This is not from my family's celestial realm. It is the jade token from the 4 Ming Mountains in the Pantua River, which should suffice as compensation for the celestial realm that my father lost." Ao Yin recognized the 4 Ming Mountain celestial realm. It was the most esteemed celestial realm along the banks of the Pantua River, far superior to the ancestral celestial realm that Jiang Haoze had relinquished. With a beaming smile, she exclaimed, "This is ample. I never expected you, Haoze, to be so filial, procuring the 4 Ming Mountain celestial realm and presenting it to us." As Ao Yin reached out to take the jade token, Jiang Haoze evaded her grasp. At that moment, Jiang Haoze hurried over. Jiang Haoze approached, extending the jade token to Jiang Haoze, saying, "I, the unfilial son, have caused my father to lose the ancestral celestial realm. By chance, I stumbled upon this treasure and sold it to procure the 4 Ming Mountain celestial realm for you." Jiang Haoze pushed the jade token away, asserting, "You are my son. If trouble arises, I will certainly strive to rescue you. You should keep this jade token for yourself." Ao Yin, as if stung by a needle, shouted, "Jiang Haoze, how can you cultivate without a celestial realm? Solely relying on the incense along the banks of the Pantua River, you will be nothing more than a celestial being in this lifetime. It is rare for Haoze to be so considerate, obtaining a celestial realm and presenting it to you in filial devotion. If you refuse to accept it, I shall return to the endless sea today." Jiang Haoze, resolute as a turtle eating a weight, remained steadfast in his refusal to accept, regardless of Ao Yin's pleas, intent on bequeathing the celestial realm to Jiang Haoze. Jiang Haoze could not help but recall his parents from his past life, who had labored tirelessly for him throughout their lives. The hearts of parents are universally tender. In 2 disparate worlds, the bond of familial love remains unbreakable. Chapter 24. The Peach Garden of Another Realm. Jiang Haoze, unwilling to delay any further, furrowed his brow and addressed Ao Yin. "I have something to discuss privately with my father. Rest assured, I shall endeavor to persuade him to accept the celestial realm." The tone of Jiang Haoze left Ao Yin quite displeased. However, the thought of the enchanting 4 Ming Mountain compelled her to suppress her irritation. With a forced smile, she said, "Haoze, we are family. Surely you wouldn't want to see your father lose the paradise, would you?" After speaking, she turned to Jiang Haoze with a fierce glare, stating, "You, at your age, should know better. Haoze understands we are family, yet you insist on making distinctions." Jiang Haoze, watching Ao Yin walk away, declared with resolute conviction, "Haoze, your father has little to leave you. It is fortunate that you have gained the paradise. You must cherish it, though not mention this matter again." Jiang Haoze then produced the jade token of the Golden Silver Island Paradise, smiling as he reassured, "Father, rest assured I have taken on a powerful master and now possess the strength of a celestial being. My master has gifted me 2 paradises, one at the flood level and another at the wasteland level. This wasteland paradise is of no use to me. Overcome with emotion, Jiang Haoze shed tears, exclaiming, "I owe you much, yet I never anticipated you would receive such fortune." However, regarding this paradise, Jiang Haoze grinned. Ao Yin claims we are family. I cannot say whether she and I are indeed family, but it is undeniable that you and I share that bond. Please, secure the paradise for now. I have urgent matters to attend to. Jiang Haoze accepted the jade token, and Jiang Haoze let out a sigh of relief. He departed from the Pantuo River and promptly used the token for transportation. As the celestial official had indicated, the paradise was far away, requiring a substantial consumption of celestial spirit energy for the transfer. Upon returning to the Golden Silver Island, he discovered that the celestial spirit energy was significantly sparser than before. Once back in his cave dwelling, Jiang Haoze released thousands of monkey spirits from the creation jade plate, and the monkeys from Flower Fruit Mountain began to assess their new living environment. The celestial spirit energy of Golden Silver Island paled in comparison to that of Flower Fruit Mountain, lacking its exquisite charm, and the disappointment was evident on the faces of the monkeys. Jiang Haoze, recognizing his limitations, consoled them, saying, "Settle here on Golden Silver Island for now. There are many more exquisite locations in the Void Realm. In the future, I shall seek out another paradise for you." The four valiant monkeys quickly knelt. One of them, a red-bottomed macaque, said, "My lord, you are mistaken. Our escape from calamity is entirely due to you. How could we dare to wish for more? Though this place may not rival Flower Fruit Mountain, if you could bring back some fruit trees, we could transform Golden Silver Island." Jiang Haoze felt a spark of inspiration. Recalling how Sun Wukong was banished back to Flower Fruit Mountain in Journey to the West, where he soon led the surviving monkey spirits to rebuild their paradise, he realized that the monkeys must possess unique insights into tree cultivation. He retrieved the spiritual wood collected from Flower Fruit Mountain from the jade plate and handed it to the four valiant monkeys, saying, "This is the original spiritual wood from Flower Fruit Mountain. Try planting it on Golden Silver Island." The four valiant monkeys rejoiced, stating, "Although the spiritual energy here is less than that of Flower Fruit Mountain, the spiritual wood itself can gather celestial spirit energy. It should be no problem to plant it." Jiang Haoze sent the monkeys out to plant trees while he took out some precious seeds, including the seeds of celestial apricots from Kunlun Mountain, peach pits from the Peach Blossom Garden, and fire jujube seeds from Penglai Island. There were only 4 seeds of fire jujubes and celestial apricots, but over 100 peach pits. With a sense of chance, he began to bury the seeds one by one in the soil near the newly opened cave dwelling. Just as he was finishing with the last of the seeds, the celestial spirit energy from the realm suddenly converged upon Golden Silver Island, causing saplings to burst forth from the ground. The most abundant among them was the Pantao tree, which rapidly formed a small grove that grew at an astonishing pace visible to the naked eye. Within a mere half-hour, thousands of saplings transformed into towering trees. Having buried over 30 Pantao seeds, he found that thousands of trees had sprouted, automatically dividing into 3 distinct varieties. The fairy apricot and fire jujube, from just 2 seeds each, produced only a single tree, which also quickly grew into a majestic giant. Jiang Haoze witnessed this magnificent spectacle firsthand, and in that moment, he grasped profound insights into the fundamental principles of heaven and earth. Each realm is governed by fixed laws, known as predetermined factors. In the realm of Chinese mythology, the Queen Mother of the West possesses 9,000 Pantao trees, and no amount of effort could possibly increase that number. The Tai Su realm lacked Pantao trees, and he had brought this innate water spiritual root with him. Yet, the laws of Tai Su still permitted only 9,000 trees to exist. The water spiritual root Pantao tree was originally a treasure bestowed by Hongjun Laozu upon the Queen Mother of the West, intended to suppress the heavenly court's fortune. Now, with the Pantao tree thriving in the Tai Su realm, it fervently absorbed celestial spiritual energy, significantly enriching the aura of Jiangning Island. When the Pantao tree ceased its growth, the spiritual energy on Jiangning Island became thick like water, transforming the entire island dramatically. Meanwhile, the monkey spirit, who was planting ordinary spiritual wood, had just relocated the saplings when they began to grow wildly in an instant. The depths of the endless sea, where Jiangning Island resides, were once a desolate wasteland. However, due to the suppression of fortune by the 5 elemental spiritual roots, the surrounding sea life benefited, and once barren islands began to sprout various spiritual woods and exotic beasts. Given time, these could potentially evolve into a new paradise. Fortunately, the depths of the endless sea are sparsely populated, and no other paradises exist near Jiangning Island, thus no one was aware that the source of these changes lay within. Jiang Haoze's foremost task was to establish a Pantao garden. After all, a man of humble means may suffer for possessing valuable treasures. The matter of the Pantao spiritual root, if leaked, could provoke even those on the verge of sanctity, necessitating robust defenses. The monkey spirits of Jining Island scoured for building materials, while Jiang Haoze's design for the Pantao Garden gradually took shape day by day. Presently, the spiritual aura of Jining Island was no less potent than that of Huagua Mountain, and he devoted his days to cultivating in his cave, becoming increasingly familiar with various divine powers. One day in the Tai Su realm equals a year in the mythological world. If the great peaches take 9,000 years to ripen and journey to the west, could it be that they ripen every 9,000 days in the Tai Su realm? Jiang Haoze could not help but indulge in such fantasies, observing each day. Regrettably, although the Pantao trees grew in an instant, they showed no signs of blossoming or bearing fruit. If his conjecture held true, then every few decades, he could harvest a substantial number of Pantaos, allowing him to refine his body even more extravagantly than Sun Wukong. Every breakthrough in his profound technique would significantly enhance his abilities. With 9 transformations, one could achieve the sanctity of the physical body. However, whether it was Yang Jian, Yuan Hong, or Sun Wukong, all encountered bottlenecks after reaching the 5th level. The profound techniques created by the sages theoretically could lead to sanctity, but the requirements were exceedingly high, necessitating at least a physical form akin to that of the ancient ancestral witches. The 5th level corresponded to the Taiyi Golden Immortal. Constrained by the limitations of the physical body, Yang Jian enjoyed the incense of the mortal realm at Guanjinku, relying on the power of faith to break through. While Sun Wukong, having been a Taiyi Golden Immortal for many years, ultimately relied on the merits gained from his journey to the west to cleverly achieve the status of a Great Luo Golden Immortal. Both Sun Wukong and Yang Jian were exceptionally gifted, yet even relying on their physical forms, they could only cultivate to the level of Taiyi Golden Immortal. Jiang Haoze found it even more challenging to transcend this established pattern. His true form is merely that of an ordinary dragon, not comparable to the likes of Sun Wukong or Yang Jian, and he must rely on various heavenly materials and earthly treasures to compensate for this inadequacy. If the peaches of immortality in the Taishu realm ripen once every few decades, he could indulge himself as an epicure, consuming a copious amount of these peaches and refining his body through flames. Much like Sun Wukong did in the 8 trigrams golden furnace, Sun Wukong spent 49 days within the 8 trigrams golden furnace, forging a body of steel and iron, and was additionally bestowed with the fiery eyes of insight. With an abundance of peaches, Jiang Haoze could train for 490 days or even 4,900 days. According to simple arithmetic, it is indeed plausible for him to surpass the Monkey King in prowess. Although he dares not enter the 8 trigrams furnace of the Supreme Lord Laozi, he has devised an alternative. The flame mountain within the journey to the west world is quite suitable. Sun Wukong's act of toppling the 8 trigrams furnace caused the furnace bricks to fall to the mortal realm, thus giving rise to Flame Mountain, which shares the same source of flames as the 8 trigrams furnace. Chapter 25. The rescue of the 3-legged golden crow. The mere thought of Flame Mountain conjures images of the red boy. In his previous life, Jiang Haoze had come across a humorous post on a forum claiming that the red boy is not the offspring of the bull demon king, with the following reasoning. Firstly, neither the bull demon king nor Princess Iron Fan possesses the ability to wield the Samadhi true fire. Secondly, the red boy does not bear the same hideousness as the bull demon king, and when pierced by the Tiangang blade, he did not reveal his true form as a bull. Thirdly, the red boy's subjugation of the mountain deities and land resulted in a tacit approval from the heavenly court, indicating that even his father, the bull demon king, lacks sufficient clout, which suggests that he has a more formidable patron. Thus, it can be concluded that the red boy's biological father is a celestial being of considerable power and mastery over fire. The mother of the red boy, Princess Iron Fan, possesses a banana fan, an artifact of spiritual significance that has existed since the inception of chaos, said to be a leaf of the sun's essence. Given her modest capabilities, from where did she acquire such a primordial treasure? This inevitably brings to mind the Supreme Lord Laozi, who also possesses a banana fan within the Doshui Palace, which is a counterpart to that held by Princess Iron Fan. If the banana fan were a token of affection bestowed by the Supreme Lord Laozi upon Princess Iron Fan, suggesting that she is his beloved, then everything falls into place. The red boy's mastery of the Samadhi true fire is a gift from the Supreme Lord Laozi. When Sun Wukong toppled the 8 trigrams furnace, the Lord deliberately discarded several furnace bricks to create Flame Mountain, compelling mortals to rely on the Iron Fan. The esteemed position of the Supreme Lord Laozi ensures that his illegitimate son, the red boy, who enslaves local deities and officials, is not subjected to difficulties by the heavenly court. When Jiang Haoze encountered this post, he burst into laughter, compelled to admire the original poster's ingenuity, only to discover that the reality of the journey to the West world was far more intricate. The banana fan is indeed a primordial treasure birthed at the dawn of chaos, with two in existence, one belonging to the Supreme Lord Laozi and the other acquired by the ancestor of the Blood Sea and the Nether River. Princess Iron Fan, originally known as the Rakshasi woman, hails from the Blood Sea clan and was initially a disciple of the ancestor of the Nether River. The banana fan she wields was granted to her by the Nether River. The banana fan is not a token of love, and the red boy is not the illegitimate child of the Supreme Lord Laozi in an effort to nurture their son. The Bull Demon King and Rakshasi sent the red boy to Flame Mountain for cultivation shortly after his birth, which enabled him to master the Samadhi True Fire. Jiang Haoze, being a blue dragon of the water element, had no intention of cultivating the Samadhi True Fire. He merely sought to temper his body with flames. Should he traverse back to the journey to the West World, he would certainly venture to Flame Mountain, where he might very well encounter the red boit is already fated that Neza shall be brought back from the world of Fengshan, and subsequently, the cunning red boy will also be lured over. Having two delicate yet fiercely violent young boys as enforcers would indeed be quite advantageous. 3 months later, the Pan Tao Garden shall be completed, and Golden and Silver Island, under the management of the four heroes, will operate with commendable order. However, Jiang Haoze has discovered a new dilemma. The spiritual essence of Golden and Silver Island is of too low a grade, limiting its capacity to accommodate the ethereal energies. Regardless of how much spiritual energy the Pan Tao spiritual roots may bring forth, Golden and Silver Island can only retain a fraction, with the vast majority squandered. Although the quality of the spiritual essence on Golden and Silver Island is exceedingly high, the total quantity is insufficient due to the limited capacity of its spiritual veins. At present, the island boasts merely 6 celestial-level black dragons and countless earthly-level monkey spirits, which can be absorbed for cultivation without issue. Nevertheless, Jiang Haoze's ambitions extend far beyond this. He intends to bring over more advanced deities, at which point the spiritual essence of Golden and Silver Island will undoubtedly fall short. The celestial realm of the Taiyi world is exceedingly precious, and he cannot afford a higher-grade sanctuary, leaving him to devise means to expand the spiritual veins of Golden and Silver Island. A Great Luo Golden Immortal can venture into the chaos to seize spiritual veins, albeit at an enormous cost, to acquire a superior celestial realm. However, he is but a mere celestial being at present, leagues away from becoming a Great Luo Golden Immortal, rendering this approach impractical. Jiang Haoze recalls the Buzhou Mountain. During the cataclysmic battle between the witches and the demons in antiquity, Gong crashed into Buzhou Mountain, and a section of it was taken by the primordial heavenly master to forge the Fantian seal. The foremost immortal mountain of antiquity, Buzhou Mountain, once housed numerous saints and countless deities during its zenith, and its spiritual vein capacity is undoubtedly top tier. If he could bring Buzhou Mountain into the Taiyi realm, it could very well become the finest celestial sanctuary. That would indeed be a true superlative abode. However, to acquire Buzhou Mountain, one must traverse the depths of antiquity and participate in the cataclysmic battle, not to mention wresting it from the hands of the primordial heavenly master, a task of considerable difficulty. The earthly sanctuaries of antiquity hold little value, and Buzhou Mountain is merely a postnatal spiritual treasure to the primordial heavenly master. Thus Jiang Haoze could opt for a trade. The worth of a top-tier celestial realm in the Taiyi world is on par with that of a postnatal treasure. Even if he were to exchange a congenital spiritual treasure for Buzhou Mountain, he would certainly not be at a loss. The refining of Buzhou Mountain into the Fantian seal would severely damage its spiritual veins, and he must complete the transaction before the primordial heavenly master carries out the refining. By the time the Fantian seal is revealed in the Fengshan War, it has already matured as a magical artifact, though it remains unclear when the primordial heavenly master will complete its crafting. Thus, for safety's sake, it would be prudent to trade as soon as the primordial master acquires Buzhou Mountain. His aspirations extend beyond merely acquiring Buzhou Mountain. He also desires the illustrious Zhou star array and the 12 capital heavenly godslaying array, hoping to obtain one of them as a protective formation for the mountain. The celestial realms of the Taiyi world hold great significance, and thus their masters are wary of potential theft. Nearly every sanctuary is fortified by a protective formation. Deities selling the jade plaques of their sanctuaries often establish rudimentary arrays for protection. For instance, Golden and Silver Island was gifted a Bagua array, though such commonplace defenses are only effective against ordinary beasts and spirits. Though Jiang Haoze has ascended to celestial status and mastered various divine abilities, the thought of participating in the battle between witches and demons fills him with trepidation, for even celestial beings are often mere cannon fodder in such conflicts. The world of antiquity is akin to a captivating yet perilous beauty, having tempted him for a considerable time. Out of caution, he dares not approach. standing once more before the compass of fate, he gazes at the figures of Pangu and Yuhua, representing the world of antiquity. With a conflicted expression, yearning for the treasures of that realm yet reluctant to embrace the risks involved, at present, only 3 realms of Huaxia mythology have been unlocked: Hong Huang, Fengshan, and Shiyou. The probability of being selected for the Hong Huang realm stands at 1 in 3. After a moment of contemplation, he fervently wished not to be chosen for Hong Huang. Treasures could be acquired later, but if his life were lost, nothing would remain as the pointer of fate began to spin. His fears materialized. On the 3rd attempt, he was indeed drawn to the Hong Huang realm. Jiang Haoze wore a bitter expression, for this crossing was set during the War of the Witches and Demons. With the task of rescuing 12 fallen mythological figures, including at least 5 three-legged golden crows. In Huaxia mythology, the three-legged golden crows are synonymous with the sun. In ancient times, the demon clan governed the heavenly realm while the witch clan ruled the earth. The demon emperor Dijun and the eastern emperor Taiyi were, in essence, the three-legged golden crows. Dijun wed Shi, another three-legged golden crow, and together they bore 10 young golden crows. The unruly young crows emerged all at once, resulting in devastation upon the earth's creatures, which led to the legends of Quafu chasing the sun and Houyi shooting down the sun. The great witch Quafu, in pursuit of the 10 young crows, ultimately succumbed to their flames. His friend Houyi, seeking vengeance, crafted the bough of the setting sun from the Fusang tree to shoot down 9 of the golden crows. This incident served as the catalyst for the climactic battle between witches and demons, culminating in the demon emperor Dijun, grieving for his lost offspring, slaying Houyi. Eventually, the ancestral witches united to confront the 2 heavenly emperors. The jade disc tasked him with saving at least 5 young golden crows. Jiang Haoze's first thought was of the young crows slain by Houyi, for rescuing figures of the caliber of Dijun and Taiyi seemed implausible. To save the young crows, he would have to confront the great witch Quafu and Houyi alongside them. Houyi's bow of the setting sun was indiscriminate, and even the ancient 3-legged golden crows could not withstand a single arrow. As for his diminutive Qingjiao, it was even less capable. Although the task was undoubtedly formidable, the rewards for its completion were immense. The prospect of bringing the 3-legged golden crows to the Taisu realm was exhilarating. They inherently commanded the true fire of the sun, a premier flame far surpassing the Sanmei true fire, and was a rare sight even in the vast expanse of Taisu. Upon his return to the land of Hong Huang, Jiang Haoze was yet uncertain of his exact location when a mysterious force seized control of his mind. He found himself involuntarily soaring towards the heavenly realm, observing a plethora of demons and monsters en route, all flocking towards the southern heavenly gate as if on pilgrimage. He recalled the demon clan's treasured flag, the Zhao Yao Fan, which could summon all demons under heaven. He, as a mere Qingjiao, was hardly immune to its influence. During the War of the Witches and Demons, the Zhao Yao Fan was wielded by the demon master Kuanpeng. Realizing this, his complexion shifted drastically. He had once thwarted Kuanpeng's designs by rescuing Hong Yun, and Kuanpeng would likely not let this transgression go unpunished. Gathering all his magical power, he struggled desperately, but alas, his celestial strength was insufficient to counter the flag's effects. As he neared the heavenly realm, he beheld a flag towering 4 to 5 zhongs, suspended at the southern heavenly gate, radiating vibrant hues that illuminated countless paths. The flag's surface appeared shrouded in a nebulous mist, as if imbued with yin and yang energies, and within it, small green tadpoles darted back and forth. Thousands of demons knelt before the Zhao Yao Fan, and Jiang Haoze formed a spell, transforming into a rhinoceros spirit to kneel at the rear. Once the assembly of demons was complete, Kuanpeng, the master of the Zhao Yao Fan, declared with authority, "Recently, the witch clan has indiscriminately slaughtered our kin. To protect you. The demon emperor commands me to summon all our kind to the heavenly realm." The throng of demons bowed in unison, expressing their gratitude. "We thank the demon emperor for his compassion, and we thank the demon master for our salvation." With a swift glance, Kuanpeng's divine light swept over the gathering of demons, and suddenly he burst into hearty laughter. "We are all of the same kind, so there is no need for us to conceal ourselves. Qingjiao, my friend, we once listened to the Tao together in the Zixiao Palace. Why do we not reveal our true selves today?" Jiang Haoze's face turned a shade of iron, for although the art of transformation was truly marvelous, he could not escape the probing of divine consciousness in the face of such a disparity in strength. Kuanpeng, possessing the cultivation of a quasi-saint, easily saw through his ruse, while he himself was merely a celestial immortal. Transforming into a rhinoceros demon, he clung to a slim hope that Kuanpeng would not scrutinize the assembly of demons. Alas, his wish was in vain. Having failed to seize the primordial purple qi in the past, Kuanpeng would surely blame himself. How should he respond to this predicament? Quickly regaining his composure, Jiang Haoze deduced that Kunpeng still harbored fantasies about the primordial purple qi and would likely set his sights on him. Under the constraints of caution, he would probably refrain from resorting to lethal measures. With this thought in mind, he stepped forward with poise and smiled, saying, "Lord Demon Master, you jest. It is due to the blood feud I have with the witch clan that I resorted to transformation for concealment. Not out of shame before my kin." Kunpeng's eyes glimmered as he replied, "Our shared experience in the Zixiao Palace signifies a bond. Though your strength may be lacking, I shall not underestimate you. Therefore, I shall keep you by my side as a retainer, in consideration of our past acquaintance." Jiang Haoze understood Kunpeng's ulterior motives, yet the disparity in their statuses left him no choice. To refuse would invite immediate retribution. He could only nod in acquiescence. With the assembly of demons settled, Kunpeng took flight towards the Sun Palace, letting out a cold huff as he remarked, "Jiang, your methods are quite commendable. You deceived me into believing you were a messenger of the Tao ancestor. And as a result, I and the River of Souls labored in vain while you reaped the benefits." Jiang Haoze, with a serious expression, replied, "Kunpeng, do tread carefully with your words. A messenger of the Tao ancestor is precisely that. There is no question of impersonation. The Chaos Jade Plate is a supreme treasure of the Tao ancestor. Had it not been for the Tao ancestor's decree, how would I have dared to take the plate to rescue Hong Huang?" Kunpeng scoffed, "Such nonsense. If you were truly a messenger of the Tao ancestor, you would have obeyed orders in the Zixiao Palace, not been summoned by the demon summoning banner at that time. I and the River of Souls were caught off guard and fell for your cunning scheme, leaving you with all the spoils." Jiang Haoze shook his head, insisting, "Believe it or not, though I am a messenger of the Tao ancestor, I am not bound to serve in the Zixiao Palace. I have transcended the 3 realms and am beyond the 5 elements. Only I can manage the Chaos Jade Plate on behalf of the Tao ancestor. When the Tao ancestor requires the plate to manifest in the mortal realm, I shall be appointed as the messenger." Kunpeng believed some of Jiang Haoze's claims. The Chaos Jade Plate inherently contained the essence of fate, and no being under the heavenly Tao was qualified to wield it. Although this Qingjiao appeared weak, he indeed transcended the realms and stood apart from the 5 elements. Even Kunpeng, as a quasi-saint, could not discern his true origins. Could it be that he was destined to hold dominion over the Chaos Jade Plate on behalf of the Tao ancestor? With the fall of Hong Huang and the disappearance of the primordial purple qi, did it rest within you? Kunpeng's foremost concern remained the primordial purple qi. He dreaded that Jiang Haoze had already surrendered it to the Tao ancestor, prompting him to inquire. Jiang Haoze sneered, "You are overthinking this, Demon Master. I merely oversee the Chaos Jade Plate on behalf of the Tao ancestor. The primordial purple qi has undoubtedly been claimed by the Tao ancestor. The Tao ancestor once stated that there are 7 sacred positions in the world, yet the 7th, the primordial purple qi, is the most perilous and requires the sacrifice of 81 Great Luo Golden Immortals. Only the fortunate one who attains it may achieve sanctification. The mighty Kunpeng, a being of great wisdom and experience from the primordial era, is not easily deceived. The more fantastical the tale, the more likely he is to believe it. In this regard, Jiang Haoze is the foremost expert of the primordial realm. Just as Tang Sang had to endure 81 tribulations to achieve his ultimate merit, Jiang Haoze proposes that the primordial purple qi requires the sacrifice of 81 Luo Jingxian, which sounds quite plausible. After many years of tranquility, Hong Huang met his demise upon receiving the primordial purple qi. Could it be that the 7th strand of primordial purple qi is indeed a harbinger of doom? With 9 being the ultimate number, offering 81 Luo Jingxian as a sacrifice would surely dissipate even the most formidable of malevolence, aligning well with the identity of the primordial purple qi. Kunpeng, with a hint of skepticism, found himself somewhat swayed by Jiang Haoze's fabrications, perking up his ears to listen as Jiang continued to weave his tale. "As fellow members of the demon clan, I confide this secret to you. Do not let it escape your lips. The primordial purple qi will manifest again in the hands of other Luo Jingxian in the future, but it would be prudent for the demon masters to bide their time until the fall of those 81 Jingxian." Kunpeng, stubbornly dismissive, retorted, "The notion that 81 Luo Jingxian could be sacrificed is sheer nonsense. Where in the primordial realm are there so many Luo Jingxian? Are you suggesting that the majority will perish due to the primordial purple qi?" Jiang Haoze chuckled. "While there are currently not many Luo Jingxian in the primordial realm, 6 have already attained sainthood. They have established their sects and disseminated teachings, so the number of Luo Jingxian will surely increase. Furthermore, the second great calamity of heaven and earth is imminent. It would not be surprising if even quasi-saints were to fall." "The second great calamity of heaven and earth?" Kunpeng queried, his brow furrowed in skepticism. "The first calamity was the battle between the dragon and phoenix, which left both clans severely weakened. Who is destined to face this next trial? Jiang Haoze shrugged. The Saint Nuwa created humanity, and the heavenly decree ensures that humanity will thrive. Other races must yield to them. Surely, you are feigning ignorance, are you not? It was indeed the Wu and Yao clans that faced the calamity. Kunpeng fell into contemplation. As a demon master of high standing, he held little loyalty to the demon emperor and cared little for the survival of the demon clan, focusing instead on his own ascension to sainthood. If the primordial purple chi were to appear during the Wu-Yao conflict, and if more de Luo Jingxian were to perish upon obtaining it, would it not fulfill the sacrificial offering? Kunpeng began to anticipate the impending conflict, albeit with a tinge of anxiety, as he inquired. You advise me to refrain from seeking the primordial purple chi for now. How shall I know when the sacrifice has been completed? Jiang Haoze replied with a grin. Fear not, esteemed demon master. Once the sacrifice of the primordial purple chi is complete, there will undoubtedly be celestial phenomena to herald the event, and you will be informed. Our demon clan is numerous, yet Nuwa finds herself in a precarious position between the human and demon races. I genuinely hope that our clan can produce another saint, and only you possess the qualifications to achieve such a status. Kunpeng, being a figure of considerable seniority in the primordial realm, held little regard for anyone save the saints, dismissing even the demon emperor Di Jun with disdain. Flattered by Jiang Haoze's assertion that he alone was qualified for sainthood, he felt a surge of satisfaction and, with a hint of modesty, remarked, I am currently at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, lacking only the opportunity presented by the primordial purple chi. Obtaining it will undoubtedly lead me to become a saint. Then let me offer my early congratulations on your future ascension to sainthood. Kunpeng. Jiang Haoze, lacking in decorum, continued to ingratiate himself, timidly inquiring, I have informed the demon master of the cause behind the primal chaos purple chi. If you have no further instructions, I shall attend to my own affairs. Kunpeng, stroking his beard, replied, I had intended to employ the soul search technique to verify the truth of your words. However, given your evident awareness and discretion, I shall grant you your life. Nevertheless, the matter of the primal chaos purple chi is of paramount importance. You must remain by my side. Should it be confirmed that your claims regarding the sacrificial offering are true, I shall not neglect you once I attain sanctity. Jiang Haoze had heard whispers of the soul search technique, a powerful spell that could forcibly delve into another's consciousness, requiring at least a quasi-saint who had severed a corpse to wield it. A quasi-saint could use the malevolent thoughts harvested from the slain to probe another's soul, uncovering fragments of memory, but the subject of the spell would undoubtedly perish. Kunpeng, though convinced by Jiang Haoze's fabrications, harbored thoughts of employing the soul search technique, which sent chills down Jiang Haoze's spine. Although Kunpeng ultimately dismissed the notion of using the soul search, Jiang Haoze inwardly lamented, as it became evident that Kunpeng intended to keep him under close watch. The idea of a Great Luo Golden Immortal sacrificing the primal chaos purple chi was preposterous. If he were truly forced to stay by Kunpeng's side, the day the truth was revealed would mark his demise. Lacking the courage to refuse, for doing so would only amplify Kunpeng's suspicions and perhaps reignite thoughts of the soul search. He found himself in a quandary. Just then, a gentle voice resonated from a distance. By decree of His Majesty the Demon Emperor, the friend Qingjiao, who once listened to the teachings in the Zixiao Palace, is summoned to the Demon Emperor's palace for an audience. This voice was as celestial music to Jiang Haoze's ears. He could not fathom why the Demon Emperor would wish to see him, but it was certainly preferable to being under the tyrannical control of Kunpeng. Raising his gaze towards the source of the voice, he beheld a creature of purest white, adorned with wings, sporting a goat-like beard, and crowned with a single horn, a divine beast. This creature, capable of articulate speech, led Jiang Haoze to deduce its identity as Baizhe, the auspicious beast known for its profound understanding of human hearts. Legend had it that Baizhe could discern even the hidden thoughts of sages, which made even the most revered wary of its presence. It had vanished following the war of witches and demons. Faced with the ancient, auspicious beast, Jiang Haoze felt an unsettling trepidation, burdened as he was with countless secrets, for Baizhe's abilities were exceedingly formidable. The most trusted subordinate of the Demon Emperor Dijun was none other than Baizhe. Despite Kunpeng's exalted status, Baizhe's representation of the Demon Emperor left him little room to contest. Coldly glancing at Jiang Haoze, Baizhe remarked, Friend Qingjiao, upon your audience with the Demon Emperor, do remember to seek me in the Demon Master Palace for a discussion. Do not let me down. Kunpeng's words were nothing short of a veiled threat, implying that Jiang Haoze would do well to be self-aware, lest the Demon Master bestow upon him a fate most unpleasant. With a bitter expression, Jiang Haoze acquiesced, obediently following Bai Zhe as they soared towards the Demon Emperor's palace, located at the heart of the heavenly realm. Curiosity gnawed at him regarding the reason for Dijuan's summons, fearing he had stumbled into a den of wolves only to find himself ensnared by tigers. Yet, he heard Bai Zhe say, "Friend Qingjiao, there is no need for concern. His Majesty the Demon Emperor has not summoned you. I merely could not bear to see you pressured by Kuanpeng, so I sought a pretext to extricate you." Jiang Haoze was left speechless, utterly taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, his gratitude towards Bai Zhe surging like an unending river. Soon, however, he was engulfed in new perplexities. This was his first encounter with Bai Zhe, and he wondered why Bai Zhe would go to such lengths to save him under false pretenses. Unable to voice his inquiries, he simply clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your rescue." Bai Zhe seems truly capable of discerning the depths of the human heart. With an air of nonchalance, he remarked, "I am already aware of the doubts that linger within you. Just now, as I roamed the southern celestial gate, I inadvertently sensed your thoughts. I understand that your arrival in the wilderness is to rescue the Prince of the Golden Crows, which is why I have chosen to intervene on your behalf. In truth." Jiang Haoze had been contemplating how to save the three-legged golden crow while kneeling before the demon summoning banner at the southern celestial gate. He was astonished that Bai Zhe had indeed uncovered his innermost thoughts. The prowess of Bai Zhe was astonishing. He hastily compelled himself to clear his mind and, with a look of astonishment, inquired, "Can you truly perceive the hearts of others, esteemed senior?" With a deep sigh, Bai Zhe responded with a tone of melancholy, "I was born with an innate understanding of the emotions of all beings. While I cannot claim to fully comprehend the human heart, I can discern certain thoughts that dwell within others. This gift bestowed upon me by the heavens has not earned me the favor of mankind. Were it not for the magnanimity of His Majesty the Demon Emperor in harboring me, I would likely find no place to call home in this vast expanse of wilderness." Jiang Haoze nodded in agreement with Bai Zhe's words. Those in positions of power often dislike their subordinates prying into their thoughts. Few could tolerate a subordinate as perceptive as Bai Zhe. Throughout the wilderness, aside from the blunt and straightforward Dijun, even the sages would find it difficult to accommodate Bai Zhe. From another perspective, if he could emulate Dijun's generosity and bring Bai Zhe to the Void Realm, he would gain a most capable ally. However, as this thought crossed his mind, Jiang Haoze inwardly lamented. The fact that Bai Zhe could read minds meant he had foolishly revealed his desire to take him on as a subordinate. To his surprise, Bai Zhe did not react with anger. Instead, he suddenly knelt before him, exclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed Taoist Qingjiao. The wilderness cannot accommodate me. I am willing to accompany you to the Void Realm. However, the grace of His Majesty the Demon Emperor weighs heavily upon me. The 10 Golden Crow Princes may fall at any moment. If you can save them, I would gladly serve as your steed in the Void Realm." Jiang Haoze's heart surged with joy. The ancient, auspicious beast Bai Zhe possessed the strength of a Great Luo Golden Immortal, embodying innate good fortune, and he was willingly offering to accompany him to the Void Realm. Yet, a new doubt soon arose within him. While Bai Zhe's ability to read minds had been validated, it seemed unlikely that he could foresee the future. How, then, did he know that the demon princes were in peril? Bai Zhe shook his head and replied, "I cannot predict the future. The fall of the Golden Crow Princes pertains to the secrets of the Celestial Court, which I must report to His Majesty before disclosing to you. Although I have falsely conveyed an imperial edict, if the Demon Emperor learns that you can bring life to the Golden Crow Princes, he will surely treat you with the utmost respect. Perhaps it would be prudent for you to accompany me to meet His Majesty first." Jiang Haoze assisted Bai Zhe to his feet. This journey through the wilderness could potentially save 12 legendary figures, with a goal of rescuing at least 5 three-legged golden crows, leaving 7 slots yet to be determined. Bai Zhe's willingness to accompany him to the Void Realm perfectly filled one of those slots, and his ability to discern hearts would provide invaluable assistance. Accepting Bai Zhe's suggestion to meet the Demon Emperor Dijun, he did not hesitate. Though the Demon Emperor may not possess the same power as the sages, his authority was equally formidable. Gaining the approval of Dijun would ensure that the entire demon race, even the formidable demon master Kuanpeng, would think twice before acting against him. Indeed, Bai Zhe was deeply trusted by the Demon Emperor. Upon arriving at the Demon Emperor's palace, there was no need for announcement. Bai Zhe led Jiang Haoze directly into the Grand Hall. Upon seeing Jiang Haoze standing behind Bai Zhe, the Demon Emperor Dijun was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. "It has been many years since we parted ways at the Zixiao Palace. I never expected Taoist Qingjiao to grace my Demon Emperor's palace with your presence." Chapter 29. The Demon Emperor's breach of population control. Jiang Haoze, wary of provoking the displeasure of the demon emperor, spoke with utmost reverence. As a member of the demon clan, I am naturally inclined to follow your majesty's lead. Regrettably, I was unable to converse with your majesty on that day at the Zhixiao Palace, and I hope you will not take offense. Emperor Dijuan laughed heartily. I am not a petty person. My friend Qingjiao was merely a minor demon immortal back then. Yet you had the privilege of listening to the Tao at Zhixiao Palace. I remain curious as to how you managed to gain entry. I hail from another realm and possess a portion of the creation jade plate. The Tao ancestor would certainly extend some leniency towards me. Jiang Haoze replied with a carefree smile, openly revealing his identity. After all, Baze was already aware of the existence of the Taishu realm, and his unwavering loyalty to Emperor Dijuan meant he would certainly report this. It was better to be forthright. Another realm? Emperor Dijuan's curiosity was further piqued, prompting him to inquire in detail about the Taishu realm. Jiang Haoze provided a brief overview of Taishu realm, then earnestly requested the demon emperor to keep this information confidential, especially from Kuanpeng. Dijuan, trusting Jiang Haoze's words, with Baze present to discern truth from falsehood, sighed. The Taishu realm is no less than the Hong Huang. For you to traverse between the two realms is indeed a remarkable gift. It is no wonder the Tao ancestor views you with such favor. Baze interjected. Not only can Jiang Daoish traverse between the two realms, but if someone is destined to perish in Hong Huang, as long as they are willing to leave a mark of their consciousness on the creation jade plate, he can transport them to the Taishu realm. Is that truly the case? Emperor Dijuan exclaimed, rising from his throne in excitement and grasping Jiang Haoze's arm. If you possess such ability, I shall entrust my children to you, and you shall surely be rewarded in return. Jiang Haoze rubbed his arm, which was painfully pinched by the demon emperor, and replied with a wry smile, I can only take a limited number of people to the Taishu realm, at most 12 on this journey to Hong Huang. Moreover, once they enter the Taishu realm, they cannot return. Your Majesty, as the esteemed ruler of the heavenly court, would you truly bear to entrust 10 princes to me and endure the sorrow of separation? Emperor Dijuan sighed. I do not wish for such separation. Yet the heavenly Tao has decreed that 9 of my 10 children are fated to fall. To reach the Taishu realm is indeed their fortune. Jiang Haoze was utterly astonished. The 10 three-legged golden crows would indeed be shot down by Hou, leaving only one. Yet how did Emperor Dijuan know this? If he was aware of the outcome in advance, why did he not take measures to prevent it, ultimately witnessing the tragedy unfold? Voicing his confusion, he found the usually bold demon emperor displaying an unusual awkwardness as he turned to Baze. This matter is one I am ashamed to discuss. Please take Qingjiao below and explain it to him in detail. With curiosity ignited, Jiang Haoze made his way to Baze's residence, where Baze recounted a hidden history of the demon clan. After Pango opened the heavens and perished, his left eye transformed into the sun star, where the Fusang tree birthed 2 three-legged golden crows, those being Emperor Dijuan and Donghuang Taiyi. Both were born with extraordinary powers, wielding the innate spiritual treasures of He-Tu and Luo Shu, as well as the primordial treasure, the Chaos Bell, thus becoming the rulers of the heavenly court. From Panga's right eye, the moon star was born, giving rise to the female three-legged golden crow, Shiha. A love triangle ensued between Dijuan, Taiyi, and Shiha, ultimately resulting in Dijuan winning Shiha's heart, while Taiyi became the tragic second male lead. At that time, Emperor Jun was brimming with vitality. Reigning supreme over the celestial realm and commanding the myriad demon clans, he had also wed the enchanting Shihi, achieving a remarkable balance of both career and romance. Alas, this bliss was short-lived, as discord arose in the marital bond between Emperor Jun and Shihi due to her affliction with infertility. Among the three-legged golden crows, there existed only 3 in the entire cosmos, and their shared aspiration was to expand their lineage. However, Shihi's inability to conceive left Emperor Jun and Taiyi in a state of great anxiety. In his desperation, Emperor Jun summoned Bai Zhe, the sage of all things, to the heavenly court, only to learn the cause of Shihi's infertility. Having been born upon the Fusang tree, she possessed a maternal bond with it, and thus, the continuation of their lineage could only be fulfilled through the fruit of the Fusang. Without delay, Emperor Jun ventured to the Sun Palace to gather Fusang fruits, for according to Bai Zhe, consuming each fruit would yield another offspring. Yet, the Fusang tree bore a mere 10 fruits in total. Driven by an ardent desire to proliferate his clan, Emperor Jun was determined to harvest all the fruits. At that moment, the Fusang tree conveyed a profound thought to him, stating that destiny ordained him only one descendant, while the tree itself should bear 10. Thus, he could only take 1 fruit. However, Emperor Jun, consumed by his ambition to expand his lineage, disregarded the tree's counsel and forcefully plucked all the Fusang fruits. In his pursuit of legacy, he inadvertently condemned the Fusang tree to a barren fate, inciting its wrath. The Fusang tree ignited in a furious blaze, its ancient form consumed by its own fury. Caught in a web of guilt, Emperor Jun fled the Sun Palace in a state of panic, never to return again. That time, Hong Jun had yet to merge with the heavenly Daode. As Emperor Jun departed, a symbol of yin and yang appeared in the sky, serving as a celestial warning. You share a maternal bond with the Fusang tree. Your ingratitude toward it is indeed disgraceful. The heavens decree that you shall have but one son. Even if your wife bears 10 three-legged golden crows, 9 shall surely perish. Such is the fate of a petty individual. Emperor Jun compelled Shihi to ingest 10 Fusang fruits, and soon she became pregnant, giving birth to 10 three-legged golden crows. Haunted by the heavenly warning, he lived in constant dread that 9 of his sons would meet their demise. Thus he confined the 10 young golden crows for training, ensuring they never encountered the outside world. Jiang Haoze finally comprehended why Emperor Jun was willing to let him take away his sons. It was a matter of necessity. The heavenly Tao mandated family planning, and Emperor Jun could not afford to lose 9 offspring. Besides sending his sons to be raised by others, he had no alternative. In his past life, he had pondered a mystery. The three-legged golden crows originated from the Fusang tree, yet the great archer Hou had slain them using a bow crafted from Fusang wood. How had he obtained such wood? The Fusang tree stood within the Sun Palace, and the Wu and Yao clans harbored deep-seated enmity. How could Hou have harvested branches from the Fusang tree? The tale of Bai Zhe provided clarity. Emperor Jun, burdened by guilt toward the Fusang tree, forbade any demon clan from disturbing it. Although the Fusang tree could not take on physical form, its formidable power was capable of thwarting Hou. Yet, due to Emperor Jun's actions that severed its lineage, the tree was secretly pleased to witness Hou slay the golden crows. With newfound clarity, Jiang Haoze felt a sense of ease wash over him. This time, traversing the tumultuous era of the Wu and Yao conflict bore significantly less risk, for with Emperor Jun as his support, he would encounter far fewer troubles. As long as Emperor Jun cooperates and allows the little golden crow to willingly leave a mark of divine consciousness on the jade dish, it should be feasible to smoothly transport the little golden crow to the Taishu realm. Furthermore, he has developed an interest in one of the 5 element spiritual roots, the Fusang tree. The water element spiritual root, the pan peach tree, has significantly enriched the spiritual energy of Golden Silver Island. If the fire element Fusang tree were to be added, the effects would surely be even more pronounced. In the Investiture of the Gods, Kong Xian's 5-colored divine light is capable of cleansing all. Even the 7-treasure mysterious tree of Saint Xuanti has been purified. If one were to gather all 5 elemental spiritual roots, could they cultivate the 5-colored divine light? In the 29th chapter, the restless little golden crow, Jiang Haoze, having previously read Investiture of the Gods, was deeply impressed by the 5-colored divine light. After his transmigration, he remained fixated on this formidable ability, prompting him to seek guidance from Xuanti on Mount Fengzuan. Xuanti informed him that mastering this divine power necessitates the possession of innate 5 elements qi. Kong Xian was born from the innate 5 elements qi of the phoenix and, with his extraordinary talent, succeeded in cultivating the 5-colored divine light. Undeterred, Jiang Haoze persistently inquired about the 5-colored divine light, leading Xuanti to generously impart to him the technique for its cultivation and the means to acquire innate 5 elements qi. Xuanti's generosity stemmed from the fact that obtaining innate 5 elements qi is exceedingly challenging. Even as a saint, it is a formidable task. During Panga's creation of the world, there existed innate 5 elements qi, but as time passed, it transformed into acquired 5 elements qi. The remnants of innate 5 elements qi in the world can only be found in 5 elements spiritual treasures or spiritual roots, which have the ability to convert acquired 5 elements qi back into innate. In the vast wilderness, there exists only one set of 5 elements spiritual treasures, namely the innate 5 elements flags, each held by different individuals. The metal attribute Su color cloud flag is in the possession of the Queen Mother of the West. The wood attribute Qinglian Baos flag belongs to Saint Jijin. The water attribute Xianyuan water control flag is held by Ancestor Mingyi. The fire attribute Lidiangwang flag is with the Supreme Lord, and the earth attribute Wujixing Huang flag is controlled by the primordial Heavenly Venerable. Among those who possess the innate 5 elements flags, 3 are saints, and the other 2 are formidable figures in their own right, making it no simple task for Xuanti to gather them. The Qinglian Baos flag is undoubtedly in Jijin's hands. Borrowing the other 4 flags would incur karmic debts, hence even a saint like Xuanti faces considerable challenges in assembling the innate 5 elements. Jiang Haoze has traversed various mythological realms, yet his chances of acquiring the innate 5 elements flag remain slim, leading him to place his hopes on the innate 5 elements spiritual roots. Spiritual roots from mythological realms thrive in the Taiyi realm, and having already obtained the innate water spiritual root, the pan peach tree, he believes that bringing the fire spiritual root, the fusang wood, to the Taiyi realm would greatly increase his chances of cultivating the five-colored divine light. The earth spiritual root, the ginseng fruit tree, is located in the Wanshou Mountains Wuzhuang Temple, a domain of the great immortal Jiang. As he is a close friend of Hong Yuan, bringing Hong Yuan along would likely facilitate obtaining a fruit pit. The innate metal spiritual root, the Bodhi tree, is Yuanti's true form, and he could devise a strategy to request a Bodhi seed or branch from him, which would also thrive in the Taiyi realm. The thought of the Bodhi seed brings Jiang Haoze some discomfort. During his travels through Huagua Mountain, he was granted a seed by the Bodhi, but regrettably, he was unaware at the time that spiritual wood thrives easily in the Taiyi realm. Eager to cultivate the 9 turns profound art, he consumed the Bodhi seed. Although it is somewhat regrettable, the Bodhi seed is not an exceptionally rare treasure, and with a reasonable price, it is likely that he could reacquire it. He is most troubled by the innate with spiritual root, the Huangzhongli, which is a legendary treasure. It has not appeared in the annals of the vast wilderness, Journey to the West, or the Investiture of the Gods. The mighty beings of the primordial world are well aware of the existence of Huangzhongli, yet none know his whereabouts, rendering the chances of finding him exceedingly slim. Consequently, he has put forth a bold hypothesis, positing that this precious artifact resides in the possession of Hongjun Daozu, necessitating a strategy to approach him. The fire spirit root, the fusang tree, is tantalizingly close, and the tree, disillusioned with Dijun, may be inclined to venture into the void realm, given the lack of opportunities for propagation in the primordial realm. For Jiang Haoze to achieve this, he must first earn the trust of the fusang tree, a task that Dijun is unable to assist with, leaving him to devise his own means in the future. He temporarily set aside the thoughts swirling in his mind. The immediate priority is to devise a strategy to deal with Kuanpeng, for being under Kuanpeng's restraint would render any endeavor futile. Upon sensing his concerns, Bai Zhe let out a cold snort, stating, "Currently, the demon emperor has need of you, my friend, and will surely resolve your troubles. I shall request his majesty to appoint you as the prince's master, responsible for the education of the 10 princes. Once Kuanpeng is aware of the emperor's stance, he will undoubtedly refrain from causing you any trouble." Jiang Haoze was uncertain of the significance of the title of prince's master, yet he surmised that a position capable of instilling fear in Kuanpeng must be of considerable standing. Just as Bai Zhe anticipated, the demon emperor Dijun regarded him as a lifeline for his son's survival, readily bestowing upon him the title of prince's master, expressing with sincere regret, "My 10 little ones are rather unruly. I hope you will bear with them. As for safety, you need not worry. I will imbue my consciousness into the He2 and Luo Shu, which you may carry with you for protection." Upon hearing Dijun refer to the little Jinwu as unruly, Jiang Haoze dismissed it, reasoning that it was entirely natural for young children to be mischievous. However, the fact that Dijun took such precautions with the He2 and Luo Shu left him rather unsettled. Just how violent could these 10 little Jinwu be to warrant such solemnity from Dijun? After departing from the demon emperor's palace, Bai Zhe, having discerned his thoughts, elucidated. The 10 princes possess certain peculiarities, yet they are also quite pitiable. I trust you will take care. What exactly makes them peculiar? Jiang Haoze could not help but inquire. Times they wail, at times they laugh heartily, and at other moments, they hurl curses, occasionally failing to recognize even His Majesty and the Empress. When they are lucid, their tempers are fierce, often threatening to set the palace ablaze, and every few days, we must present ferocious beasts as offerings for their feasting, lest we face their true fire. Jiang Haoze listened in bemusement. According to Bai Zhe's description, the mental state of the 10 little Jinwu seemed decidedly troubled, perhaps in need of a psychologist. Upon arriving at the palace where the 10 princes resided, as he stepped through the grand entrance, a burst of golden flames surged towards him. This flame, a manifestation of the purest solar fire, would confound even a Great Luo Golden Immortal, and for a celestial being such as himself, it would instantaneously reduce him to ashes. Yet, before the flames could reach him, the He2 and Luo Shu transformed into a multitude of enigmatic runes, effectively shielding him from the golden inferno. Bai Zhe furrowed his brow and called towards the depths of the flames. "Princes, you must not act impudently. This is the teacher arranged for you by His Majesty. Come forth and pay your respects at once." "Ha! A mere celestial dares to be our teacher. Bai Zhe, are you jesting?" One of them scoffed. "I have partaken of dragon liver and phoenix marrow, but have yet to taste the flesh of a flood dragon. This azure flood dragon is perfect for roasting. Roast it, brother. Do not use solar fire." Last time that azure lawn was charred to a crisp by you. It must be slowly roasted with ordinary flames to truly savor its flavor. The dragon and the Jiao bear a striking resemblance. I wonder if there exists a Dragon Ball. Last time, during the battle against the Black Dragon, seventh brother, you seized the Dragon Ball. This time, you shall not snatch it from me. Foolish one, the Jiao and the dragon are not the same. There is no such thing as a Dragon Ball. Furthermore, the Jiao is adorned with the river map and Luo book from our esteemed father. We would have no opportunity to roast it, even if we desired. The 10 three-legged golden crows possess rather juvenile voices, yet their discussions are laced with violence. Jiang Haoze listens with a cold sweat, fortunate to be under the protection of the river map and Luo book, alleviating any concerns for safety. Bai Zhe, who frequently interacts with the 10 princes, knows how to manage the situation. He coldly remarks, "Dear friend Qingjiao is the esteemed prince's tutor personally appointed by His Majesty. Before my arrival, His Majesty stated that should any prince show disrespect towards him, that prince would be imprisoned for a decade. Our father is truly oppressive. This Qingjiao possesses merely the strength of a demon immortal. What can he possibly teach us? Are we truly his biological offspring? From the moment we were born, we have been confined within the palace. If this continues, we shall all go mad." Bai Zhe, with a wry smile, calls Jiang Haoze aside and whispers, "The 10 princes have been imprisoned since birth by His Majesty. Their tempers exceedingly volatile. Please bear with them." Jiang Haoze nods with a bitter smile, beginning to grasp the root of the issue. Even a dog, when tethered and fed for an extended period, will become exceedingly fierce. What more for the three-legged golden crows? The 10 little golden crows have been under house arrest since their emergence, engaged solely in cultivation day after day. It is remarkable they have not completely lost their sanity. Chapter 30. The first gambling tool in heaven and earth under the protection of the river map and Luo book. Jiang Haoze ventured deep into the flames, where he beheld the 10 little golden crows. They appeared akin to 10-year-old children, each one adorably plump. He felt a pang of sympathy for these little golden crows, whose mental age was merely in their teens, the very age of mischief. Their prolonged confinement was indeed lamentable. Although the little golden crows were irritable, approaching them should not pose much difficulty. They were simply shut-in boys. After all, this is a mythical world, devoid of the essential comforts of a shut-in's life: computer games, action films, and instant noodles. Yet, in this era of extreme entertainment scarcity, what could be easier than finding ways to occupy the time of 10 little shut-ins? The little golden crows appeared quite similar, and Jiang Haoze could not discern who was the leader or who was the last remaining 10th. He performed a respectful gesture towards the 10 princes, smilingly stating, "It is my first encounter with the 10 princes. I cannot distinguish between you, so why not introduce yourselves? Impertinent. You dare not kneel before this prince upon meeting. His Majesty sent you to be our teacher, yet you cannot even identify us. Begone. Qingjiao, I am exceedingly bored. If you possess any amusing teachings, this prince shall reward you handsomely." Jiang Haoze patiently listened to the 10 little shut-ins, raising his head with an air of pride. He declared, "What difficulty is there in this? Though my abilities are humble, I do have a plethora of entertaining offerings. Is that so?" The youth closest to Jiang Haoze stepped forward eagerly, exclaiming, "Quickly teach this prince. As long as I am entertained, you shall reap the benefits in the future." Jiang Haoze, with an enigmatic demeanor, replied, "I shall soon impart knowledge to you, but as your teacher, it is rather inappropriate for me not to recognize you. Is it not? How about this? Each of you introduce yourselves and address me as your teacher, and I shall impart the intriguing wonders of the world to you. How outrageous it is to dare to act superior before us. Let us roast him over a fire. Yet this fellow appears so self-assured. Could it be that he possesses something truly amusing, and would it not be a pity to burn him?" After a lively discussion, the little golden crows reached a consensus, deciding to temporarily compromise with Jiang Haoze, with plans for retribution should he fail to produce any treasures. Jiang Haoze accepted 10 disciples, and after the last little golden crow called him teacher, he smiled and said, "Today, I shall impart to you a fascinating object known as mahjong. Learn it well, and you shall never find boredom again. Oh, not flaunt your words, teacher. Let us see this so-called mahjong of yours." They insisted. "Yes, indeed. If you cannot produce it, we shall roast you." Jiang Haoze felt quite humiliated, constantly threatened by his students, with not a shred of dignity as a teacher remaining. Fortunately, he had confidence in mahjong, for in his past life it was all the rage throughout Huaxia, captivating individuals of all ages, some even losing sleep over it. Teaching these 10 three-legged golden crows to play mahjong for the sake of passing time should pose no challenge, he thought. Jiang Haoze shook his head. I do not have this treasure on hand, nor has it ever appeared in the entirety of the Hong Huang. However, if we can procure some wood, I can craft it. The little golden crow's eyes sparkled in unison. If it is something that has never appeared in Hong Huang, fret not about the wood. We have the Fusang wood sent by our father emperor, which is perfect for you to make mahjong. Upon hearing the name Fusang wood, Jiang Haoze was elated. He had been contemplating the Fusang tree and did not expect to obtain it so easily. The segment of Fusang wood accompanying the birth of Dijuan contained the essence of true solar fire, making it far more precious than ordinary Fusang wood. To aid the little golden crows in cultivating true fire, Dijuan divided the Fusang wood into 10 segments, allowing each little golden crow to receive one. Generously, they offered the Fusang wood to Jiang Haoze in exchange for a delightful object, and he stood there, cradling the 10 small segments of Fusang wood in contemplation. Given the extraordinary value of the Fusang wood, would it not be excessive to use it for crafting mahjong? Such premium material, regardless of how it is utilized. Could it not also be considered a magical artifact? Hurry and create the delightful object, teacher. If you cannot, we shall roast you immediately. The impatience of the 10 little golden crows grew as they urged him on. Jiang Haoze had initially intended to secretly hide a segment of the Fusang wood, but with the 10 little golden crows eagerly anticipating the delightful object, their 20 eager eyes fixed upon him, he found no opportunity to do so. He was left with no choice but to shed a scale from his body, using a magical power to transform it into a sharp little knife. Focusing intently on the task of carving. After ascending to the celestial immortal level, his spiritual consciousness was remarkably strong. Theoretically, as long as the shape of mahjong appeared in his mind, the knife would carve it accurately. Unfortunately, he soon found himself at a loss. The Fusang wood provided by the little golden crows was incredibly hard, and the knife fashioned from his scale left not a single mark. Observing the unsavory expressions of the little golden crows, he could only offer a wry smile and explain. The Fusang wood is far too hard. My knife cannot make a dent. Perhaps we should use ordinary wood instead. The emperor, curious about the creation that his companion Qingjiao sought to forge, remarked, since your blade proves ineffective, why not give my own a try? The speaker's voice, though distinct from Dijuan's, bore the same regal self-reference, revealing his identity. Before Jiang Haoze appeared a small bell, adorned with intricate designs of flowers, birds, fish, and insects, unmistakably the innate treasure known as the Chaos Bell. In an instant, the bell transformed into a small dagger, identical to the one he already held, now suspended before him. Jiang Haoze's hand trembled slightly. Whether in the primordial wilderness or the void realm, innate treasures represented the pinnacle of artifacts, and here he was, possessing one. Regrettably, it was merely a temporary loan from Taiyi, prompting him to quickly gather his thoughts and concentrate fully on crafting mahjong from Fusang wood. Having been accustomed to playing Sichuan mahjong in his past life, Jiang Haoze's version lacked the usual red dragon, west wind, and fortune tiles, consisting solely of 108 bamboo and character tiles. Upon the completion of the final 9 bamboos tile, a beam of golden light descended from the heavens, enveloping him and imparting a sensation akin to enlightenment, resolving myriad questions regarding his cultivation. The 108 mahjong tiles soared out of the palace, devoured by the enormous yin-yang fish pattern in the sky. From within the yin-yang fish came the voice of Daozu. This is the first gambling tool in the realm of heaven and earth. The heavenly Tao has bestowed merit upon you, young friend. However, as you are not of this primordial wilderness, do not disturb the natural order of this realm with foreign artifacts. Should such anomalies arise again, the heavenly Tao shall not abide. Jiang hurriedly replied, I merely crafted this for amusement, without intent to disrupt the natural order of this realm. I hope Daozu can forgive me, but this mahjong was made by my own hands. Might it be appropriate for Daozu to accept it? After a moment of silence, Hongjun responded, the first gambling tool in the world, recognized by the heavenly Tao, shall indeed be considered an innate spirit treasure. The heavenly Tao aims to transform the postnatal into the innate. After a brief period, the mahjong will undergo a transformation, and as its creator, you shall naturally be regarded as the master of this spirit treasure. Jiang Haoze felt an overwhelming joy. The first coin, the Bao Gold, was an innate spirit treasure, and the first ruler, the Qinkuan ruler, was also an innate spirit treasure. Now, even his creation of the first gambling tool, mahjong, basked in the radiance of the heavenly Tao. He couldn't help but wonder if further inventions of items not found in the primordial wilderness might yield even more innate spirit treasures. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he heard Hongjuan's cold voice. This is merely an exception. If you, Jiang, continue to recklessly create foreign artifacts, The consequence shall be divine retribution from the heavenly Tao. I advise you to tread carefully. Jiang Haoze inwardly cursed Hong Jun for his stinginess. If Hong Jun, representing the heavenly Tao, were to turn a blind eye, allowing him the freedom to invent, how many innate spirit treasures could he amass? Alas, he could only fantasize. For Hong Jun had issued 2 stern warnings. Should he persist in crafting foreign items, he would surely face the wrath of the heavenly Tao. Only Jiang Haoze was privy to the yin-yang fish in the sky, as Hong Jun communicated with him through divine consciousness, leaving others unaware of the unfolding events. When the golden light of merit descended, Hong Jun concealed the heavenly secrets. Even Taiyi, a being of quasi-saintly cultivation, was oblivious to the celestial phenomenon occurring so close at hand. Before long, the yin-yang fish vanished, and the first mahjong set returned to Jiang Haoze's hands, now significantly altered. The mahjong he meticulously crafted is exquisitely refined. However, no matter how splendid it may be, the marks of human craftsmanship are inevitably apparent. After the transformation by the yin-yang fish, the mahjong appears effortlessly natural, devoid of any imperfections, evoking a sense of comfort from every angle. The mahjong made from fusang wood is entirely crimson, even after modification. The reverse side remains the same vibrant red, while the pattern side has taken on other hues. The circles have turned to a earthy yellow, the strips to a deep azure, and only the tins remain red. Among these 3 types of mahjong, Jiang Haoze experienced the weight of the earth, the gentleness of water, and the ferocity of fire. As the creator of the primordial mahjong, he felt a subtle connection to the game once the celestial order acknowledged it as the foremost gambling tool. He discovered a soul within the mahjong, one that he could summon at will, yet, with Taiyi nearby, he temporarily set aside this thought, planning to delve deeper into this innate treasure when alone. Hong Jun and the yin-yang fish had vanished, and the 10 little golden crows watched him with excitement, eagerly inquiring how to play. From the shadows, Taiyi laughed heartily. Indeed, friend, you are extraordinary. The tool you crafted so casually is, in fact, an impressive treasure. I can entrust my 10 nephews to you without concern. Taiyi did not observe any divine light of merit, nor the pattern of the yin-yang fish, yet he recognized the innate treasure. Suddenly, Jiang Haoze found himself face to face with a refined middle-aged man, who waved his hand and retrieved the small knife transformed from the chaos bell. Aware that the person before him was the Eastern Emperor, he did not dare to be careless and respectfully clasped his hands, saying, "Your Majesty, the Eastern Emperor, you flatter me. I merely succeeded through luck due to my origins from another realm." The Eastern Emperor Taiyi produced a piece of wood, and with a gentle swipe of the small knife formed from the chaos bell, the wood instantly transformed into a set of mahjong. He handed the mahjong to the eldest prince and smiled at Jiang Haoze, saying, "The mahjong you crafted has already recognized its master. It would not be appropriate to give it to them to play, so it is best to keep it safe." Jiang Haoze's admiration for Taiyi grew significantly. Taiyi recognized the mahjong as an innate treasure but had no intention of claiming it for himself. Considering Jiang Haoze's interests so thoughtfully, in contrast to the saints who schemed against their disciples or coveted treasures during the Fengshan War, the 2 demon emperors, despite their somewhat whimsical natures, provided a sense of security in their interactions. The equally sincere Tongtian Jiao master favored collecting disciples from the demon clan, likely for this very reason, as the disciples of the demonstrated greater loyalty during the Fengshan War. "Uncle, do not use our possessions to curry favor. The treasures made from our materials naturally belong to us," they insisted. "Yes, indeed. Quickly return the treasures to us, or we shall roast you." Upon hearing Taiyi's words, the little golden crows became frantic, chirping and chattering their complaints. Taiyi laughed heartily, saying, "Since you wish for the master's treasures, I can persuade him to bestow them upon you. However, he need not teach you how to play mahjong." The 10 little golden crows stared blankly, having received the mahjong Taiyi had replicated, yet they were at a loss as to its use. After a moment of contemplation, the eldest prince pointed at Jiang Haoze and declared, "The treasure has been given to the master. Now you must teach us how to play swiftly, or we shall roast you." Jiang Haoze's acquisition of this innate treasure of mahjong was entirely serendipitous, with no possibility of replication, and he certainly did not wish to relinquish it. The little golden crows made a valid point. The crafting of mahjong utilized the precious wood of the hibiscus tree, a material that rightfully belonged to the 10 little golden crows. Their request for its return was entirely reasonable. The 10 little golden crows relinquished their claim, which brought a sense of relief to him, and he immediately exerted all his efforts to teach them the game of mahjong. Taiyi remained present, smiling as Jiang Haoze elucidated the rules of the game. Upon conclusion, he pondered thoughtfully, remarking that while mahjong appeared deceptively simple, it encapsulated profound truths of the universe, with the arrangement of tiles being of great significance. Jiang Haoze was taken aback by this astuteness, who perceived mahjong as embodying the principles of heaven and earth, prompting an involuntary chuckle. Upon reflection, it became evident that in mahjong, one could listen to as many as 9 tiles but could require just one to form a winning hand. Indeed, it contained a certain numerical wisdom, albeit most players seldom delved into such depths. The little golden crows, being extraordinary beings with commendable intellect, swiftly grasped the intricacies of mahjong. Jiang Haoze informed them that playing mahjong necessitated stakes. Yet the princes lacked nothing, leading him to worry that the absence of gambling elements would diminish the game's allure. However, he soon dispelled his concerns as each prince commanded an army of 30,000, and the 4 little golden crows who ventured first treated there as gambling chips. The 6 observing little golden crows, envious of the spectacle, clamored for a chance to join, while the 4 who had begun were resolute in their refusal to yield. Their dispute escalated, ultimately bringing the matter before Taiyi, who was obliged to craft 2 additional sets of mahjong. Yet, a new dilemma arose. With 2 tables established, 2 little golden crows remained, eager to participate, and they dragged Jiang Haoze and Taiyi into the fray. The 11 3-legged golden crows had their stakes comprised entirely of. These were destined to become the celestial soldiers under the command of the Jade Emperor, the backbone of heavenly campaigns. Unfortunately, Jiang Haoze held little interest in the game, perhaps due to the displeasure of the Jade Dish after he had previously taken away several thousand monkey spirits. This time, the Jade Dish granted him only 12 slots. Even if he triumphed, he could not take any back. Once the mahjong was set up, he chuckled, I have no to lose, and winning them would be of no consequence. So I shall simply enjoy the game with the Eastern Emperor and the 2 princes, indifferent to the outcome. The Eastern Emperor Taiyi laughed heartily, saying, my friend, Qing Jiao, previously mentioned that mahjong is only enjoyable with stakes. Without wins and losses, what fun would it be? Here SA thought. Recently, various have contributed numerous rare fruits. Should you lose, do your utmost to provide a stake, and in return, we shall offer you some fruits to savor. Before his arrival, Taiyi had consulted Bai Zhe. Aware that Jiang Haoze could rescue the 10 little golden crows, he inquired about Jiang Haoze's preferences. Upon learning that the trees taken to the thrived easily, Jiang Haoze's keenest interest lay in various rare fruit trees, a fact not lost on the discerning Bai Zhe. Thus, the Eastern Emperor's proposal to wager with spiritual fruits was indeed a clever alignment with Jiang Haoze's inclinations. Initially intending to merely observe, Jiang Haoze's spirits soared at the mention of rare fruits as stakes, rolling up his sleeves and declaring, let us play with fervor today. I too possess an abundance of rare spiritual fruits, and should I lose, I shall likewise offer them as stakes. Chapter 32. The beautiful one. Jiang Haoze recalled a report from his previous life about someone who had played mahjong for 3 consecutive days and nights, ultimately succumbing to a heart attack due to the strain of a full flush. He held a profound disdain for the individual engrossed in mahjong, perceiving him as utterly lacking in self-restraint. So much so that he would forsake his very life for the game. It was only after playing mahjong with Hong Huang and 10 little golden crows for 3 consecutive days and nights that he realized such a duration was hardly extraordinary. The unyielding gameplay of immortals, who engaged without sustenance, was far more frenzied than that of mortals. This round of mahjong extended over 36 days. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of June, Jiang Haoze remained oblivious to when it might conclude. Initially, he was invigorated by the tantalizing treasures of Taiyi, accumulating an increasing number of spiritual fruits in his possession. He proposed to raise the stakes, eager to swiftly claim Hong Huang's spiritual fruits and make his exit. Alas, Hong Huang saw through his intentions and, captivated by the game, insisted on a minimum bet of 1 spiritual fruit. After a month of continuous play, Jiang Haoze had amassed 100,000 spiritual fruits, yet even this triumph failed to ignite any spark of interest within him. This was not due to the inferior quality of Taiyi's spiritual fruits. While these fruits could not compare to spiritual roots, they served as exceptional ingredients for brewing monkey wine. Should the celestial brewers of the heavenly court ever take to crafting exquisite elixirs, the rare fruit pits he could bring back to the Taishu realm would significantly enhance the growth of spiritual wood. The entertainment in the vast wilderness was woefully inadequate. The nascent mahjong addiction of the 3-legged golden crows was insatiable, and Jiang Haoze found himself rebuffed multiple times when he attempted to withdraw. Amusingly, to prevent his departure, Hong Huang proclaimed the rationale of losers must not concede, and winners are not permitted to leave, evoking a sense of nostalgia reminiscent of his earthly experiences. Upon June's arrival in the prince's hall, Overwhelmed by nausea from the prolonged gaming, he hastily and enthusiastically explained the rules of mahjong to Dijun, gladly relinquishing his seat. The other 3 gambling companions did not object this time. As long as someone continued to play, they were content to find their lost confidence in this newcomer, who was Dijun. Exiting the prince's hall, Jiang Haoze unexpectedly encountered Baizhe, who greeted him with a beaming smile. I have come to the prince's hall today to ascertain that my friend has no desire to continue playing mahjong. So I summoned the demon emperor to provide assistance. Tears streamed down Jiang Haoze's face. Although Baizhe's invasive curiosity was somewhat discomforting, his remarkable empathy proved invaluable. Shortly thereafter, Baizhe led him to a secluded hall, informing him that this was the residence arranged for him by the demon emperor, where he could stay at his leisure. This journey through the wilderness felt rather pleasant. Having secured a powerful patron, he had even acquired his own office in the heavenly court. With a beaming countenance, Jiang Haoze expressed his gratitude to Baizhe and entered the palace, closing the door behind him. He could hardly contain his excitement as he eagerly retrieved the innate spiritual treasure of mahjong for further study. The set he placed into the jade dish consisted of 108 tiles, yet upon retrieval, he discovered only 3 remained, 1 each of Wan, Bing, and Tiao. Attempting to summon the tiles into the air, the 3 mahjong pieces instantaneously transformed back into 108, with every 36 tiles forming a swirling group. The Wan set blazed with fierce flames, the Bing set stirred up clouds of dust, and the Tiao set was enveloped in swirling mists, each representing distinct attributes. While he was momentarily entranced, the Wan, a Tiao, suddenly soared forth, and he sensed the presence of a soul within the mahjong. The soul clearly conveyed its desire to emerge. Upon granting his consent, a spectral figure materialized in the air. An exquisite bird adorned with vibrant plumage, predominantly purple. The bird emitted a joyful chirp, instantly transforming into a graceful maiden clad in a flowing purple gown. Her shoulders delicately sculpted and her waist slender as a willow, her face adorned with a faint frost, exuding an air of nobility and beauty. The maiden, with her delicate steps, gracefully approached Jiang Haoze and performed a respectful curtsy, saying, "I, Ziji, pay my respects to my master." Jiang Haoze withdrew his gaze, which had been appraising the girl's figure, and cleared his throat twice before inquiring, "Your name is Ziji, is it not? The mahjong is a spiritual treasure crafted by me. How is it that you have found your way into my treasure?" A sorrowful expression adorned Ziji's face as she replied softly, "In the primordial chaos, I was once a mythical bird known as the Xuanwu. After millennia of cultivation, I ascended to the rank of Taiyi Golden Immortal. When the Dragon and Phoenix War erupted, my husband and I were summoned to battle. Alas, my husband fell victim to the son of the ancestral dragon, the swan and I, and in my moment of despair, I lamented for 3 days before passing into the void. The heavens, moved by my unwavering love, preserved a fragment of my soul, assuring me that one day I would be reunited with my beloved. The heavenly decree transformed your spiritual treasure into a primordial artifact and inquired if I would wish to share my existence with my husband's spirit. Upon agreeing, I became the spirit of this artifact, entrusted with overseeing the 36 mahjong tiles of the water element. Ziji's beauty eclipsed that of any starlet Jiang Haoze had ever encountered. Initially, his gaze towards her bore a hint of desire, but upon hearing her tale, all impure thoughts vanished, for the Xuanwu is a creature worthy of reverence. The Xuanwu is one of the ancient 5 phoenixes in mythology, said to possess a deeper devotion than even the mandarin ducks. Upon the death of a mate, it would mourn for 3 days, thereafter embarking on a journey to the underworld alongside its beloved. The 5 ancient phoenixes include the vermilion bird, the Hong Huang, the Xuanwu, the Qingwan, and the Honghu, each representing different colors and attributes. The vermilion bird is adorned predominantly in red feathers, the Hong Huang in yellow, the Xuanwu in purple, the Qingwan in blue, and the Honghu in white. Ziji is the Xuanwu among these 5, and the heavens have meticulously preserved a fragment of her soul, marking her as the first of her kind in existence. Initially, Jiang Haoze presumed her beloved to be another Xuanwu, only to discover through inquiry that he was a Hong Huang. The Hong Huang's demise led her to mourn for 3 days in a display of deep fidelity, and the subsequent Xuanwu lineage has continued this tradition in honor of her pride. The heavenly decree's decision to allow Ziji and her husband to share a spiritual bond raises the question. Does this imply that the Hong Huang also serves as a spirit of the mahjong? Jiang Haoze sought understanding through his divine perception but found no lingering soul within the tiles. Posing his doubts, Ziji responded with a bittersweet smile, "My husband's spirit is not present. I know not where he wanders. The heavens have stated that reunion requires destiny, why husband belongs to the earth element. Should you transform him into a spirit, he could oversee the 36 mahjong tiles of the earth. Scratching his head, Jiang Haoze remarked, though I am the master of the mahjong, I am at a loss as to how to utilize them. Ziji, would you be so kind as to instruct me? Ziji smiled gently and explained. The mahjong you have created are originally a fire elemental postnatal treasure. After the heavenly transformation, they have become primordial treasures of water, fire, and earth attributes, each capable of establishing the gentle water formation, the raging fire formation, and the solid earth formation, respectively. The gentle water formation specializes in containment, the raging fire formation in offense, and the solid earth formation in defense. Upon your refinement, the mahjong will transform into 3 tiles that will enter your sea of consciousness, 1 for water, 1 for fire, and 1 for earth. These 3 mahjong will rotate continuously in your mind, and you will only be able to see their reverse side, hastily selecting one to summon during battle. Currently, as I am the soul spirit, the solid earth formation and raging fire formation lack a host. Thus, should you select the fire and earth tiles, they will only execute standard attacks, and the formations will not be activated. Jiang Haoze felt overwhelmed by the complexity of the situation, pondering how he could possibly choose when he could only see the backs of the mahjong tiles. Relying solely on luck during combat is exceedingly unreliable. If one requires the thick earth formation for defense, yet inadvertently selects the blazing fire formation or the gentle water formation, would that not spell utter disaster? Mahjong is the foremost gambling apparatus in the universe. Could it be that invoking this artifact is akin to wagering, with one's life at stake each time? Chapter 33. The refinement of the innate spiritual treasure. Jiang Haoze refined the mahjong. As 3 tiles spun rapidly within his consciousness, he attempted to summon the water element mahjong controlled by Ziji. 1 tile ascended into the air, tracing a red arc before splitting into 36 clusters of orange flames. Instead of manifesting the water attribute tile, the fire attribute tile emerged instead. This artifact indeed relies on fortune. He sought to invoke another tile, but a sharp pain surged within his mind, a consequence of the immense soul energy consumed in summoning the first tile, rendering him unable to call forth another in the immediate future. The inability to immediately select another after a misstep felt quite frustrating, did it not? During battle, invoking mahjong offers merely a 1/3 chance. A wrong choice could lead to irreparable consequences, perfectly befitting the identity of mahjong as a gambling tool. Jiang Haoze's countenance darkened, suspecting that Hong Jun disapproved of his attempts at cleverness, deliberately rendering the mahjong a useless trinket. In truth, he was overthinking. Hong Jun, embodying the Tao of heaven, could only act in accordance with the will of the Dao. As long as the Tao recognized mahjong as an innate spiritual treasure, it could not possibly be deemed as trifling. Ziji, possessing keen intellect, discerned Jiang Haoze's thoughts and smiled gently, saying, "Master need not worry. In truth, this innate spiritual treasure of mahjong is quite formidable, merely beyond your current capabilities for complete refinement. Typically, only a Great Luo Golden Immortal can refine such treasures. However, as the creator of mahjong, your ability to summon it for battle ahead of time is already a stroke of fortune." A flicker of hope ignited within Jiang Haoze as he asked eagerly, "If I become a Great Luo Golden Immortal and fully refine the mahjong, would I then be able to summon whichever tile I desire?" Ziji nodded affirmatively, precisely. At that time, summoning all 3 tiles simultaneously would pose no issue. If summoned accurately, even a Taiyi Golden Immortal could achieve that. Currently, you are a Celestial Immortal, with the next step being a Taiyi Loose Immortal. At that stage, you will be able to faintly sense the attribute aura of the 3 tiles, albeit with some inaccuracy. Jiang Haoze felt reassured, realizing that summoning mahjong was not a gamble after all. Becoming a Great Luo Golden Immortal would eliminate the need for chance. Alas, the path to becoming a Great Luo Golden Immortal seemed distant, and cultivation must be pursued step by step. He was still merely a Celestial Immortal, and achieving the status of Great Luo Golden Immortal would take an eternity. Ziji hesitated before saying, "If Master is willing to infuse merit into the artifact, the difficulty of refining it would diminish somewhat, making early refinement a possibility." Her words filled Jiang Haoze with elation, and he hurriedly inquired, "If I infuse merit, will I be able to completely refine the mahjong?" Ziji shook her head, "That depends on the amount of merit infused. However, to completely refine it while crossing 3 tiers will require a substantial amount of merit. Even ordinary iron, with enough merit, could transform into an acquired merit spiritual treasure." Once again, Jiang Haoze found himself in a quandary. In the realm of mythology, merit is a precious commodity, even more significant than heavenly materials and earthly treasures. While heavenly materials and earthly treasures possess specific functions, Merit serves as a panacea, capable of enhancing cultivation, deepening one's understanding of the Tao, and improving the quality of artifacts. Furthermore, virtuous deeds possess the capacity to eradicate one's own karmic burdens. The Buddhist notion of putting down the butcher's knife and becoming a Buddha on the spot essentially signifies that one can offset their karma through virtuous actions. No celestial being is indifferent to virtuous deeds. Even the exalted sages, who transmit the teachings, do so in pursuit of incense offerings among mortals. When a mortal devoutly worships a particular deity, that deity accumulates merit through the offerings made. Lowly celestial beings, tasked with divine duties, occasionally manifest to assist mortals in fulfilling their wishes, all in the quest for incense offerings. The paramount function of virtuous deeds lies in transcending limitations. When one's understanding of the heavenly path falters and they find themselves ensnared in a bottleneck, virtuous deeds can pierce through that veil of obstruction. Jiang Haoze invented the first gambling apparatus in existence, and heavenly merit descended upon him like a golden radiance, enhancing his comprehension of the heavenly way at that moment. The merit bestowed by the heavens is abundant, forming a golden wheel of virtue within the sea of consciousness, a majority of which remains untapped. The question arises, should he infuse this merit into the mahjong? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Haoze made his decision, manipulating the golden wheel of merit to continuously channel virtue into the mahjong. He arrived at this conclusion after careful consideration, practicing the profound arts of the 8th and 9th levels, determined to pursue the path of proving the Tao through strength rather than relying on virtue to break through limitations. Within the vast void, he possesses his own peach orchard, cultivating numerous spiritual roots and an abundance of celestial treasures to enhance his cultivation, thereby sparing the precious merit from being squandered. As for karmic burdens, there is no need for concern. He can traverse various worlds, and any karma accrued is merely a muddled account. Moreover, being a cultured and courteous young man, unlike a butcher, there is no necessity to waste merit in eliminating karma. The merit derived from mahjong is to be utilized in refining it, which is indeed a rightful application. Soon, the golden wheel of merit vanished, and a faint golden glow enveloped the surface of the 3 mahjong tiles, deepening his connection with them. The mahjong continued to spin at a rapid pace, rendering its front face imperceptible to him, yet he could vaguely sense its inherent attributes. This sensation was not entirely precise. The level of refinement should have reached that of a Taiyi scattering immortal, proving to be more reliable than mere luck. Jiang Haoze spent considerable time experimenting, ultimately compiling data that indicated a success rate of approximately 60% when casting mahjong, in contrast to the 30% success rate prior to being infused with merit, effectively doubling its efficacy. During an attack, he could summon any tile indiscriminately. The odds rested with the opponent, and whether he used fire to incinerate or mountains to crush mattered little. He would only resort to mahjong for defense in dire circumstances, for gambling with probabilities is fraught with peril. Even a 90% success rate should not warrant risking one's life. Having successfully refined the mahjong, Jiang Haoze eagerly anticipated its power and sought a suitable location for testing. Baizé arranged for him to be in the Imperial Garden, where he attempted to summon a fire attribute tile. As the mahjong flew forth, it transformed into 36 fiery orbs the size of fists. Shouting meteor fire rain, he elegantly waved his hand, and the flames roared into a thicket, only to leave behind faint scorch marks before extinguishing. He widened his eyes in disbelief. Was the fire emitted by his innate spiritual treasure truly that feeble? Could that grove be extraordinary? He hurriedly dashed over to investigate, only to discover it was merely ordinary spiritual wood. Summoning the mahjong back, he reached out to gauge the temperature of the flames, realizing that they merely surrounded the mahjong with ordinary fire. The mundane fire proves utterly ineffective against the celestial beings. His countenance darkened, and with tears streaming down his face, he lamented, "Oh, mahjong, you are, after all, a primordial spiritual treasure. Yet, you have squandered so much of my merits. Your power is truly beyond my capacity to critique." Ziji had mentioned that the earth and fire elements lack spiritual entities, rendering the arrangement of formations impossible. Could this be the reason? Undeterred, he retracted the fire-based mahjong, and once his soul energy was restored, he summoned the water-based mahjong, hoping to have Ziji lay down the gentle water formation to test its efficacy. Ziji emerged from the one bamboo tile, chuckling softly, "Master, there is no need for further experimentation. The water within the mahjong is nothing more than ordinary water. Even if a formation were to be laid, it would yield little effect." Jiang Haoze, quite fond of the primordial treasure he had created, felt a profound disappointment upon hearing Ziji's words, his expression turning bitter as he remarked, "No matter how one views it, It is still a primordial treasure. At this level, it barely surpasses a postnatal treasure. Ziji responded earnestly, Master, do not underestimate it. The mahjong possesses immense potential. It is merely that you have not utilized it correctly. The power of the 3 mahjong tiles can seal fire, water, and earth. Yet the source within them has yet to be activated. Hence, only mundane fire, earth, and water are contained, resulting in little prowess. Chapter 34. The mark of true solar fire were it not for Ziji's enchanting beauty. Jiang Haoze might have been tempted to deliver a swift kick, thinking to himself, Sister, could you please speak without gasping for breath? You're merely introducing mahjong. Why is it so difficult to clarify everything in one go? Learning from the experience, he proceeded to inquire with great diligence, finally grasping how to wield the mahjong effectively. The power of mahjong hinges on the stored energies of the 3 elemental types. For instance, when infusing the fire mahjong with samadhi true fire and true solar fire, they represent entirely different tiers. To store energy within mahjong, one must seek the assistance of immortals who cultivate the corresponding energies, allowing them to infuse the mahjong. Once the energy absorbed reaches a critical threshold, a unique source will form within the mahjong, and when the stored energy is depleted, the source can generate new energy to replenish it. Jiang Haoze shared a strong rapport with the 2 demon emperors. Should he seek their aid in infusing true solar fire, the internal source of the fire mahjong would manifest. During combat, when the fire mahjong is activated and the stored true solar fire is consumed, the source can gradually recover. However, this does not imply that he has mastered true solar fire to burn everything like the 3-legged golden crow. Even the 3-legged golden crow does not release the same intensity of true solar fire. Jun and the little golden crow are certainly not on the same level. In the absence of a fire elemental spirit, the flames stored within the mahjong are merely inert fire, with their potency barely rivaling that of samadhi true fire. Without a doubt, the fire mahjong should select true solar fire. For the water and earth elements, whom should he seek for assistance? In deep contemplation regarding the immortals who cultivate water and earth, the first to come to mind was Guanyin Bodhisattva, for within her Yujing bottle resides the 3 light divine water. In journey to the west, she utilized the 3 light divine water to extinguish the samadhi true fire of the red boy and even revive the ginseng fruit tree of Jinyuan Daxian. Upon recalling the ginseng fruit tree, Jiang Haoze slapped his forehead. Wasn't Jinyuan Daxian the essence of primordial earth? The great immortal possesses the primordial treasure of the earth book. Although he has yet to attain sainthood, even the saints regard him with a measure of wariness. Journey to the West mentions him as the ancestor of earth immortals, yet it does not specify his cultivation of earth energy. However, the essence of primordial earth is undoubtedly remarkable. Jiang Haoze and Jinyuan Daxian have yet to settle their affairs, yet Hong Yun, being a close confidant of the Daxian, is likely to acquiesce on his behalf. He had initially planned a visit to Wanshou Mountain, driven by his desire for an earth-based spiritual route, intending to request either a branch or seed of the ginseng fruit. As for Guanqian Pusa, he is still the compassionate Taoist of the Yuanshi sect and has probably yet to cultivate the 3 light divine water. This situation leaves him somewhat disheartened. The fire and earth elements lack spiritual beings, while the water element possesses a spiritual being yet lacks assistance in storing the spiritual water. It seems that attempting the formation in the short term may be unfeasible. After storing the mahjong in his consciousness, Jiang Haoze returned to the prince's hall, seeking the aid of the 2 emperors. Upon rising from the table, Hong Huang and the other 2 little golden crows need not continue their losing streak, as Emperor Jun had become the greatest loser. Approaching Hong Huang, he lowered his gaze and humbly said, Your Majesty Hong Huang, I wish to request a small favor from you. Without turning his head, Hong Huang replied, Do you not see that I am currently occupied? Go back for now, and we shall speak once I have won everything. Jiang Haoze felt a wave of frustration. The stakes for these 4 players were comprised of demon soldiers, with the Heavenly Court's demon soldiers numbering over 1 million, and the minimum bet being just 1 demon soldier. When would they finish? He sighed and, deliberately raising his voice, remarked, It won't take much time. Your Majesty Hong Huang, please assist me, and I can also share with you how to listen to 9 tiles. The 12 3-legged golden crows sprang to their feet, and Emperor Jun laughed heartily. Friend Qingjiao, if Hong Huang can assist, I surely can as well. Allow me to help you. Hong Huang Tai quickly interjected, Friend Qingjiao has sought my assistance. Dear brother, do not meddle, master. I too can aid you. Just quietly tell me how to listen to 9 tiles. Master, we are your disciples. You ought to teach us and not the father emperor and uncle. Jiang Haoze decisively produced the fire element mahjong and stated straightforwardly, I need to infuse it with true sun fire. Emperor Jun examined it with divine perception and exclaimed in astonishment, What a marvelous artifact. Activating the heavenly Tao imprint requires an immense amount of fire. Even I would need a day to accomplish it. Let us all assist. The heavenly Tao imprint referred to by Emperor Jun must be the source within the mahjong. And even with his semi-holy cultivation, he would require a continuous infusion for an entire day. Indeed, the fire needed was substantial. Following Emperor Jun's proclamation, the three-legged golden crows revealed their true forms, and 12 golden fire pillars shot towards the mahjong. The flames vanished upon contact with the mahjong, as the 12 golden crows continuously fueled it with their own magical power, nourishing the seemingly bottomless mahjong. After approximately 2 hours, the flames of the 10 little golden crows began to wane, and they gradually collapsed to the ground. The eldest, panting heavily as he rose, expressed his heartfelt apologies. "Master, your artifact requires far too much fire. We have exhausted all our magical power and can no longer assist you." Jiang Haoze felt a swell of emotion. The three-legged golden crow's willingness to exert themselves so diligently was not merely to learn how to listen to 9 tiles. Ever since they discovered he could save the little golden crows, Emperor Jun and Taiyi had indeed made a conscious effort to curry favor with him, yet the little golden crows sincerely regard him as their teacher. He bore no ill will towards the attentions of Emperor Jun and Taiyi. Both demon emperors were earnest individuals who had consistently treated him with genuine kindness. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The 2 demon emperors were destined to fall in the primordial chaos. Could he possibly transport them to the realm of the void? No sooner had this notion crossed his mind than the voice of the jade disc resonated within his consciousness. Demon emperors Dijun and Hong Huang Taiyi are primordial deities born from chaos, intrinsically linked to the land of the primordial. They cannot be taken to the realm of the void. Jiang Haoze felt a twinge of disappointment and, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, "How many rules does the jade disc possess? Can't you disclose them all at once?" The jade disc replied, "The rules are numerous and ever-changing. I cannot provide you with prior knowledge. What you must understand is that the chaotic deities cannot be saved, and I am unable to carry any celestial being whose strength surpasses your own cultivation by a level. You must first diminish your cultivation. The Baize you promised to take with you falls into this category. Yet, Hong Huang was a Great Luo Golden Immortal, and his cultivation similarly exceeded mine. Why did you not mention this?" The jade disc responded with a hint of pride. "At that time, Hong Huang also could not be taken away, so I deliberately allowed him to be attacked by Kunping and the river of the underworld, ensuring he reverted to his original form without issue. Otherwise, with my capabilities, even if Kunping and the river of the underworld were quasi-saints, if Hong Huang had agreed to go to the realm of the void, he would have sustained no injuries." Jiang Haoze found himself at a loss for words, feeling that he had encountered a series of misfortunes. Both the jade disc and the spirit of the mahjong game spoke with a penchant for leaving things half said. There was little he could do about it. He could not bring himself to act against the beautiful ZG, while the jade disc was utterly unyielding to his plight, leaving him perpetually in suspense. The 2 demon emperors took a full 8 hours to activate the imprint of the heavenly Tao, during which the fire-type mahjong absorbed sufficient solar true fire, resulting in an enigmatic flame mark on its patterned surface. This mark represented the source that ZG had mentioned, capable of continuously generating solar true fire, eliminating the need to seek assistance for replenishment in the future. Dijun and Taiyi transformed into human forms, and Taiyi wiped the sweat from his brow, chuckling, "My friend, this innate spiritual treasure encompasses the elements of water, fire, and earth. If I am not mistaken, the water and earth elements will also require assistance, correct?" Jiang Haoze nodded. "I currently cannot find suitable individuals to aid with the other 2 elements. I shall address that matter later." Taiyi laughed heartily. "We are unable to assist with the earth element, but for the water element, there is indeed an optimal candidate. You might consider privately teaching my elder brother a few mahjong techniques to devise a plan." Chapter 35. The Rebirth Guerrilla Squad. Jiang Haoze felt a surge of curiosity. He was quite familiar with the myths of the primordial chaos and did not expect Dijun to be acquainted with any great immortals who cultivated spiritual water. Upon hearing Taiyi's words, Dijun chuckled. "The demon queen is aware that Qingjiao Dao you can save her child and holds him in gratitude. He should not refuse this matter." "She-he?" Jiang Haoze was taken aback. She-he, too, was a 3-legged golden crow. Did she not cultivate solar true fire? She-he was exceedingly low-key, and the myths only mentioned that she bore 10 golden crows. With no accounts of her combat prowess, he had always assumed she practiced solar true fire. However, upon deeper reflection, it dawned on him that the yin and yang were oppositional. As Dijun, born from the sun, wielded solar true fire, it was entirely plausible that she-he, born from the moon, mastered a form of ultimate spiritual water. If the spiritual water he cultivated were on par with solar true fire, then the three light divine water of Guanyin would pale in comparison. Jiang Haoze was filled with anticipation. Dijun swiftly provided an affirmative response, acknowledging that she and Xiao were cultivating the Taiyi cold liquid, a form of exquisite spiritual water, on par with the true fire of the sun. The Taiyi cold liquid, due to the elemental principle that water overcomes fire, serves as its nemesis. Dijun, momentarily forsaking his game of mahjong, took it upon himself to escort Jiang Haoze to the Taiyi Star, where she, sensing their arrival, personally awaited them outside the Guanghan Palace. Clad in a flowing, opulent gown, her regal presence was nonetheless overshadowed by her prominently rounded belly. She gracefully approached, bowing in deference. "I have the honor of meeting your majesty." Dijun hurriedly stepped forward to assist her, grumbling, "You are with child. What need is there for such formalities between spouses?" She gently extricated herself from his support, offering a soft smile as she replied, "I may forego your majesty's courtesies, yet it is imperative that I extend my respects to Taoist Qingjiao on his inaugural visit to my Guanghan Palace." With that, she turned once more to Jiang Haoze, bowing deeply. "I greet you, Taoist Qingjiao, and entrust my children to your care." Jiang Haoze found himself at a loss, unable to accept the courtesy from a heavily pregnant woman, especially one of such exalted status as the queen. He hesitated to offer his assistance, caught in an awkward moment until Dijun stepped in to support she, speaking tenderly. "Taoist Qingjiao is not a stranger. I have brought him to Guanghan Palace for a matter that requires your assistance." With a gentle smile, she responded, "Whatever I can do, I shall strive to fulfill." Curiously, I too have a request to make of Taoist Qingjiao, though I have delayed it due to the absence of anyone to assist me. Dijun chuckled wryly. "Every time I send someone your way, you invariably send them back. It would be prudent to retain a few attendants to serve you." She sighed softly. To bear 10 children has already drawn the ire of the heavenly order. Why attempt to defy fate by consuming laurel leaves in hopes of birthing a daughter has proven futile. After 10 years, I have yet to succeed, leaving me only to fervently pray for her well-being. Dijun shook his head in resignation. "Your stubbornness is remarkable. I have advised you repeatedly against the consumption of laurel leaves, yet you have chosen to disregard my counsel. I once doubted the decrees of destiny, and having kept our 10 children confined, I now regret not heeding the counsel of the Fusang tree as I witnessed their suffering." She's eyes brimmed with tears, yet her gaze reflected determination as she declared, "Why should even mortal beings enjoy the warmth of their children while I am denied a daughter? I care not for the dictates of fate. I simply wish for a daughter to accompany me, and regardless of the challenges, I shall persevere." Having listened to the conversation between the demon emperor and his consort, Jiang Haoze was utterly bewildered. This couple truly embodied the essence of defiance against population control, having borne 10 sons while refusing to amend their ways and pay homage to the celestial order, now aspiring for a daughter. He finally understood why she had not played a role in the war of the witches and demons. She was nurturing life within the Guanghan Palace, far removed from the battlefield like a warrior maiden. Jiang Haoze surmised the reason for Xi's request for his assistance. Despite her desire for a daughter, she would prefer her child to be taken to the Tai Su realm should danger arise. He sighed inwardly, recalling the familiar tales of the primordial myths where the demon clan boasted 10 princes yet bore no princesses. Although she was indeed pregnant, it seemed likely that she would not survive to give birth, leaving her longing for a daughter unrealized. This outcome was profoundly cruel, and he resolved not to disclose it to the demon emperor and his consort, grappling with the desire to effect change yet feeling utterly lost. Upon entering the Palace of the Moon, he settled down as he personally brewed a cup of osmanthus tea for him, its refreshing fragrance invigorating his spirit. When he articulated his intentions, Shi, disregarding her prominent belly, readily agreed to assist him in retaining the lunar cold liquid imprint within 3 days. She commenced the infusion of lunar cold liquid into the water-based mahjong, while Dijun accompanied Jiang Haoze on a tour of the moon star. Arriving beneath the laurel tree, Dijun pointed to the 9 laurel nuts upon its branches and, in a melancholic tone, remarked, "Unlike my insatiable nature, she is not greedy. Had she consumed 10 laurel nuts, she might have borne 10 daughters, yet she has only partaken of 1. She cherishes the notion of having a daughter to accompany her on the moon star. But alas, her wish remains unfulfilled. In the past, I urged her to consume 10 fusang fruits, and a year later, she bore me 10 children. Yet, despite consuming laurel nuts for a decade, she has still not given birth to a daughter. Though her magical prowess has not waned over these 10 years, her suffering surpasses that of mortal mothers. Each night, her body transforms into icy coldness. The heavenly Tao seems to punish our union. and the burden of anguish falls solely upon her. I have implored her to relinquish this desire multiple times, yet she has steadfastly refused. With tears in his tiger-like eyes, Dijuan recounted the tales of his and she's past. Moving Jiang Haoze deeply, eager to fulfill the couple's wish, he discreetly contacted Yu Dai, inquiring whether there existed a means for Shihi to successfully give birth to a daughter. Why Yu Dai promptly responded, "Foolish one. The fetus within Shihi is also a life, destined to perish alongside its mother before birth. Your traversal into the mythological realm represents a glimmer of hope. If you are willing to sacrifice a quota for the fetus and take her to the void realm, her fate shall be altered." Jiang Haoze, consumed by indignation, bellowed, "Am I the host or are you the host? Of course, I understand that I represent a sliver of hope, but did you not impose a condition that it must be voluntary? How can I secure the consent of a fetus that has yet to take form?" After a moment of silence, Yu Dai replied with notable politeness, "Host, you look quite impressive when you are angry. You need not worry about that. The fetus in Shihi's womb has already taken shape, but is constrained by the heavenly Tao from being born. While you cannot communicate with the fetus, Shihi can. It suffices for her to instill the desire to enter the void realm within the fetus's sea of consciousness." Jiang Haoze was rendered speechless, realizing that this Yu Dai was rather sadistic. Becoming docile after a few shouts, armed with this newfound understanding, he reassured the demon emperor, "Your Majesty need not fret. I possess a method to ensure the empress gives birth to a daughter. However, you will inevitably endure the pain of separation. In truth, even if the heavenly Tao permitted Shihi to bear a daughter, the child would not be able to accompany her for long, as the impending war of the witches and demons would pose a grave threat." Jiang Haoze planned to take the daughter to the void realm, where, after her demise, she would no longer have any lingering attachments. This was the best outcome imaginable. The little princess of the demon clan had already taken form within Shihi's womb. It was merely the constraints of the heavenly Tao that had prevented her birth. After Shihi left the imprint of the desire to enter the void realm in her mind, the fetus gained a flicker of life, escaping the tragic fate of perishing within the womb. The great Tao unfolds in 50 days, yielding to the 4 nines. The elusive thread of life is beyond the grasp of the heavenly order. In the absence of celestial constraints, she and her consort joyfully welcome the birth of a little princess. Upon the arrival of Neza, he instantly transforms into a 3-year-old, prompting Li Jing to perceive him as a monstrous aberration, a mere trifle when compared to the celestial princess. The little princess, having lingered in her mother's womb for a decade, emerges as an enchanting and delicate little girl, her intellect akin to that of a 10-year-old human child. Upon her birth, the first act of the little princess is to burrow into the blankets, requesting clothing from Shi. Already aware of the concept of modesty, she names her Tianlan, for she possesses a cascade of azure locks, reminiscent of the cerulean sky. Her eyes sparkle with a crystalline brilliance, clear and radiant, akin to a multitude of stars. Her skin, smooth and fair as milk, resembles a finely sculpted porcelain doll. Perhaps due to the rarity of such occurrences, Dijun and Taiyi were accompanied by magical artifacts upon their birth, yet the production of 10 small golden crows did not warrant such fortune. With the birth of Shi's only daughter, fortune once more graces them, as 24 precious orbs accompany the little princess into the world. These 24 orbs coalesce into a single string, emanating a spectrum of radiant hues, capable of influencing human perception and senses. Dijun, attempting to summon the orbs, soon exclaims, "This treasure possesses immense power, akin to the strength of the 4 seas. Let us name it the Dinghai Pearl." Jiang Haoze is taken aback. The Dinghai Pearl, a renowned innate spiritual treasure, is famously associated with this Zhao Gongming. With this gem, Zhao Gongming vanquished the 12 Golden Immortals of the Chan sect and the subleader, Randang, only to have it later claimed by Xiao Shang and Qiao Bao through the falling treasure money, with Randang subsequently seeking its return. The 24 Dinghai Pearls are entwined with the Buddhist realm, as Randang, in pursuit of the Tao, embraced Buddhism and utilized this pearl to manifest the 24 heavens, ultimately becoming one of the ancient Buddhas, known as Randang. Why, then, did the Dinghai Pearl accompany the birth of the demon clan's little princess? Jiang Haoze's mind races. During the cataclysmic battle between the witches and demons, she did not participate. Could it be that someone intervened? That person might have slain Shi, and the unborn infant fortuitously emerged at the moment of her death, with the Dinghai Pearl falling into the hands of the assassin. In the days spent with Shi, he has come to realize that she is inherently a being of great power. Even while pregnant, to best her would require at least the prowess of a quasi-saint. At this thought, his heart tightens. The Dinghai Pearl was originally in Zhao Gongming's possession, a treasure bestowed by the Tongtian Jiaozhu, Could it be that the assailant was indeed Tongtian Jiaozhu? Jiang Haoze is startled by his own conjecture, feeling sympathy for the disciples of the in the world of Fengshen, as lacks the intrigue and machinations of the Chan sect. Among the 6 great saints of the primordial era, he holds Tongtian Jiaozhu in the highest regard. Tongtian, with no notions of hierarchy, teaches without discrimination, ultimately choosing to fight valiantly for his disciples, even when defeat is certain. A man of profound loyalty and integrity. Would Tongtian Jiaozhu seize the opportunity to kill Shi and claim the treasure during the battle between witches and demons? He quickly dismisses this hypothesis. The world of Journey to the West he traverses closely resembles the original narrative, and the Fengshen realm should align with the depictions in Fengshen Yeni. Given Tongtian's character, he would never stoop to such an act against a mother and her child. The demon clan's little princess has already conceived the notion of venturing to the Tai Su realm, expecting to journey there immediately upon her birth. However, after her arrival, the jade disc exhibits no reaction whatsoever. Upon inquiring, she learns that her situation is rather unique, as she has not explicitly expressed her desire to enter the Tai Su realm and has yet to encounter any peril. The jade disc will not forcibly whisk her away in this joyful scenario. She and Exine have endured a decade of labor with the hope of welcoming a daughter into their lives. For them, having a daughter who does not venture into the realm of illusion is the utmost blessing. Emperor Jun, elated by the birth of his daughter, personally sought out Taiyi and the 10th prince, eager to introduce them to the new member of the Jinwu clan. The Jinwu clan was preparing for a grand gathering, and Jiang Haoze found himself in an awkward position by remaining behind. However, as fate would have it, she had already activated the water-based mahjong seal for him, allowing him to use the excuse of testing the magical artifact to depart from the Taiyin Star. Upon returning to the Imperial Garden, he sought out the ferocious beasts nurtured by the heavenly court, intending to experiment with the power of the magical artifact against them. Although these beasts were not classified as demon kin and would never awaken their intelligence, they possessed formidable strength, with some ancient ferocious beasts comparable to the De Luo Jin Xian. Many of the powerful beasts raised by the heavenly court had already fallen victim to the rampaging little Jinwu, leaving mostly those of Taiyi Sanxian's strength. Jiang Haoze, being merely a minor demon immortal, could not hope to contend fairly in a one-on-one battle with the ferocious beasts, yet the beast enclosure provided a barrier preventing them from inflicting harm upon him. He selected a 20-zhang long terror crocodile as his target, summoning the water-based mahjong and allowing Ziji to set up a gentle water formation to ensnare the creature. The seal of the cold liquid within the mahjong was activated, manifesting into serpentine water forms that emerged from the mahjong, orchestrated by Ziji into a formation. The water serpent created by the demoness extended to 100 meters in length, while 2 others took the form of 80-meter-long serpents, and so forth, with 9 serpents transforming into 9 10-meter-long water snakes. In total, 45 water serpents of 9 distinct types quickly coalesced into a central formation. Once the formation was established, the original 45 serpents multiplied into millions, overwhelming the terror crocodile, which, despite its immense strength, found itself ensnared and immobile beneath the layers of serpentine water. The cold liquid, being the essence of chill and cold, soon began to freeze the surface of the terror crocodile, transforming it into a colossal ice sculpture. Jiang Haoze, thoroughly satisfied with the power of the mahjong, exclaimed with glee, "A terror crocodile of Taiyi Sanxian's strength is no match for me. From now on, I can challenge even higher realms without fear." Ziji, however, swiftly doused his enthusiasm with a dose of reality. "Master, you are celebrating prematurely. While the terror crocodile may possess the strength of a Taiyi Sanxian, its true power lies in brute force, which is entirely suppressed within the beast enclosure. Should it encounter a Taiyi Sanxian adept in the arts, it would be no easy feat to restrain it with the gentle water formation. And even if successful, such binding would not last long." Jiang Haoze's spirits dampened significantly, muttering, "Didn't you say the mahjong was powerful? With my celestial strength, I should be able to contend with mere Taiyi Sanxians." Ziji shot him a disdainful glance. "It is not that the mahjong lacks strength. Rather, your own power is insufficient. The efficacy of a magical artifact hinges upon the strength of your primordial spirit. Your cultivation is merely mediocre, and your primordial spirit is in utter disarray. Any random celestial primordial spirit would surpass yours." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Jiang Haoze scratched his head and replied, "I have decided to focus on my primary cultivation. As long as my primordial spirit is passably adequate, that should suffice." Ziji coldly retorted, "If you intend to pursue that path, then it would be best to refrain from engaging in combat with magical artifacts. The efficacy of a magical artifact is primarily reliant on the control of the primordial spirit. Without sufficient strength, Its true power cannot be realized in your hands. The mahjong is truly a pearl cast into the dark. Having studied the 8-9 profound art, Jiang Haoze had devoted himself entirely to his primary cultivation, with little attention given to the training of his primordial spirit in truth. The 8-9 profound arts is a cultivation method that harmonizes the primordial spirit. It ultimately depends on whether the practitioner chooses to emphasize strength or the spirit itself. He has always focused on strength to validate his path, yet when considering specializing in the spirit, he hesitates, realizing that wielding treasures to strike others is not an option. The enhancement of the primordial spirit seems equally vital. In the realms of Eastern mythology, it is the magical artifacts that play a decisive role in battles, as seen in the Fengshen and Journey to the West Worlds, where possessing a formidable treasure allows even celestial beings to triumph over golden immortals. We warmly welcome all readers to indulge in the latest, fastest, and most popular serialized works. Chapter 37. Wanshou Mountain, Wuzhuang Temple. In the Zhixiao Palace, a pallid-faced woman knelt on the ground, unable to rise for an extended period of 18 days. Rarely did a flicker of emotion cross the usually calm visage of Hong Jun, who sighed and remarked, "It is destined that the human race shall flourish, while the witch and demon clans must yield their place to humanity. Knowing this is the heavenly decree, what purpose does your fervent plea serve?" The woman wept, saying, "I do not yearn for the witch clan to compete for fortune with the humans. I only hope for a glimmer of survival for my kin." Hong Jun replied indifferently, "If you do not contest with the humans for fortune and destiny, do you believe the other witches will remain idle? If it is merely a matter of seeking a sliver of survival, you have already allowed intermarriage between the witch and human clans, producing many half-breeds. Are these not of the witch bloodline? Moreover, you have long prepared, each leaving behind a drop of ancestral witch blood, striving to forge witches of ancestral power to contend with humanity. Why then do you seek my assistance now?" The woman murmured. "Although the half-breeds share our bloodline, our clan does not cultivate the primordial spirit, and our rate of reproduction pales in comparison to that of the humans. If intermarriage continues, our bloodline will only weaken, and after countless millennia, the vast lands of Hong Huang may only remember the human race, with no one left to recall the witches. Why brethren indeed wish to forge a witch to contend for fortune. But the heavenly decree ensures the rise of humanity, and I know their efforts are in vain." Hong Jun regarded her with admiration, stating, "You perceive the truth clearly. However, the rise of humanity is inevitable, and I cannot assist you." The woman repeatedly bowed her head, entreating, "I implore the Tao ancestor to show mercy. If the Tao ancestor could illuminate a path for my witch clan, I would willingly sacrifice my life to transform into the cycle of reincarnation, ensuring that the wandering souls of this world have a place to rely upon." Hong Jun was moved, saying, "You have finally comprehended the truth. After Pango opened the heavens and the earth, he perished, and the vast lands remain incomplete. The ancestral witches are transformed from Panga's essence. Only you possess the potential to mend the heavens' deficiencies. If you sacrifice your life to complete the world through the cycle of reincarnation, it would be an act of immense merit, surely bringing new life to the witch clan." The woman, known as Hutu, one of the 12 ancestral witches, was overjoyed to hear of the potential for survival for her clan. She expressed her gratitude, saying, "My heart is resolute. I shall seek a way for my witch clan and willingly enter the cycle of reincarnation." "Thank you, Tao ancestor." Hong Jun nodded, replying, "That is indeed splendid. The vast lands of Hong Huang are destined to be ruled by humanity, and no amount of struggle from the witch clan will change that. If the witch clan wishes to endure, they must depart from this realm and begin anew. If that person is willing to assist, your clan may yet thrive in another world." Hutu, perplexed, inquired, "Who does the Tao ancestor speak of?" Hong Jun smiled faintly, saying, "It cannot be divulged in 3 days. You may visit Wanshou Mountain, Wuzhuang Temple, and then you shall know." After Hutu departed from the Zhixiao Palace, Hong Jun remarked with a chuckle, "Jiang, my young friend, your reckless introduction of foreign entities has led to a misappropriation of a primordial spiritual treasure from the heavenly Tao. Hence, I shall bestow upon you a modicum of trouble, as a means of balancing the scales of causality." Cursing softly while riding the clouds towards Wanshou Mountain, Jiang Haoze pressed down on the cloud's edge, muttering to himself. Just moments ago, he had sneezed. Ever since his traversal into the mythical realm, his sneezes had become an uncanny indicator of being schemed against, more reliable than any weather forecast. He wreaked havoc in the heavenly court's beast garden, and after a futile attempt to subdue the terrifying crocodile with a soft water array, he was struck down by Ziji, prompting him to seek out other ferocious beasts for experimentation. Determined to demonstrate that even a weak primordial spirit could master treasures, He leaped into the beast enclosure to engage in fair combat with the ferocious creatures. Alas, just as Ziji had foretold, his feeble primordial spirit rendered him incapable of unleashing the full might of the Mahjong. Had it not been for his ability to undergo the 72 transformations, he would have surely become prey to the beasts. After much contemplation, he resolved to pursue dual paths, one dedicated to physical training and the other to the cultivation of his primordial spirit. The growth of the primordial spirit was intricately linked to one's comprehension of the Great Tao. The deeper the understanding, the clearer the spirit's perception and control over matters became. Within the 8-9 mysteries, there were glimpses of profound insights into the Tao, which he could grasp to a degree, yet he struggled to fully integrate them. To enhance his primordial spirit, it was advisable to listen to the teachings of masters. During his initial visit to the Zixiao Palace, after Hongjun bestowed the primordial purple air, he had lectured the gathered assembly. Regrettably, the attendees were either quasi-saints or Great Luo Golden Immortals, and the discourse revolved around intricate topics such as the path to sanctity. He felt akin to a primary school student in a university lecture, where the professor discussed calculus and linear algebra while he had only just mastered basic arithmetic, rendering him utterly bewildered. Unable to comprehend the public lecture by the Tao ancestor, he decided to seek a private tutor for one-on-one instruction, and Jinyuan Daxian emerged as the ideal candidate. Although Emperor Jun and Taiyi were quasi-saints, they were inherently powerful beings, primarily relying on their innate gifts, lacking profound understanding of the Dao Da. In contrast, Jinyuan Daxian was different. During the journey of the Tang monk and his disciples to Wanshou Mountain, Jinyuan Daxian was invited by the primordial spirit Heavenly Sovereign to lecture in the Shumi Palace, which inadvertently granted the monkey the opportunity to pilfer the ginseng fruit. The primordial spirit Heavenly Sovereign, a venerable sage, invited Jinyuan Daxian to impart teachings to his disciples, thus attesting to the high caliber of the Daxian's pedagogical skills. To acquire the primordial earth spirit root ginseng fruit, one must journey to Wuzhuang Temple, and the activation of the earth Mahjong imprint required the Daxian's assistance. Additionally, enhancing his primordial spirit necessitated guidance from the Daxian, leaving Jiang Haoze with no justification to abstain from visiting Wanshou Mountain. With a somersault, the monkey traveled a staggering distance of 80,000 miles, and in the blink of an eye, Jiang's crimson cloud traversed 90,000 miles, swiftly arriving within the vicinity of Wanshou Mountain. Just as he was about to descend upon Wuzhuang Temple, a white cloud approached from the distance, revealing Jinyuan Daxian, exuding an ethereal presence. Elated, Jiang Haoze felt a sense of joy. Zhen Yuanzi was indeed the legendary good-natured figure. Though they had only met once, he had warmly come forth to greet him. Feeling a surge of pride, Jiang Haoze approached Jinyuan Daxian and clasped his hands together, saying, "My friend, you are too kind to have journeyed such a distance to welcome me. Damn that wretched beast. Initially, when you covertly summoned my friend Hongyun, I suspected your intentions were nefarious. Not content with scheming against Hongyun for the primordial purple air, you even had the audacity to revert him to his original form for transportation? Today, I shall surely avenge my dear friend and settle this score." Zhen Yuanzi, having concluded his words, waved his voluminous sleeves, invoking the mystical power of sleeve and sleeve, ensnaring Jiang Haoze within their folds. Jiang Haoze was taken aback. How could the script deviate so drastically from his expectations? Was I not the savior of Hongyun? Should Zhen Yuanzi not express gratitude and bestow upon me various benefits? Why then, upon our first encounter, does he resort to such magical displays? Zhen Yuanzi, do not be oblivious to the distinctions of right and wrong. Had it not been for my perilous rescue, Hongyun would have long since perished. Jiang Haoze bellowed within the confines of the sleeve. Yet Zhen Yuanzi remained unconvinced, scoffing as he retorted, "You were merely a lowly demon immortal in those days. What capability did you possess to save your friend Hongyun? Hongyun is inherently loyal and honest. It is evident that you employed vile tactics to ensnare him, leading to his current plight." Jiang Haoze, incensed, laughed bitterly. "Why would I lie to you? Though Hongyun has reverted to his original form, his consciousness endures. Are you not his closest companion? Simply attempt to communicate with him through your divine sense, and you will discern the truth of my words." At that moment, Zhen Yuanzi was imparting wisdom to his disciples at Wuzhuang Temple when a sudden intuition compelled him to step outside, where he witnessed Hongyun being treated as a mere mode of transport, leaving him bewildered. While he did not comprehend the concept of a close friend, he genuinely sensed the emotions emanating from that wisp of Hongyun, which led him to reconsider his previous judgment of Jiang Haoze. In Chapter 38, 1,000 Years of Waiting, the principles of the universe unfolded. From Tao arises one, one begets two, two begets three, and three begets all things. All things bear yin while embracing yang, harmonizing their energies. The heavens attain purity through unity, the earth achieves tranquility through unity, the divine acquires spirit through unity, and the valley flourishes through unity. If the heavens lack clarity, they may shatter. If the earth lacks tranquility, it may perish. Zhen Yuan Daxian required no preparation for his lessons, as the profound truths of heaven and earth flowed forth effortlessly, elucidating the Tao in a manner both profound and accessible. Now attuned to the will of his dear friend Hong Yuan, Daxian recognized his error in misjudging a good person, promptly embracing Jiang Haoze as his closest ally. Understanding Jiang Haoze's desire for enlightenment, he swiftly dismissed his disciples, opting for a one-on-one tutoring session. This was entirely in character for Zhen Yuan Daxian. As depicted in Journey to the West, he initially sought to incinerate Sun Wukong, but upon Wukong's plea to Guanyin, he quickly extended brotherhood to the monkey. As a quasi-saint of the earthly realm, he bore no heirs, despite Wukong being merely a Taiyi Golden Immortal. As Zhen Yuan Daxian expounded on the Tao, Jiang Haoze found himself increasingly captivated, recognizing the familiarity of the teachings. After a day of listening, enlightenment dawned upon him. Understanding a portion of the profound truths of the universe, he discovered that these principles were indeed referenced in the Tao Te Ching, albeit without prior explanation of its subtleties. The Tao Te Ching serves as a compendium of universal truths, and Zhen Yuan Daxian's teachings naturally bore similarities. Suddenly, a thought struck him. In the primordial era, the Tao Te Ching had yet to emerge. If he were to seize the copyright from Laozi and transcribe it in advance, would he not accrue immense merit? The myriad benefits of such merit enticed him. Yet he resolved against publishing it in the primordial realm, mindful of Hong Huang's opinions on premature innovations such as mahjong. Tio's attempt to unveil the Tao Te Ching might indeed invoke divine retribution. In the realm of Tai Su, no such constraints exist. Although various scriptures abound in Tai Su, it is improbable to find an identical copy of the Tao Te Ching. Even pirating it might still allow one to masquerade as a leader. The issue concerning the ginseng fruit has also been resolved. He intends to bring the ginseng fruit back to Tai Su for cultivation, hence he seeks the fruit pit from the Great Immortal. The Immortal, having regarded him as a friend, felt it inappropriate to merely provide the pit. Thus, he instructed his attendant to fetch 3 golden strikes. The 2 attendants, named Qingfeng and Mingyue, possessed celestial prowess, and their gazes towards Jiang Haoze were far from amiable. Their jealousy glaringly apparent, Jiang Haoze, indifferent to the opinions of these minor characters, awaited their return with an expression of satisfaction. Soon, Qingfeng and Mingyue rushed into the quiet chamber, flustered, and exclaimed, "Master, it's grave. The ginseng fruit tree is enveloped in a ghostly aura. We cannot procure the ginseng fruit." Jiang Haoze furrowed his brow, realizing that these two were displeased with his acquisition of 3 ginseng fruits, resorting to such a petty tactic. Was it merely a matter of plucking a ginseng fruit? If they could not manage it, he would do it himself. After all, the tale of the Monkey King pilfering the ginseng fruit is meticulously documented in Journey to the West, and he would not commit the blunder of allowing the fruit to burrow into the soil. The great immortal, Zhen Yuan, appeared somewhat taken aback. After calculating for a moment, he chuckled. That specter has dwelled within my ginseng fruit tree for several millennia, behaving with utmost decorum. What has caused it to act strangely today? Jiang, my friend, that specter was once a Taiyi Golden Immortal. I fear Qingfeng and Mingyue may find themselves at a loss. Allow me to procure the ginseng fruit for you. Accompany me to the orchard. Jiang Haoze then realized that there was indeed something amiss, having wrongly judged the 2 young acolytes. Intrigued, he inquired, "The ginseng fruit tree is a treasure of heaven and earth. How could a specter reside within it? Was this not known to you, my friend?" Zhen Yuan shook his head and replied, "It is not that I was unaware. That specter is indeed pitiable. Its fragmented soul cannot find a place within heaven and earth and has no refuge, enduring the torment of the fierce winds daily, yet it clings to its strong attachment, unwilling to dissipate. 3,000 years ago, it arrived at Wuzhuang Temple, discovering that the ginseng fruit tree was the essence of the innate earth, perfectly aligning with its attributes in life. Thus it has resided upon the tree, seeking solace from the soul-piercing winds. This soul would rather suffer daily than cease to exist, and it has persisted for 3 millennia. Since you arrived at Wuzhuang Temple, it has shown signs of restlessness. I have calculated that it is due for an opportunity today, hence I invite you to the ginseng orchard to see if this creature's fate intertwines with yours." A spark of realization ignited within Jiang Haoze. The celestial order had allowed the souls of Ziji and her consort, the mythical bird, to dwell together. It was inevitable that Ziji's partner, the mythical bird, would eventually become the spirit of earth-based artifacts. Jin Yuan had mentioned that the fragmented soul was of the earth element, and its restlessness since arriving at Wuzhuang Temple made him wonder if it could be that mythical bird. Prompted by this thought, he hastily inquired. That fragmented soul was a Taiyi Golden Immortal thousands of years ago. It must possess a significant background, correct? Jin Yuan smiled and replied, indeed. It is one of the ancient 5 phoenixes. The mythical bird it perished during the Dragon and Phoenix War, with its soul yet to disperse. I once contemplated aiding its reincarnation, but it is somewhat absurd. Even in death, this creature remains fixated on its beloved, the mythical bird, waiting tirelessly for their reunion. I informed it that the mythical bird had fallen thousands of years ago, and that waiting would yield no results, yet it refused to heed my counsel, continuing to wait until now. Jiang Haoze found no amusement in the situation. The mythical bird, Yuezhua, perished weeping for her husband, while the phoenix, Yuanshan, clung tenaciously to her obsessions even in death. This indeed exemplifies the true essence of waiting a millennium for a single encounter. In life, they shared the same bed. In death, they are bound together. The heavenly way possesses a modicum of humanity, allowing this couple's souls to reunite, to render their millennia-long love even more perfect. If the opportunity arises in the realm of Taishu, he would seek to restore their corporeal forms. His companions ought not to mock. The affection between Yuezhua and Yuanshan is truly commendable, and his current agitation undeniably relates to me. The heavenly way has preserved a fragment of Yuezhua's soul, which now manifests as the spirit of my magical artifact, destined for their encounter today. Upon concluding his words, Jiang Haoze summoned a mahjong set. The spirit, Ziji, emerged and, without a word of greeting, darted towards the peach garden. As he and the great immortal Jin Yuan stepped into the garden, they beheld 2 ancient phoenixes soaring in the sunlight, their wings intertwined in a breathtaking display. The great immortal Jin Yuan could not help but exclaim, "You speak true, my friend. These 2 share a bond stronger than gold, having awaited each other for millennia, truly admirable." Jiang Haoze laughed heartily. Though my understanding of the Tao is limited, I recognize that all things possess sentiment. To sever the 3 corpses in accordance with the heavenly way is beyond my capacity. The great immortal Jin Yuan nodded in agreement. Your words are wise. In my millennia of cultivation, I have eradicated the 2 corpses of good and evil. Yet I too cannot remain unanchored. Even with the attainment of the primordial essence of the Tao, I cannot sever my own being, nor can I forget my old friend Hong Huang, who has accompanied you to the realm of Taishu. At best, I can achieve sanctity through merit. Aware of the camaraderie between him and Hong Huang, Jiang Haoze silently scoffed, who, apart from the supreme sage, can truly transcend the mundane and attain tranquility. This visit to Wuzhuang Temple was not solely for the purpose of engaging in discourse with his friend. He had another matter to discuss. The great immortal Jin Yuan responded readily, "There is no need for formality between us. I shall do my utmost to assist you, as long as it is within my power." Chapter 39. The 9 heaven soil Xinyuanzi, the quintessence of primordial earth, fully aided in activating the earth-based mahjong seal. The spirit Yuanshan commanded the mahjong to establish a formidable earthen array. Circular discs, crafted from the primordial earth's essence, stacked upon one another like fish scales, fashioned a grand and ancient shield. Within this fish scale shield resided a formation, allowing for the mysterious essence of earth to traverse, unifying the 9 earth-based mahjong into a cohesive whole. Each disc, forged from the essence of primordial earth, weighed over 10,000 jun, making the shield, formed from countless interconnected discs, extraordinarily heavy. Yet, under the influence of the formation, it astonishingly floated in mid-air. The great immortal Jin Yuan, filled with admiration, remarked, "This artifact is indeed worthy of being called a primordial spiritual treasure." The thick earth array is merely a standard 5-element formation, yet the artifact's arrangement possesses the remarkable ability to transform decay into the miraculous. Each disc's defense may not be particularly robust, but when interconnected by the essence of earth, they form a soil shield, which boasts superior overall defense among spiritual treasures. Jiang Haoze mused silently, recognizing this as a genuine primordial spiritual treasure. If it were to fall short of even acquired defensive treasures, it would do a disservice to the term primordial. He understood that the immortal's praise was sincere, for mahjong was a tri-element artifact. Even the earth-based aspect alone rivaled specialized defensive treasures, which was indeed a high commendation. The great immortal continued to observe for a moment before suddenly proclaiming, "Alas, it is still not perfect enough. Each round disc is a uniform shape, and the shield lacks variation. If the treasure itself could transform its shape, becoming a soil shield, it would indeed be far more versatile, allowing you to alter its form at will." Should what Xuanyuanzi has suggested come to fruition, the round disc, refined from the essence of the earth, could change its size and shape freely, thus rendering the soil shield capable of comprehensive and omnidirectional defense, rather than merely protecting one side. Jiang Haoze felt a surge of excitement, yet he deemed it utterly impossible. Even activating the innate essence of the earth in the mahjong was unfeasible. How could there be a superior earth-based treasure? He replied with exasperation. Xuanyuanzi, your expectations are exceedingly high. I, of course, wish for the treasure to be as you describe, but is that not entirely implausible? Xuanyuanzi laughed heartily. If it were impossible, my friend would not have mentioned it. There exists a wondrous substance in the world known as Shirong, which expands with the wind, possessing boundless and marvelous applications, perfectly capable of enhancing the transformation of your treasure. Furthermore, this substance is remarkably resilient and dense, adapting to external assaults with impeccable defense, thereby augmenting the protective capabilities of your soil shield. Jiang Haoze was well aware of the Nine Heavens Shirong, but had not considered utilizing it to activate the mahjong imprint. As this treasure was the material from which Nuwa had forged the colorful stones, the battle between the witch and the demon had resulted in the flooding of the heavenly river when Gonggong struck Mount Buzhou, prompting Nuwa to use the Nine Heavens Shirong to mend the heavens. Due to the significance of this event, he had refrained from coveting the Nine Heavens Shirong from the outset. Only upon Xuanyuanzi's mention did he realize its suitability for earth-based mahjong. Xuanyuanzi continued, the Nine Heavens Shirong weighs more than 10,000 jun. Should your treasure imprint acquire even a trace of its power, its weight will multiply several-fold. Thus, not only could you use the treasure for defense, but if you were to summon it to transform into a mountain and crush down upon your foes, even deities of comparable strength would likely be reduced to mere pulp. Jiang Haoze mused internally, you, old sir, have been enticing me, making my heart flutter with anxiety. Do enlighten me on how to acquire Shirong. It was evident that Shirong resided with the Saint Nuwa, and given its connection to her merits in mending the heavens, how could she possibly part with any? He feigned ignorance of Shirong, expressing surprise. Such a wondrous substance exists in the world. I wonder where one might seek it. Xuanyuanzi, with a hint of pride, replied, I am the innate essence of the earth, and Shirong was born alongside me. Long ago, the Tao ancestor declared that this substance was crucial to the calamity of heaven and earth, and thus I bestowed it upon the Saint Nuwa. Your treasure imprint has already been activated. It merely requires a trace of Shirong's power to be infused. I believe Nuwa will grant me some consideration. Jiang Haoze was elated to discover that Shirong had once belonged to Xuanyuanzi, only to be claimed by the Tao ancestor for Nuwa. This implied that Nuwa owed a debt of gratitude to the Great Immortal. If the Immortal could indeed procure even a small amount of Nine Heavens Shirong, the innate spiritual treasure of mahjong would attain unparalleled perfection, and the earth-based mahjong could serve as an effective instrument of offense. The act of summoning mahjong inherently involved an element of chance. If earth-based mahjong could also attack, even a miscalculation during an offensive would matter little. Xuanyuanzi, being of an impatient disposition, resolved to procure the Nine Heavens Shirong for Jiang Haoze without delay. He promptly instructed his attendant to watch over the abode, while he took to the skies with Jiang Haoze, heading towards the palace of Nuwa. Shortly after the two departed from Wanshou Mountain, Hu Tu appeared not far from Wuzhuangwen. Being a quasi-saint alongside Juan Daxian, the latter remained oblivious to her concealed presence nearby. Observing the retreating figures, she pondered, the person spoken of by the Tao ancestor could not possibly be genuine Zi in recent days. Only that Azure Serpent has made an appearance at Wanshou Mountain. Could he indeed be the one referred to by the Tao ancestor? It is somewhat peculiar that the Azure Serpent was once present at Zhixiao Palace, yet with such meager prowess, how could it possibly save my witch clan? Regardless, I shall capture it when Xuanyuanzi is absent and inquire further. At Tinua Palace, the Saint Nuwa listened as a youth reported that Xuanyuanzi sought an audience accompanied by an Azure Serpent. After a moment of contemplation, her expression turned displeased. She coldly remarked, Xuanyuanzi is sorely lacking in discernment. For the sake of a mere beast, he dares to request the Nine Heavens Shirong. Shirong is a pivotal element in the great calamity of heaven and earth. How could it be so easily bestowed upon another? Although Shirong was born alongside Xuanyuanzi, it is an item of calamity. Does he truly believe it is his to command at will? Today, he seeks a fragment of Shirong for a trifling celestial being. Tomorrow, should a golden immortal approach him, will he not attempt to reclaim the entirety of Shirong? In truth, a mere fragment of the Nine Heavens Shirong would have little impact, yet Nuwa had firmly resolved to refuse. The very notion of Xuanyuanzi coming to her for it made her uneasy. She was not a magnanimous individual. Otherwise, she would not have been ensnared during the Fengshan War, where a single poem from King Zhou brought ruin upon an entire realm, plunging the world into chaos and despair. Nuwa and Xuanyuanzi held vastly different perspectives. To Xuanyuanzi, Jiang Haoze was a dear friend, worthy of his humble entreaties. To Nuwa, the azure serpent was naught but an insignificant insect. The idea that Xuanyuanzi would request Shirong for such a creature made her uncomfortable, as it implied he regarded Shirong as his possession. Nuwa's character had always exhibited a certain coldness. As a sage of the demon clan, she had made little contribution to their cause, merely watching as Dijuan and Taiyi fell during the war between witches and demons, in the Fengshan War. She summoned the 3 demons from Xuanyuan's tomb, allowing them to wreak havoc upon the Yin and Shang, ultimately leading to their untimely demise. Her justification was to confuse King Zhou, yet she did not permit the demons to harm loyal subjects. How could the demons avoid betraying the loyal and harming the populace while still fulfilling her directive to bring about the downfall of the Yin and Shang? Her reasoning was utterly nonsensical. Regardless of whether Shirong was indeed an item of calamity, the fact remained that it was born alongside Xuanyuanzi. Yet, despite his generous relinquishment of Shirong, she showed no gratitude towards him in her eyes. All beneath the sage were mere insects. Thus, the likes of the 3 demons from Xuanyuan's tomb were expected to sacrifice themselves for her. The demon clan, created for her sake, ought to yield to her. And what right did a lowly azure serpent have to be entangled with an item of calamity? Every action and consequence is predetermined. At this moment, the exalted Saint Nuwa never once considered that she might one day find herself in need of an insect's assistance. Jiang Haoze could not help but acknowledge his own insignificance, to the extent that the Saint Nuwa had not cast a single glance in his direction, not even a sidelong glance. She spoke in a manner reminiscent of the formulaic spokespersons from a bygone era, stating, "I am already aware of your intentions, esteemed friend. However, the 9 heaven soil is but a product of calamity, and the timing of the next great tribulation remains uncertain. If I were to bestow upon you some of this soil without proper consideration, we would all bear the consequences of such a recklessness." Xuanyuanzi argued passionately, asserting that even if the soil were indeed a product of calamity, a mere fragment would not adversely affect its continual growth. Regrettably, Nuwa had long made up her mind, firmly rejecting his pleas, and instead advised, "Born in the primordial chaos, you hold the esteemed title of Earth Immortal. Do not lower yourself to associate with lesser beings." Genuine Daxian, filled with indignation, insisted that Nuwa would surely grant him her favor, and feeling quite discontented with the outcome, he blushed furiously and declared, "If your highness remains adamant in denying Qingjiao Daoist the soil, I shall seek the Dao ancestors' counsel on this matter, trusting that he will render a fair judgment." Nuwa, with an impassive expression, replied, "Feel free to do as you wish. Should the Dao ancestor intervene on your behalf, I shall return the soil entirely, and the impending calamity shall hold no relevance to me." Genuine Daxian found himself at a loss for words. The 9 heaven soil was indeed a product of calamity, and Nuwa was the very being destined for it. She wielded her position as a threat. Leaving him powerless, he regretted having relinquished the soil so easily, which now forced him to depend on others' goodwill. With a bitter tone, he retorted, "Whether this calamity befits your highness is of no concern to me. I am only aware that my friend requires the soil." Jiang Haoze followed Jun Daxian out of the Nuwa palace, remaining silent throughout the ordeal. Had it not been for the Dacian standing, he would not have even entered the palace. Observing Xuanyuanzi's fury, he quickly offered, "There is no need to be upset, my friend. Magical artifacts are ultimately mere external possessions. Even without the soil, my treasures remain formidable." Genuine Daxian, undeniably a good-natured individual, found Nuwa's lack of empathy infuriating, and shaking his head, he vowed, "This matter shall not rest here. I am going to the Zixiao Palace to seek the Dao ancestor. You return to Wuzhuang Temple for a brief respite, and I shall return in 2 days." Jiang Haoze was about to persuade the Daxian further when, in an instant, he had already taken to the clouds, leaving him to journey alone towards Wanshou Mountain. Shortly thereafter, he was intercepted by a stunning beauty. She was ethereal and graceful, standing elegantly in midair. Her porcelain skin devoid of color, her lips a vibrant red framing a set of pristine white teeth. Her flowing silken hair danced with the wind, resembling a celestial maiden descended from the heavens. It would be more accurate to say she was not merely akin to a fairy. She was, in fact, a divine being, the ancestor of many celestial maidens. During his time at Zixiao Palace, Jiang Haoze had seen her true form. Thus he did not recognize her identity. He politely clasped his hands in greeting and inquired, "Fairy, what brings you to halt my path?" The lady parted her crimson lips and, with an expressionless demeanor, stated, "I have come to seek you for a matter of importance." Please accompany me. Jiang Haoze, exasperated to the point of laughter, found her tone commanding, as if it were a given that he should follow her. Having just encountered an unsympathetic literary woman, he was now faced with an irrational goddess, igniting a spark of ire within him. He summoned his earth-based protective talisman and coldly retorted, I am not acquainted with you. Fairy. Why must I accompany you? I kindly ask you to step aside. The woman's enchanting eyes blinked earnestly as she inquired, Are you seeking to engage me in combat? You are merely a celestial being. While I possess the strength of a quasi-saint, you are entirely no match for me, so it would be prudent not to attempt it. Jiang Haoze nearly tumbled from the clouds, pondering the misfortune of his day, first being rebuffed by a saint, and now being obstructed by a quasi-saint. He had never been one to uphold scruples, and upon learning of her quasi-saint status, his ire dissipated instantly. With a conciliatory smile, he replied, How could I dare to offend a senior? It is merely that I am unacquainted with you. Might I inquire where you intend to take me? You lack resolve, she remarked seriously, evaluating Jiang Haoze's character. Knowing I am a quasi-saint, you have transformed entirely. Indeed, it cannot be said we are strangers. I beheld you during the seating arrangements at the Zhixiao Palace, she continued leisurely, blast it. If I were a quasi-saint and you a celestial being, you would likely lack any backbone before me as well, perhaps even frightened enough to call for the authorities. Jiang Haoze silently cursed after receiving her disdain. The primordial world was perilous. He resolved to adopt a more humble demeanor, responding with a broad smile. It is solely my lack of discernment that prevented me from recognizing you, esteemed senior. Next time the Tao ancestor arranges the seating, I shall certainly remember your visage. The woman chuckled heartily, her laughter imbued with charm and grace, rendering Jiang Haoze momentarily entranced. He surmised her identity. Women of quasi-saint caliber in the primordial realm were none other than the ancestral witches, Hutu and Xianin. His obsequiousness stemmed from uncertainty over whether she was Hutu or Xianin. If it was the compassionate Hutu, all would be well, but if it were the tempestuous Xianin, he would have to rely on fortune. After her laughter subsided, she declared, You, little demon, possess quite the charm. The hierarchy of saints in this world has been established. How could the Tao ancestor possibly rearrange the seating? It is not entirely your fault for failing to recognize me. I appeared in the Zhixiao Palace in my Dharmakaya. Had I manifested my true form, you would likely have recognized me. Jiang Haoze was acutely aware that the 12 ancestral witches attended the Zhixiao Palace in their Dharmakayas. His jest about lacking discernment was a clever ploy to elicit her identity. His aim was achieved, as the woman transformed, revealing her true form. A human upper body with a serpent tail, 7 arms at her back, and 2 hands clasping a soaring serpent. A manifestation of Hutu, one of the 12 ancestral witches. Relief washed over him, though he felt a pang of regret. Had he known it was Hutu, he would not have demeaned himself so. This thought bore the hallmarks of hindsight bias. In the face of uncertainty between Hutu and Xianin, adopting a subservient stance was indeed the wisest choice. With Hutu, he felt considerably more at ease and inquired with genuine curiosity, I have encountered you. Esteemed Hutu, may I ask what brings you to seek me? Hutu furrowed her brows, displaying a troubled expression as she explained. I traveled to the Zhixiao Palace in search of a glimmer of hope for the witch clan. The Tao ancestor directed me to Mount Wanshou, stating that someone there could help my clan flourish in another realm. I have been at Mount Wanshou these past few days, yet only you, little demon, have appeared. I wish to ascertain if you are indeed the one the Tao ancestor spoke of. Jiang Haoze suddenly comprehended. No wonder he had been sneezing these past few days. Hong Jun was the one orchestrating events behind the scenes. After his crossing, his identity was that of a demon, and in the primordial realm, the witch clan and the demon clan were at odds, prompting him to maintain a respectful distance from the witch clan. Despite the formidable physical prowess of the witch clan that stirred within him a sense of envy, he found himself unable to guide them to the Tai Su realm due to their neglect of the primordial spirit, which rendered them incapable of leaving a mark of consciousness on the creation jade disc. Was Hong Jun not simply courting trouble for himself? If he could take the witch clan with him, he would gladly do so, yet he was painfully aware of his limitations. Holding the revered Lady Hutu of the myth in utmost esteem, he wished to avoid any semblance of deception, expressing his regret. I am but the glimmer of hope spoken of by the Tao ancestor, capable of ferrying beings with primordial spirits to another realm. Yet the witch clan, lacking such spirits, leaves me utterly powerless. Chapter 41. The temptation of Hutu. Even if he could transport the witch clan, Jiang Haoze would hesitate. With only 12 slots available for the third crossing, he had nearly exhausted his share. The jade disc stipulated that the 10 princes of the demon clan must take at least 5. But due to his favorable relations with the 2 demon emperors, he had committed to taking 9 destined to fall, with the little golden crow occupying all 9 slots. He certainly did not mind the presence of the ancient 3-legged golden crow. Were it not for the necessity of leaving one behind in the wilderness, he would have eagerly taken all 10 princes. Moreover, the newly born golden crow princess already bore the imprint of a yearning to venture to the Taiyi realm, and during the decisive battle between the witch and demon clans, she would undoubtedly occupy one of the slots as well. With 9 males and 1 female, the 10 golden crows claimed all available slots, leaving only 2 from the jade disc, one of which he had already promised away. The ancient divine beast by Zhe had voluntarily expressed a desire to journey to the Taiyi realm and even offered to serve as his steed, a stroke of fortune too rare to encounter. Allocating 1 slot to Bai Zhe meant only a single slot remained, and the prospect of using it to save the witch clan seemed increasingly improbable. Hutu once again transformed into her human form, regaining her divine demeanor. She chose to selectively disregard the latter part of Jiang Haoze's statement, her face radiant with joy as she proclaimed, "As long as you are the one sought by the Tao ancestor, my witch clan's flourishing in another realm rests upon your shoulders." Jiang Haoze felt a dark cloud hovering over him and reiterated, "Senior Hutu, I can only take beings with primordial spirits from the wilderness. The witch clan's lack of such spirits renders them incapable of crossing to another realm. Am I not being sufficiently clear?" With utmost seriousness, Hutu nodded and replied, "I understand. But what does it matter? You will find a way, will you not? After all, the Tao ancestor does not err. He said you could help my witch clan thrive in another realm, and you must certainly be able to achieve that. If you cannot, it must be because you did not exert yourself." Tears streamed down Jiang Haoze's face. This was no mere divine folly. Her logical reasoning was as clear as day, placing the entire burden of the witch clan upon him. The task of saving the witch clan felt overwhelmingly grand, and despite racking his brain, he could not fathom how to accomplish it. Reluctantly, he declined once more, stating, "If I could save the witch clan, I would willingly assist, but without primordial spirits, they cannot journey to another realm. I truly am powerless." Hutu, however, displayed no hint of disappointment. With a contemplative expression, she mused, "Perhaps you simply have not yet devised a solution. It matters not. I shall keep you by my side to ponder it at your leisure. Should you find a way, immense benefits shall be yours. If you do not, then you shall accompany my witch clan in death." "What benefits might I receive?" Greed often clouds human judgment. Despite knowing the futility of saving the witch clan, Jiang Haoze could not help but inquire upon hearing of potential rewards. Hutu's countenance blossomed with a joyful smile, effortlessly captivating others through mere coercion and temptation. This little demon, devoid of backbone and unable to resist allure, was unlikely to refrain from wholeheartedly plotting for the witch clan. She delicately pinched her jade-like fingers, adopting a nonchalant tone as she began to articulate. "You have cultivated the body-refining technique, which shares a lineage with the profound arts of my witch clan. You may learn the water-leaving mystique of Gong Gong. However, your body is exceedingly frail. Continuing to refine your physique will lead to insurmountable obstacles. Should you acquire a drop of ancestral witch blood, equating your strength with that of our great witches will pose no challenge. Your magical artifact requires Shirong. Seeking it from that woman will only result in rejection. Only I can assist you." Hutu spoke with an air of tranquility, yet Jiang Haoze's heart raced uncontrollably. Hutu was no mere goddess, but a devil, wielding temptations comprised of his deepest desires. The 8-9 mystique, inspired by the teachings of Zhuanti and crafted in homage to the profound arts of the witch clan, allows for the simultaneous cultivation of both the physical body and the primordial spirit, proving itself no inferior to the witch clan's techniques. Yet, in terms of physical refinement, the 8-9 mystique is devoid of attribute limitations, permitting the cultivation of any elemental property. Each of the 12 ancestral witches possesses a unique innate mystique, capable of fully expressing their inherent attributes. The Qingjiao, aligned with the water element, could potentially forge a remarkable spiritual water by mastering Zhu Rong's water-leaving mystique. As for the ancestral witch blood, it is needless to say, his singular ambition was to attain enlightenment through strength. Insufficient physical robustness constituted the gravest hindrance. Merging with ancestral witch blood would elevate his corporeal form to rival that of the ancient witch clan. What puzzled him was the Shirong, this unparalleled treasure of the heavens and earth, currently in the possession of Nuwa. How had Hutu procured it for herself? Upon voicing his curiosity, Hutu's face contorted with disdain as she scoffed. "That sentimental little woman in the Nuwa palace is rather preoccupied, of course. She would refuse your empty entreaties to her and Zenuzi." However, I possess something she desperately requires in exchange. The Dao ancestor had once foretold a second cataclysmic upheaval of the heavens and earth, yet it remained uncertain which madman would pierce the sky, necessitating Nuwa's use of Shirong to forge the colorful stones to mend the heavens, thereby bestowing upon her immense merit. Shirong serves as the primary ingredient for crafting these colorful stones, yet it is not solely sufficient. A combination of additional materials is requisite. That woman has already gathered the majority of the necessary ingredients, but the underworld soil remains firmly in my grasp, and she has been repeatedly rebuffed in her attempts to procure it from me. If I were to barter a portion of the underworld soil for some Shirong, she would undoubtedly acquiesce. Jiang Haoze could not suppress a chuckle. Hutu's description of Nuwa as a sentimental little woman was indeed rather apartment. The perpetual conflict between the witch and demon clans had never prompted Nuwa to side with the demons against the witches, nor did she harbor any ambitions to resolve the disputes between the two factions. Instead, she sensed an overwhelming emptiness and loneliness. To alleviate her solitude, this resourceful little woman took to molding clay, creating a new race to keep her company. Her talents were fully manifested through the medium of clay, giving rise to yet another new race destined to supplant both the witch and demon clans. She stood as the holy mother of humanity, yet her origins lay within the demon clan, without exhibiting excessive inner turmoil, content to live her modest life while occasionally venturing out to accrue merit. Hutu's remarks were rather amusing. Hong Jun had informed the assembled deities that the heavens would be pierced, yet certainly refrained from disclosing the identity of the culprit. While Hutu lamented the madness of the one who would tear open the heavens, she remained oblivious that this madman was akin to her, considered her nominal elder brother. After sharing a moment of laughter, he began to earnestly contemplate the possibility of rescuing the witch tribe. His desire for the promises made by Hutu was overwhelming. The thought of not attaining such coveted treasures filled him with discontent. Unfortunately, after much deliberation, he found himself at a loss. Initially, Hutu had shown a face full of anticipation, but upon witnessing his inner turmoil, she could no longer restrain herself and interjected, "Let us ponder this later. For now, accompany me to the witch tribe settlement and share your thoughts as they come to you. Our tribe, burdened by our corporeal strength, is constrained by the heavenly order which has denied us our primordial spirits in this realm. Our resurgence is preordained to be impossible, as long as you can lead away one of our kin from the confines of this heavenly decree. I shall consider your endeavor a success. Is it really sufficient to take just one?" Jiang Haoze's expression brightened with excitement. Although the witch tribe lacked primordial spirits entirely, it would not be long before one would emerge. This very Hutu, as long as she traversed the 6 paths of reincarnation, could be graced with a multitude of merits from the heavens, potentially granting her a primordial spirit. Alas, her spirit was shackled within the realm of the netherworld, forever destined to be the overseer of the 6 paths of reincarnation. The merits she acquired through this transformation were comparable to those of Nuwa creating humanity. Had her physical form remained intact, she would have been capable of achieving sanctity. Thus, there exists a theory suggesting that when Hutu underwent her transformation, she had already attained the status of a sage, with the 6 paths of reincarnation serving as her sacred vessel. Regardless of whether Hutu had indeed achieved sagehood, it was certain that her transformation would yield a primordial spirit, making her a candidate to be taken to the Tai Su realm. Chapter 42. Return to the Nuwa Palace after Hutu traversed the cycle of reincarnation. Only her primordial spirit remained. Should she leave behind a drop of ancestral witch blood, she could rely on it to reconstruct her form upon arriving in the Tai Su realm. Although her new physical body would possess limited strength, she would be the sole ancestral witch endowed with a primordial spirit, and with the immense merits gained from her transformation, achieving sanctity in the Tai Su realm might not necessarily require the primordial purple chi. It was indeed plausible that she could ascend to the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood through diligent cultivation. However, Hutu's aspiration was the revitalization of the witch tribe. Merely taking her alone would not suffice. Jiang Haoze hesitated. "I can escort one witch to the Tai Su realm. Accomplishing this task is not overly challenging, yet I remain uncertain how this would lead to the flourishing of the witch tribe." Color returned to Hutu's pallid face, and she exclaimed excitedly, "You need not worry about that. We will ensure that the chosen kin carries 12 drops of ancestral witch blood to the Tai Su realm. As long as he employs the unique secret arts of our tribe, it is possible for the blood to coalesce into the form of an ancestral witch." Jiang Haoze was taken aback. If the witch tribe indeed possessed such secret arts, the emergence of youthful versions of the 12 ancestral witches in the Tai Su realm would signal the imminent resurgence of the tribe. The newly born ancestral witches, freed from the constraints of the heavenly order and endowed with primordial spirits, would undoubtedly be more formidable than their counterparts from the primordial wilderness. Each celestial being transported to the Tai Su realm via the jade disk would leave behind a mark of divine consciousness. Only those who attain sanctity could free themselves from its control. Hutu's plan to bring forth the 12 ancestral witches in the Tai Su realm was ambitious, but the means of controlling them, given that they had not traversed the jade disk, required careful consideration. Unbeknownst to Hutu, Jiang Haoze harbored numerous ulterior motives, yet her elation at receiving a definitive answer was palpable as she presented a tantalizing proposition. Which member of the witch tribe do you wish to take to the Tai Su realm? As long as you confirm your capability, I will strive to persuade my elder brother and the others to bestow upon you 12 drops of ancestor witch's essence blood, granting you the opportunity to attain the Pangu golden body. Jiang Haoze, undeterred by the prospect of such a grand fortune, questioned, "Are you not relying on these 12 drops of essence blood to resurrect the ancestor witch? By offering them to me for the cultivation of the Pangu golden body, do you not risk the ambitions of your witch clan? Furthermore," he remarked, "as my elemental affinity is water, I could at most merge with the essence blood of Gonggong and Xianyuan. What use would I have for the blood of other attributes? Would I, a dignified ancestor witch, deceive you, a mere little demon?" Hutu retorted indignantly, "My kin have arrived in the Taishu realm, and many matters will depend on you. How could I possibly engage in such folly? Each ancestor which can condense a maximum of 3 drops of essence blood. My elder brother and the others wish to utilize 12 drops to forge a powerful witch, and then take another 12 to the Taishu realm. I will persuade them to grant you the final 12 drops." Jiang Haoze remained perplexed. If the ancestor witches could condense 3 drops of essence blood each, why had the 12 ancestor witches only forged a single Chiyu? If there existed 3 mighty witches of equal strength to Chiyu, it would bolster the witch clan's contention against the Yellow Emperor, thereby enhancing their claim to dominion over heaven and earth. Would it not? Hutu swiftly provided an explanation. The 12 ancestor witches forged witches to counteract the mandate of heaven. The witch infused with essence blood far surpasses the strength of a human. If they still cannot prevail, it signifies the inevitability of fate. Even with 2 additional formidable witches, it would prove futile. Regarding the query about attributes, Hutu clarified that deities are not limited to mastering a single attribute. Rather, they have their areas of specialization. If one's innate talents lean towards a specific attribute, the cultivation of techniques within that domain yields greater results with less effort, while pursuing others requires significantly more toil. She provided a direct illustration. The 12 ancestor witches were formed from Panga's essence blood, with each inheriting a distinct ability of Pangu, who himself was a master of multiple attributes. The essence blood of the ancestor witches is exceedingly potent. Upon fusion, it can reshape the physical form, and merging 12 drops results in the Pangu golden body. However, the requirements for merging ancestor witches' essence blood are stringent. If one's physical strength is insufficient, forcibly merging with incompatible essence blood can lead to catastrophic consequences. Given Jiang Haoze's current physical strength, he could only merge with Gonggong's essence blood. He would need to advance to the Taiyi Santian level through physical cultivation before he could assimilate the ice attribute essence blood of Xianyuan. As for the other elemental essences, their compatibility remains an enigma, thus necessitating Hutu's supervision during the fusion process. Hutu persistently inquired which clan member he intended to bring to the Taishu realm, but he refrained from responding, as he did not wish to tarnish the image he held in his heart. Hutu, fully aware that transforming into the 6 paths of reincarnation would result in her eternal confinement, resolutely undertook the transformation, her presence radiant and resplendent. Had she known in advance of an escape route, her mindset during the transformation would have shifted entirely, rendering her actions less heroic. Growing weary of Hutu's questioning, he finally divulged that revealing heavenly secrets could impact the resurgence of the witch clan, prompting her to cease her inquiries. He had originally intended to remain at Wuzhuangguan to hear Zenyuanzi's teachings, but Hutu regarded him as the witch clan's savior and insisted on staying close by his side. Reluctantly, he acquiesced, instructing Qingfeng Mingyue to inform the immortal that he would be visiting the witch clan. And then he took flight alongside Hutu towards the palace of Nuwa. Upon his first entrance into the palace of Nuwa, he was met with disdain, leaving him reluctant to return. Yet, Hutu stubbornly grasped his hand, saying, "We are merely here to conduct a transaction, not to beg. What is it that you fear?" Hutu's hand resembled exquisitely carved jade, flawless and soft, yet somewhat cool to the touch. Genuine Daxian bore no airs, but Hutu seemed even more at ease, boldly holding the hand of this little demon. In that moment, he felt an indescribable emotion surge within him, and with a grand gesture, he declared, "Indeed, we are here for a fair exchange, and it is no shame, regardless of her willingness." Having met the goddess Nuwa, Hutu described her as a sentimental woman, yet no matter her demeanor, she was still a sage and must uphold propriety. Nuwa had already received reports and was aware that the seemingly insignificant Qingjiao had returned to the palace of Nuwa, this time accompanied by Hutu. Acknowledging that Hutu was willing to exchange a bit of Mingtu for a touch of Shirong, she commanded the attendant to allow them entry. This time, she finally deigned to cast a glance at the little Qingjiao. Jiang Haoze, his expression impassive, followed Hutu in greeting, uttering not a word. Hutu, uninterested in lingering, cut straight to the point. I wish to exchange a piece of Mingtu for a mere grain of Shirong. Is that acceptable? It is. There was little common ground between the artistic young woman and the eccentric goddess. Their transaction was straightforward and devoid of any further discussion. This time, Nuwa did not mention that the Shirong was to be used for calamities. Hutu received a minuscule fragment of Shirong, which she tossed to Jiang Haoze without a second glance before taking her leave from the palace of Nuwa. As they exited, Hutu still held Jiang Haoze's hand, and Nuwa watched with curiosity, unable to comprehend the relationship between Zenyuanzi and Hutu. Both were among the most formidable beings of the primordial era. Why did they disregard rank and favor this little Qingjiao? Could he possibly be a reincarnation of an ancient demon god? After pondering for some time, Nuwa concluded that she remained utterly ignorant of the Qingjiao's origins and decided not to delve further. The world of the eccentric goddess was one the artistic young woman could not fathom. She could never be as unrestrained as Hutu in matters of hierarchy. The origins of Qingjiao were of little consequence. Once outside the palace of Nuwa, Jiang Haoze willingly released Hutu's hand. Hutu had granted him immense favor. It was only right for him to be more self-aware, was it not? Fingering the soft Shirong, he timidly inquired, Senior Hutu, you have given me the Shirong before I have fulfilled my promise. Do you trust me so completely? Of course, I do. Yet, before Jiang Haoze could fully appreciate her trust, Hutu swiftly added, however, should you fail to uphold your promise, I shall seize your magical artifact. For exchanging that small piece of Shirong for a piece of innate spiritual treasure would be quite a bargain. Chapter 43. The Jade Emperor. PS. We yearn to hear more from you. To receive your suggestions. Now, search for the WeChat public account thread and follow it to lend greater support to Mythical World Adventure. The Witch clan primarily thrives along the banks of the Wei River, currently at the height of its prosperity, boasting a population of nearly 10,000, excluding the 12 ancestral witches, in addition to the 12. The Witch clan also counts among its ranks formidable figures such as Hou, Quafu, and Shangliu, each possessing the strength of a Luo Jingxian. The Witch clan boasts 12 quasi-saints, while the Demon clan is represented solely by Emperor Jun. Taiyi and Exceedingly in terms of peak combat strength, the Demon clan falls short of the Witch clan. However, the Witches lack primordial spirits, rendering them incapable of wielding magical artifacts in battle. Conversely, Emperor Jun and Taiyi possess top-tier magical treasures, allowing them to barely contend with the 12 ancestral witches. As Jiang Haoze entered the Witch clan's settlement, he felt akin to a sheep entering a den of wolves, for the gazes of the surrounding witches were as predatory as those of wolves. Were it not for Hutu's presence beside him, he believed those witches would have lunged forward to tear him apart mercilessly. The fundamental conflict between the Witch and Demon clans is stark. The witches are fierce and combative, while the demons are ruthless and bloodthirsty. The witches primarily subsist through hunting, leading to the slaughter of numerous demons, and when some great demons, engaged in secluded cultivation, learned of their descendants' brutal demise, they retaliated by stealthily attacking witch villages, exacerbating the animosity between the two factions. Jiang Haoze soon realized he was not the only anomaly within the witch tribe. At the entrance of the ancestral witch hall, he encountered two imposing great witches engaged in lively conversation with a handsome middle-aged man clad in purple robes. It was evident that the purple-robed man was not of the Witch clan. Male witches typically exhibit muscular physiques, whereas this gentleman exuded an air of elegance. The two great witches were exceptionally robust. One bore a large bow upon his back, while the other wielded a dark wooden staff. Could they be Hou and Quafu? They were pivotal figures in the impending clash between witches and demons, but who was the purple-robed man conversing with them? Curiosity piqued, Jiang Haoze closely followed Hutu, eager to overhear their discourse. The two great witches were acutely sensitive to the presence of demon energy. Hou instinctively reached for the bow on his back, while Quafu's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he tightened his grip on his staff. Hutu coldly interjected, "This friend, Qingjiao, is a distinguished guest of our clan. You must not treat him with disdain." "Understood," Hou and Quafu replied in unison. The purple-robed man cast a curious glance at Jiang Haoze, then approached with a smile, bowing respectfully, "I am Haoyan, paying my respects to Senior Hutu." Hutu furrowed his brow and inquired, Who are you? The purple-robed man replied with deference, I hail from the Purple Cloud Palace, serving before the Tao ancestor. After slaying the serpent of cultivation, I forged a bond with Brother Hui, hence my visit to the witch clan. Upon hearing that Haoyan was affiliated with the Tao ancestor Hongjun, Hutu chose not to press further and merely nodded in acknowledgement, preparing to depart. Yet, a tumultuous wave surged within Jiang Haoze's heart. The attendant of the Purple Cloud Palace named Haoyan was none other than the future ruler of the Heavenly Court, the Jade Emperor, Xuanqiong Gaoshengdi. What could possibly bring the Jade Emperor to the Witch Clan's territory, and why was he on such amicable terms with Hui? Did some underlying schemes lurk beneath the surface? He sensed a palpable atmosphere of conspiracy. Having traversed the world of journey to the west, he was familiar with the legends surrounding the Jade Emperor. Following the conclusion of the war between witches and demons, the Heavenly Court was left leaderless, and many powerful beings coveted the throne of the Heavenly Emperor. Surprisingly, Haoyan, previously obscure, emerged as the Jade Emperor under the support of Yuan Shi and Zhuan Ti. Some claim that Haoyan's ascension to the throne was due to his connections with Hongjun, yet this assertion seemed tenuous. Hongjun, having merged with the Way of Heaven, had effectively withdrawn from the fray, and the significant matters of the primordial world were primarily decided by the saints. As long as they did not contravene the Way of Heaven, Hongjun would acquiesce. Even if Hongjun harbored such intentions, as the representative of the Way, he would not overtly promote his own kin. Thus, the key to Haoyan's rise lay with the saints. After the War of the Lich, Nuwa has been in a state of semi-seclusion. Jejin and Zhuanti are originally one entity. Thus, Zhuanti's support is equivalent to Jejin's backing. Among the 6 great sages, Zhuanti and Yuan Shi jointly nominated Haoyan, while Lao Jun tacitly accepted this decision. Tongtian and Nuwa, detached from the matter at hand, cast their abstaining votes, making Haoyan's ascension to the position of Jade Emperor a natural progression. Jiang Haoze harbors a profound curiosity as to why Zhuanti and Yuan Shi would extend their full support to Haoyan. Both of these sages are astute strategists. If Haoyan had not proven himself capable of achieving great feats for them, they would not have afforded him this opportunity. Prior to becoming the Jade Emperor, Haoyan was merely a servant in the Zhixiao Palace. What could he possibly offer Zhuanti and Yuan Shi? Lao Jun's tacit approval for him to govern the Heavenly Court implies that Lao Jun must also benefit from Haoyan's actions. The appearance of Haoyan within the Wu clan tribe has led Jiang Haoze to a vague speculation. If Haoyan were indeed the linchpin that incited the War of the Lich, then the sage's support for him to govern the Heavenly Court would be entirely justified. After Nuwa created humanity, the sages foretold that the human race would inevitably supplant the Wu and Lich, and they had long since begun their strategic preparations. Lao Jun established the human sect to safeguard humanity, while Yuan Shi established the Chan sect to enlighten them. The Western teachings also placed their grand aspirations upon the shoulders of humankind. Presently, the Wu and Lich still dominate the realms, yet both factions remain obstinate and disrespectful towards the sages, with Yuan Shi and Zhuanti already viewing them as thorns in their sides, and Lao Jun eagerly wishing for their demise. If Haoyan is a person adept at seizing opportunities, instigating a decisive battle between the Wu and Lich would align perfectly with the sages' intentions. If the sages do not support him, whom else could they possibly favor? Jiang Haoze, laden with thoughts, followed Hutu towards the ancestral witch hall. Upon entering, he overheard Haoyan speaking to Hui. Not long ago, I visited Kunlun Mountain to pay my respects to the Queen Mother of the West, who gifted me 2 elixirs of immortality. Consuming them grants eternal life. Brother Hui, I have heard that your wife is but a mortal. Today, I bestow upon you these 2 elixirs, so you may cherish a lasting bond with your beloved. Hui, overjoyed, expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Haoyan. I once sought this elixir from the Queen Mother, but she declined, saying it was not easily crafted. I never expected to have my wish fulfilled today. The ancestral witch hall was enveloped in an enigmatic force, rendering Jiang Haoze unable to hear the rest of their conversation. The elixir of immortality reminded him of Chang'e's flight to the moon. If Haoyan were indeed intent on igniting the War of the Lich, then gifting Hui the elixir must surely serve that purpose. However, what connection could there be between Chang'e's ascent and the impending war? Jiang Haoze possessed too little information to piece together a coherent narrative, and even if he were aware of some conspiracy, there was little he could do. Upon traversing the world of journey to the west, Haoyan had already ascended to the status of Jade Emperor. If he were to be thwarted in the primordial realm, it would undoubtedly lead to the collapse of the journey to the West world. Ultimately, the Wu and Lich are destined to be supplanted by humanity. It's merely a question of time. If Haoyan could hasten the outbreak of the War of the Lich, he would fulfill his mission and return to the Tai Su realm. In the ancestral witch hall, 11 ancestral witches sat cross-legged, and the ancestral witch Emperor Jiang, adorned with 4 wings, cast a cold glance at Jiang Haoze, stating, "Sister Hutu, what brings you and this little demon here?" Hutu replied with a hint of gravity, "Brother, do not underestimate this little demon. The slim chance of survival for our Wu clan may very well rest upon him." Ha ha ha, with a beastly head and a human body, the fiery Zhurong laughed heartily. Sister Hutu has gone mad. While many of our ancestral shamans are unable to safeguard our kin, she daringly places her hopes in our sworn enemies, the demon tribe, and moreover, in a minuscule demon akin to an insignificant ant. Though I find this somewhat incredulous, I must admit that Sister Hutu seems more reliable in her endeavors than certain individuals. Pray, dear sister, do enlighten us on the matter. The speaker was Gong, who has always been at odds with Zhurong. As long as Zhurong disavows something, he readily accepts it. My novel, Mythical World Adventure, will feature more fresh content on the official WeChat platform. Along with a 100 giveaway for everyone, quickly open WeChat, click the icon at the top right to add friends, search for the public account thread, and follow us. Don't miss out. We warmly welcome all readers to indulge in the latest, fastest, and most popular serialized works. Chapter 44. The Way of Heaven is Impartial. We wish to hear more from you and receive your suggestions. Now, search for the public account thread and follow us to offer Mythical World Adventure your support. The vast expanse of the Taishu realm encompasses thousands of minor worlds and countless races. In that realm, the laws of the heavenly way do not impose the same restrictions as in the primordial era, where races are in constant conflict, vying for survival based solely on their merits. With no single race destined to prevail in that realm, there exists the demon tribe and a giant race akin to the shaman clan. Yet the giants and demons are not adversaries. They have even formed alliances to contend against other races. Jiang Haoze, with his eloquence, passionately introduced the Taishu realm to the ancestral shamans, captivating the 12 with his words. Most of what he conveyed was indeed true. In the Taishu realm, there is no concept of any race being destined to thrive. All races compete for the fortunes of heaven and earth based on their abilities, and as long as one can secure a territory, the heavenly way will grant its recognition. The giant race is a tribe similar to the shaman clan, possessing formidable physical strength yet weak spiritual essence. Far from the overwhelming dominance of the primordial shamans, he emphasized the amicable relations between the giants and demons to convey to the ancestral shamans that the shaman and demon tribes in the Taishu realm are not inherently hostile, and that he, being a demon from another realm, should not be met with hostility. Zhurong, with a fiery temper, slammed his hand upon the table and declared, "Countless races contend based on their own merits, engaging in conflicts daily without fear of heavenly interference. It is far more intriguing than our primordial world. If given the chance, I would love to witness it. The very thought that the human race is destined to thrive fills me with ire. They are so feeble, and if it were not for the machinations of the saints, what right would they have to supplant the shamans and demons?" Gong, rarely in agreement with Zhurong, grumbled in agreement. How incredibly unjust is the heavenly way. If our shaman and demon tribes are truly supplanted by the human race, I shall seek out the heavens for an explanation. Shubi, with a cold demeanor, remarked, "If such a world does indeed exist, our shaman clan would surely flourish. However, this little demon speaks without proof, and he alone possesses the ability to traverse between realms. How are we to ascertain the veracity of his claims?" Huta icily interjected. "I was able to locate my friend Qingjiao because the Tao ancestor guided me, stating that our shaman clan's slim chance of survival lies with him. Surely, the words of that venerable one cannot be erroneous." Jiang, with a look of skepticism, remarked, "When you intended to seek the Tao ancestor at the Zishao Palace, I advised you against it, believing that the heavenly Tao had predetermined the rise of humanity, and that the Tao ancestor could not possibly guide our witch clan towards salvation. I never imagined you would truly succeed." Ho Tu replied calmly, "Today, by bringing my friend Qingjiao to the ancestral witch hall, I am prepared to transform myself into the cycle of reincarnation. There are countless lonely souls and wandering spirits in this world, devoid of refuge. By becoming reincarnation, I can achieve great merit. It was the Tao ancestor who guided me to find my friend Qingjiao." The other 11 ancestral witches were profoundly moved. Each had been racking their brains for the proliferation of the witch clan, only to find that Ho Tu had chosen to sacrifice herself. Her transformation into reincarnation had earned her the Tao ancestor's guidance, suggesting that the void realm might indeed exist. Following her instructions, it was conceivable that the witch clan could flourish greatly. Jiang sighed deeply. It is truly a hardship for Sister Ho Tuesday since the Tao ancestor's guidance is likely infallible. Our witch clan has a chance to thrive in another realm. An opportunity we must not overlook. Regrettably, my friend Qing Jiao can only take one clan member to the Void Realm. We cannot abandon our endeavors in the wilderness. Instead, let us distill 3 drops of essence blood, one for Wu San, one as a reward for Qing Jiao, and the last for the clan member who ventures to the Void Realm. What say you? The ancestral witches unanimously agreed, stating, "This is indeed a splendid idea. We neither disrupt the original plan nor waste the opportunity that Sister Ho-Tu has procured." A smile of contentment graced Ho-Tu's face as she bowed to the other ancestral witches, saying, "In that case, I can set my mind at ease. I shall soon embark on the transformation into the 6 paths of reincarnation. Please take care, my brothers." Yet, before departing, she remained extremely curious. Among our nearly 10,000 clan members, who would accompany Qing Jiao to the Void Realm? The 12 ancestral witches' eyes all turned towards Jiang Haoze, eliciting a wry smile from him. Ho-Tu's curiosity was indeed insatiable. However, he had resolved not to disclose this information to her in advance. Under the eager gaze of the ancestral witches, he merely repeated, "The secrets of heaven must not be revealed." The hot-tempered Zhu Rong became furious, exclaiming, "You little rascal are truly despicable. Sister Ho-Tu is about to transform into the 6 paths of reincarnation, and you won't even let her fulfill her wish before she departs." Xin Ming coldly added, "Our witch clan indeed relies on you, little rascal. Is this why you put on airs before us, deliberately making things difficult for Sister Ho-Tu?" Jiang Haoze ignored Xin Ming and Zhu Rong, calmly addressing Jiang. "I believe I made myself quite clear earlier. I possess the incomplete creation jade plate, which can only transport beings of the great wilderness who have a primordial spirit. None of the witch clan, including the esteemed ancestral witches present, currently possess a primordial spirit. Therefore, whoever can generate a primordial spirit may venture to the Void Realm. But at this moment, I do not know who that might be." Ho-Tu sighed softly. "In that case, I shall not impose on my friend Qing Jiao any further. There are countless souls in this world who are lonely and forsaken. I have already resolved to transform into the 6 paths of reincarnation, fortunate to exchange it for a glimmer of hope for the witch clan, and I am content with that." Jiang Haoze, having compared the 2 formidable women of the great wilderness, Nu Hua and Ho-Tu, held a slightly higher regard for Ho-Tu. Hua had created humanity out of loneliness, merely to alleviate her own emptiness. Lacking any genuine compassion for sentient beings, the Earth Mother harbored thoughts of the 6 realms of reincarnation, driven by profound sympathy for the countless wandering souls and restless spirits. She was willing to sacrifice herself to perfect the heavens and the earth. Although her actions provided a glimmer of hope for the shamanic clan, what fault lay in her resolve? If she were to pity those forlorn souls while neglecting her own shamanic kin, her grand altruism would appear rather insincere. In stark contrast, Nu Hua, the sage, exhibited no compassion for any living being. Despite the demise of the demon race brought about by her creation of humanity, she felt no remorse towards them. With a sorrowful expression, the Earth Mother departed from the ancestral shaman hall, willing to sacrifice herself for the sake of those pitiful wandering souls and the continuation of her clan. The ancestral shamans, including Gonggong and Zhu Rong, followed her to bid farewell. Jiang Haoze was called to a halt by Jiang, who casually inquired, "Is it the Earth Mother you intend to take to the Void Realm?" Jiang Haoze, needing only to keep this from the Earth Mother, felt no need to be secretive with Jiang. He nodded and replied, "The shaman clan does not cultivate the primordial spirit. It is only under the heavenly compassion that the Earth Mother transformed the 6 realms of reincarnation, thus becoming the sole shaman with a primordial spirit, and only she can venture to the Void Realm." Jiang sighed. "In truth, the heavenly way has always been just. Our shaman and demon clans have acted against the natural order, and thus it was fated for our 2 races to be supplanted by humanity. All 12 of us share the bloodline of Pangu, yet only the Earth Mother possesses a naturally benevolent disposition, willing to embody reincarnation to mend the celestial void, which is why the heavenly way has bestowed such fortune upon her. The Earth Mother has already left 3 drops of her essence in my possession. Once the others return, I shall gather the essence and present it to you. Regardless of whether our shaman clan can flourish in the Void Realm, I hope you will treat the Earth Mother kindly and ensure she faces no grievances." Jiang Haoze sensed Jiang's sincerity and regarded this elder of the shaman clan with newfound respect. He jested, "I believe in the principle of getting what one pays for. Soon I shall be able to bring the Earth Mother into the creation jade plate. Elder Jiang, it would not be too late to grant me compensation once I fulfill my promise. My novel Mythical World Adventure will feature more fresh content on the official WeChat platform, along with a 100 lottery gift for everyone. Open WeChat now, click the button in the upper right corner to add friends, search for the public account Dread and follow it. So hurry." Chapter 45. Haoze's green hat. P.S. If you wish to hear more from us and provide more suggestions, search for the public account thread and follow it to offer more support for mythical world adventure. Jiang Haoze received the acknowledgement of the 12 ancestral shamans, while on the other side, Haoyan also garnered high praise from Haoze, who invited him to his home as a guest. Haoye's wife, Chang'e, was mortal, unable to resist the ravages of aging and death. The elixir of immortality was exceedingly precious to them. Thus, the couple felt immense gratitude towards Haoyan. Chang'e, being of the human race, found survival in the primal wilderness to be arduous, forcing her to seek protection through marriage with the powerful shaman clan. At this moment, she was not the noble and aloof lunar goddess, but rather an utterly ordinary woman, filled with beautiful fantasies about life. Haoze had always treated Chang'e with kindness, and the two exhibited a profound affection for one another. However, Chang'e's sense of happiness was rather low. She longed for a husband who would be empathetic and accompany her daily. Yet Haoze, as a member of the Wu tribe, was inherently fierce and unsentimental, making it difficult for him to grasp her delicate sentiments. A valiant warrior, Haoze had journeyed great distances to vanquish the monstrous serpent plaguing Dongting Lake and the malevolent nine-headed bird, Jiaoying, earning him the revered status of a hero among his kin. While he garnered fame through his daring exploits, he remained oblivious to the emotional neglect of his wife, Chang'e, who lived in a state of constant anxiety, having grown weary of such a life. The radiant and refined Haotian possessed an irresistible charm for mortal women, and his eloquence captivated Chang'e, causing her to sigh inwardly. Why could her husband not possess such understanding and sophistication? Had she not yet wed, she would have been content to find a suitor like Haotian, even if her life were but a fleeting few decades. Haoze was a boisterous man, unaware that his wife had mentally strayed, yet he remained consistently warm towards Haotian. Shortly thereafter, Haotian prepared to depart for Kunlun Mountain to seek counsel with the Queen Mother of the West, while Haoze also set off to the east to slay the beast, Defeng. Upon leaving, he noticed Chang'e's melancholy expression and offered words of comfort. "I shall return in no time." Within a span of 3 to 10 days at most, Chang'e replied forlornly, "Husband, take care." Haoze had misinterpreted her sentiments. Previously, Chang'e would indeed feel despondent at his departures, but this time it was not due to him. In just a few days, the refined Haotian had left a lasting impression on Chang'e, and her sorrow stemmed from the realization that she would no longer see him. After parting ways with the Wu tribe, Haoze and Haotian went their separate paths, with Haotian heading to the western Kunlun and Haoze venturing eastward to confront the beast. Defeng. 5 days later, Haoze returned to the tribe with the head of Defeng, only to discover that his wife Chang'e had vanished, along with the 2 elixirs of immortality. Chang'e had left him a note, expressing her weariness of their life together and her choice to ascend to the heavens in pursuit of happiness, with Haotian promising her a fresh start in the celestial realm. Upon seeing Haotian's name, Haoze's rage ignited. He had regarded Haotian as a close brother, never suspecting he would abscond with his wife. Any man would feel a profound sense of betrayal, and in his fury, Haoze hastened to Kunlun Mountain, intent on slaying Haotian to quell his resentment. Indeed, he found Haotian engaged in discourse with the Queen Mother of the West, and drawing his bow, he aimed and declared, "Wretched scoundrel, prepare to meet your end." Haotian raised a magical shield to block Haoye's arrow, astonished, and inquired, "Brother Haoze, why do you assail me?" With fiery eyes, Haoze retorted, "How can you question me after your despicable actions? I treated you as a friend, yet you took advantage of my absence to steal my wife. If I do not slay you today, my heart shall never know peace." Haotian deflected another of Haoye's arrows and exclaimed, "Brother Haoze, what do you mean by this? I have been here in discourse these past days. The Queen Mother can attest to my whereabouts. Since our last parting, I have not seen your wife. How could I be accused of abduction?" The Queen Mother coldly added, "What Haotian speaks is true. He has not left this place. Surely, there must be some misunderstanding at play." After carefully observing the 2 individuals, Haoze discerned that they bore no semblance of deception, and with a perplexed expression, he inquired, "Then why did my wife leave a note stating that you had visited my home a few days prior, promising her a shared existence in the celestial realm, ensuring that we would reunite if she ascended to the heavenly palace?" After a moment of contemplation, the Queen Mother of the West replied, "Indeed, the esteemed Taoist Haotian has not departed. It appears someone has impersonated him. I have heard of a peculiar beast known as Dan, which is adept in speech and delights in deceit. Could it be that this fiend has masqueraded as Taoist Haotian to deceive your wife?" Taoist Haotian summoned the Haotian mirror to scrutinize the 3 realms, and shortly thereafter, it revealed Chang'e in the Moon Palace, accompanied by a strange beast. This beast had taken on the guise of Taoist Haotian, Yet the Haotian mirror could discern its true form. It resembled a rabbit, exuding elegance, with an ethereal grace in its movements. The Queen Mother of the West shook her head and remarked, "It is indeed this creature at play." It is also known as the deceptive beast, a notorious demon of the heavenly court, closely allied with the monstrous Jiang. I cannot fathom why it would ensnare your wife. Hui gritted his teeth and declared, "Not long ago, I slew Jiang." The Queen Mother of the West suddenly comprehended, exclaiming, "So that is the case. It appears this beast seeks vengeance for Jiang, and, knowing your formidable strength, has resorted to underhanded tactics." Hui felt a surge of frustration with no outlet, and he resolved to confront the creature in the Moon Palace, but Taoist Haotian dissuaded him. The Moon Palace is the abode of the heavenly Queen Shihi, and the deceptive beast enjoys her protection. Even the ancestral witches would be powerless against it, and Hui's attempt would merely lead to his demise. Seething with indignation, Hui returned to his tribe to enlist the aid of his friend Kwa Fu, while Taoist Haotian accompanied him to the witch tribe, claiming that the deceptive beast had tarnished his reputation. Upon learning that Hui's wife had been lured to the heavenly court by the demon race, Kwa Fu was equally incensed and urged Hui to seek assistance from the 12 ancestral witches for retribution. However, as a man who had been humiliated, Hui harbored concerns about his tribe's perception, fearing ridicule. Without the support of the ancestral witches, it would be exceedingly challenging for Hui and Kwa Fu to exact revenge. Ultimately, it was Taoist Haotian who proposed a scheme. He suggested that Hui and Kwa Fu spread rumors about the deceptive beast and Shihi, thereby forcing the creature to vacate the Moon Palace and granting Hui an opportunity for revenge. Hui shook his head in refusal, resolutely stating, "If I am to seek vengeance, I shall do so with honor. Such underhanded methods are beneath me." The three were unable to reach a consensus, but after Hui's departure, Kwa Fu decided to heed Taoist Haotian's advice. He instructed his tribe to disseminate rumors, claiming that the heavenly Queen Shihi was engaging in scandalous behavior, secretly harboring a male consort in the Moon Palace, while neglecting Emperor Jun. The consort was, in fact, the deceptive beast. Taoist Haotian's suggestion lacked integrity. While the witch and demon tribes often disparaged one another, Shihi had maintained a notably discreet presence, and no gossip had ever surfaced about her. The fabricated rumors from Kwa Fu's tribe began to circulate across the land, turning the heavenly Queen Shihi into a subject of mockery among the witch tribe, though the heavenly court remained oblivious. The deceptive beast sought out the 10 princes of the demon race in the solar palace, repeatedly bowing and stating, "Esteemed princes, I lament that the heavenly queen lacks companionship. You have instructed me to procure a maid for her, and I have brought a human woman to the Moon Palace. Where the queen has consented to let her stay, I acted thoughtlessly, for that woman is the wife of a great witch, and in angering him, the witch tribe has concocted slander against the heavenly queen." "What dreadful rumors have those accursed sorcerers concocted?" the crown prince inquired, his voice laced with vexation. The novel Mythical World Adventure will feature more fresh content on the official WeChat platform, along with a 100 chance of winning grand prizes. Open WeChat now, click the icon in the upper right corner to add friends, search for the public account thread, and follow it promptly. Chapter 46. The True Good and the False Evil P. We eagerly desire to hear more of your voices and receive your invaluable suggestions. Please search for the public account thread and follow us to lend greater support to Mythical World Adventure. The deceptive beast is indeed the most cunning liar among all creatures in existence. Chang'e was already inclined towards Haotian. It transformed into Haotian and effortlessly lured her to the Moon Palace with mere words. Upon her arrival at the Moon Palace, it further deceived Shiha, claiming that Chang'e was the wife of a powerful sorcerer who mistreated her daily. Out of pity for Chang'e, Shiha took her in to offer refuge. Alas, Chang'e still believes that the deceptive beast is Haotian, obediently following its every command, serving as a maid in the Guanghan Palace as per its instructions. The deceptive beast had already ensnared the little golden crows, asserting that the Guanghan Palace was far too desolate, and that it possessed a means to procure a maid for the empress, one that would not be refused. The empress accepted Chang'e, and the little golden crows, impressed by the deceptive beast's resourcefulness, bore no ill will towards it, despite being aware of the rumors circulating about Shiha, directing their hatred solely towards the sorcerers. When the little golden crows learned of the sorcerer's slander against Shiha, they were filled with righteous indignation. At this opportune moment, the deceptive beast suggested that all the rumor-mongering sorcerers must be eliminated to preserve the empress's reputation. The 10 little golden crows wholeheartedly agreed, determined to descend to earth and vanquish those who spread falsehoods. With Jiang Haoze reviving their spirits, Jun refrained from imprisoning the little golden crows, granting them the chance to descend. The 10 little golden crows soared eastward, incinerating anyone who spread rumors with their true solar flames. They soon discovered that nearly all the sorcerers were mocking Shiha, and thus, they set ablaze the very path they traversed. The fierce solar flames swept across the land, annihilating countless sorcerers and human tribes, including the Kwafu tribe, which was engulfed in roaring flames. Kwafu, having incited his kin to spread rumors, awaited the deceptive beast's departure from the Moon Palace to avenge Hou-Yi. Little did Kwafu anticipate the retaliation from the three-legged golden crows. Upon witnessing his tribe consumed by flames, he hastily returned only to find that his kin had been reduced to ashes by the solar fire. Enraged, Kwafu brandished his peachwood staff and began to pursue the three-legged golden crows. Possessing the strength of a Great Luo Golden Immortal, Kwafu was far superior to the mere Taiyi Luo's immortal little golden crows, who promptly fled as they ran. They scorched Kwafu with their solar flames. The powerful body of the enraged Kwafu did not shy away from the flames, enduring the intense heat that scattered the little golden crow's feathers. Though Kwafu's physique was impervious to the little golden crow's solar flames, he inevitably became parched from the relentless heat. In desperation, he drank the waters of the Weha River dry. The Weha was entirely evaporated by the three-legged golden crows, prompting Kwafu to gulp down the waters of the Yellow River, relentlessly pursuing the little golden crows. However, even the Yellow River's waters were soon evaporated by the solar flames, leaving Kwafu unable to withstand the scorching heat any longer. He has been overtaken by fury, consumed with a singular desire for vengeance on behalf of his kin, unwilling to abandon his pursuit, and as a consequence, he was reduced to ashes by the true fire of the sun. In that instant, Hou-Yi sensed the loss of his dear friend. Kwafu, wishing to assist him in seeking retribution, provoked the three-legged golden crow, leaving Hou-Yi with no justification to refrain from avenging Kwafu. He unleashed 9 arrows towards the three-legged golden crow, yet alas, the feeble power of his bow could not contend with the might of the 10 resplendent golden crows. At that moment, Hou-Yi approached Hou-Yi, informing him that the three-legged golden crow was birthed from the Fusong tree, and only with a bow crafted from Fusong could one hope to bring down the golden crows. Hou-Yi cast a complex glance at Hou-Yi. Although Chang'e had been deceived by the trickster beast, it was undeniable that she harbored feelings for Hou-Yi, who had assumed the guise of the trickster. The truth that his wife had developed affections for another man, particularly one who had done no wrong, left Hou-Yi with no ground to cast blame upon Hou-Yi, regardless of his own turmoil. Had it not been for Hou-Yi's reckless suggestions, his friend Kwafu might still be alive. Yet it was difficult to hold Hou-Yi accountable, as his intentions were to aid Hou-Yi in seeking revenge. Hou-Yi, it seemed, was akin to a harbinger of misfortune. Despite having committed no wrongdoing himself, he had inadvertently led to Hou-Yi's wife departing and his friend meeting his demise. Hou-Yi clasped his hands in gratitude towards Hou-Yi, saying, "Thank you, my friend. For your guidance I shall now seek Fusong Wood to craft the setting sun bow. Your Hou-Yi mirror can traverse the 3 realms, and thus I entrust you with the task of locating that nefarious trickster beast." Hou-Yi nodded in agreement. "Friend, make haste and return swiftly. I shall proceed to seek out the trickster beast." Hou-Yi ventured alone to the northern heavenly gate, and shortly thereafter, the counterfeit Hou-Yi arrived. Upon exiting the northern heavenly gate, the two entered the boundless chaos. Hou-Yi possessed a jade tablet that emitted a protective light shield, warding off the chaotic energies and enveloping both him and the counterfeit Hou-Yi. The trickster beast, having reverted to its true form, chuckled with arrogance. "With a mere trifling scheme, the witch and demon clans shall be ensnared in turmoil. If Hou-Yi were to slay a few of the golden crows, Dijun and Taiyi would surely stop at nothing to exact revenge. The primordial and Juan-Ti saints have proclaimed that whoever can successfully instigate the witch-demon war shall ascend to the throne of the heavenly court. That throne will rightfully belong to my virtuous brother." Hou-Yi replied with a wry smile, "Thank you, elder brother, for your support, yet I must confess that I remain uncomfortable with ascending to the throne of the heavenly court through such means." The chaos possessed the ability to obscure heavenly secrets, and Hou-Yi's encounter with the trickster beast within it was a deliberate effort to evade being calculated against. Ever since Hou-Yi entered the Zixiao Palace to serve, the reputation of the trickster beast had spread throughout the 3 realms, and each of their meetings unfolded in this manner. The trickster beast patted Hou-Yi on the shoulder and spoke solemnly. "There is no need for concern over your discomfort. You have fortuitously attained such great fortune, do not let it slip away. The flesh you spoke of as being exceedingly delicious was indeed taken from me. Once you consume my flesh, you shall no longer speak only the truth. You should understand my reasoning. To become an emperor, one cannot always speak the truth. Having reached this juncture, do not betray Hou-Yi. Bring my head back to him." Haoyan was taken aback, exclaiming, "Elder brother, you must not think amiss. I only need to take you to meet Hui briefly, and I will find a reason to take you away. How could I possibly take your life?" The trickster beast laughed heartily. "I have long since abandoned the desire for this mortal coil. As long as I wear this guise, I shall continue to deceive. And ultimately, I shall meet a grim fate. I have deceived the heavens, the earth, witches, and demons alike. The only one I have never deceived is you. Today, I relinquish my corporeal form to aid you in confronting Hui. Please safeguard my soul, and in the future, procure a rabbit for me to fashion a new vessel." Upon concluding its words, the beast severed its own head. Haoyan gazed at this spectacle, momentarily lost in thought. After a brief silence, he captured the beast's soul in a soul-collecting bottle. Carrying the beast's head, he exited the boundless chaos. Visions of millennia passed surfacing in his mind, and his expression swiftly transformed into one of resolve. In the realms of existence, there exists a peculiar stone known as the Zhengxie stone, half jade and half rock, divided into two distinct hues. The jade side is pristine and immaculate, while the rocky side is dark and uneven. This extraordinary stone absorbs two kinds of spiritual energies. The jade absorbs the ethereal essence of immortals, while the rock absorbs the malevolent energy of the universe. From this stone emerged two beings. The jade nurtured a being that embodies truth and goodness, while the rock birthed a being that represents falsehood and malice. One day, the uneven rock fissured, giving birth to the treacherous beast known as Yeshu. Upon its arrival, it positioned itself beside the jade, intent on devouring the life nurtured by it. On the 9th day of the first lunar month, the jade bore a male child. Yeshu, having waited long, immediately bit off a piece of the boy's flesh and swallowed it. Although it intended to consume the child entirely, this single bite rendered further consumption impossible, for just as consuming its own flesh would compel it to incessantly lie, the boy's flesh awakened the truth and goodness within. Consequently, Yeshu abandoned its desire to devour the boy and began to regard him as a brother. Yeshu's corporeal form stemmed from the rock, and while its propensity for deceit remained unchanged, it nonetheless cultivated a sense of benevolence towards the boys it had proclaimed. It deceived nearly everyone, except for Haoyan, born of the jade, for whom it schemed wholeheartedly. To ensure Haoyan gained Hui's trust and could ascend as the ruler of the heavenly court, Yeshu sacrificed its own life. Who could have imagined that two utterly disparate beings would develop within the same extraordinary stone? Who would have thought that the infamous Yeshu would willingly sacrifice itself for the sake of another? The flesh of Yeshu is remarkably delectable. Consuming it compels one to utter falsehoods. A piece of its flesh ultimately enabled the future heavenly emperor, Haoyan. Though Haoyan's truth and goodness did not vanish, the consumption of Yeshu's flesh rendered his convictions less steadfast, allowing him to act unscrupulously in pursuit of his goals, thereby qualifying him to become an emperor. Yeshu, now a mere remnant of a soul, remained unaware that its initial consumption of Haoyan's flesh had instilled goodwill within Haoyan, just as Haoyan's consumption of its flesh had awakened malice within Yeshu. Influenced by its corporeal form, Yeshu continually lied, earning a notorious reputation across the vast wilderness. It yearned to exchange its form for a fresh start. Yet why would Haoyan grant it this opportunity? In contemporary times, Haoyan embodies both righteousness and malevolence, akin to the situation of Eshu. After Eshu undergoes a transformation into a new body, the distinction between the two remains negligible. He is unable to accept the newly reborn Eshu. Yet the inherent goodness within him prevents him from taking lethal action. Upon departing from the chaos, he resolves to find a rabbit for Eshu to inhabit, specifically seeking a female rabbit. Eshu, originally male, would find it impossible to fully merge if his soul were to inhabit a female rabbit, as the inversion of yin and yang would lead to the gradual fading of his memories. Thus, Haoyan manages to honor Eshu's wishes while avoiding the confrontation with the reborn Eshu, achieving a commendable balance. At this juncture, Jiang Haoze remains unaware of the upheaval in the primordial realm. He has accompanied Hutu into the underworld. As Hutu departs from the Wu clan, a sorrowful expression graces her visage. Upon witnessing the forlorn spirits, her sorrow swiftly gives way to determination. Manifesting her true form, she proclaims loudly, "I am of the Pangu bloodline, willing to evolve the 6 paths with my being, to establish a cycle of reincarnation and mend the heavens' deficiencies." The reincarnators traverse the cycle, akin to the relentless rotation of a wheel, allowing sentient beings to perpetually traverse the celestial order. Hutu's true form soon dissipates, giving rise to 6 swirling vortices in the air, each representing one of the 6 paths. The desolate spirits of the world sense the emergence of the 6 paths of reincarnation and promptly kneel in reverence. Expressing gratitude for Hutu's immense benevolence, as Hutu's form completely vanishes, the cycle of reincarnation is established, allowing the souls to re-enter the cycle anew. The beings of the primordial realm, touched by Hutu's sincere compassion, kneel towards the direction of the 6 paths of reincarnation, prompting the heavenly order to bestow boundless merits. Such abundant merits enable Hutu to generate her primordial spirit, and soon, a phantom of her soul appears within the 6 paths of reincarnation. Enveloped by a resplendent golden light of merit, the cycle of reincarnation exudes a terrifying force, attempting to bind Hutu's primordial spirit within its confines. Jiang Haoze hastily ascends to the heavens above the cycle and urges, "My lady, quickly utter I wish to go to the Taiyi realm, for only then can I free you from the constraints of the cycle." Hutu, momentarily taken aback, murmurs, "It turns out that the one destined for the Taiyi realm is I." Observing the merging of Hutu's soul within the cycle, Jiang Haoze calls out urgently, "My lady, do not hesitate. Only you among the Wu clan can generate a primordial spirit. Should you linger any longer, the opportunity for revival will be lost. I wish to go to the Taiyi realm." Recognizing the implications for the revival of the Wu clan, Hutu makes her choice without delay. The creation jade plate radiates myriad rays of light. Enveloping her, the light signifies a glimmer of hope. The cycle of reincarnation, though reluctant, can do nothing against this luminous force and can only watch helplessly as Hutu's primordial spirit departs from the cycle. The jade plate promptly begins to nurture Hutu's primordial spirit, marking it with a spiritual imprint. Jiang Haoze enters the creation jade plate and finds Hutu, her fragrant cheeks resting thoughtfully. Upon noticing his presence, she looks at him in astonishment and remarks, "No wonder you have been so reticent. It turns out that the one you wish to take to the Taiyi realm is me. Have you been orchestrating this for a delightful surprise?" Jiang Haoze responds with a wry smile, "I have not been orchestrating anything. Had you known in advance that transforming the cycle could yield a chance of life, your insincerity might have deterred the heavenly order from showering us with such abundant merits." Hutu chuckles softly, "I initially intended to transform the cycle to seek a sliver of hope for my Wu clan, yet, unexpectedly, it is I who has generated a primordial spirit, almost as if I have developed a personal ambition." Jiang Haoze shook his head and remarked, "The way of heaven is inherently just. If it were not for your benevolent intentions, my lady, how could the celestial forces bestow such fortune upon you?" In truth, Elder Daijang has already surmised this. He too believes that this is the destiny that the way of heaven has ordained for you. Do not dwell on it too much. Ultimately, it is I who shall reap the benefits. Hutu appeared somewhat disheartened, furrowing her brow as she stated, "In the future, do not refer to me as my lady or Hutu. Once I have reformed my corporeal form, I shall choose a name for myself." Having concluded his dealings with Hutu, Jiang Haoze exited the cauldron of creation, resolved to seek his reward from Daijang. Upon leaving the realm of the netherworld, he discovered that the entire land was searing hot, as if it had been scorched by an intense blaze. The crops in the fields lay withered, and countless beasts had collapsed by the roadside, leaving the earth in a state of despair. Looking up, he spotted 10 suns hanging in the sky, and he let out a sigh of relief. Although the little golden crows were willing to venture into the void realm, they would still perish without the protection of the jade disk before their fall. Anxiously, he soared on his cloud towards the distant suns. Just as he was nearing the 10 little golden crows, a thunderous roar erupted from the ground. A towering demon god, 100 feet tall, knocked an arrow and aimed it at one of the little golden crows. This demon was none other than Hou, who unleashed an arrow from the setting sun bow, its girth comparable to that of an arm, imbued with the power to annihilate the world. The little golden crow, gripped by fear, managed to utter, "I wish to go to the void realm," just as the arrow was about to strike, thanks to the timely warning from its companion. It was at that moment that Jiang Haoze arrived, swiftly bringing forth the jade disk to shield it. Seeing the golden crow vanish from sight, Hou, infuriated, continued to draw his bow, unleashing 9 arrows in succession towards the remaining crows. 8 of the little golden crows vocalized their desire to enter the void realm to seek the jade disk's protection, but the youngest, Prince Shirtai, due to his stutter, found himself unable to articulate his wish in a moment of urgency. Helplessly watching as the arrow hurtled towards him at that instant, a scroll suddenly soared through the sky, unfurling against the wind to capture Hou's arrows and ensnare the last little golden crow within its folds. Witnessing this, Jiang Haoze felt a wave of relief wash over him. Had all 10 little golden crows been taken by the jade disk, the land of Hong Huang would be without sunlight henceforth, and Hong Jun would undoubtedly seek retribution against him. It was fortuitous that Enhua intervened to rescue that little golden crow, The battle between the Wu and Yao clans was on the verge of eruption. Jiang Haoze, as the foremost opportunist, had benefited from both factions and had no intention of embroiling himself in their conflict. After saving the 9 princes, he promptly took to the clouds towards the ancestral witch palace. Preparing to collect his reward from Daijang and subsequently check on Shiha at the moon star to see if any trouble was brewing. He approached the ancestral witch palace. A thought struck him. Now that the 9 princes of the Yao clan and Hutu were within the jade disk, would Hutu's revelation of this matter jeopardize his reward? He hurriedly re-entered the cauldron of creation, awkwardly addressing Hutu. The few princes of the Wu clan should also have a chance of survival. So I doubt. Hutu replied calmly, there is no need for explanations. The Wu and Yao clans are merely pawns in this game. I do not harbor any deep-seated hatred towards the Yao clan. As long as you can conceal their auras, I shall not disclose this matter to my elder brother, and once we reach the Void Realm, I shall not make things difficult for them. His heart. Jiang Haoze silently praised her 32 times. Truly, Hutu was a paragon of reason and benevolence. She possesses great merit in transcending the cycle of rebirth. Once she arrives in the realm of the void and her physical form is restored, it is imperative to find a way for her to quickly enhance her strength, and if possible, to assist her in attaining sanctity. My novel, Mythical World Adventure, will feature more exciting content on the official WeChat platform, along with a 100 lottery giveaway for everyone. Open WeChat now, click the icon in the upper right corner to add friends, search for the public account Dread, and follow it. Hurry up. We warmly welcome all readers to indulge in the latest, fastest, and most popular serialized works. Chapter 48. The Battle of Witches and Demons. I wish to hear more of your voices and receive more of your suggestions. Now, search for the WeChat public account Dread and follow it to support Mythical World Adventure even further. In the Hall of Ancestors, the 11 ancestors gathered, each bearing a grave expression. The heavenly Tao has decreed that the witches and demons must yield to humanity. Once the battle erupts, it is likely that both races will suffer heavy losses. This is a reality understood by the high-ranking members of both factions, yet their conflicts are irreconcilable, as neither side is willing to concede. For instance, when Hui crafted the sunset vow to slay the little golden crow, every ancestor understood that it could provoke a battle between witches and demons, yet none suggested that Hui abandon his quest for vengeance, for that is not the style of the witch clan. The witches are a fierce and valiant people. Hui's friend, Kwa Fu, was slain by the little golden crow, and it is entirely natural for Hui to seek retribution. Why should one prevent a rightful act? The same holds true for the demons. Whenever one of their kin is hunted by the witches, it is only fitting for the great demons to seek revenge. Are we, the illustrious demon clan, so easily bullied? The ancestors, untrained in the arts of the primordial spirit, may be unaware of the extent of Hui's achievements, yet they are prepared to stand by him. Even if the battle between witches and demons results in the witch clan's decline, the ancestors will not waver, for like the demons, they have no retreat. Jiang Haoze sought to alleviate the tension in the room, wearing a bright smile as he spoke. Congratulations, esteemed ancestors. Lady Hutu has manifested her primordial spirit. I will soon take her to the realm of the void, and the resurgence of the witch clan is imminent. Jiang, upon seeing Hutu within the jade disk, revealed a rare smile of relaxation. Indeed, my friend, with Hutu by our side in the realm of the void, we can engage in battle without concerns. Hutu sighed softly. Ultimately, can it be avoided? Jiang shook his head. If we were to retreat and deny Hui his vengeance for Kwa Fu, we would no longer be the witch clan. Who among our kin would still respect us? Hutu recognized the deadlock between the witches and demons, an inextricable knot. With reddened eyes, she said, then, dear brothers, take care. I cannot fight alongside you, but I will ensure the witch clan thrives in the realm of the void. Jiang handed 24 drops of ancestor blood to Jiang Haoze, the blood glistening and translucent, comprising 12 distinct colors. The ancestor blood was solid, resembling transparent crystals. It would be difficult to identify it as ancestor blood elsewhere. Tio reassured the other ancestors. Jiang Haoze entrusted the ancestor blood to Hutu for safekeeping and prepared to take his leave. At that moment, a great witch rushed into the hall of ancestors and spoke solemnly. Esteemed ancestors, Hui has been slain by Hong Huang Taiyi. The demon race is indeed not to be trifled with. Although the Eastern Emperor learned that all 9 of his nephews had entered the creation jade plate, he could not suppress his anger. Shortly after Jiang Haoze rescued the little golden crow, Taiyi had already arrived on the battlefield, directly summoning the innate treasure, the chaos bell, to slay Hui. Taiyi's arrogance provoked us. Thus, we must confront him. The hot-tempered Zhu Rong was the first to step out of the ancestral witch hall. Emperor Jiang also revealed his true form. instructing the nearby Zhu Jiao. Gather the 13 witches. We may soon need to set up the great formation of the 12 heavenly gods. Jiang Haoze noticed Hutu in tears, and to spare her further sorrow, he severed the connection between the creation jade plate and the outside world. Emperor Jiang acknowledged his actions with a nod, sighing, "Today, it seems we, the ancestral witches, are unlikely to escape. Qingjiao, should our witch tribe rise again in the Taishu realm, please go to my fallen land and call out 3 times." Jiang Haoze nodded earnestly. In truth, the witch tribe does not retain its primordial spirit. With Emperor Jiang's fall, even a remnant soul would be impossible to possess, rendering any calls futile. Nevertheless, this was Emperor Jiang's greatest wish. Even knowing it to be an exercise in futility, he would honor his promise to comfort the fallen ancestral witches. Departing from the witch tribe, Jiang Haoze soared towards the Taiyi star. Yet, before he could reach halfway, the heavens and earth underwent a transformation point. 12 torrents of blood energy surged from the ground, attracting all malevolent forces and manifesting as 12 fierce demonic deities in the void. The celestial bodies also stirred, beams of silver starlight piercing the night sky, drawn towards the 12 demonic entities. The battle between the witches and demons was inevitably unleashed, with both sides unveiling their strongest trump cards in the great formation of the 12 heavenly gods against the celestial star formation. Jiang Haoze maintained amicable relations with both factions, and their leaders required his assistance in the Taishu realm, ensuring he would not be harmed. Even so, he was not inclined to observe the battle. While the leadership would not trouble him, some of the more powerful witches were unfamiliar with him. Furthermore, the demon master Kuanpeng, who had refrained from causing him trouble while Emperor Jun was alive, would surely harbor ill intentions upon witnessing Emperor Jun's demise. In his journey through the primordial chaos, Jiang Haoze confided the existence of the Taishu realm solely to Zhen Yuanzi and the leaders of the witch and demon tribes. Zhen Yuanzi would not speak recklessly, and the leadership of both tribes would likely perish entirely. Thus, he would not divulge his possession of the creation jade plate and the journey to the west. He encountered the Zen master, who remained unaware of Jiang Haoze's significant deeds in the primordial chaos, compelling him to keep a low profile to avoid disrupting the causal flow. Among the deities in the journey to the west, he was only acquainted with a certain Qinglong Taoist, necessitating discretion until he transformed into the Azure Dragon. He had indeed fantasized about the innate treasures that might appear during the battle between the witches and demons, the Chaos Bell in Emperor Jun's possession and the He-Tu and Luo Shu held by Taiyi. Both treasures were highly coveted, yet acquiring them would prove exceedingly difficult. The He-Tu and Luo Shu were entirely unattainable, especially since legends spoke of the old turtle delivering them to Fuxi. Making it clear that this treasure could not be taken to the Taishu realm, a glimmer of hope lay with the Chaos Bell, which mysteriously vanished following the decisive battle, eluding even the saint's calculations. If he could bring the Chaos Bell to the Taishu realm, it would align perfectly with its mysterious disappearance. Jiang Haoze could only place his hopes in Taiyi, who, before his demise, might resist allowing the Chaos Bell to fall into the saint's hands. Possibly choosing to let Jiang Haoze take it to the Taishu realm. It is best for Taiyi to harbor such thoughts, yet he must refrain from voicing them. Otherwise, Taiyi's awareness of his covetousness towards the Chaos Bell would only breed disdain. In addition to the 2 supreme treasures, he yearns for the Zhou Star Do formation and the 12 capital heavenly gods formation. The latter formation poses no concern, as he has taken the soul of Hutu, who undoubtedly possesses the knowledge to arrange the formation. However, the 12 capital heavenly gods formation remains temporarily unutilized, as it is specifically designed for the witch clan and requires the presence of 12 ancestral witches to unleash its power. Only when Hutu manifests the 12 ancestral witches in the Taishu realm can it be employed. The Zhou Star Do formation necessitates the assembly of tens of thousands of demon clans, far more intricate than the 12 capital heavenly gods formation, and requires the cooperation of the He-Tu and Luo Shu to grasp the essence of the formation. Emperor Jun has imparted to Jiang Haoze the principles of arranging the Zhou Star Do formation, yet he has already refined the He-Tu and Luo Shu, rendering it impossible to bestow them upon Jiang Haoze for comprehension. Even though it is certain that he cannot take the He-Tu and Luo Shu with him, it would be prudent for Jiang Haoze to contemplate them for a few days after the conclusion of the Witch-Demon War. He contemplated while soaring towards the Taiyi star. He discerned a heavy atmosphere enveloping the celestial body, and a sense of foreboding crept into his heart. Could it be that someone has already taken action? Jiang Haoze was unaware of who had slain Shiha. Despite knowing the perils of venturing to the Taiyi star, he felt compelled to make the journey. Regardless of the circumstances, he must rescue the little princess, and he has never believed that Tongtian cult master would seize the Dinghai pearl. Curiosity drives him to the Taiyi star in search of answers. My novel Mythical World Adventure will feature more fresh content on the official WeChat platform, along with a 100 lottery gift for everyone. Open WeChat now, click the icon in the upper right corner to add friends, search for the public account Dread, and follow it quickly. Chapter 49. The Bodhisattva of Great Power, aiming to hear more of your voices and receive further suggestions. Search for the WeChat public account Dread and follow it to offer greater support to Mythical World Adventure. Amitabha. The Dinghai Pearl is a treasured relic of our Buddhist faith, utilized for the evolution of the 24 heavens. Shiha, why must you endure such hardship? Once I retrieve the Dinghai Pearl, I shall recite a passage from the Rebirth Sutra for you, granting you early passage to the Pure Land. A tall monk approached the fallen Shiha, and moments later, his expression shifted dramatically. This is bad. The master said that the fetus within Shiha is anathema to the heavenly Tao, only manifesting as a stillborn after Shiha's demise. Yet, with the Dinghai Pearl accompanying it, why has neither the infant nor the pearl emerged? This monk was none other than the Bodhisattva of Great Power, who had divined the appearance of the Buddhist treasure, the Dinghai Pearl, deeming it an opportunity not to be missed. Since the Dinghai Pearl is tied to Shiha's unborn child, as a sage, he felt it inappropriate to seize it directly, so he summoned his disciples to inquire who would be willing to claim the treasure. The gathered Buddhas, valuing their reputations, were reluctant to bear the stigma of bullying a mother and her child, and none were willing to step forward. Growing somewhat irate, he tossed out a grand incentive. The Dinghai Pearl can evolve the 24 heavens. Whoever obtains it shall have the power to do so. The 24 heavens are of immense significance to our Pure Land, and the one who evolves them may attain the status of an ancient Buddha. In Buddhism, there are the past Buddhas, present Buddhas, and future Buddhas, with the ancient Buddha representing the revered past Buddhas. The gathered Buddhas are all esteemed moral sages. Despite the grand offer presented by Zhuan-Ti, neither the great Sun Tathagata, the radiant light Tathagata, nor the medicine master Tathagata were swayed. Zhuan-Ti cast a glance at the bodhisattvas below, and one of them stepped forth, the Bodhisattva of Great Power, whose head bore a precious vase filled with the light of wisdom. This Bodhisattva, alongside the later Avalokiteshvara, serves as a messenger at the side of the Supreme Buddha, Amitabha, radiating the light of wisdom to all sentient beings and possessing unparalleled magical powers. He proclaimed the name of the Buddha and stated, I shall journey to the Eastern Realm to recite a passage of the Sutra of Rebirth for the Heavenly Empress, guiding her to the Pure Land. The Bodhisattva of Great Power, a mere golden immortal, faced a formidable challenge, as he, a naturally born quasi-saint, would be nearly impossible to enlighten. Zhuan-Ti had anticipated this, sending forth a wisp of his primordial spirit into the seven treasures wonderful tree, which he then bestowed upon the Bodhisattva of Great Power. During the ensuing struggle with Shi-He, the Bodhisattva, limited by his golden immortal strength, inadvertently found Shi-He, caught off guard, ensnared by the seven treasures wonderful tree, leading to her downfall at his hands. Zhuan-Ti's intricate machinations were omnipresent. The 24 sea-calming pearls held immense significance for Buddhism and necessitated an agent to seize them. However, Shi-He was a deity born from the cosmos, and sending anyone to confront her would undoubtedly taint them with karmic repercussions, leaving the assailant with a grim fate. Most Buddhas had grasped this subtlety. Although the Bodhisattva of Great Power was renowned for his wisdom, he had been ensnared by the title of past Buddha. Jiang Haoze arrived at the Taiyin Star, fortuitously overhearing the words of the Bodhisattva of Great Power. Despite knowing that Shi-He was destined to fall, he was still engulfed in sorrow and indignation. The heavenly empress, gentle and virtuous, bore no heirs. Why then could the heavenly order not accommodate her? Why did Buddhism, in pursuit of the sea-calming pearls, act so shamelessly against her? He harbored resentment towards both the heavenly order and Buddhism. Yet Shi-He was an ancient demon god born of the cosmos, and he could not afford her even a glimmer of hope. At this moment, he was merely a small celestial being, lacking the power to defy fate or challenge Hong Jun, rendered powerless to prevent the unfolding tragedy. Jun, Taiyi, and Shi-He were trapped inescapably. They were unaware that ancient demon gods were barred from the void realm, yet they had never sought a chance for survival. They faced their impending mortality with calm acceptance, treating Jiang Haoze with courtesy due to their children. Regardless of others' judgments, they were at least competent parents and elders. The Bodhisattva of Great Power, having failed to secure the sea-calming pearl, wore an expression of fluctuating emotions. After a moment's hesitation, he entered the palace of Guanghan, still unwilling to give up. A possibility dawned upon him. What if Shi-He had not given birth to a dead infant bearing the sea-calming pearl? Could it be that the child had already been born ahead of time? Shortly thereafter, jubilant laughter echoed from within the palace of Guanghan. Umitba, the heavens, in their benevolence, have allowed you to be born early. I shall take you to my western Pure Land. The Bodhisattva of great power discovered Tianlan, for she, who should have perished alongside her mother, existed unexpectedly. He prepared to present this anomaly to Zhu Yinti. He had already met her demise, while Jiang Haoze, utilizing a jade disc to conceal his presence, lurked nearby, seeking an opportunity to rescue Tianlan. Upon hearing the Bodhisattva of great power's exuberant laughter, he disregarded the peril and soared into the palace of Guanghan, only to find himself stunned by the sight before him. Tianlan was encased in ice, towering above her, her once blue hair now turned a grayish-white, crimson tears streaming down her cheeks. Her pair of expressive, large eyes was now consumed by hatred, an infinite rage manifesting as a tangible force that erupted from her eye sockets. She struggled desperately. Her limbs were cruelly lacerated by the unyielding ice, leaving her flesh in a grotesque state, devoid of any intact skin. Jiang Haoze, disregarding her dire condition, attempted to summon the jade disc to forcefully take her away, but the disc remained unresponsive. It then spoke. Her desire to venture into the void realm has been forcibly retained by Shihe. Now that Shihe has perished, and she refuses to relinquish her hatred to depart, that seal has been shattered by her. Jiang Haoze was left dumbfounded. Tianlan should never have existed in this world. Having lost the vitality bestowed by the jade disc, was she destined to fall alongside her mother? He could no longer afford to conceal his identity and directly invoked the creation jade disc above Tianlan's head, exclaiming, Tianlan, quickly express your wish to go to the void realm. If the Queen Mother were still here, she would never want you to come to harm. Tianlan cast a cold glance at Jiang Haoze, continuing her futile struggle, showing no inclination to depart for the void realm. Avalokiteshvara had lost all patience and strode towards the block of ice binding Tianlan, regarding Jiang Haoze as mere background. Aware of his own inadequacy, Jiang Haoze refused to watch Tianlan be taken away and prepared to summon the earth element Mahjong for her protection. He was on the verge of tears. In his attempt to summon the earth Mahjong for defense, it instead transformed into a golden flame that surged toward Avalokiteshvara. The latter dismissed it casually, waving the seven treasures divine tree in an effort to dispel this peculiar artifact. To his astonishment, the famed tree, renowned for its ability to eliminate anything, failed to extinguish the flame. The strange artifact proved to be nearly as formidable. Greed glinted in Avalokiteshvara's eyes as he finally acknowledged Jiang Haoze, this minor celestial being, and unleashed his full prowess in response. Although the Mahjong was of decent quality, Jiang Haoze's primordial spirit was too feeble, and without a spirit to preside over the fire Mahjong, it could not withstand Avalokiteshvara's serious onslaught. Jiang Haoze could only watch helplessly as the fire Mahjong hurtled towards the seven treasures divine tree. Consumed by anxiety yet powerless to intervene, that moment, a heart-wrenching shriek pierced his ears. Tianlan, still fighting against her restraints, unleashed her own dark karma fire, incinerating the ice that bound her and launching an assault on Avalokiteshvara. Her state was peculiarly unsettling. With a mere wave of her hand, she could solidify water into ice, and the ice she conjured to attack Avalokiteshvara blazed with karmic fire. The energies of ice and fire did not repel each other. Instead, the karmic fire clung to the ice, burning fiercely to produce a ghastly white flame, which even caused Avalokiteshvara, clad in his golden body, to howl in agony. You seek death. Avalokiteshvara, caught off guard by the bizarre flames, sustained injuries and, in his fury, raised his treasure vase to shield himself, deploying the seven treasures divine tree against Tianlan. This strike was immensely powerful, one that even a Great Luo Golden Immortal would not dare to underestimate. While Tianlan was merely a Taiyi loose immortal in this critical moment, Jiang Haoze, disregarding the potential harm to his spirit, forcefully summoned the earth Mahjong once more. Under the guidance of the phoenix, a thick earth formation was established, layer upon layer of earthen shields enveloping Tianlan in protection. Now, promptly open WeChat, click on the icon in the upper right corner to add friends, search for the public account Dread, and follow it.do not delay. Chapter 49. The Majestic Tongtian P.S. I yearn to hear more of your voices and receive your invaluable suggestions. Therefore, search for the WeChat public account Dread and follow it. To bestow greater support upon mythical world adventure, Jiang Haoze has acquired the Shi-Rang, yet has yet to merge it with the earth-based Mahjong, which is not yet in its most perfect state. The Kuanpeng controls the Mahjong to form a colossal shield, blocking the seven treasures wonderful tree of the Bodhisattva Daji. However, The great shield gradually disintegrates under the assault of the seven treasures' wonderful tree. Daji Bodhisattva, a pinnacle Taiyi Golden Immortal, combined with the seven treasures' wonderful tree infused with the essence of the Zhuan Ti, is an adversary even the quasi-saints cannot contend with. The defense of the earth-based mahjong is shattered in one blow, and Daji, relentless, commands the seven treasures' wonderful tree to strike once more at Tianlan. At that moment, a resounding voice echoes from not far away. Zhuan Ti is truly shameless. Not only does he send someone to bully the orphaned and the weak, but he also bestows a treasure infused with his essence. A blue sword cleaves through the void, its might seemingly capable of rending the heavens and the earth, effortlessly sending the seven treasures' wonderful tree flying. Daji Bodhisattva is taken aback, turning to see a Taoist approaching in the distance. Without a trace of combat intent, he hastily bows and proclaims, "I pay my respects to the Tongtian sage." Tongtian, disregarding Daji Bodhisattva, beckons for Zhuan Ti's seven treasures' wonderful tree, which then lands in his grasp, as he casually wipes away Zhuan Ti's essence mark. He brandishes the seven treasures' wonderful tree, striking down the 24 Dinghai pearls that Daji Bodhisattva had just acquired, and coldly remarks, "You claim this treasure is connected to Buddhism, yet it is merely a companion treasure of another. What relation does it hold to your Buddhism?" After the sage speaks, he flies before Tianlan and states, "All is determined by fate. This object rightfully belongs to its original owner." Tianlan, with tears of blood in his eyes, kneels before the Tongtian sage and exclaims, "My mother perished because of this object." Tianlan vows never to use it in this lifetime, leaving all matters to the sage's discretion. Tongtian sighs and responds, "Your insistence on rejecting this object, coupled with my reluctance towards that Buddhism, leaves me in a dilemma. Should I retain this treasure, I would incur a debt of karma." Tianlan repeatedly bows in homage, declaring, "Tianlan desires not the Dinghai pearls. My sole wish in this life is to avenge my mother. I implore the sage to take pity and accept Tianlan as a disciple." After a moment of contemplation, Tongtian proclaims with grandiosity, "Destiny has decreed that you should not have come into this world. I know not why you have been granted a fleeting chance at life, but now that opportunity has vanished. Very well. I shall accept the Dinghai pearls, defying the heavens to shoulder this great karma on your behalf. From this moment forth, you shall be my personal disciple." Jiang Haoze feels a surge of emotions. Indeed, Tongtian lives up to his name, acting with unbridled spontaneity. As a sage, he has foreseen that Tianlan was destined to fall, yet out of sympathy, he is willing to defy the heavenly path to take Tianlan as his disciple. A glimpse reveals the entirety. If the Tongtian sage's conduct has always been thus, it is no wonder he suffered great losses during the Fengshan War. The rules set by Hong Jun in the Fengshan War dictated that disciples of the three teachings rely on their own fortunes, yet the Yuanshi Tianzuan disregarded propriety, employing his status as a sage to confront the three Shaos, while Hong Jun chose to turn a blind eye. Tongtian raised the azure sky and mused, "Since you are my disciple, I shall defy fate on your behalf, though it is prudent for the world to remain unaware of your emergence. Upon my arrival, I obscured the heavenly secrets and obliterated the essence of Zhuan Ti, who remains oblivious to this chain of causation. As long as the great Bodhisattva does not speak of it, all shall be well." Zhuan Ti has left a fragment of his consciousness within the seven treasures' mysterious tree, fearing the contamination of the karma linked to the demise of Shiha. This fragment is devoid of awareness. Only by reclaiming it can he grasp the entirety of what has transpired. Tongtian has extinguished that essence, leaving Zhuan Ti only able to sense its annihilation. He will learn nothing unless he inquires with the great Bodhisattva. Resolute in his intention to alter the fate of Tianlan, Tongtian sought to prevent any revelation of her affairs, ensuring no significant loopholes remained. The destruction of Zhuan Ti's fragment has already tarnished his reputation. Should he disregard his status and slay the great Bodhisattva, he would incur grave karmic repercussions with the Buddhist sect. He devised a compromise, erasing the memories of the great Bodhisattva on the Taiyin star, and then returned the seven treasures' mysterious tree to him, forcefully expelling the Bodhisattva from the Taiyin star. Jiang Haoze collected the mahjong and stepped forward to respectfully bow, stating, "I pay my respects to the revered Tongtian saint." The Tongtian saint nodded slightly and remarked, "I just heard the young friend mention the Tai Void realm, and I beheld your extraordinary creation of a transformation jade disc, distinct from that of the Tao ancestor. Your origins must be quite remarkable indeed." Jiang Haoze, having admired the Tongtian saint long before his traversal, found his fondness for him further deepened upon witnessing his unrestrained nature on the Taiyin star. He chose not to conceal anything, candidly stating, "The great Tao comprises 50, with the celestial transformations of 4-9. The jade disk of the Tao ancestor symbolizes the heavenly way, while mine represents a glimmer of hope. I hail from the Tai void realm, and for those destined to fall in the primordial chaos, I can offer a thread of life to lead them away, enabling them to rise anew. Upon hearing the phrase rise anew, the Tongtian saint's eyes sparkled with interest, and he chuckled. I established the Jia sect, advocating for the principle of rising anew to seize a sliver of heavenly insight. It indeed aligns with your endeavors. The princess of the demon race, who should not have emerged, is here, and your presence indicates that this matter is orchestrated by you. Is it not? Jiang Haoze nodded solemnly, saying, the empress entrusted Tianlan to my care, urging me to take her to the Tai void realm. Yet, my feeble strength has hindered my efforts. Had it not been for your assistance, I would surely have lived with regret. Tianlan approached Jiang Haoze and whispered, Brother Qingjiao, this matter does not concern you. It is my own volition that led me to sever the seals binding me to the Tai void realm. I have fortuitously become a disciple under the saint, and I vow to avenge my mother. Once justice is served, I shall depart the primordial chaos and accompany you to the Tai void realm. Though Tianlan had lost the glimmer of life the jade disc granted her, Tongtian had already pledged to alter her fate, alleviating Jiang Haoze's concerns. However, Tianlan remains at odds with the heavenly order. The war of deification presents a greater peril for her than for other deities, thus he must ensure her safety upon entering the realm of deification. Jiang Haoze intended to engage the Tongtian saint in a discussion regarding his understanding of rising anew and the thread of life, hoping for an opportunity to become his disciple. Unfortunately, just as this thought crossed his mind, the Tongtian saint spoke gravely, you two shall remain in the Guanghan palace and refrain from venturing outside. The Zhuanti saint has already arrived, and I must first attend to him. The celestial sage obscured the moon star with his formidable power and soared forth upon the green Pingle sword, fortuitously encountering the one who had torn through the void, the sage of primordial enlightenment. With an impassive demeanor, the sage of primordial enlightenment performed a humble bow and coldly inquired, Brother Tongtian, I have not wronged you. Why do you seek to annihilate my divine fragment? With a disdainful snort, Tongtian retorted, the sea-calming pearl is fated to my disciple Zhao Gongming. Your Buddhist disciples, lacking in discernment of rank and propriety, dare to summon the 7 treasures mysterious tree against me. Were it not for the consideration of junior brother Jiejin, I would have directly slain him, and extinguishing a fragment of your divine essence would be a light punishment. The Bodhisattva Daji followed closely beside the sage of primordial enlightenment, his expression one of bewilderment, for he could not recall what had transpired at the moon star. Upon hearing Tongtian's words, his body involuntarily trembled, pondering whether he had indeed been so blind as to dare wield the 7 treasures mysterious tree against the celestial sage. The sage of primordial enlightenment nearly spat blood in exasperation. Tongtian's words were exceedingly disparaging, implying that he did not regard him with any esteem. What was more infuriating was that he spoke such blatant falsehoods. Daji's memories related to the moon star had been erased, and Tongtian's actions were an attempt to obscure the truth, for there must be some hidden secrets within the moon star. Tongtian sage was clearly being obstinate, refusing to allow the sage of primordial enlightenment entry into the moon star and instead shifting the blame onto Buddhism. The azure heavens had unexpectedly been tinged with a glimmer of hope, yet no matter how shrewd the sage of primordial enlightenment was in calculations, he still could not foresee her survival. Now that the sea-calming pearl had fallen into Tongtian's hands, given his temperament, it would be exceedingly difficult for the sage of primordial enlightenment to reclaim it. Though the sage of primordial enlightenment maintained a semblance of composure, a flicker of ire emerged within him, and he retorted, Brother Tongtian, do not be overly tyrannical. Tongtian, with an impassive expression, toyed with the green Pingle sword, making his intentions unmistakably clear. If the sage of primordial enlightenment was dissatisfied, he could engage in a battle. The sage of primordial enlightenment felt a surge of unquenchable wrath, harboring deep resentment towards the Grand Tao ancestor for bestowing the 4 swords of celestial annihilation upon Tongtian. With the 4 swords of celestial annihilation in his possession, Tongtian had become an insurmountable force. Even with the sage of primordial enlightenment's assistance, they could not hope to challenge him. The Grand Tao ancestor's gift of the 4 swords of celestial annihilation to Tongtian was not an act of favoritism. He had bestowed upon the Supreme Lord Laozi, the primordial heavenly sovereign, and the sage of Jiejin treasures capable of suppressing fate, while only Tongtian's swords were devoid of such power. With the formidable 4 swords of celestial annihilation in hand, Tongtian's actions grew increasingly arrogant, which boded ill for the sect he sought to establish. It was akin to an elder knowingly gifting a mischievous child an AK-47 as a toy. Could this truly be considered an act of kindness? Tong Tian was originally a person who could not tolerate grievances, yet after acquiring the 4 swords of Zhuzhen, his temper became even more volatile, inevitably leading to trouble at every turn. He established a Taoist temple on Kunlun Mountain, but due to the large number of demon disciples he had accepted, he faced exclusion from Yuanshi. Nevertheless, he endured for a considerable time, but after obtaining the 4 swords of Zhuzhen, he began to swell with arrogance, ultimately relocating his temple to Jinbi Island. This time, in his endeavor to protect Tianlan, Tong Tian acted with the same haughty audacity, bolstered by the confidence bestowed upon him by the 4 swords. In summary, the 4 swords of Zhuzhen significantly enhanced Tong Tian's combat prowess, yet rendered him more prone to offending others. In the end, Zhuani chose not to confront him, coldly remarking before departing, "I shall remember the cause and effect of today. In the future, I will seek justice from you." Tong Tian Shixiao. Tong Tian, with a scoff of disdain, turned and returned to Taiyin Star, addressing Jiang Haoze. "Young friend, you represent a glimmer of hope, capable of traversing between realms. Such ability will undoubtedly incite envy. It is advisable for you to speak less of it henceforth." Jiang Haoze promptly replied, "Thank you for your sage counsel. I shall keep it in mind. Although I am not of this realm, I am wholeheartedly eager to join the ranks of Jiejiao, and I humbly hope for your acceptance." Tong Tian smiled and said, "Though your strength may be modest, you embody that ray of hope. However, I cannot take you as my disciple. Yet your actions align with the doctrines of my sect. Should you achieve the status of a Great Luo Jinxian in the future, I shall grant you the position of deputy sect leader of Jiejiao. How about we be both teacher and friend?" Upon hearing Tong Tian's refusal, Jiang Haoze's face fell in disappointment, but joy returned upon hearing the latter part of the statement. Wasn't this akin to playing the role of Randang? Should he become the deputy sect leader of Jiejiao, his standing in the Fengshen world would be formidable, allowing him to engage in discourse with Tong Tian himself. Such treatment was truly commendable. The title of Great Luo Jinxian felt too distant, and Jiang Haoze hesitated to say, "I dare not conceal from the sage that while I can traverse between realms, I have yet to receive guidance from a true master. I do not know how long it will take to cultivate to the level of Great Luo Jinxian. In no matter," Tong Tian responded. Perhaps due to the alignment of Jiang Haoze's role with the doctrines of Jiejiao, Tong Tian's demeanor towards him was exceedingly amiable. He handed Jiang Haoze a talisman, declaring, "This is the sage's decree. Even if you have not cultivated to Great Luo Jinxian, you may still visit Bo Palace to listen to the teachings at any time." Jiang Haoze accepted the decree, feeling a tinge of regret. A treasure bestowed by the sage would undoubtedly be far more valuable than a mere talisman. This was not a matter of Tong Tian being stingy, for the only treasures that could serve as tokens were the Qingping sword and the 4 swords of Zhuzhen, both of which were clearly not to be granted lightly. Although the sage's decree lacked the practicality of a treasure, showcasing it before the disciples of Jiejiao would carry more prestige than a typical treasure bestowed by the sage. Jiang Haoze accompanied Tianlan to bury Shi and Zong beneath the laurel tree, after which Tianlan departed with the sage, leaving him alone on Taiyin Star. At that moment, he recalled Chang'e. He held no particular fondness for the woman who abandoned her husband to ascend to the Moon Palace, yet he did not harbor any hatred either. Many couples in his past life had experienced the dissolution of their marriage, and Chang'e's abandonment of her husband in pursuit of a celestial existence paled in comparison to those later women who forsook their families for wealth. Jiang Haoze found Chang'e, who, like Tianlan, was encased in ice, albeit in a different palace. He could not help but think of the deceased queen mother. Even in the face of peril, she had not forgotten to protect this mortal. Chang'e, with her kindness. Summoning forth the fire element Mahjong, Jiang Haoze melted the unyielding ice encasing Chang'e. Without uttering a single word, he departed, leaving Chang'e alone and desolate in the Guanghan Palace. Exiting the realm of the moon, he beheld the celestial constellations still embroiled in conflict with the 12 demonic deities, the battle between the witch and the demon clans yet unresolved. He had no desire to partake in their strife. Instead, he journeyed alone to the heavenly court, which now stood deserted, as all the demon clans were engaged in the Great War. This particular juncture of his transmigration was marked by the war between the witch and the demon clans. Once the conflict concluded and he had rescued the 12 primordial beings, he could return to the Void Realm. In his previous crossings, he sought merely to reap benefits, but after experiencing various events in the primordial world, he found himself harboring new thoughts. Why must all matters be ordained by the heavenly way? With the celestial order presiding over everything, what essence remains for other beings in existence? Jiang, wise and magnanimous. Zhu Rong, straightforward in temperament. Di Jun, broad-minded. Taiyi, approachable. Shi He, gentle and virtuous. Why were they fated to fall? The words of the sage Tong Tian, who defied the heavens to alter fate, deeply resonated with him. Hong Jun, the embodiment of the heavenly way, represented the ultimate authority. If he symbolized a glimmer of hope, why could he not challenge the heavenly order? If he possessed the strength akin to that of a sage, even if he could not transport the demon emperor to the void realm, what would it matter to defy the heavenly way and grant him a sliver of hope? Ultimately, it all boiled down to power. For now, he could only conceal these thoughts in the depths of his heart. For otherwise, Hong Jun would surely not permit his existence. Currently, Hong Jun granted him a modicum of respect, primarily because the great Tao had retreated, and to extinguish him would contravene its principles. Yet, should Hong Jun learn of his intent to oppose the heavenly order, even the great Tao would uphold the dignity of the heavenly way, and he would be doomed in an instant. Jiang Haoze longed to cry out in rebellion, to vent his frustrations, yet he dared not do so in the primordial world, forced to seethe in silence. Aimlessly wandering through the heavenly court, he unknowingly arrived at the Sun Palace, suddenly reminded of the Fusang tree. Now, only one of the 10 golden crows remained, and with Di Jun and Taiyi on the verge of demise. What thoughts lingered in the heart of the Fusang tree, entwined in a complex relationship with the Golden Crow clan? The Sun Palace radiated unbearable heat. Upon stepping onto its surface, he hastily summoned Mahjong for protection. Approaching the location of the Fusang tree, he beheld its trunk mostly charred black, with only a few sparse branches remaining, reminiscent of an elderly figure on the brink of death. Alas! The Fusang tree released a mournful sigh, its voice steeped in sorrow, as drops of crimson liquid oozed from its trunk, akin to the tears of a grieving elder. After a moment, the melancholic voice echoed once more. They are all gone. All perished. What suffering is this for you, and what suffering for me? Chapter 52. The mighty Fusang tree, the Zhoutian star array, and the 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation were originally evenly matched. However, the 13 witches, who stood in for the lost earth, were not sufficiently familiar with the formation. Ultimately, this lack of familiarity provided Taiyi with an opportunity. Emperor Jun and Taiyi shared a profound understanding, and Emperor Jun utilized the He2 and Luo Shu to restrain the 11 ancestral witches, while Taiyi summoned the Chaos Bell to strike at the 13 witches. Although the 13 witches were not physically weaker than the ancestral witches, their powers were momentarily augmented, leaving them unable to fully harness their newfound strength. Faced with the onslaught of the Chaos Bell, the 13 witches displayed a look of panic, and just as they were on the brink of destruction, a four-winged demon god appeared before them. This was Di Jiang, who had torn through the void to intercept the fatal blow. The 13 witches represented the last hope of the witch clan in the primordial era, and their survival was paramount. Thus, Di Jiang sacrificed himself to save them. Even though Di Jiang was the foremost among the ancestral witches, being struck directly by the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell, resulted in his instantaneous transformation into mere flesh and mud. Upon witnessing Di Jiang's demise, the remaining ancestral witches descended into madness. Zhu Rong ignited himself, transforming into a blazing inferno as he charged into the Zhoutian star array. With Emperor Jun and Taiyi gaining the upper hand, poised to deliver a decisive blow to the witch clan, a mysterious voice suddenly resounded across the battlefield. The Empress Shi has fallen. Emperor Jun, even if you vanquish the witch clan, what then? Emperor Jun was thrown into disarray, losing his grip on the He2 and Luo Shu, just as Zhu Rong was sacrificing himself to breach the array, causing the Zhoutian star array to collapse. With the array dismantled, the numerical disadvantage of Emperor Jun and Taiyi evaporated, plunging the conflict between the witch and demon clans into its bloodiest phase. In the end, the heavenly Tao achieved its desires, and the saints were satisfied. The witch and demon clans suffered grievous losses under their machinations. Emperor Jun and Taiyi fused their divine souls with their treasures, slaying 10 ancestral witches, yet they too were on the verge of turning to ashes. The surviving ancestral witch, Gong Gong, with blood streaming from his eyes, threw his head back and laughed maniacally. The heavenly Tao has destined the decline of my witch and demon clans. Though you scheme endlessly, now you merely hide and watch the spectacle. I shall seek justice from the heavens. Gong Gong ignited the essence of the ancestral witches, transforming into a towering demon god, whose immense hands grasped Mount Buzhou and smashed it asunder. Mount Buzhou collapsed with a thunderous roar. The waters of the heavenly river surged back, and countless primordial beings struggled helplessly within the weak waters. The burning demon god laughed maniacally, yet the powerful beings lurking in the shadows showed no interest in him. instead fixating their predatory gaze upon the soon-to-fall Emperor Jun and Taiyi. The Demon Emperor and the Eastern Emperor wielded two supreme treasures: the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell, and the innate spiritual treasure, the He-Tu and Luo Shu. These artifacts were coveted by the saints themselves. Just as Emperor Jun and Taiyi's souls were about to be consumed, a mysterious force suddenly manifested on the battlefield, disrupting the heavenly mechanisms and prompting the hidden powers to spring into action. This force, capable of sealing the heavenly secrets, indicated that a saint-level being had intervened. As the six great saints appeared on the battlefield, the imminently consumed Emperor Jun and Taiyi mysteriously vanished, along with the Chaos Bell and the He-Tu and Luo Shu, leaving only the deranged Gong Gong, who continued to laugh uproariously. The six great saints, filled with suspicion, pondered who among them had outmaneuvered the others to seize the treasures right under their noses. Thus, the exalted saints began to engage in a battle of wits, each probing the other, eager to discern the whereabouts of the ultimate treasures. After a considerable lapse of time, the goddess Nuwa bowed in reverence and declared, "The collision of Gonggong has severed Mount Buzhou, resulting in the celestial river flooding and the populace suffering greatly. As one destined to confront this calamity, I must forge stones to mend the heavens. The primordial treasures, the river diagram, and the Luo book are pivotal to my brother Fushi's attainment of the title of human sovereign. Regardless of which senior brother acquires these artifacts, I humbly request some measure of support for my brother's ascension to the Tao." The Supreme Lord Laojun nodded in agreement, stating, "It is only fitting. The merit of your heavenly repairs is boundless, and Fushi may indeed become the sacred emperor of humanity." The other sages echoed their consent, expressing their willingness to support Fushi's claim to the title. Yet none acknowledged possessing the Chaos Bell or the river diagram and Luo book. Amidst the squabbling among the sages, Emperor Jun and Taiyi knelt before the Fusang tree, with Emperor Jun shedding tears and repeatedly bowing his head, filled with profound regret. The Fusang tree, a primordial essence of the five elements, possessed a form that rivaled the Bodhi tree, being a natural wielder of great divine powers. However, unlike Xuanti, who fortuitously partnered with Zhejiang and was blessed by the Chaos Green Lotus to assume form amidst the primordial chaos, the Fusang tree merely developed consciousness. Following Penga's creation of the world and the birth of the heavenly Tao, the other five elemental roots were constrained by the Tao, forever deprived of the chance to take shape. Among the five, the Bodhi tree was the most fortunate, followed by the ginseng fruit tree, which shared a symbiotic existence with Xinyuanzi. The other three elemental roots fared poorly: the Huang Li and the peach tree, despite their potential, failed to manifest in the chaos and did not even attain consciousness, remaining as mere earthly treasures eternally. The Fusang tree harbored immense power within its essence, yet due to its inability to take form, it leveraged Penga's creation to give birth to Emperor Jun and Taiyi. Regrettably, Emperor Jun's prior misdeeds invoked the wrath of the Fusang tree, leading to its own self-destruction, yet it still possessed formidable celestial powers, albeit trapped in its arboreal form. Heartbroken by Emperor Jun's actions, the Fusang tree allowed Hou-Yi to collect Fusang wood, yet when 9 of the 10 golden crows fell to his arrows, it felt no satisfaction in revenge, for the golden crow lineage was birthed from its own great powers and was, in essence, its bloodline. As Emperor Jun and Taiyi approached their demise, the Fusang tree could no longer restrain itself. Defying the constraints of the heavenly Tao, it forcibly condensed its spirit. This act was tantamount to opposing the Tao, akin to how Emperor Jun and Taiyi, upon igniting their souls, were destined to perish, ultimately facing the same fate of disintegration. However, in that fleeting moment of spirit condensation, the Fusang tree unleashed a might that could rival the sages, a result of millennia of accumulated power. It chose to repay malice with virtue, viewing Emperor Jun and Taiyi as its own sons. Although their disobedience caused it sorrow, it could not remain indifferent in the face of their peril. Sensing the boundless remorse within Emperor Jun's heart, the Fusang tree sighed and spoke. "You need not torment yourselves further. Heaven and earth cannot accommodate you, nor can they accommodate me. Even if I do not forcibly condense my spirit, my time is limited. Emperor Jun and Taiyi, you are manifestations of my own divine power. Now that you have ignited your souls, I am powerless to alter your fate. You are of a single origin. If you wish to merge your souls into a new spirit, you may escape this torment of soul burning. Yet, there is no longer a place for you in this realm. Retreat into the Chaos Bell and hide within the boundless chaos for 10,000 years." Jiang Haoze suddenly realized that the Chaos Bell he had encountered in the primordial tales had vanished without a trace, and it was revealed that this was due to the intervention of the Fusang tree. During the War of the Witch and the Lich, The saints watched with keen eyes, while the Fusang tree utilized the force of its transformation to disrupt the heavenly mechanisms and obscure the saints' perceptions. The chaos was boundless. Even with the protection of the chaos bell, the newly formed soul of Dijuan and Taiyi could not be found by the saints. The Fusang tree had exerted its final strength for Dijuan and Taiyi. Its arrangements represented the best possible outcome. Regrettably, Dijuan shook his head in refusal, stubbornly asserting, "Taiyi and I are one entity. Merging into a new soul is entirely feasible, yet I do not wish to languish in the endless chaos for millennia. I have a better choice." Upon reevaluation, it became evident that Chapter 52 contained significant logical errors. Dijuan and Taiyi, as primordial demon gods, could only be nurtured by the Fusang tree. It was impossible for them to be created by it. I shall delete and amend this section. Chapter 53. The Demon Emperor transforms into a spirit of tools. The Fusang tree forcibly separated the divine souls from their bodies, contravening the heavenly order to save Dijuan and Taiyi. Yet Dijuan remained obstinately unruly. Infuriated, he was about to unleash his wrath when he observed Dijuan approach Qingjiao and declare, "Qingjiao, my friend, while activating the heavenly mark of your treasured artifact, I discovered it lacked a fire element spirit as the main formation. After merging my soul with Taiyi, I am willing to serve as the main formation spirit, seeking only a sliver of life for my father, the Fusang tree." The bond between Dijuan and the Fusang tree was akin to that of mother and son. Yet the soul of the Fusang tree was male, so his reference to father was hardly surprising. Zunti, in his quest to assist the Tathagata in enlightenment, had the peacock swallow the Tathagata. When the Tathagata emerged from the peacock's back, he sealed the peacock as the Buddhist mother, the peacock Great Wheel Mingwang. This peacock was none other than the Kong Xian from Fengshinyani, a genuine male. Dijuan and Taiyi, as ancient demon gods, were perfectly suited to serve as the main formation for the fire element spirit. Being the embodiment of the true fire seal of the sun, however, both demon emperors were renowned for their extraordinary abilities, and Jiang Haoze held them in high regard. Feeling unworthy to impose such a role upon them, he stammered, "I have a quota to enter the Taishu realm, which would be suitable for the Fusang senior. Yet I cannot bear to have your majesties serve as spirit tools." Taiyi chuckled nonchalantly, "Brother, your arrangement is most excellent. Our souls are severely damaged. Even if we merge, it is impossible to restore our cultivation. Rather than hiding in the boundless chaos for eons, I would prefer to become a spirit tool and enter the Taishu realm, at least then. I could see my nephews and nieces at any time." Dijuan nodded in agreement, saying, "You speak wisely. Taiyi and I are but fortunate to retain a remnant of our souls. What difference does it make if we hide for ages? Let us decide this matter thus. We shall merge as our father commanded." I too wished to behold the Taishu realm. As the souls of Dijuan and Taiyi neared their end, they drew close together. Their shared origins allowed for a seamless fusion, and as their souls intertwined, they continually shifted in form. The new soul took the shape of a double-headed, six-legged, four-winged entity, resembling two three-legged golden crows amalgamated. Because Dijuan and Taiyi were too courteous to allow one to dominate the fusion, the new soul manifested in such a manner. The soul of the Fusang tree is on the verge of dissipating. Although he is unaware of the whereabouts of the Tai Su realm, he comprehends that Dijuan and Taiyi have chosen to become the spirits of treasured artifacts to grant him a glimmer of hope. Tears streaming down his face, he sighs deeply, lamenting, "Why must you go to such lengths? For countless millennia, I have failed to take form and have long seen through the mortal realm. Even if my soul were to scatter, what harm would it bring? Father God, do not speak in such a manner. Taiyi and I have already perished, unable to care for those children in the Tai Su realm. Your journey to the Tai Su realm will provide them with a sanctuary." The head on the left side of the six-legged strange bird spoke, and the voice belonged to Dijuan. The head on the right soon echoed Taiyi's voice. "In the primordial chaos, we have failed to honor you due to numerous misunderstandings. Arriving in the Tai Su realm allows us to reunite as a family." Dijuan suddenly fell silent, as memories of the extinguished soul of Shi He flooded his mind. Realizing he had misspoken, Taiyi hastily fell silent. Jiang Haoze, observing the soul of the Fusang tree fading further, quickly urged, "Senior Fusang, if you merely utter 'I wish to go to the Tai Su realm,' you will have a chance at survival. We can discuss the rest later." The Fusang tree hesitated, for becoming the spirit of a treasured artifact would forever bind him to the laws governing it, and he was reluctant to see Dijuan and Taiyi undertake such a fate. Fearing he might miss his chance, Dijuan and Taiyi decided to have Jiang Haoze summon the fire element mahjong, guiding the six-legged bird into the mahjong. Earlier, Jiang Haoze had forcibly summoned a second mahjong to rescue Tianlan. which had resulted in some damage to his soul. Fortunately, the spiritual fruits he had won were plentiful enough to mend it. After consuming a substantial quantity of spiritual fruits, his soul remained only partially restored, allowing him to summon only one mahjong within a short span of time. Yet fortune smiled upon him, and he succeeded at once. As the six-legged strange bird, transformed from Dijun and Taiyi, entered the mahjong, the innate spiritual treasure contained 24 prohibitions, thus binding them henceforth. The urgency with which Dijun and Taiyi sought to become artifact spirits stemmed from their desire to alleviate the Fusang tree's hesitations. Understanding this, the Fusang tree cast a cold glance at Jiang Haoze, reluctantly uttering his wish to go to the Tai Su realm, and no sooner had the words left his lips than the creation jade plate descended, enveloping him in myriad rays of light, restoring his oncoming soul to its original form. The once desolate and enormous Fusang tree now exhibited a verdant vitality upon its surface, steadily shrinking until it transformed into a sapling that flew into the creation jade plate. Upon entering the creation jade plate, the Fusang tree was astonished to discover that his soul could depart from his body at will, and the diminutive form contained an abundance of life force. This was an immense blessing for him, yet the thought that it was Dijun and Taiyi's sacrifice that allowed it brought a tinge of melancholy to his heart. Seeing the displeased expression on the Fusang tree's face, Jiang Haoze felt a surge of indignation and boldly entered the jade plate, stating, "Do not blame me, for having Dijun and Taiyi as your artifact spirits is indeed the best choice. If you allow me to explain, you shall understand." The Fusang tree retorted, puffing with righteous indignation, "Even if you speak with the eloquence of a lotus, the fact remains that Dijun and Taiyi have become the spirits of your treasured artifact. Otherwise, why did you not simply take them to another realm?" Jiang Haoze chuckled wryly, "Do you think I do not wish for that? They are primordial demon gods. Although I possess a portion of the creation jade plate, the laws governing the plate restrict me from taking the demon gods away. Even if they merge into a new spirit, they remain chaotic demon gods. Unless they transform into vessel spirits, they shall be bound by the rules of the jade disc." After patiently and meticulously introducing the realm of Taishu to the Fusang tree, and after revealing the role he played, Jiang Haoze finally garnered the recognition of the Fusang tree. The Fusang tree produced two treasured artifacts he had long coveted and remarked, "I did not anticipate that you would do so much for my descendants. In that case, I shall entrust you with the chaotic bell and the river diagram and Luo book." The Fusang tree had rescued the remnants of Dijun and Taiyi, and now, having these artifacts in his possession, he could not have been more willing to present them. Just as Jiang Haoze received the two treasures and was about to examine them closely, he heard the jade disc state, "You may take the chaotic bell to the realm of Taishu, but the river diagram and Luo book are deeply intertwined with Hong Huang, and due to the constraints of the jade disc's rules, you cannot take them away." Jiang Haoze had heard tales in the journey to the west about the dragon turtle carrying the scriptures for Fuxi, who utilized them to interpret the 8 trigrams of the universe, ultimately attaining the status of the human sovereign. He had long suspected that he would be unable to take the river diagram and Luo book, yet the jade disc chose to reveal this limitation only after he had obtained them, provoking him to retort sarcastically, "The rules are set in advance. Why do I feel that every time I acquire something valuable, you specifically create some nonsensical rule to restrict me?" The jade disc huffed in response. "Nonsense. The chaotic bell is far more precious than the river diagram and Luo book. Why should I impose restrictions on you?" Jiang Haoze, unconvinced, countered, "If the Fusang tree had not given me the river diagram and Luo book, and I were to take them to the realm of Taishu, would it not be permissible for him to bestow them upon me later?" "Dream on," the jade disc scoffed. "Though I granted the Fusang tree a sliver of hope, had he possessed the river diagram and Luo book, you would not have been able to take him to the realm of Taishu." Jiang Haoze retorted furiously, "He has already entered the creation jade disc. Why did you not mention this earlier?" "I am willing. I am eager. Revealing this at the last moment is far more thrilling. I relish seeing you downcast." The jade disc remained unabashed, having learned all the insults after a period of mockery. Surpassing its previous self, Jiang Haoze, weary of engaging with this shameless artifact, departed from the jade disc with the chaotic bell and the river diagram and Luo book, intending to find a secluded spot to study them. Chapter 54. The thin-skinned immortal. The chaotic bell is a true innate supreme treasure, encompassing 36 prohibitions which must be breached to be fully refined. Taiyi, with his peak quasi-saint cultivation, was born alongside the chaotic bell. Yet even he could only refine 33 prohibitions. With Jiang Haoze's celestial immortal strength, he attempted for an entire day without breaking even one prohibition. To merely summon the chaotic bell, he needed to refine at least 9. For the time being, The chaotic bell could only serve as an antique in his collection, prompting Jiang Haoze to shift his focus to the river diagram and Luo book. The river diagram and Luo book, akin to Mahjong, possess 24 prohibitions and are similarly exceptional innate spiritual treasures, requiring at least 6 prohibitions to be breached for summoning. Given that Mahjong was his own creation, coupled with the immense merit bestowed by the heavenly Tao, he could manage to utilize it. However, he found himself powerless against the river diagram and Luo book. After much effort, Jiang Haoze barely managed to breach one prohibition of the river diagram and Luo book, rendering the prospect of summoning it for battle temporarily out of reach. The river diagram and the Luo book cannot be taken to the void realm. For now, what can be done is to comprehend the grand array of the celestial bodies. He summoned forth the 6-legged monster bird, which had transformed into a fire element Mahjong spirit, and under the guidance of Emperor Jun, began his studies. The river diagram and the Luo book contain hundreds of formations, some of which require extensive calculations and can only be mastered with their assistance. Previously, Emperor Jun had refined the river diagram and the Luo book, but his divine awareness could not penetrate them, leaving him unable to learn. Now, as the river diagram and the Luo book are considered unclaimed artifacts, with Emperor Jun's teachings on the grand array of the celestial bodies, the process of learning formations has become significantly easier. The grand array of the celestial bodies originates from the river diagram and the Luo book, and its unique imprint has been passed down to Emperor Jun without his guidance. Even if others were to acquire the river diagram and the Luo book, they would be unable to learn the grand array of the celestial bodies. After 10 days of meticulous instruction from Emperor Jun, Jiang Haoze finally grasped the fundamental principles of the grand array of the celestial bodies, and he could now manage its arrangement with some effort. This time of traversal coincides with the war of the witch and demon. Now that this conflict has concluded, it is nearly time to return to the void realm. The jade plate did not forcibly transport him back to the void realm, as he has yet to complete the traversal task. The jade plate requires him to save 12 beings from the primordial era, but he has only rescued 11. The last slot had already been promised to Bai Zhe, who confirmed that he survived the war of the witch and demon. Once he locates Bai Zhe to fulfill the quota, even if he temporarily wishes to remain, the jade plate will compel him to return. Much like in the journey to the west, after completing the traversal task, the jade plate only granted him 3 days. This journey through the primordial world has proven exceedingly fruitful, rescuing 9 little golden crows, the Earth Mother, and the Fusang tree. The treasures he obtained include the Chaos Bell, the river diagram, and Mahjong. While it appears that he has rescued figures of great significance, in reality, these individuals currently possess limited power. The little golden crows only have the strength of Taiyi Golden Immortals. The Earth Mother has yet to reunite her spirit with her physical form, and the spirit of the Fusang tree cannot be separated from its body for too long, relegating it to a fixed artillery on Golden Silver Island. Due to his own limitations in power, Jiang Haoze can only take away Taiyi Golden Immortals at most. The talents of those he rescued, no matter how promising, remain untapped potential. The treasures also bring him frustration. The Chaos Bell is the pinnacle of innate treasures but can only serve as an ornament on Golden Silver Island. The river diagram and the Luo book cannot be taken to the void realm and will inevitably fall into the hands of Fuxi, becoming his treasure for the path of enlightenment. Only the Mahjong has been somewhat refined, capable of being summoned to assist in battle, yet this gambling tool hinges on chance. Before leaving the primordial era, Jiang Haoze has 2 tasks to accomplish. One is to seek assistance from the Taoist Master Zhina to merge the earth element Mahjong with the essence of the earth, and the other is to negotiate with the primordial supreme being for a piece of the unbroken Mount Buzhou. He plans to exchange an innate spiritual treasure for it, but the 99 scatter soul gourd belongs to Hong Huang, and he is reluctant to part with the Mahjong he created, leaving him in a dilemma over his choice. However, with the acquisition of the river diagram and the Luo book, he no longer needs to agonize. Since the river diagram and the Luo book cannot be taken to the void realm and he has already mastered the grand array of the celestial bodies, he can use them to barter with the primordial supreme being for Mount Buzhou. The river diagram and the Luo book are Fuxi's treasure for the path of enlightenment. As for whether the primordial supreme being will hand it over to Fuxi, let Nuwa and Fuxi worry about that. How to approach the primordial supreme being for an exchange poses a significant challenge, as he is merely a celestial immortal, and attempting to negotiate fairly with a saint seems far-fetched. In such a reckless manner to seek the primordial one, he would most likely lament the serendipity of fortune falling from the heavens, and then, with an air of authority, bellow, "Which impudent wretch dares to covet the innate spiritual treasures? Await my wrath." Securing a fragment of the unmoving mountain is imperative, yet the integrity of the primordial lord remains dubious. What course of action should one take? After pondering for an extended period without resolution, Jiang Haoze resolved to visit the Wuzhuang temple and solicit the assistance of the great master Jin Yuan, hoping he could amalgamate the Shirong and the earth-based Mahjong. Upon soaring through the clouds to Mount Wanshou's Wuzhuang temple, he was intercepted by the clear breeze and bright moon. The clear breeze, with an icy demeanor, stated, "Fellow Taoist, please return. Master has said he is not here." Jiang Haoze, taken aback, thought to himself, "Is this foolish acolyte jesting with me? Out of envy for my acquisition of several ginseng fruits, he dares to audaciously obstruct this esteemed guest, employing such a comical excuse." Feeling the urge to teach the clear breeze a lesson, he boldly called out towards the Wuzhuang temple, "Brother Jinyu, Qingjiao has come to pay his respects. Surely you would not treat a guest in this manner?" Only then did the acolyte, Clear Breeze, realize his folly, flustered as he stammered, "Master truly is not here. Fellow Taoist, please visit another day." Although the acolyte harbored strong jealousy, his acting skills were woefully inadequate. Jiang Haoze was entirely convinced he was lying. If the great master Jin Yuan was indeed at the Wuzhuang temple, why would he refuse to meet with him? Not long ago, they had referred to each other as brothers, yet now he was being met with silence. Could there have been some unforeseen circumstance? Jiang Haoze began to spiral into speculation, eager to seek clarity. With a stern expression, he addressed the clear breeze and bright moon. "The great master once stated that I could visit at any time. And should he be absent, you too were to extend your utmost hospitality. Have you forgotten?" The clear breeze stuttered, unable to articulate a response. Seizing the moment of their distraction, Jiang Haoze strode confidently into the Wuzhuang temple. Before long, he encountered the great master Jin Yuan, who emerged to greet him, his face flushed with embarrassment. He clasped his hands together and said, "I was just in seclusion, unaware of the arrival of such a distinguished guest. I hope my younger brother will not take offense." Jiang Haoze exhaled with relief. The fact that Jin Yuan still regarded him as a brother indicated there was no significant misunderstanding. He candidly replied, "Brother Jin Yuan, we are kindred spirits, perhaps even closer than brothers. Why would you resort to mere pleasantries with me?" "Alas," the great master Jin Yuan sighed and replied, "I had promised to procure the Shirong for you, but alas, that Nuwa shows no mercy. When I approached the Purple Cloud's palace for justice, the Tao ancestor remarked that you have your own fortunes and advised me not to fret unnecessarily. I am truly ashamed for failing to fulfill my promise to you, dear brother." Jiang Haoze found himself speechless. The well-meaning Jin Yuan was far too earnest. His inability to secure the Shirong made him seem as though he were dodging a debt. Initially, Jin Yuan had not made a solemn commitment, but merely suggested that Nuwa might grant some consideration. It was no grave fault on Nuwa's part to withhold her favor. While he lamented the thin-skinned nature of the good-hearted, he felt a twinge of gratitude and, with a wry smile, said, "Brother, there is no need for such concern. The Tao ancestor's words about my own fortunes are indeed accurate. I have already acquired the Shirong." "Acquired it?" The great master Jin Yuan sighed in relief. "Then all is well. Otherwise, I would have perpetually felt I owed you a debt." Chapter 55. The fate of Huang Zhongli. The Chaos Bell is a true innate treasure, encompassing 36 prohibitions, which must be breached in order to be fully refined. Taiyi possesses peak quasi-saint cultivation, and the Chaos Bell was born in tandem with him. Nevertheless, he has only managed to refine 33 prohibitions. With Jiang Haoze's celestial prowess, he was unable to breach even a single prohibition after a day of attempts, and to barely wield the Chaos Bell, he must refine at least 9 prohibitions. For now, the Chaos Bell can only serve as a collectible antique, prompting Jiang Haoze to shift his focus to the study of the He-Tu and Luo Shu. Similar to Mahjong, the He-Tu and Luo Shu also consist of 24 prohibitions and are considered supreme innate spiritual treasures, requiring the breach of at least 6 prohibitions for utilization. Mahjong, being his own creation and supplemented by an abundance of merit bestowed by the heavenly Tao, could be employed with great difficulty. However, the He-Tu and Luo Shu were beyond his capabilities. After much exertion, Jiang Haoze managed to breach a single prohibition of the He-Tu and Luo Shu, but the prospect of utilizing it in battle was still far off. The He-Tu and Luo Shu cannot be taken to the Tai Su realm, and for now, he can only comprehend the Zhou Tian Star Do formation. He summoned the 6-legged monster bird, now a fire-type Mahjong spirit, and under the guidance of Dijuan, commenced his studies. The He-Tu and Luo Shu contains hundreds of formations, some of which require extensive calculations that can only be mastered with the He-Tu and Luo Shu's assistance. Previously, Dijuan had refined the He-Tu and Luo Shu, rendering his consciousness unable to penetrate it, and thus he had no means to learn. Now, with the He-Tu and Luo Shu considered a no-owner artifact, and with Dijuan's teachings on the inheritance of the Zhou Tian Star Do formation, The process of learning formations has become significantly easier. The Zhoutian star dough formation originates from the He2 and Luo Shu, and the unique imprint of the formation has already been passed down to Dijuan. Without his guidance, others acquiring the He2 and Luo Shu would find themselves unable to learn the Zhoutian star dough formation. After 10 days of meticulous instruction from Dijuan, Jiang Haoze finally grasped the rudiments of the Zhoutian star dough formation, and he should be able to set it up with some effort. The current traversal node is the war of witch and demon. Now that the conflict has concluded, it is nearly time to return to the Taisu realm. The jade disc did not forcibly transport him back, for he has yet to complete his crossing task. The jade disc requires him to save 12 beings of the Hong Huang, yet he has only saved 11. The final slot has already been promised to Baze, and he has inquired with the demon emperor, confirming that Baze did not perish during the war of witch and demon, as long as he can locate Baze to fulfill the required number. Even if he temporarily wishes to remain away from the Taisu realm, the jade disc will compel him to return. Much like in the journey to the west, after completing his crossing task, the jade disc afforded him only 3 days. This traversal of the Hong Huang world has proven immensely rewarding, as he has rescued beings including 9 little golden crows, Hutu, and the Fusang tree, and acquired treasures such as the Chaos Bell, the He2 and Luo Shu, and Mahjong. While it appears that he has saved significant figures, in reality, these individuals currently possess limited strength. The little golden crows are merely at the level of Taiyi scattered immortals. Hutu has yet to reunite her soul with her physical form, and the spirit of the Fusang tree cannot stray far from its body for too long, necessitating its planting on Jining Island as a fixed artillery platform. Bound by his own limitations, Jiang Haoze can only take away those at most of Taiyi's scattered immortal caliber. The beings he has rescued, regardless of their latent potential, remain merely promising prospects. The magical artifact, too, left him in a state of helplessness. The Chaos Bell, being the pinnacle of innate treasures, could only serve as an ornament upon Golden Silver Isle. The river diagram and Luo book could not be taken to the Void Realm and would inevitably fall into the hands of Fuxi, becoming his proof of enlightenment. Only the Mahjong had been reluctantly refined, capable of being summoned to aid in battle. Yet this gambling tool required a wager on probabilities. Before Jiang Haoze departed from the primordial world, there were 2 matters he must attend to. One was to seek Jinyuan Daxian's assistance in merging the Earth-type Mahjong with the Essence Soil, and the other was to negotiate with Yuanshi Tianzuan for a segment of Mount Buzhou. He intended to exchange an innate spiritual treasure, yet the 99 scatter soul gourd belonged to Hong Yun, and he was loath to part with the Mahjong he had crafted himself, thus remaining in a quandary over his choice. Once he procured the river diagram and Luo book, his indecision would dissipate, for the aforementioned texts could not be taken to the Void Realm. Moreover, he had already mastered the Grand Celestial Array, making it convenient to trade with Yuanshi for Mount Buzhou. The river diagram and Luo book served as Fuxi's proof of enlightenment, and whether Yuanshi Tianzuan would relinquish them to Fuxi was a matter for Nuwa and Fuxi to ponder. The challenge of finding Yuanshi for an exchange loomed large, as he was merely a celestial being. The prospect of negotiating fairly with a sage seemed utterly absurd. Should he recklessly approach Yuanshi for an exchange, the latter would likely bemoan the serendipity of fallen pie from the heavens before admonishing him with a thunderous voice. Which impudent creature dares to covet innate spiritual treasures? Prepare to face my wrath. Securing that segment of Mount Buzhou was imperative, yet Yuanshi Tianzuan's integrity was not to be underestimated. What course of action should he take? After much contemplation, Jiang Haoze resolved to first visit Wu Zhuangwen and solicit Jinyuan Daxian's help to merge the essence soil with the earth-type Mahjong. Upon riding the clouds to Mount Wanqiu's Wu Zhuangwen, he was intercepted by Qing Feng and Ming Yue, who stood in his path. With an icy demeanor, Qing Feng declared, "Friend, please turn back. Master has informed us that he is not present." Jiang Haoze was taken aback, thinking to himself, "Is this foolish attendant performing a comedy for me? Out of jealousy for my acquisition of a few ginseng fruits, he dares to audaciously obstruct this esteemed guest." Employing such a ludicrous excuse, he felt inclined to teach Qing Feng a lesson, and thus he called out towards Wu Zhuangwen, "Brother Jinyuan, Qingjiao has come to pay his respects. Surely, you would not treat an esteemed guest in this manner?" Only then did the young attendant realize his blunder, hastily responding, "Master truly is not here. Dear friend, please visit another day." Although the young attendant's jealousy was palpable, his acting skills were woefully inadequate, and Jiang Haoze was 100% certain he was lying. If Jinyuan Daxian was indeed at Wu Zhuangwen, why would he refuse to meet with Jiang? Not long ago, they had exchanged brotherly sentiments. Now, the door was closed to him. Could some unforeseen circumstance have arisen? Jiang Haoze's mind raced with speculation, and he was determined to seek clarity. Thus, with a stern countenance, He addressed Qingfeng and Mingyue. The Daxian once stated that I could visit at any time. If he were absent, you were to extend your utmost hospitality. Have you forgotten your master's words? Qingfeng stammered, unable to articulate a response, and seizing the moment of distraction, Jiang Haoze strode boldly into Wu Zhuangwen. Not far within, he encountered Zhen Yuanzi, who emerged to greet him, his face a picture of embarrassment. With a respectful gesture, he said, I was just in seclusion for cultivation and was unaware of the arrival of such a distinguished guest. I hope my dear brother will not take offense. Jiang Haoze exhaled in relief. As Zhen Yuanzi still referred to him as a brother, it was clear that no significant misunderstanding had occurred. He replied with casual bravado, Brother Zhenyuan, we are indeed kindred spirits, more intimate than brothers. Why must you resort to mere words to placate me? Alas, Zhenyuan Daxian sighed and said, I once promised to procure the Shirong for my esteemed brother. Yet it is lamentable that Nuwa is utterly devoid of compassion. I sought the Taoist patriarch at the Zhixiao Palace to arbitrate, but he merely advised me that you have your own fate. Urging me not to fret unnecessarily, I am truly ashamed for failing to fulfill my promise to you, dear brother. Jiang Haoze was rendered speechless. The old kind-hearted Zhenyuan was exceptionally sincere, feeling as if he were evading a debt for not securing the Shirong. Initially, Zhenyuan had not made a solemn pledge, merely suggesting that Nuwa might show some favor. It was no grave error on Nuwa's part to withhold her favor. While he lamented the old man's thin skin, he felt a twinge of emotion, forcing a wry smile and saying, Dear brother, there is no need for such lamentation. The patriarch's assertion that I possess another opportunity is entirely accurate. I have already acquired the Shirong. Acquired it? Zhenyuan heaved a sigh of relief, exclaiming, Then all is well. Otherwise, I would have perpetually felt indebted to you, esteemed brother. Chapter 56. The gift of the Azure Dragon before Nuwa vanquished the 4 divine beasts and subdued the 4 poles. These beasts did not inhabit separate realms but resided in the eternally snow-covered Beiju Luzhou. The Beiju Luzhou was rife with malevolent beasts, many of which were ancient creatures devoid of intellect, rarely traversed by the witch clan, the human clan, or the demon clan. Some of these ferocious beasts possessed formidable combat prowess, yet their primordial spirits were feeble, incapable of seeing through even the most rudimentary illusions. Upon arriving at Beiju Luzhou, Jiang Haoze transformed into an inconspicuous lark and flew towards the depths of the eternal cold pool. The divine beast Azure Dragon dwelled within this pool, and Jiang sought out the Azure Dragon primarily because Qingjiao shared a closer blood relation with it, significantly reducing the likelihood of a severe beating. Upon reaching the skies above the eternal cold pool, Jiang Haoze reverted to his original form and called out loudly, Qingjiao has come to the eternal cold pool to pay a visit, with urgent matters to report to the venerable Azure Dragon. I hope the elder will spare a moment to emerge. In an instant, the tranquil waters of the pool parted, revealing a massive azure head that emerged and spoke. Ah, it has been ages since I encountered a fellow kin. I did not expect to meet one today. Alas, your strength is rather lacking. Jiang Haoze awkwardly replied, I am merely a small Qingjiao, yet to transform into a dragon. I dare not presume to claim kinship with the venerable elder. The Azure Dragon shook its large head and retorted, Nonsense. How can a Jiao not be considered part of the dragon lineage? The offspring of dragons differ in many ways. Must it be that only the 4 Seas dragon clan is deemed truly draconic? I was once, like you, a small Qingjiao, and though my current form vastly differs from the 4 Seas dragon clan, I too have condensed my dragon pearl. Ever since I sprouted 5 claws, those little ones have been eager to acknowledge me as kin. The Azure Dragon was once a Qingjiao like himself? Jiang Haoze's mind momentarily froze as he scrutinized the Azure Dragon, realizing that its appearance indeed resembled that of a Jiao more closely. Although its scales were denser than those of the common dragon clan and adorned with the maximum 5 claws, its head did not possess the characteristics of a dragon's Qilin head, nor were its horns entirely like those of a dragon's antlers. The Azure Dragon sighed, saying, It is only natural that you are unaware of this. After the Dragon and Phoenix War, the legacy left by our ancestors was severed, and now, the beings that transform into dragons are merely similar in form. The 4 Seas Dragon Clan has long claimed to be the true descendants of dragons due to their resemblance to the ancestral dragon. Yet they have not inherited the legacy of the ancestral dragon and will never be able to give birth to 5-clawed offspring. The clash between the dragon and phoenix tribes resulted in the first cataclysm of heaven and earth, nearly severing the bloodline of the Phoenix clan, while the Dragon clan found themselves constrained by the heavenly Tao, unable to awaken their ancestral legacy. Although the dragon tribe of the 4 Seas is closely linked to the primal dragon, as long as the heavenly Tao exists, they are fated to remain bereft of their heritage. My true form is merely that of an azure flood dragon, and due to my distant lineage, I am not bound by the restrictions of the heavenly Tao. Upon cultivating to the stage of Taiyi Sanxian, I unexpectedly inherited the legacy of the ancestral dragon, successfully condensing a dragon pearl and sprouting 5 claws. Jiang Haoze suddenly realized that in ancient times, the dragon and phoenix clans were sovereigns of the heavens, holding a status equal to that of the later Wu and Yao tribes. Presently, the mightiest of the dragon clan is merely a Taiyi Sanxian, possessing little influence in the vast wilderness, a predicament rooted in the constraints imposed upon their ancestral legacy by the heavenly Tao. The relentless wheels of fate roll onward. The once mighty dragon and phoenix clans have fallen into disarray, and the recent decline of the Wu and Yao tribes seems inevitable as well. With the emergence of the human race, the Wu and Yao clans have also faded into obscurity, as the vast land of the primordial realm is shared amongst all. Jiang Haoze astutely perceived the similarities and differences between the two cataclysms. The commonality lies in the downfall of both the dragon and phoenix, as well as the Wu and Yao tribes due to warfare. The distinction is that during the dragon-phoenix conflict, the dragon clan emerged victorious, compelling the heavenly Tao to intervene directly to sideline them. In the second cataclysm, the Wu and Yao tribes were mutually devastated. Without the heavenly Tao playing a disreputable role, a sinister thought crossed his mind. Could the heavenly Tao itself be evolving? In the first cataclysm, it sought to marginalize the dragon and phoenix clans, but its methods were rather clumsy, resulting in the dragon clan remaining formidable even after the war, leading to a crude imposition of restrictions. Upon recognizing its inadequacies, the heavenly Tao sought a spokesperson, which led to the convergence of Hong Huang and the heavenly Tao. During the conflict between the Wu and Yao tribes, Hong Huang skillfully managed the situation without direct interference, leading to their downfall. This notion seemed absurd yet possessed a modicum of validity, though it could never be substantiated, nor did it pertain to him. The heavenly Tao's handling of the first cataclysm was less than flawless, granting him an opportunity to exploit its weaknesses. If the dragon clan could be liberated from the heavenly Tao's restrictions, might they not become exceedingly powerful? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. The dragon clan in the Tai Su realm holds a significant status, even boasting a dragon de Luo Xian who governs a plane. Previously, he regarded the primordial dragon clan as weaklings with a combat power rating below 5, never contemplating the notion of bringing them to the Tai Su realm. However, if liberation from the heavenly Tao could restore their ancestral legacy, transporting some dragons there might indeed prove beneficial. The North Julu continent is rife with ferocious beasts, and with merely the cultivation of a celestial immortal, one is perpetually in peril. The azure dragon interrupted Jiang Haoze's reverie, prompting him to awaken from his contemplation. He quickly stated, "Junior has heard that the Saint Nuwa has forged the 5-colored stone to mend the heavens, but in doing so, she must slay 4 divine beasts to stabilize the 4 quadrants of the world. And I have come to inform you, Senior." The azure dragon remained unfazed, responding calmly, "I am already aware of this matter. Though I have advanced to Taiyi Jinxian for many years without a breakthrough, being slain by Saint Nuwa, while it may result in the loss of my corporeal form, will grant me heavenly merit, allowing me to further ascend to de Luo Jinxian. Guarding the 4 quadrants of heaven and earth will enable me to eternally bask in the incense of the mortal realm, which is a tremendous boon for me. Moreover, even if I were unwilling to be slain, where would I find refuge?" Jiang Haoze was taken aback. He had approached the azure dragon with a savior's intent, only to discover that the dragon was eager for death. The prospect of taking away the azure dragon now seems almost impossible. Nevertheless, he still wishes to make an attempt. He timidly states, "Under the heavens, there exists a glimmer of hope. If the esteemed elder is unwilling to face annihilation, I possess a means to facilitate your departure from the primordial world to another realm. You, a mere little demon, possess a good heart. However, having attained the revered status of a sacred beast safeguarding the 4 corners of the universe, I have no desire to depart." The azure dragon replies, "As you are of my kin, your long journey to deliver this message is indeed your fortune. Thus, I shall grant you the dragon pearl." The azure dragon exhales and presents the cultivated dragon pearl to Jiang Haoze, saying, "Merely consume this dragon pearl, and the ancestral dragon's legacy will be imprinted upon your consciousness. With diligent practice, you too can evolve into a 5-clawed azure dragon." Though Jiang Haoze's plan to take away the azure dragon has not come to fruition, he has obtained the dragon pearl imbued with inheritance. By consuming this pearl, his very essence is bound to undergo a cataclysmic transformation, and he shall become a genuine azure dragon. Previously perplexed by his self-identification as the azure dragon Taoist in the world of deities, he has now found clarity. If he were to transform into the Azure Dragon, would he still be called the Azure Worm Taoist? With great joy, he accepts the Dragon Pearl, eagerly expressing his gratitude to the Azure Dragon, and then poses another question. Esteemed Azure Dragon, the Saint Nuwa only requires the 4 sacred beasts to suppress the 4 corners. Yet there are 5 divine beasts in existence. If all divine beasts seek this opportunity, one of them must ultimately be left unfulfilled, correct? The Azure Dragon shakes his head and replies, you need not worry about this. The Qilin, having participated in the Dragon and Phoenix War, suffered a severe injury to its soul and has yet to recover, now having regressed to the cultivation level of a Taiyi Golden Immortal. Nuwa requires the physical forms of the sacred beasts for her task of mending the heavens, but in the future, she will need our souls to maintain the balance of the 4 corners, thus she will certainly not select the Qilin. Chapter 57. The Qilin's sorrow. As the adage goes, people can be more infuriating than beasts, and while beasts may not reach the point of dying from frustration, they can certainly be greatly aggrieved. The sacred beast Qilin is indeed wounded. While the title of king among terrestrial beasts sounds grand, in the sky there are phoenixes and in the sea, dragons. The primordial world has never belonged to the Qilin. During the first great calamity of heaven and earth, the Qilin was deceived by the ancestral dragon to confront the phoenixes, resulting in the survival of only a handful from its entire lineage. Witnessing the near-total annihilation of the phoenixes and the dragon clan's subsequent decline under the constraints of the heavenly will, the Qilin found some solace, thinking, we are not the only ones to face ruin. Alas, this brief period of consolation did not last. While the dragon clan, despite their fall, could still dominate the seas, the Qilin found itself in unfortunate circumstances due to its striking appearance. The Qilin, a remarkable amalgamation of lion's head, deer antlers, tiger's eyes, moose body, dragon scales, and ox tail, is a renowned hybrid in the 3 realms, possessing an undeniably splendid appearance. Moreover, the Qilin symbolizes auspiciousness, capable of turning misfortune into fortune and transforming calamity into blessing. This has rendered the Qilin a widely celebrated and sought-after mount throughout the 3 realms. Following the Dragon and Phoenix War, the remaining Qilins are mostly of lowly strength, with the most formidable among them being the one from the northern continent, which has also seen a decline in power due to its damaged soul, now reduced to the level of a Taiyi Golden Immortal. All manner of deities hold the Qilin in high regard, and faced with numerous heavenly immortals seeking to capture the Qilin under various guises as their steed, it can only grin and bear it, acknowledging that being a mount for such grand beings is indeed a blessing for the younger generation. Of the few surviving Qilins after the Dragon and Phoenix War, only the one from the northern continent remains a free agent, while the others serve as mounts for various deities. Even celestial beings have their disciples. In their endeavor to ensure that their successors possess noble steeds, they have allowed the majestic Qilin to mate with other extraordinary creatures, resulting in the birth of beasts imbued with Qilin blood. Thus, the lineage of the Qilin has expanded. However, the Qilin finds no joy in this. The offspring that emerge are a sight too painful to behold. Can they truly be regarded as Qilin? Although they are nominally referred to as Fire Qilin, Ink Qilin, and so forth, they lack the inherent auspiciousness of the true Qilin and bear a striking dissimilarity in appearance, which serves only to tarnish the honor of the Qilin clan. Faced with the inevitability of this reality, the Qilin resolves to uphold its own dignity. Alongside the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, it is revered as one of the 5 great divine beasts, maintaining the esteem of its lineage. Yet, deep within, it harbors a sense of inferiority, for the other 4 divine beasts are all Taiyi Golden Immortals, while it, despite its injuries, remains but a Taiyi Golden Immortal. For millennia, the Qilin has diligently practiced, yearning to restore its golden immortal status, lest others deem it unworthy of the title of divine beast. Soon, however, its wounds are exacerbated when the Saint Nuwa declares her intent to slay divine beasts to stabilize the 4 corners of the universe. The 4 divine beasts that are slain will not only acquire immense merit, but will also be venerated as sacred beasts, enjoying eternal reverence from the beings of the primordial world. Yet, the slots for sacred beasts are limited to just 4. Why are there only 4 corners of the universe and not 5? Why must it always be the one that suffers? The Qilin, aware of its bleak prospects, weeps bitterly that it would rather forego this opportunity entirely. At least then, it would still be counted among the 5 great divine beasts. Now, with the other 4 transformed into sacred beasts, it is left alone to face its fate. What a dismal plight. The Qilin perceives itself as the greatest jest of the cosmos, wishing fervently to disappear into a crevice of the earth. Though it lacks the courage to take its own life, though it would never admit such, its reluctance stems from a desire to preserve the lineage of the Qilin, to ensure that its legacy endures. As it wallows in self-pity, a azure dragon descends from the clouds. Under normal circumstances, encountering such an audacious young demon would prompt an immediate reprimand. However, in its current despondent state, the Qilin finds no energy to engage with the azure dragon and lazily mutters a single word, depart. With the last slot for the creation jade plate remaining, Jiang Haoze, unable to take the azure dragon, sets his sights on the Qilin. He believes that, as one of the 5 great divine beasts, the Qilin must be experiencing a sense of psychological disparity now that the others have risen to prominence, making it the perfect opportunity to persuade the Qilin to venture to the void. Jiang Haoze does not take the command to depart lightly. Instead, he bows respectfully. Greetings, esteemed Qilin. I have heard that the Saint Enwa intends to slay the 4 divine beasts to mend the heavens, and I have come to depart. If you do not leave, I shall strike you down. The mention of Enwa's intentions unsettles the Qilin, triggering a fierce roar that reveals a glimmer of ferocity in its eyes. Observing the Qilin's distressed state, Jiang Haoze feels reassured. He flies to a safe distance and calls out loudly, if you wish to avoid being slain by Enwa, I can offer you a chance to leave the primordial realm and enter another world. Of course, I wish to avoid being slain by Enwa, but she would never deign to notice me. The Qilin silently curses, has no time to dwell on Jiang Haoze's insensitive remarks. The prospect of leaving the primordial realm captivates it. Remaining here is a source of shame, and it lacks the courage to dis there a better choice than to depart. Thus, he reined in the ferocity in his eyes and eagerly inquired, where is the other realm you speak of? Jiang Haoze, in a habitual manner, began to weave a tale. That realm is called Taiyi, which houses thousands of smaller worlds, not at all inferior to Hong Huang. There, you will also find Qilins, fire Qilins, ink Qilins, flower Qilins, and pink Qilins in abundance. As it stands, you are the last of your kind in Hong Huang. Why not venture there to seek a few Qilins as wives? You need not worry about the Qilin clan. Jiang Haoze quickly fell silent, realizing he was conversing with one of the 5 great divine beasts, the Qilin. Speaking in such a crude manner might provoke its ire. Stealing a glance at the Qilin, he found it with drool at the corner of its mouth, eyes closed in a state of rapture. After silently deriding the Qilin, he continued, in any case, there are plenty of Qilins in the Taiyi realm. Your prospects there are certainly better than remaining in Hong Huang. You need not say more. I am willing to accompany you to the Taiyi realm. The Qilin's readiness took Jiang Haoze aback, and fearing that the Qilin might change its mind, he quickly added, once you go to the Taiyi realm, you can never return to Hong Huang. Have you considered this carefully? What need do I have to return to Hong Huang? Rest assured, I genuinely wish to go to the Taiyi realm and will absolutely not retract my words. The Qilin thought to itself that as long as the Taiyi realm was truly as this fellow described, it would no longer be the subject of ridicule. It could even find a few beautiful Qilins to propagate the lineage. What fortune could be found elsewhere? Once the Qilin clan was strengthened, it could rise to become the leader of its kin, perhaps even restore the glory of the Qilin clan. Jiang Haoze nodded in satisfaction, thinking that Bai Zhe was already confirmed to be his steed, and perhaps he could also persuade Di Ting to join him. Now, with the addition of the divine beast Qilin, he felt his fortunes were indeed on the rise. A life of luxury awaited him, driving around in luxury cars like Benz, BMW, and Porsche. Such was the bliss of the affluent. Indeed, the Qilin appeared splendid, more vibrant than Bai Zhe or Di Ting, making it a perfect mount for future parties. In truth, he had not deceived the Qilin. Taiyi did encompass thousands of dimensions, and the total number of Qilins was indeed considerable, though only 3 or 4 resided in the tranquil heavens where he was. These Qilins served as steeds for the celestial beings, with the esteemed Qingjing Xianwang riding a female Qilin. The task of wooing beautiful Qilins in the Taiyi realm would not be without its challenges. Chapter 58. The most beautiful cloud, you are the most exquisite cloud in my heart, filling my cup with fine wine, urging you to stay, forever singing the most resplendent melodies of our people. Embodying the most beautiful posture of the entire sky, I hear the enchanting celestial music resonating within your heart as I ascend to the stage beyond the clouds and the world of Hong Huang. Jiang Haoze reveled amidst the endless clouds, his spirits lifted as he sang familiar tunes. The great sage, Zhenuan, sought to hasten Yuwa's anxiety, temporarily withholding the He-Tu and Luo Shu in exchange for Mount Buzhou. Thus preventing his return to the Taiyi realm, he had brought the Qilin to Wanshou Mountain, and with time to spare, he contemplated gathering some clouds to transport to the Taiyi realm, seeking someone to craft a limited edition roller coaster. Whenever he spotted ethereal clouds, he would perform a spell to capture them in a jade dish, intent on eradicating the clouds from the horizon. Currently, the skies were still filled with clouds. Once Hao Yin ascended to become the Jade Emperor, Many would likely be taken to embellish the heavenly court to please the Queen Mother of the West. Rather than allowing that, he thought it better to bring them to the Taiyi realm. Sister, what is that person singing? It sounds truly delightful. Sister, he is singing about us. He says we are the most beautiful clouds. Sister, the three of us sisters still do not have names, since his singing is so pleasant. Why don't we choose names inspired by his song? The second sister makes a valid point. I think Yunxiao is a lovely name, so I shall be called Yunxiao from now on. Being sisters, the eldest shall be named Yunxiao, while I shall take the name Chongxiao. Now that both elder sisters have names, what shall I be called? I have it. I adore the name Bixiao, henceforth I shall be known as Bixiao. Jiang Haoze was oblivious to the presence of three colorful clouds hiding in the shadows, as the three sisters were preoccupied with their discussion of names, unaware that the clouds before them had already been dispersed. Suddenly, three spirited colorful clouds appeared before him, and in his excitement, Jiang Haoze quickly reached out to grasp them, only for the clouds to swiftly evade his grasp. Where do you think you're going? It is a rare opportunity to encounter such exquisite clouds. I certainly cannot let this slip by, Jiang Haoze shouted, urging the crimson cloud to pursue. The three colorful clouds moved with remarkable speed, yet he stood upon the crimson cloud, the ancestor of all clouds in the primordial realm, and thus was not at a disadvantage. He swiftly caught up with the trailing colorful cloud and seized it, raising his hand to prepare to place it within the jade plate of creation. Let me go! Jiang Haoze heard a delicate voice laced with a hint of tears as the colorful cloud transformed into a little girl clad in green attire, and he had inadvertently grasped her ankle. The little girl struggled desperately, exclaiming, "You villain! Let go of my foot! Release my sister!" The other two clouds came to a halt as they too transformed into human forms. One was ethereally beautiful, while the other was charming and graceful, both rare beauties indeed. Upon witnessing the struggling little girl in green, Jiang Haoze's expression shifted to one of sudden realization. Could it be that he had encountered the renowned Sanxiao from the Investiture of the Gods? He released his hold on the little girl, who hurriedly flew to join her two companions, pouting as she said, "Sister, that guy is a bad person. Let us teach him a lesson." The little girl's adorable and spirited demeanor amused Jiang Haoze, and he bowed slightly, saying, "I had no knowledge that the three fairies had attained sentience. I hope you will forgive my presumptuousness." The little girl in green sniffled and said, "Humph. You grabbed me so tightly it hurt. I might forgive you, but only if you sing that lovely song of yours 100 times. Jiang Haoze chuckled in disbelief. In truth, his singing was rather ordinary, and he never expected the fairies to find it pleasing. Perhaps it was the quality of the song that resonated with them. Given his modest singing ability, it was a rare honor to have a beauty appreciate his efforts, and he readily replied, "No problem. If the fairies enjoy my singing, I shall oblige. My name is Jiang Haoze. May I ask how you three fairies are addressed? I am called Yunxiao, I am called Chongxiao, I am called Bixiao. We have just settled on our names. Sister, I chose mine based on your line about ascending to the clouds beyond the heavens, and my second sister followed suit with a name inspired by yours." Upon hearing the names of the three fairies, Jiang Haoze was entirely unsurprised. Who else but these three sisters could have emerged from the transformation of colorful clouds? However, the final remark from the petite girl, Bixiao, left him astonished. The name Sanxiao was unexpectedly derived from the most dazzling national style. He pondered whether, had he not traversed into the primordial era, they would have chosen such a name. In an instant, enlightenment dawned upon him. Despite his numerous endeavors in the mythological realm, the world still operated according to the will of the heavenly Tao. The intertwining causes and effects across different epochs were too convoluted for him to decipher. Yet if the heavenly Tao could untangle them, might he not also be included in its calculations, perhaps even intentionally set in motion to influence certain events? Having transformed into the azure dragon after traversing the primordial realm, and with the name Sanxia existing in the world of Fengshen, could it not be that the heavenly Tao orchestrated his arrival to sow these seeds? If he had not journeyed to the primordial world, the naming of the three sisters might have been influenced by other factors. His presence could have led the heavenly Tao to assign him the role of a mere supporting actor in this mythological play. Should he choose not to adhere to the script, for instance, by attempting to take away the azure dragon that suppresses the four extremes, the heavenly Tao would likely alter the lines of other actors to maintain the storyline. Speculating on the actions of the heavenly Tao was a source of constant headache, an enigma he could never quite unravel, and he had grown weary of such thoughts. After exchanging greetings with the Sanxia sisters, the four of them settled amidst the clouds. Yunxiao, with a slight frown, remarked, "Jiang Daoyu, why must you take these clouds, which roam freely in the sky?" This question was not easily addressed. to create a limited edition cloud coaster. A considerable number of clouds would need to be taken. Clouds rarely develop sentience. Over millennia, only the red cloud and the Sanxia have transformed, while deities typically regard clouds merely as means of transportation. However, he could not articulate this. For the Sanxia, the clouds were akin to siblings. To suggest that they were mere tools would likely provoke immediate hostility. Jiang Haoze contemplated briefly before responding with a gentle smile. Your words are somewhat misguided, Dao. If the clouds remain here, isolated from other sentient beings, they lack the experience necessary to cultivate intelligence. Should they venture into the outside world, even if they are guided by deities, the opportunities for understanding the myriad facets of existence would undoubtedly increase. How can one witness a rainbow without enduring the tempest? The fairies regarded these clouds as kin, and in their desire to protect them, they inadvertently deprived them of opportunities for growth. Even the fairy sisters, who had already attained some level of sentience, would find it challenging to progress further by merely remaining here. They must seek out esteemed mentors to guide them. How can one witness a rainbow without enduring the tempest? Yunxiao murmured, echoing the phrase before bowing to Jiang Haoze, saying, Your insights are indeed profound, Dao. We are grateful for your guidance. We shall venture forth to seek out esteemed mentors in due time. A thought crossed Jiang Haoze's mind. The Sanxia held considerable power within the Fengshen world. Why not forge a benevolent connection at this moment? He produced a talisman given by the sage of the heavens and said, Between heaven and earth, the sage is revered. There is no better teacher than a sage. This is a talisman from the Jiejiao sage. You three fairies may use it to pay homage at the Bo Palace. Simply return it to me on a future date. Currently, the Sanxia's strength was still modest. Among the three, Yunxiao was at the early stage of a celestial immortal, while Chongxiao and Bixiao were merely demon immortals. Nevertheless, all beings in the primordial realm were aware of the exalted sages, and the Yunxiao sisters were no exception. Upon learning they could study under a sage, they were filled with immense joy. Yunxiao extended her hand to receive the talisman, her expression solemn as she said, We, the three sisters, will forever be grateful for your great kindness. Dao, in the future, we shall repay this favor. Jiang Haoze felt a surge of satisfaction within. He had bestowed a significant favor, and the remarkable and formidable Sanxiao would forever remember him. However, after this brief moment of elation, his expression suddenly shifted. Could it be that the heavenly Tao intended to cast him as a mere extra, compelling him to sow the seeds for Sanxiao's entry into the Chapter 59. Every sip and peck is ordained by heaven. The weak waters of the heavenly river ravaged the primordial land, sweeping away all in its path, as the creatures of the wilderness awaited the arrival of a savior. Amidst the collective anticipation, the sage Nuwa made her entrance, wielding the four divine beasts to support heaven and earth. Transforming into her true form of a woman with a serpent's tail, she held aloft the multicolored stones and ascended towards the celestial void. With her deft hands, Nuwa waved her arms, and the brilliance emanating from the breach illuminated the heavens, causing the gap to shrink further. Once the void was completely sealed, an extra piece of the multicolored stone fell, landing in the Eastern Victory divine continent. She harbored no desire to retrieve it, for its descent to the mortal realm was the will of heaven, and there was no need for coercion. The myriad beings of the wilderness knelt in reverence, extolling the benevolence of Lady Nuwa, while the heavenly Tao began to reward her for her deeds. A magnificent radiance of merit descended from the heavens, and as the chief architect of mending the sky, Nuwa received the lion's share, with the remaining merit divided into 4 streams that cascaded towards the northern Julu continent. The souls of the 4 divine beasts, yet to enter the cycle of reincarnation, ascended to the status of Great Luo Golden Immortals after receiving abundant merit, becoming the sacred beasts guarding the 4 corners. The second great calamity of heaven and earth officially concluded. After fulfilling her public duties, Lady Nuwa commenced her private endeavors. She paid visits to the other 5 sages and broached the topic of her elder brother Fuxi attaining the title of the human sovereign. Regrettably, each sage insisted that they had not obtained the river diagram and Luo book. Departing from Lane Temple, Nuwa felt a tinge of anger, reflecting on her arduous efforts to mend the heavens while they did not assist her brother in achieving enlightenment as the human sovereign. As the human race was on the verge of becoming the dominators of heaven and earth, the matter of the river diagram and Luo book could not be delayed. She firmly believed that these treasures were in the possession of the other sages, prompting her to seek out Hongjun in the Zixiao Palace for justice. Hongjun Daozu patiently listened to Nuwa's grievances and sighed, saying, Every sip and peck is decreed by heaven. Initially, you refused to grant Zenyuanzi a modicum of the essence soil, and he came to me in Zixiao Palace seeking redress. Now, You wish to acquire the river diagram and Luo book and likewise seek my intervention. Yet they are in Xuanyuanzi's hands. Lady Nuwa, taken aback, exclaimed, was it Xuanyuanzi who disrupted the heavenly mechanisms? Could it be that he has obtained the river diagram and the chaos bell? With a gentle smile, the Daozu replied, the river diagram and Luo book do not belong to Xuanyuanzi, yet your quest for them shall lead you to him. Nuwa, filled with doubt, queried, if they do not belong to Xuanyuanzi, then to whom do the river diagram and Luo book and the chaos bell truly belong? That cannot be disclosed. Hongjun Daozu shook his head. If Xuanyuanzi does not consent, I cannot force the matter. If the heavenly Tao has ordained Fuxi to be the human sovereign, he shall inevitably acquire the river diagram and Luo book in due time. With a heavy heart, Nuwa departed from Zhixiao Palace. As a sage, she was acutely aware of the laws of the heavenly Tao. Fuxi was indeed qualified to be the human sovereign, yet he was not the only one deserving. The heavenly Tao had truly decreed that a sovereign would arise from the human race, but who that sovereign would be remained uncertain. The river diagram and Luo book were critical to attaining the title of the holy sovereign. Should Fuxi obtain them, enlightenment as the holy sovereign would be all but assured. Retribution arrives with remarkable swiftness. The river diagram and Luo Shu are unexpectedly connected to Xuanyuanzi. She would rather see the river diagram and Luo Shu in the hands of another sage. For even incurring a debt of gratitude is preferable to confronting Xuanyuanzi. When Xuanyuanzi visited the palace of Nuwa, she did not afford him an ounce of respect, and now seeking his assistance would be exceedingly awkward. Upon returning to the palace of Nuwa, the sage found her spirits exceedingly low, coinciding with an incident where her mischievous protector, the spirit child Ling Zhuzi, inadvertently shattered her cherished teacup. This Ling Zhuzi is a precious gem from the primordial dawn, and the sage has always indulged him greatly. However, this time, Ling Zhuzi found himself in trouble and was soundly reprimanded, receiving a 10-year sentence of reflection. Being accustomed to indulgence, he did not dutifully contemplate his actions, but, in a fit of pique, descended to the mortal realm, unnoticed by Nuwa, who was preoccupied with her brother's path to enlightenment. Yet, Ling Zhuzi's actions would inevitably entangle him in karmic repercussions, leading to tribulations in his future, culminating in the emergence of the young Neza from the world of gods, who famously severed flesh to save his mother. After much hesitation, the sage Nuwa resolved to visit Mount Wanshou. Xuanyuanzi, known throughout the primordial world as a quintessential good-natured being, might be swayed by her sincere appeal as a sage, significantly increasing her chances of acquiring the river diagram and Luo Shu. This line of thought was not without merit. If the river diagram and Luo Shu belonged to Xuanyuanzi, the good-natured one would likely overlook past grievances. Unfortunately, Xuanyuanzi was under obligation, tasked with exchanging the river diagram and Luo Shu for a fragment of Mount Buzhou. Even if he were to forgive Nuwa, it would be impossible for him to relinquish the river diagram and Luo Shu. Upon hearing the announcement of Nuwa's arrival, Xuanyuanzi mused aloud, surely, the sage has come for the river diagram and Luo Shu. But how did she come to know it is in my possession? I fear she has already visited the Zhixiao Palace. He lamented the difficulty of the situation, for although she graced him with her presence as a sage, he could not simply hand over the river diagram and Luo Shu. Jiang Haoze remarked with a smile, my friend, you are merely acting on behalf of another. It would be best to inform the sage Nuwa directly. If she desires the river diagram and Luo Shu, she ought to seek out the primordial heavenly sovereign. Such was the nature of the matter. Having finished his discourse, Xuanyuanzi donned his ceremonial attire and, accompanied by Jiang Haoze, went out to greet her. Observing the frown upon the brow of Nuwa, he pondered how she could harbor enmity towards him if not for the involvement of the Qingjiao. She once again disregarded Jiang Haoze, who was bowing in respect, and with a beaming smile addressed Xuanyuanzi, saying, I apologize for the intrusion, esteemed friend. Xuanyuanzi felt a twinge of displeasure at Nuwa's disregard for Jiang Haoze, further convincing him that he ought not to part with the river diagram and Luo Shu. However, given Nuwa's esteemed status, he did not wish to be discourteous and thus responded politely, the presence of the sage illuminates our humble abode. Please, do take a seat within. Nuwa took her place at the head of the table, while Xuanyuanzi sat beside her, gesturing for Jiang Haoze to sit on the opposite side. Nuwa furrowed her brow once more, thinking to herself how this little demon was utterly lacking in decorum. There was no place for a mere celestial being before a sage. Though she felt displeased, she recognized that this was Xuanyuanzi's domain, and as she had matters to discuss, it would be unwise to reprimand him overtly, so she chose to feign ignorance. Having previously declined to provide Xuanyuanzi with the essence soil, Nuwa found it somewhat challenging to broach the subject. Thus, she spoke in a roundabout manner, saying, it is destined by the heavenly principles that humanity shall govern the world. As the human race proliferates swiftly, it is imperative that a sage emperor arises to guide them. My brother Fuxi has cultivated for many years. I wish to elevate him to the status of sage emperor for humanity. What do you think, my friend? Zhen Yuanzi chuckled. The human race was created by the goddess. And Fuxi, my dear friend, happens to be her elder brother, making him perfectly suited to be the sage emperor of humanity. Nuwa sighed and replied, regrettably, the imperial treasure, the river diagram and the Luo book, which are essential for the human emperor's ascension, have yet to be revealed. If my brother cannot obtain the river diagram and the Luo book, his claim to the title of human emperor will ultimately lack legitimacy. Zhen Yuanzi initially intended to suggest that Nuwa seek out Yuanshi, but given her earlier dismissive remarks about Jiang Haoze, he felt compelled to defend his friend. He feigned ignorance of Nuwa's insinuation and echoed the words of the Tao ancestor. If the heavenly Tao has decreed that Fuxi shall be the human emperor, he will surely discover the river diagram and the Luo book in due time. Nuwa's expression stiffened. She had not anticipated Zhen Yuanzi's pretense and thus addressed the matter directly. The Tao ancestor mentioned that the river diagram and the Luo book are in your possession. Might I inquire if you could assist my brother in attaining enlightenment? Zhen Yuanzi heaved a sigh, responding, it is not that I am unwilling to aid Fuxi, but the river diagram and the Luo book are not mine to give. I am merely entrusted with them in exchange for a fragment of Mount Buzhou from the sage Yuanshi. If you wish to acquire the river diagram and the Luo book, you must wait until I have completed the exchange with Yuanshi before discussing matters with him on Kunlun Mountain. As for the upcoming chapters, I mistakenly pressed the button for immediate upload instead of scheduling the automatic upload for 60 chapters. Tonight, after midnight, I must change the ranking, and I hope to secure a spot on the homepage. Thus, this chapter will be uploaded after midnight. Dear readers, please refrain from criticizing me for such errors. The 2 chapters have already been uploaded today. In truth, I had considered going along with the mistake. But regrettably, my stockpile is limited. My sincerest apologies. Chapter 60. The new master of heaven. The fragment of Mount Buzhou was of little consequence to Yuanshi Tianzuan. He had merely picked it up on a whim, as refining a postnatal treasure held little value for him. Although he was aware that the river diagram and the Luo book were Fuxi's treasures for enlightenment, he was still willing to trade the fragment of Buzhou Mountain for them. Acquiring the river diagram and the Luo book would not only earn him favor with Nuwa and her brother, but would also hold greater value than the postnatal treasure itself, especially since he had other plans in mind. After Yuanshi completed the exchange with Zhen Yuanzi, he had no doubts about the chaos spell, which Zhen Yuanzi possessed, due to his long-standing reputation for honesty. Shortly after the exchange, Nuwa arrived at Kunlun Mountain. After explaining her purpose, Yuanshi hesitated, stating, the river diagram and the Luo book are Fuxi's treasures for enlightenment, and should naturally be given to him. It is only right that my sister's presence warrants my consent. But, Nuwa promptly interjected, please, do not hesitate to speak your mind, elder brother. Yuanshi Tianzuan smiled and replied, it is not a grave matter. Yesterday, a young lad came to Kunlun Mountain. His innate qualities are extraordinary. Upon inquiry, I learned he is the guardian boy of my sister's sect. I have taken quite a liking to him and have calculated that he has a connection to my teachings. I hope the goddess will permit him to join our sect in the future. Yuanshi Tianzuan, much like Zhuanti, was adept at calculations. He clearly did not wish to part with the river diagram and the Luo book without compensation and had deduced that Ling Zhuzi could serve as a representative disciple for this purpose. The third great calamity remains a distant prospect. His calculations are not particularly precise. However, he possesses an inherent tendency to protect his own, and even in uncertainty, he feels compelled to make arrangements for his disciples in advance. Nuwa harbors genuine affection for Ling Zhuzi, and though she is loath to part with him, the fervor of her heart burns within her after having sought assistance twice in succession. Ling Zhuzi's unilateral descent to the mortal realm is akin to pouring oil on flames. Although her powers do not match those of Yuanshi, she vaguely discerns a connection between Ling Zhuzi and the Chan school, unaware of the tribulations that await him. Thus, she nods in agreement. My child is indeed quite unruly. It is a blessing for him to be esteemed by you, senior brother. I can arrange for him to take refuge under the Chan school at any time. Yuanshi rejoices, saying, thank you, junior sister, for your generosity. I shall now entrust the He-Tu and Luo Shu to you. The heavenly court has been without a ruler for many days. The Tao ancestor has transmitted a decree for us to convene at the Zhixiao Palace. Shall we go together? Nuwa assents. That sounds splendid. The 6 great sages gather at the Zhixiao Palace. Hongjun Daozu casts a glance over the assembly, his expression impassive, and states, the heavenly court cannot be without a ruler for even a day. Do you have any suitable candidates? Zhuanti speaks first. The heavenly Tao has decreed that humanity shall flourish. Hao Yin has rendered great merits to the human race. I recommend Haoyan as the ruler of the heavenly court. Jiejing, a steadfast supporter of Zhuanti, promptly adds his endorsement. I too support Haoyan as the ruler of the heavenly court. Yuanshi Tianzuan concurs, stating, Zhuanti's words are most fitting. Haoyan aligns with the heavenly Tao and the will of the people. He is indeed worthy of the position of ruler. The mention of Haoyan's great merits to humanity and alignment with the heavenly Tao refers to his pivotal role in instigating the war of the witches and the demons, a fact well understood by all the sages. Taishang Laojun, being the leader of the human school, cannot oppose the advantageous circumstances for humanity, and thus expresses his approval. Nuwa, having just incurred a favor from Yuanshi, is indifferent to who becomes the ruler of the heavenly court, and likewise does not voice any objections. Tongtian, however, is unwilling to tolerate any injustice. He is fully aware of the events surrounding the war of the witches and the demons and disapproves of Haoyan's methods. Yet, with 5 of the 6 great sages in agreement, and lacking a suitable alternative to propose, he ultimately chooses to remain silent. Hongjun Daozu, representing the heavenly Tao, does not reject Haoyan on the grounds of unethical conduct. Rather, Haoyan's cleverness serves as evidence of his suitability to become the celestial emperor. The relationship between the heavenly court and the sages is exceedingly intricate. Appointing a person of pure intentions as the celestial emperor may render the heavenly court a mere fade. Given that all 6 great sages are in accord, the Tao ancestor sees no reason to oppose, and thus instructs the attendant to summon Haoyan. Haoyan ultimately realizes his aspiration of becoming the ruler of the heavenly court. As his true essence is that of jade, he henceforth assumes the title of Jade Emperor, supreme deity of the profound vault. After the Jade Emperor has greeted the assembled sages, Hongjun Daozu remarks, now that the heavenly court has its celestial emperor, it is only fitting that a celestial empress be appointed to preside over the realm. Do you have any suitable candidates? The 6 great sages remain silent. Although they seek a celestial empress for the heavenly court, it ultimately concerns Haoyan's choice of a spouse, and hasty recommendations would yield no benefits. Haoyan promptly steps forward to declare, I have known the Queen Mother of the west of Kunlun Mountain for many years. We complement each other splendidly. I hope the Tao ancestor will grant permission. Hongjun Daozu smiles and replies, you may decide this matter for yourself. However, the heavenly court requires a treasured artifact to stabilize its fortunes. Go and seek the Queen Mother of the West. I shall bestow upon her the primordial water spirit root, the peach tree of immortality, to anchor the fortuitous energy. The affairs of the celestial realm have reached a conclusion. The 6 great sages have departed from the Purple Cloud Palace, and Haoyan has soared towards Kunlun Mountain. The abode of the West Queen Mother is none other than the Jade Pool atop Kunlun Mountain. After attaining the status of a Golden Immortal, Haoyan often resides here, for he and the West Queen Mother share a profound connection. Originally, his character was imbued solely with truth and kindness, never once contemplating the elevation to the exalted position of the heavenly emperor. However, the West Queen Mother, desiring her husband to achieve greatness, conspired with the trickster beast to have him consume that piece of flesh, and subsequently, they plotted against Hou-Yi together. Upon returning to the Jade Pool, Haoyan, brimming with vigor and wearing a radiant smile, took the West Queen Mother's hand and declared, I have vowed to never disappoint the Queen Mother in this lifetime. Today, the Tao ancestor has bestowed upon me the title of Jade Emperor to oversee the celestial court. I have informed the Tao ancestor of my intention to take you as the heavenly empress. Thus, let us proceed to meet him. Yet, the West Queen Mother did not exhibit the elation one might expect. She calmly withdrew her hand and sighed softly, saying, I am indeed willing to remain by your side in the celestial realm, but you must remember that the trickster beast deceived Chang'e when it transformed into you. She is still in the Moon Palace, waiting wistfully. This cause and effect must be addressed. The Jade Emperor's smile faltered, and with a dismissive tone, he replied, This matter is easily resolved, as long as I clarify the situation with her regarding the trickster beast. The cause and effect will be settled. Please wait here a moment while I make a trip to the Moon Palace to explain, and I shall return to escort you to the Purple Cloud Palace. The West Queen Mother beamed and replied, That sounds splendid. I shall await your good news, hoping you will not linger in the past. Rest assured, I shall not, the Jade Emperor asserted with unwavering certainty. He truly had not given Chang'e much thought. No earthly woman, no matter how beautiful, could compare to a celestial maiden. Why would he risk upsetting the West Queen Mother for such a woman? In the Moon Palace, there exists a grove of resplendent jade trees, formed from the eyelashes of the great Pengyu. It was here that Haoyan encountered Chang'e, and at the moment he beheld her, he was momentarily entranced. Chang'e, amidst the jade grove, possessed an unparalleled beauty and grace. Her skin, akin to jade, harmonized exquisitely with the jade trees, and her ethereal demeanor lent her an air of cold elegance. Haoze had encountered many celestial maidens, yet none could rival Chang'e, whose beauty and grace surpassed all. Compared to her previous self, her skin now radiated with an even more luminous sheen, and her demeanor had undergone a remarkable transformation, completing her metamorphosis from an earthly woman into a celestial being. Chapter 61. Chang'e should regret stealing the elixir of life. It is no surprise that Chang'e underwent such a transformation. She was already an extraordinary beauty in the mortal realm. After consuming 2 longevity pills from the West Queen Mother, her beauty was further enhanced. Upon arriving at the Moon Palace, she encountered yet another fortuitous opportunity. The Heavenly Empress Shi, before her demise, imparted to her the ice crystal mysterious jade technique, which must be cultivated within the jade grove. Once perfected, it would endow her with skin as white as jade and an even cooler demeanor. The sudden appearance of Haoze left Chang'e momentarily stunned. She gazed at him with longing, tears glistening in her eyes. Rushing forward, her voice quivered. "I have waited so long for your arrival. I knew you would not abandon me. Please, do not leave again. All right?" Caught in a battle between celestial duty and earthly desire, Haoze found himself swayed by Chang'e's unmatched beauty and her deep affection for him. Yet, he ultimately recognized his role as the sovereign of the celestial court and made a decisive resolution. A woman like Chang'e was not suited to be the Heavenly Empress. It was the West Queen Mother who truly embodied the qualities of a wise and supportive consort. Certainly, many men harbor infidelities, and the Jade Emperor is no exception. The ethereal and enchanting Chang'e, in his presence, behaves like a delicate bird, indeed making for an enticing candidate for a mistress. Yet, contemplating the shrewdness of the Queen Mother of the West, he momentarily quells such thoughts. Today should be a day of celebration. Yet the Queen Mother summons him to the Moon Palace, evidently intent on compelling him to make a definitive decision. As a newly appointed Emperor of Heaven, his position is not yet firmly established. He has already informed the Tao ancestor of his intention to wed the Queen Mother, and such vacillation could undoubtedly lead to endless troubles. Beauty begets power, and weighing the pros and cons, the Jade Emperor's heart hardened. He rebuffed the eager Chang'e, coldly stating, "Fair Chang'e, please maintain your dignity." Chang'e, her expression one of bewilderment, replied, "What is the matter? Have you not always enjoyed holding me?" The Emperor, feeling awkward, took a step back and disclosed the matter of the beast deceiving him by impersonating himself. With a semblance of resignation, he added, "This is not my desire. The Tao ancestor has commanded me to reign as the sovereign of heaven, and today I shall wed the Queen Mother as the Heavenly Empress. You shall reside in the Moon Palace, and I shall bestow upon you the title of Moon Fairy, while this jade rabbit shall remain to accompany you." Chang'e's complexion turned pale, her gaze fixed coldly upon the Emperor, completely disregarding the rabbit scurrying about in the jade grove. After a moment, she laboriously turned away, her steps faltering as she made her way towards the Moon Palace, resembling a mere shell of her former self. Observing her graceful yet sorrowful silhouette, the Jade Emperor felt an inexplicable pang of loss, wishing he had sought a male rabbit for the beast instead. The Jade Rabbit, sought by the Jade Emperor as a vessel for the beast, now bore the burden of the beast's dwindling memories, which would soon vanish entirely. Earlier, he had subtly infused a fragment of his spirit into the remnants of the beast's soul, and when he reached the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm, he could sever this amalgamation and manifest the beast's essence as an evil incarnation. As both the Emperor and the beast were birthed from the same stone, should the beast transform into the evil incarnation he conjured, it would reflect the bond they shared. Had the Jade Rabbit been male, he could have directly entrusted his malevolent thoughts to it, allowing the evil incarnation to resemble a transformation of the rabbit itself, thus granting him a legitimate claim to be with Chang'e. However, driven by his sinister intentions towards the beast, he deliberately chose a female rabbit to hasten the beast's memory dissolution, thus ensnaring himself in his own web. As the Jade Rabbit is female, if he were to harbor his malevolent thoughts within it, the balance of yin and yang would be disrupted. Consequently, he could only temporarily conceal a fragment of his spirit within the rabbit, affording him the chance to steal glances at the beloved he yearned for. In truth, the Jade Emperor's aspirations were overly ambitious. Though newly ascended to the throne, he brimmed with confidence, believing it inevitable that he would soon attain the status of a quasi-saint. Yet, with every gain comes a loss. Had he not ascended to the throne, he would have eventually had the opportunity to become a quasi-saint. However, his choice to govern heaven had severed his path to immortality. The rationale is simple. The new Jade Emperor wields control over the 3 realms, his authority surpassing that of the former Dijun and Taiyi, rendering him the legitimate sovereign of the 3 realms. To assume the role of Jade Emperor, one must possess profound blessings. Yet, he is merely a servant in the Zixiao Palace, lacking such deep-rooted fortunes. His ascension to the throne was tinged with opportunism. With insufficient blessings accompanying him to that position, he must continuously accumulate merit to repay his karmic debts, leaving little room for spiritual cultivation. This is the fundamental reason for the stagnation of the Jade Emperor's cultivation. The immediate cause lies in the fact that the sages do not wish for the Heavenly Emperor to become excessively powerful, subtly employing various means to ensure that the Jade Emperor lacks opportunities for advancement. The sages' actions are not without justification. Their disdain for the witch and demon clans stems from the latter's disrespect towards the sages, a boldness derived from their own formidable strength. Should the Jade Emperor wield greater power than the witch and demon clans? If he were to reach the pinnacle of quasi-saint status, would he not, similarly to the witch and demon clans, disregard the sages? With a heavy heart, the Jade Emperor departed from the Moon Palace, leaving behind the vast chamber now occupied solely by Chang'e, who lay weeping inconsolably at her vanity. In that moment, she shed her celestial composure, allowing herself to cry freely, her sorrow initially directed at Haoyan's callousness. Yet, the memories of her life with Hou Yi flooded her mind, overwhelming her with grief and guilt over his demise, leaving her momentarily in a daze. Why, lady, today I have hunted a jade-boned beast and carved a hairpin from its bone for you. Do try it on, why, lady. I have heard that the snow lotus atop Nanlu Mountain is truly beautiful, so I hurried there overnight to gather a few for you. Why, lady, please take your rest. Let me handle the task of dealing with the wild beasts, lest your hands become rough. Even a stalwart man possesses tenderness. Though he may lack eloquent words, the seemingly trivial gestures now appear immensely precious in retrospect. It is in the simplicity of life that truth resides. In this moment, Chang'e finally comprehended her true feelings. Her infatuation was not with Haoyan, but rather with the enchanting dream she had woven in her heart, of romantic escapades beneath the moonlight and blooming flowers. Yet a dream is merely that, an ethereal illusion filled with sweet nothings, ultimately no more than a flower in the mirror or the moon reflected in water. Chang'e came to a profound realization. If given the chance to choose anew, she would prefer to remain immortal, willing to lead a simple life alongside her husband for decades, even if it meant foregoing immortality. Alas, there exists no remedy for regret. What has transpired cannot be changed, and she could only weep bitter tears of remorse as she meticulously carved a tombstone from a segment of jade tree for her beloved Hou Yi. Upon completion of the tombstone, she dug a small grave and buried a piece of clothing worn by Hou Yi amidst the jade trees, creating a grave to honor him. Just before her ascension, while stitching garments for Hou Yi, she had inadvertently brought this piece of clothing to the Moon Palace. Now, she felt an immense relief for having done so. After erecting the tombstone, she knelt in long penance before it, resembling an exquisite ice sculpture. The jade rabbit hopped joyfully to the tombstone, where it beheld the inscription proclaiming in memory of my deceased husband Hou Yi, alongside the words guilty wife Chang'e. Observing the gravestone, the jade rabbit's eyes reflected a complex emotion, and after a moment, a wisp of spirit quietly departed from its body. The Jade Emperor, after all, is not a villain of great malice. Although he was not the one who abducted Chang'e, he had indeed plotted against the couple. Witnessing Chang'e's regretful demeanor stirred feelings of guilt within him, prompting him to reclaim the spirit he had left with the Jade Rabbit. Resolving to prevent any deity from disturbing Chang'e in the future. Writing about Chang'e's emotions is truly exhausting, yet this chapter must lay a foundation for future developments. Perhaps readers might guess which mythological world this hints at. Upon waking in the morning, I discovered that I had made it onto the list. I found myself on the new book ranking on the homepage, and to my delight, my work topped the click rankings in the fantasy genre. My gratitude towards my fellow readers flows like an unending river, prompting me to compose a chapter of thanks. However, before I could finish writing the chapter, I noticed that I had fallen off the new book list. It became apparent that the competition for the 10th to 15th positions was exceedingly close, with the possibility of being pushed down at any moment. Alas, regardless of my status on the new book list, I shall endeavor to add another chapter. It is time for me to strive harder. I also hope that my dear readers will click, recommend, and support me by adding to their collections. Once the new book list stabilizes, I plan to update thrice this week. Chapter 62. The New Rules of the Jade Plate, 3rd update. At Wanshou Mountain's Wuzhuang Temple, Jiang Haoze bid a heartfelt farewell to Jinyuan Daxian, resembling a figure ready to take the place of Hong Huang as a close ally of the immortal. Having successfully exchanged the not-so-great mountain from Yuanshi Tianzuan, it was now time for him to return to the Tai Su realm. As long as he could gather enough quotas by capturing the Qilin within the Jade Plate, he would be free to depart. The Qilin had long yearned to leave the sorrowful land of Hong Huang. Wishing to linger not a moment longer, it roared with excitement and anticipation. I long to go to the Tai Su realm. The radiance of the jade plate enveloped the Qilin, drawing it into the world of the jade plate, where treatment for its soul began. The Qilin had sustained injuries during the dragon and phoenix battle, and despite thousands of years of cultivation, it had yet to recover. However, under the embrace of the radiant light, its soul began to heal rapidly. Overcome with exhilaration, it trembled all over, its enormous head swaying as it envisioned the splendid life awaiting it in the Tai Su realm. Congratulations to the host for completing the third traversal. Due to the host's insatiable greed, the jade plate shall amend the rules of traversal. Firstly, the interval between traversals has been extended from 3 days to 3 months. Should the host fail to enter the mythical world within 3 months, the opportunity for traversal shall automatically expire. Moreover, future traversal tasks will limit only the maximum number of individuals to be rescued, without mandating a specific number to save, thus preventing the host from shamelessly delaying their return to the Tai Su realm. Jiang Haoze's good spirits about returning to the main realm evaporated instantly. How ruthless the jade plate was to extend the interval between traversals from 3 days to 90. There were many matters to attend to in the Tai Su realm. So fewer traversals could be accepted, yet it was the second rule that vexed him the most. Had the jade plate not instituted this rule, he would have possessed a loophole. Even if he caused great chaos in the Tai Su realm, he could remain in the mythical world without consequence. This time, he intentionally refrained from fulfilling the 12 quotas, prolonging his stay away from the Tai Su realm while seizing the opportunity to capture numerous clouds and forge connections with the beautiful San Shao. With the alteration of the jade plate's rules, such freedom was no longer his. Once the traversal node concluded, whether he desired it or not, he would be compelled to return to the Tai Su realm. In the face of oppression, one must resist. He lamented bitterly, rules are rigid laws set in stone. By what right do you arbitrarily modify them? The jade plate replied with a sense of triumph. As the host of the jade plate, you have yet to grasp the essence of evasion. To evade the heavenly Tao is to break free from the confines of the law. Hongjun possesses the majority of the jade plate, and that portion records the laws of the heavenly Tao, which apply to all beings of Hong Huang, and cannot be altered as for me. Being an entity that has evaded, I am a blank slate, unrecorded by any law. Whenever a host is present, I will generate a new set of rules tailored to them. Alterations require only. Suddenly, the jade disc fell silent, and Jiang Haoze seemed to grasp something. This lecherous spirit of the artifacts must have limitations on altering the rules. After pondering for a moment, a brilliant smile quickly spread across his face. Since the incomplete jade disc necessitates a host, it cannot act recklessly. If the spirit could amend the rules without restriction, would not the host be subjected to endless torment, thus reversing their roles? After coming to this realization, he chuckled and said, "So, you require my consent to alter the rules, correct? As long as I disapprove, you cannot make arbitrary modifications, am I right?" The jade disc responded with a series of hums. "Do not be too pleased with yourself. I can directly modify the fundamental rules. For instance, if you traverse 3 times, the interval will become 3 months, and after 9 times, it will extend to 3 years. However, I did not anticipate your shamelessness, deliberately failing to complete tasks while lingering in the mythical realm. Altering this particular clause is quite troublesome." Jiang Haoze burst into hearty laughter, realizing that this despicable spirit had held him tightly in its grasp. Now, he had finally found a leverage point. Since any changes to the second rule required his agreement, he was determined to exploit this flaw. He pretended to contemplate for a moment, feigning difficulty as he replied, "Given our relationship, I should acquiesce. However, this is clearly an unequal treaty that restricts my personal freedom. Enough with your hypocritical fade. It disgusts me. At worst, we can part ways." Enraged, the jade disc exploded, its voice reverberating in Jiang Haoze's ears. "Do not presume that you have me at your mercy. Even if you disagree, I can forcibly alter the rules. However, doing so would sever our bond and prevent me from finding a new host for eternity. Humph, I have grown accustomed to solitude. Waiting for eternity is of no consequence. Without me, I shall see how you manage. Yes, I shall do just that. Our relationship is fraught with discord. I resolutely demand a separation." At this moment, Jiang Haoze was taken aback. Initially, he had possessed nothing in the void realm. All he had acquired was due to the jade disc. Although the changes to the rules displeased him, they were not catastrophic. The absence of the jade disc would truly return him to a state of nothingness. He quickly resolved that even if the rules were altered, he could not allow the jade disc to sever their connection. Yet, knowing the jade disc's consistent lechery, he wondered if it might resort to threats to bend him to its will. Maintaining a facade of calm, he declared, "If we part ways, so be it worst. I will live a simple life as a mortal while you remain in the jade disk, reveling in your solitude and emptiness." The jade disk coolly retorted, "What I fear is not solitude, but the bickering." Jiang Haoze was taken aback. The jade disk often mimicked his speech, albeit with a tendency to misuse phrases. For instance, it understood that divorce meant separation, yet it lacked the understanding that it pertained specifically to couples. The jade disk appeared genuinely prepared to drag this out, and such a protraction would undoubtedly be to Jiang Haoze's detriment. The jade disk had existed for countless eons and could afford to wait, but he could not die in a moment of resignation. He was compelled to once again yield to the formidable influence of the jade disk, weakly remarking, "You altered the rules, and I have suffered the consequences. Surely you must provide me with some form of compensation. Otherwise, what kind of negotiation is this?" The jade disk, resembling a mischievous little demon, let out a peculiar chuckle before declaring with an air of righteousness, "Of course, even for a mere dog, one must toss a bone to encourage it to bite. Wouldn't you agree? When you return to the void realm, prepare to transform into a dragon. As long as you obediently consent to amend the second rule, I shall reveal to you a significant secret regarding dragon transformation." The comparison made by the jade disk ignited a fire of indignation within Jiang Haoze, yet he dared not express his grievances any further. With a mournful expression, he replied, "I have obtained the azure dragon pearl. Consuming it will enable me to transform into a dragon. What mystery could there possibly be?" The jade disk scoffed, "I have always conducted my business with the utmost integrity. Do you perhaps doubt my credibility? Not at all. How could I ever question your esteemed self? I consent to your alteration of the second rule." Jiang Haoze lamented, his dignity shattered. Although the jade disk had the ability to infuriate him to no end, it generally upheld its promises. Indeed, upon his agreement, the jade disk elegantly continued, "Typically, the demon race has only one opportunity to take on a human form. However, demons that transform into dragons can undergo a second metamorphosis during their dragon transformation, which means there is a significant difference between transforming into a dragon in the void realm and the mythical world. While deities may change their appearances at will, each possesses an inherent form that remains constant. Should any illusions be pierced, their true nature will be laid bare before others. Deities recognize demons by their true forms rather than their physical bodies. As demon bodies can change rapidly, who could discern a python that has grown from 10 meters to 100? The visage of a demon upon its first transformation into human form is recognized by the heavenly Tao as its true nature, remaining immutable even post-surgery. If a change in lineage occurs, such as a serpent transforming into a dragon or a bird into a phoenix, a second opportunity for transformation arises, as the heavenly Tao generates a new true form during the alteration of bloodlines. When Jiang Haoze returns to the void realm and consumes the dragon pearl, the azure flood dragon will become a thing of the past, and both his true form and physical body will undergo transformation. He had mentally prepared for this, yet upon hearing the jade disk mention the differences in dragon transformation across two worlds, his curiosity got the better of him, prompting him to inquire, "What distinctions are there?" Chapter 63. The 73rd transformation. Suddenly, Jiang Haoze perceived that exchanging a bug with the jade disk was a most advantageous arrangement for a simple reason. The jade disk had granted him an additional transformation, bestowing upon him the 73rd change. Regardless of which world he consumed the dragon pearl in, his physical body would become that of a dragon, yet his human form would differ. Due to his foundation in the primary plane, should he transform into a dragon there, the heavenly Tao of the primary plane would lock in his true form, and even if he were to traverse to the mythical world, that visage would remain unchanged. Conversely, if he were to transform in the primordial era, the heavenly Tao there would recognize a new true form, but upon returning to the primary plane, the heavenly Tao would not acknowledge it, and his true form would revert to that of his first transformation. Similarly, if he were to attain sainthood in the primordial era, the heavenly Tao of that realm would acknowledge him as the supreme saint. Yet upon arriving in the void realm, he would not retain that status. Achieving sainthood necessitates the integration of the laws of heaven and earth, merging the laws of the primordial era with those of the primordial world, which has no bearing on the void realm. Conversely, if he were to attain sainthood in the void realm, he would be recognized as a saint who had traversed to the primordial era through the jade disk, retaining mastery over the laws of the void realm even upon arriving in the primordial world. The distinction between the main plane and the mythological realm lies precisely here. According to the jade disk, only two matters, becoming a saint and transformation, will be affected. As he contemplates his choice regarding his impending transformation into a dragon, he finds himself hesitating. While his true form has altered in the primordial chaos, his return to the Void Realm remains unchanged. Conversely, his dragon form in the Void Realm has fundamentally transformed. Should he venture to the Long Palace of the Pantua River to inform his adoptive father that he is Jiang Haoze, his father would be incredulous. Ever the lecherous jade disc, after much internal conflict, he resolves to undergo transformation in the primordial chaos. When the primordial chaos presents him with a new visage while the Void Realm retains its old countenance, the jade disc reveals a third option. This third option entails transforming into a dragon within the realm of the jade disc, where he escapes the constraints of the heavenly Tao. This transformation will not be subject to the restrictions of the heavenly Tao, allowing him to preserve both his initial form from the first transformation and the new appearance from the second. In simpler terms, by transforming into a dragon within the jade disc, he will possess two distinct forms and the ability to switch freely between them. This grants him the power of 73 transformations. Though it appears to be merely one additional transformation, its value is no less significant than that of the 72 transformations. The 72 transformations are but an illusion, easily discernible by celestial beings with powers surpassing his own, while the two distinct forms remain undetectable even to saints. The jade disc has uniquely carved out a space for him, and he transforms into his true form. The azure dragon, swallowing the dragon pearl in one gulp, in an instant. His consciousness detaches from his physical body and enters another world, surrounded by a shrouded gray mist. A towering demonic deity bellows in rage, wielding a massive axe that cleaves through the void, splitting the monotonous gray. The pure ascends to the heavens, while the impure sinks to the earth. As Pango falls, the heavenly Tao is established. Countless demonic beings surge forth from the chaos, brandishing their claws and fangs as they invade this new world. A cacophony of malevolence filling the air. A colossal 9-clawed divine dragon descends from the heavens, alternately breathing fire and spraying water. Its exhalation transforming into a tempest, its tail summoning thunder. The endless demonic horde parts like waves before it. Those who dare approach the divine dragon face certain death or grave injury, none bold enough to confront its might. The divine dragon emits a piercing roar, casting a disdainful glance over the demonic multitude before diving into the four seas, disappearing amidst the waves. Jiang Haoze gazes in rapt fascination, yet before he can fully comprehend the spectacle before him, the scene shifts dramatically. He finds himself surrounded by countless dragons, red, yellow, blue, and black, 5-clawed and 4-clawed. Hundreds upon thousands of dragons soar skyward, led by the 9-clawed divine dragon, charging toward the sovereign phoenix of the skies. A blue dragon suddenly casts a glance in his direction, and his consciousness enters the body of the blue dragon, joining it in battle against the Phoenix clan. As he fights alongside the blue dragon, the jade disc space undergoes a cataclysmic transformation. Its scales become dense and as resilient as steel, 5 claws sprouting from its abdomen, spiraled horns emerging atop its head, and dragon whiskers manifesting beneath its jaw. The dragon pearl continually fortifies his body, and when his consciousness returns to his physical form, the transformation catalyzed by the dragon pearl is complete. He has transitioned from azure eel to azure dragon, ready to embark on his second transformation. Without a hint of hesitation, he chooses to adopt the appearance he bore on Earth. As he opens his eyes, he feels a surge of magical energy coursing through him. His consciousness heightened to more than double its previous strength. The dragon pearl has significantly augmented the strength of his physical form, leading to a corresponding elevation in his cultivation. Prior to his transformation into a dragon, he was merely at the initial stage of a celestial immortal. Now, he has reached the pinnacle of that stage, poised to break through his bottleneck and advance further. He still possesses 12 drops of ancestral witch blood. Yet only the blood of Gong can currently be merged. With a singular focus on cultivating his physical form to achieve enlightenment, this drop of essence is more than sufficient to serve as the catalyst for his ascension. He was not entirely satisfied with his transformation into the azure dragon, for during the convergence with the dragon pearl, he had glimpsed the ancestral dragon, a being evidently far more formidable than the azure dragon. The dragon pearl contained only a fragment of the ancestral dragon's legacy as perceived by the azure dragon, with the remaining heritage remaining elusive. Similarly, Jiang Haoze, having consumed the dragon pearl, found his consciousness in the virtual realm attached to the azure dragon, acquiring merely the azure dragon's inheritance, while the ancient azure dragon had only inherited a portion of the ancestral dragon's capabilities. The ancestral dragon could wield multiple elemental forces, water, fire, wind, and lightning, simultaneously, whereas most other dragon clans could only command a single element, akin to how the 12 ancestor witches inherited only one ability from Pangu. How splendid it would be to obtain the complete legacy of the ancestral dragon, greed, like a serpent devouring an elephant. Gnawed at Jiang Haoze's thoughts. Having acquired only the Azure Dragon's legacy, he could not help but grumble. The ordinary dragon clans were limited to 5 claws at most, while the ancestral dragon possessed the supreme 9 claws, capable of manipulating multiple elemental forces. Should he secure the ancestral dragon's inheritance, he might even be able to assimilate the bloodlines of the other elemental ancestor witches ahead of time, thus hastening his transformation into the Pangu golden body. The path to corporeal enlightenment is as arduous as ascending to the heavens. Only by achieving the Pangu golden body could he seize the opportunity. Otherwise, his progress in the 8-9 profound arts would stagnate at the 5th transformation, much like Yang Jian and Sun Wukong. Having ingested the Azure Dragon's Dragon Pearl, he had obtained the Azure Dragon's legacy, but would consuming the Ancestral Dragon's Dragon Pearl transform him into the very embodiment of the Ancestral Dragon? As Jiang Haoze's heart raced with fervor, contemplating where to seek the Ancestral Dragon's Dragon Pearl, "You die," interjected bluntly, "stop daydreaming. Even if you were to acquire the Ancestral Dragon's Dragon Pearl, attempting to refine it now would be tantamount to courting death." Jiang Haoze, perplexed, replied, "But I am a dragon now. Why can I not consume the Ancestral Dragon's Dragon Pearl?" "You die," scoffed. "You may consume the Ancestral Dragon's Dragon Pearl without issue, but you cannot refine it. It is akin to merging with the bloodlines of the ancestor witches. The Ancestral Dragon's Dragon Pearl encompasses 9 elemental energies, whereas you currently possess only the water attribute. Refining the Ancestral Dragon's Dragon Pearl is even more challenging than assimilating the blood of the ancestor witches." Understanding dawned upon him, and his interest waned. Even if he were to acquire the Ancestral Dragon's Dragon Pearl, it would likely require the fusion of 7 or 8 drops of ancestor witch blood to refine it, rendering it merely an embellishment. Yet, the Ancestral Dragon's Dragon Pearl was not without merit. Its legacy contained numerous arcane techniques that, if mastered, could significantly enhance his combat prowess. Next, he contemplated refining the blood of Gonggong. Although Gonggong's blood shared the same attribute as his own, the absence of a protective spirit could easily lead him to the brink of madness. For the sake of precaution, he felt it prudent to allow Hutu to reconstitute her corporeal form before proceeding. Even if Hutu emerged with diminished strength, her understanding of the ancestor witch blood should facilitate a smooth fusion. Chapter 64. The pitiful Qilin Jiang Haoze returned to the Taishu realm, standing atop the highest point of Gold and Silver Island, surveying his celestial abode with a swell of pride. Gold and Silver Island had undergone a remarkable transformation, teeming with exotic spiritual creatures and extraordinary flora. The cliffs were adorned with peculiar rocks. The peaks rose sharply, and lush forests of bamboo flourished in verdant splendor. Within the grove resided longevity deer and celestial foxes, while ethereal birds soared through the sky. Atop 100-jong peak lay a slumbering Qilin, and beneath the depths of a 1,000-foot ocean lurked a malevolent serpent. The peach tree had begun to bear fruit, and the fusong tree was graced by the presence of golden crows. The island's spiritual energy was thick as water, cascading down the cliffs in a melodious stream that pooled into a cold pond at the base. A veil of mist enveloped the cold pond, a vapor born of spiritual energy. Inhaling it brought clarity to the mind and revitalized the spirit, causing every pore in his body to relax. Soaring above the frigid waters, the majestic Qilin, wagging its tail and shaking its head beside Jiang Haoze, sent shivers down his spine. He thought to himself, "What on earth is this creature? A dog or a Qilin? It possesses an imposing demeanor yet behaves like a mere dog." This was not entirely the Qilin's fault. After being thoroughly chastised during its time in the Jade Disk, it had no choice but to adopt a more docile demeanor. Once its spirit was restored by the Jade Disk, the Qilin became rather vain, convinced that by absorbing spiritual energy to regain its status as a Taiyi Golden Immortal, it would surely soar to great heights. In its exuberance, it bellowed, "Ha ha, little Qingjiao, thank you for taking me to the Void Realm. I shall surely take care of you." What a fool! Observing its foolish antics made Jiang Haoze wish to roast it over a fire. Yes, roast it. He had never cooked a Qilin before. Third brother, do not act recklessly. This Qilin is indeed a fine mount. If you were to slay the master's steed, he would surely be displeased. The Qilin, upon noticing the presence of 11 companions nearby, was incensed by the chatter of a few young children. It thought, "I am a divine beast. How dare they call me a fool?" More infuriating was the fact that they referred to it as a mere mount. Having left the sorrowful lands of the primordial era to escape the fate of being a mount of the Qilin clan, it could never again be anyone's steed. With a fierce demeanor, the Qilin approached the group of youngsters, growling, "Little brats, I am one of the 4 great divine beasts, a Qilin. Speak another word, and I shall swallow you whole as a snack. Pa, pa, pa. The prince of the demon race displayed a look of utter disgust, openly expressing his disdain for the Kirin. The eldest prince scoffed. This Kirin is truly foolish, far inferior to my father's steed. By Zits, no wonder my uncle never took a liking to it. Indeed, however, our master's strength pales in comparison to our uncle's, so this Kirin will have to suffice. Shall we teach it a lesson? As long as we do not burn it to death, our master should not hold it against us, right? The Kirin felt increasingly insulted. That little brat had mentioned that his father's steed was Bai, which meant that the rider of Bai was none other than Emperor Jun. It looked up in horror, just in time to see 9 golden crows materialize in the sky, leaving it utterly stunned. It quickly smiled ingratiatingly, saying, Kirin pays respects to the 9 princes. I too am of the demon lineage. I implore you to show mercy. Although the Kirin's spirit had been restored before it could absorb spiritual energy, it was still merely a Taiyi loose immortal, its cultivation level comparable to that of the little golden crows. Even if it regained its status as a Taiyi Golden Immortal, it would not dare to provoke the 9 golden crows. The infamous flames of the sun had gained a notorious reputation. Once, a great witch named Kwafu, possessing the strength of a Great Luo Golden Immortal, was roasted alive while chasing 10 golden crows. What could a Taiyi Golden Immortal do against them? Very well. In consideration of your status as the master's mount, I shall spare you this time. Now, be gone. The Kirin's pride was deeply wounded. The mercy it received was not due to its identity as a divine beast, but rather because it was merely a mount. Recognizing the wisdom of humility, for the sake of the Kirin clan's legacy, it chose to endure the humiliation once more, swiftly departing from the presence of the 9 golden crows and retreating to a distant corner. The jade disk space was merely 100 meters square. Jiang Haoze had reserved a considerable portion for storing clouds, and he himself had allocated a part for cultivation, leaving only a limited area for the 12 transgressors. 9 golden crows occupied one side, and the Qilin, wary of provoking them, retreated to the opposite side, where only a formless remnant soul lingered, its features obscured. Get lost. Hearing this phrase once again ignited the Qilin's fury. It thought to itself, those 9 little brats are the golden crow princes. I can tolerate them, but who does this woman think she is? How dare she act so arrogantly towards a divine beast? No wonder her physical form was destroyed, leaving only a wisp of a soul, still oblivious to the consequences. Even if killed 1,000 times, she deserves it. Ignoring the warning from the soul, the Qilin raised its head and strode towards the corner where the remnant soul resided, contemplating whether to send it packing instead. Unbeknownst to it, the 9 golden crows were exchanging glances behind its back. The princes were acutely aware of the remnant soul's power, having previously clashed with it, and they had been the unfortunate ones in that encounter. In the hierarchy of predator and prey, the Qilin found itself bullied by the golden crows and felt compelled to reclaim its dignity from the remnant soul. Approaching the soul's position, it bellowed with authority, "The one who should leave is you." With 3 resounding cracks, the Qilin was struck and sent tumbling back to the corner occupied by the golden crows. It stared in disbelief, its eyes wide open. The little golden crows, lacking discernment, did not recognize the identity of the remnant soul even when struck by a whip. However, the Qilin recognized the weapon in the soul's grasp as the twin serpents of Hutu. Its worldview shattered. While it was one thing to encounter the 9 golden crows that had been shot down by Hou-yi, it was entirely another to discover that the goddess of the 6 realms, Hutu, had also manifested a soul and become a companion in this journey. Its previous arrogance evaporated entirely. Once feeling inferior even among the 4 great divine beasts, now, in this confined space alongside the progenitor golden crows, it found no courage to remain proud. Surrendering completely was not an option either, for the space was so limited. Where could it go, given that neither side welcomed it? After a moment of deliberation, the Qilin decided to lean towards the side of the golden crows. After all, they were all creatures of the same lineage, and the little brats were easily placated. A few kind words should suffice to prevent being driven away again. It wagged its head and tail, saying, "Esteemed princes, allow me to stay here. I am wholeheartedly devoted to our demon clan. When Emperors Dijuan and Taiyi fell, I mourn for them deeply. You dare to claim my father and uncle have fallen? You speak utter nonsense, bold Qilin. How dare you curse my father and uncle? I shall roast you alive." Poor Qilin had once again erred, as the 9 golden crow princes were unaware of the demise of Dijuan and Taiyi. Jiang Haoze and the Fusang tree had yet to disclose the truth to them. The 9 rays of sunfire rained down upon the Qilin. Despite its tough hide, it was still scorched by the searing flames, howling in pain. Had the 9 little golden crows not shown mercy, it would have surely turned to ash. When Jiang Haoze released the qilin from the jade disk space, it was left with but a breath of life. Having wasted a considerable amount of spiritual fruit to restore its vitality, the qilin successfully advanced to the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm, now the highest in cultivation on Golden Silver Island, yet it remained the most low-key among them. During its period of injury, it contemplated deeply. The seemingly unremarkable individual who brought it here must possess extraordinary abilities, as they were capable of summoning both the Earth Mother and the Golden Crow. For the sake of the Qilin clan's legacy, it would be wise to patiently serve as a steed and await a fortuitous opportunity. Its master informed it that there are many Qilins in the Void Realm, and that in the future, Silver and Gold Island would host even more. To avoid confusion, a name must be bestowed upon it. The master, well-versed in culture, praised its innate auspiciousness and its ability to enhance one's fortune, thus granting it the celebratory name Huang. The master also promised to seek out several female Qilins for the continuation of its lineage. Chapter 65. The Power of Silver and Gold Island, third update. A 100-meter-long azure dragon manifested within the spiritual mist, greedily devouring it like a great whale consuming water, clearing the mist above the cold pond. The spiritual mist is the purest form of spiritual energy, yet its overall quantity is woefully inadequate, constrained by the ley lines of the Silver and Gold Island's celestial realm. Even for him, at the pinnacle of the celestial immortal stage, absorbing it proves to be a challenge. Huang, let us depart. Jiang Haoze, regaining his human form, mounted the qilin and shook his head in dissatisfaction. It was imperative to prioritize the transformation of the Silver and Gold Island's celestial realm. He was determined to establish Silver and Gold Island as his stronghold. Yet it remained merely a yellow-rank celestial realm. Regardless of how much high-quality spiritual energy the innate spiritual roots gathered, the total amount remained insufficient. When the qilin advanced from Taiyi Luo Immortal to Taiyi Golden Immortal, nearly all the spiritual energy of Silver and Gold Island was consumed, and it took 3 days for the energy to begin to gather anew. The transition from Taiyi Luo Immortal to Golden Immortal necessitated an immense amount of spiritual energy. With both the Earth Mother and Hong Huang as quasi-saints, in addition to the 9 young golden crows residing upon the Fusang tree and Jiang Haoze himself, the spiritual energy of Silver and Gold Island struggled to support daily cultivation. Thanks to the presence of 3 types of innate spiritual roots, the recovery speed of the spiritual energy on Silver and Gold Island was already remarkably swift, and its quality had reached the pinnacle of a yellow-rank celestial realm. However, any further enhancement could only be achieved by changing the ley lines. The Buzhou Mountain, obtained from Yuanshi Tianzun, currently resided within the cauldron of creation. Simply extracting it would resolve the issue of ley lines. Alas, it was not that simple. A common man may bear no blame, but possessing a treasure can bring trouble. How to protect Buzhou Mountain required careful consideration. Undoubtedly, Buzhou Mountain, from the vast wilderness, was a heavenly rank celestial realm, and the portion he brought was only half, likely of either low heavenly rank or high earth rank. The pure heaven celestial court was merely a high-quality Xin rank celestial realm, thus whether the remaining half of Buzhou Mountain was heavenly or earth rank, it was enough to entice any deity. After traversing to the void realm, Jiang Haoze was acutely aware that he was merely a transient presence in the world of mythology, with his foundation firmly rooted in the main plane. Where he spent little time, he maintained clarity of mind, recognizing that the mythological world, due to its profits and familiarity with the natures of mythological figures, allowed him to avert many risks in advance. However, his understanding of the void realm was limited, and without any allies, a moment's carelessness could lead to irreparable ruin. Lacking sufficient strength, he had no choice but to remain dormant. Jiang Haoze recalled a tale from the records of the Grand Historian, where Chunyu Kuan questioned King Wei of Qi. In the highlands of Qi, there is a great bird that has neither sung nor flown for 3 years. Why is that? King Wei replied. For 3 years it does not fly, but when it does, it soars to the heavens. For 3 years it does not sing, but when it does, it astonishes the world. This idiom, to astonish the world with a single utterance, perfectly encapsulated his situation in the void realm. Either to remain silent and still, or to make a resounding impact and silence, one cultivates a paradise amidst the remote and boundless seas, concealing one's circumstances from all. To prevent the island's spiritual roots from falling under the covetous gaze of others, this is what is known as remaining silent and unobtrusive. Altering one's celestial veins would inevitably attract attention. Thus one might as well adopt a more ostentatious approach, wielding absolute strength to deter any ambitions. This is the pursuit of making a remarkable impact. The most powerful entity in the realm of tranquility is none other than the sovereign of the heavenly court, the eternal Green King, a being of pinnacle Daluo Jingxian strength, and his four great kings of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, all equally formidable Daluo Jingxians. Jiang Haoze, in the primordial wilderness, mastered the art of arranging the great constellation formation and has begun training the monkeys of Golden Silver Island in its rudimentary version, which, while insufficient against saints, poses no challenge to the Daluo Jingxian level. In the realm of the void, apart from saints and supreme deities, other immortals dwell within smaller worlds. As the ruler of a realm, the eternal Green King undoubtedly possesses intricate connections. Should he covet the earthly grade immortal realm and mobilize forces, even if the great constellation formation manages to thwart the heavenly soldiers, who can guarantee that his backing will remain passive? If enmities escalate to the point of no return, the formation may not prove infallible. Thus, crafting a striking impression requires astute planning. It is essential to instill enough trepidation in those who covet the immortal realm while avoiding the establishment of irreconcilable enmities. In truth, achieving this is not overly difficult. Should Golden Silver Island have a quasi-saint, proclaiming the relocation of the immortal realm to the boundless seas for cultivation would resolve the issue. The realm of the void encompasses thousands of smaller worlds, and the number of quasi-saints far exceeds that of the primordial wilderness. Most serve as offerings or engage in secluded cultivation within the heavenly court. It is entirely plausible for a quasi-saint to possess a site of earthly-grade celestial veins. Should a quasi-saint emerge in the boundless seas for cultivation, the heavenly court would likely extend goodwill, gradually nurturing this individual into a revered offering. Hu Tu once wielded power equivalent to the pinnacle of quasi-saints, and when Hong Huang fell, he too was a pinnacle Daluo Jingxian. Both, upon restoration, would undoubtedly be genuine quasi-saints. Hu Tu now exists only as a primordial spirit. Her merit from transforming the 6 paths of reincarnation could have led her to sainthood, yet lacking a physical form has hindered this realization, leaving her newly born primordial spirit at the peak of quasi-saint status. Unfortunately, a mere spirit is insufficient to instill true fear. As for Hong Huang, during his traversal of the primordial wilderness, his close companion Zenyuanzai daily shared his heart with him, aiding in the recovery of his spiritual awareness, yet he remains far from achieving full manifestation. Relying on him as a support is even less realistic. Jiang Haoze meticulously assessed the strength of Golden Silver Island. Apart from the great constellation formation, the island's defenses could also rely on the Fusa tree as a fixed artillery platform. The primordial spirit and essence of the Fusa tree are exceedingly potent, yet upon arriving in the realm of the void, it too cannot achieve manifestation. Its soul must not stray too far from its essence, rendering it a mere defensive force. The heavenly path decrees that there ought to be 10 Fusa trees. However, due to Emperor Jun's avarice, they lost their chance for propagation. Yet, much like the peaches of immortality destined to be 9,000 in number upon reaching the realm of the void, the Fusa tree, once planted on Golden Silver Island, unexpectedly bore 9 fruits. To hasten the ripening of these 9 fruits, the Fusa tree expended its magical energy to catalyze them, resulting in a decline in its strength. In the primordial lands, its sole power rivaled that of a saint. Yet for the sake of saving Emperor Jun and Taiyi, it faced heavenly retribution, diminishing to the level of a Daluo Jingxian. To some extent, the heavenly path can be deemed fair. Upon arriving in the realm of the void, it has produced descendants, yet its soul can no longer be restored. The 9 three-legged golden crows should not be underestimated. Armed with the genuine fire of the sun, they are capable of vanquishing Kwafu, and their combat prowess is not inferior to that of the Great Luo Golden Immortals. Upon hearing the Qilin announce the fall of Emperor Jun and Taiyi, they nearly descended into frenzy. Jiang Haoze had no choice but to summon the now transformed spirit of Emperor Jun and Taiyi, which compelled them to settle obediently upon the Fusang tree. The Fusang tree gathers the purest essence of fire, and as the 9 golden crows build their nests upon its boughs, their cultivation ascends rapidly. With a change in celestial veins, the quality of spiritual energy on Golden Silver Island will further enhance, allowing them to progress to the Taiyi Golden Immortal stage within mere decades. At that point, the might of the genuine sunfire will be even more formidable, instilling trepidation even in quasi-saints. The top-tier combat strength of Golden Silver Island is by no means lacking. In fact, it rivals the power displayed by the heavenly court. However, Jiang Haoze, mindful of the unknown depths of the heavenly court, would not rashly provoke them. Currently, he harbors no ambitions of kingship. Even if he one day aspires to rule a realm, he would first ascertain the true strength of his opponents before taking action. Since there are no quasi-saints, why not create one himself? A counterfeit quasi-saint would go unnoticed by others. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Jiang Haoze reached a resolution. Chapter 66. Crafting the roller coaster, whether in the Tai Su realm or the primordial earth. Quasi-saints stand above myriad immortals and beneath the saints. It is no simple task to create one, even with the golden finger of the creation jade plate. Jiang Haoze cannot conjure a quasi-saint from thin air. What he envisions as the crafting of a quasi-saint is, in truth, a means to make other deities believe that Golden Silver Island possesses one. According to his scheme, the quasi-saint would serve merely as a strategic deterrent, requiring no active engagement in combat, rendering the distinction between true and false irrelevant. He would venture forth as a disciple of the quasi-saint, promoting the notion that his master intends to relocate the celestial realm to the endless sea, thereby laying the groundwork for the emergence of Mount Buzhou. Should anyone seek to test the veracity of his claims, it would pose no concern. The release of a peak quasi-saint's divine awareness by Hutu would surely intimidate. If anyone remains unconvinced and attempts to infiltrate Golden Silver Island, the Zhoutian Star Dough Formation will ensure their retreat. Generally, celestial realms above the earth level are controlled by quasi-saints or saints, and these factors alone would suffice to convince others of the existence of a quasi-saint on Golden Silver Island. He must project himself as a disciple of the quasi-saint while avoiding any overt displays of intent, lest he appear ostentatious. Jiang Haoze entered the storage space of the jade plate, where the spoils of his travels through the mythological realms were largely contained. Among them were the innate treasure, the chaos bell, over 8,000 clouds of various hues, 300,000 spiritual fruits of all kinds, more than 5,000 pounds of Shoshan copper, and over 100,000 pounds of other ores. While the chaos bell is temporarily relegated to the status of an antique, with such an abundance of clouds and spiritual fruits, he could be considered a minor affluent figure within the pure land of celestial beings. Since he aims to convince others of the existence of a quasi-saint on Golden Silver Island, he might as well seize this opportunity for a grand procurement, first establishing the perception of Golden Silver Island as a domain of immense wealth capable of producing quasi-saint level magnates. The realms of the Tai Su world are interconnected by the boundary seas, within which exist solar gales and thunderstorms. Even quasi-saints cannot sustain themselves for long within. Immortals traverse the boundary seas much like mortals swim in oceans. No matter how skilled a swimmer, the challenges remain. Mortals have invented ocean vessels to conquer the seas through the use of tools, and similarly, immortals employ roller coasters to navigate the boundary seas. As Jiang Haoze, a denizen of Earth, harbors aspirations of owning both a car and a house, it won't be long before he resides in a luxurious mansion atop Mount Buzhou. However, he has yet to join the ranks of car owners. The roller coaster, capable of withstanding fierce winds and thunderstorms, swiftly traverses the realms to reach another world. Yet its exorbitant cost renders it unaffordable for the average celestial being. The primary materials for constructing such a roller coaster are ores and clouds. Only by refining precious ores can one fashion a vehicle resilient enough to endure the tempests of the realm. Even a roller coaster designed for a solitary traveler across the realm demands over 10,000 pounds of ore, along with the incorporation of rare minerals for the refining process. Naturally, the vehicle requires kinetic energy to soar. The methods employed in the mortal realm are futile in the realm of seas, as it is only through the amalgamation of clouds and the vehicle that the magical flying machine is realized. The clouds not only support the vehicle's motion but also mitigate the majority of thunderstorms and fierce winds. The greater the quantity and quality of clouds utilized during the refining of the vehicle, the higher its grade, leading to significant enhancements in speed and defense. In Jiang Haoze's previous life, the advent of automobiles precipitated a skyrocketing demand for oil. Similarly, the need for roller coasters to traverse the vast seas of the Taishu realm has surged, consequently inflating the price of clouds. Clouds manifest only under fortuitous circumstances, predominantly appearing at the horizons of various worlds. As the value of clouds escalates, many minor worlds have witnessed the emergence of cloud gatherers who reside at the celestial edges. In the primordial world, celestial beings require but a single cloud, resulting in an oversupply of clouds, with the horizon brimming with no fewer than 1,000,000 clouds, a number that continues to grow gradually. Had Jiang Haoze encountered the three heavens during his traversal of the primordial realm, he would have gathered more clouds to bring back, amassing wealth through their sale. This time, he collected over 8,000 clouds of exceptional quality. Crafting a standard roller coaster requires merely around 100 clouds. Thus his bounty of high-quality clouds is sufficient to create a luxurious, limited-edition flying machine. Previously hesitant to flaunt his wealth or engage in cloud crafting, he has now resolved to boldly assume the role of a prospective saint's disciple, providing the perfect opportunity to seek assistance from Jinjiu at the northern celestial gate market. He approached Hutu, who was preparing a resurrection ritual, requesting her assistance in safeguarding the celestial island of gold and silver. Before summoning the Qilin into the creation jade plate and activating the celestial jade token to manifest near the Pontua River, as his feet touched the ground, the jade token shimmered, revealing the ethereal visage of Jiang Haoze, who had business to discuss. The celestial jade token allows for the binding of spiritual consciousness. Aside from his own, only 2 slots remain for binding. Once bound, communication can occur within a 1,000-mile radius, a feature that pales in comparison to the most primitive of mobile devices. Jiang Haoze's jade token retains his own consciousness and that of Jiang Haoze, who possesses only communication privileges and lacks access to the celestial realm. Upon establishing contact, Jiang Haoze seemed to exhale in relief, stating, "At last, I have reached you. In just 1 month, our ancestor celebrates his 3,000th birthday, and every member of the Qingjiao clan is required to attend. I fear you might forget this matter. I have meticulously prepared your birthday gift. You must remember to be present, lest the other clan members speak ill of you." In Jiang Haoze's memory, the former inhabitant had never met this esteemed ancestor, only knowing him to be the most powerful member of the Qingjiao clan, possessing the cultivation of a Taiyi Golden Immortal, with strength comparable to the elder dragons of the 7 seas. It is precisely due to the presence of this venerable ancestor that even the dragon clan of the 7 seas must accord some respect to the Qingjiao clan, while other aquatic races would dare not provoke them lightly. This esteemed ancestor is approaching a grand 3,000-year birthday celebration, and aside from the Qingjiao clan, other aquatic races will undoubtedly come to pay their respects, with the dragon clan of the 7 seas also sending representatives to attend. This presents a splendid opportunity. Should one present an appropriately grand birthday gift at the ancestor's banquet, it would seamlessly lead to the introduction of the esteemed master, thereby also granting honor to my humble father. Jiang Haoze reassured Jiang Haoze, saying, "There is no need for father to worry about the birthday gift. I shall return and report to my master, who will surely prepare everything meticulously for me." Jiang Haoze furrowed his brow and replied, "Do not trouble your master with every little matter. Having a master who cares for you is indeed a blessing, but do remember not to become overly complacent." Jiang Haoze promptly acknowledged, "I understand, father. If there is nothing else, I shall now sever my spiritual connection, as my master has commanded me to procure some items from the North Heavenly Gate Immortal Market. Then hasten to the North Heavenly Gate, and do not delay your master's errands," Jiang Haoze concluded before disconnecting his spiritual awareness. The crimson clouds were too ostentatious, so Jiang Haoze took another, more discreet cloud of good quality to reach the North Heavenly Gate. As he descended, he entered the Immortal Market and fortuitously encountered the long-absent Fengqi, the Immortal official. He hurried a few steps forward and greeted, "Brother Fengqi, it has been quite some time." Fengqi laughed heartily, exclaiming, "As immortals, our lifespans are prolonged. It has only been a little over a month since we last met. How can you say it has been so long, my brother? You have arrived at an opportune moment. Thanks to your previous assistance, I have acquired quite a number of materials, and Jinjiu has crafted a weapon for me that is set to be unveiled today." Jiang Haoze immediately fell silent. Having traversed the primordial chaos and accomplished various feats, he felt it had indeed been a long time since he last saw Jinjiu. Yet a year in the primordial realm equates to merely a day in the Taishu realm. So in truth, only a little over a month had passed. Upon hearing Fengqi mention seeking Jinjiu, he responded with a smile, "How fortuitous. I am under my master's orders to find someone to craft a roller coaster. I was just about to seek Brother Jinjiu's assistance." Chapter 67. Disciple of the Sub-Saint Fengqi was momentarily taken aback. A roller coaster typically requires a Taiyi Golden Immortal to manage. Yet this younger brother of his seems to possess considerable fortune in having such a formidable master. He was prudent in his actions, recognizing that everyone has their own secrets, so he refrained from probing further, instead holding Jiang Haoze in even higher regard. The magical artifact crafted by Jinjiu for Fengqi was named the Ghostly Bone Fan, its surface shrouded in a faint, dark aura. When waved, it exuded a chilling ghostly essence, transporting the user into a realm reminiscent of the underworld. The primary material used in refining this fan was nether gold, which serves as the optimal medium for channeling ghostly energy. Jinjiu's skill in crafting artifacts is commendable, having maximized the potential of the nether gold to create this inferior post-heaven spiritual treasure. Fengqi held a deep affection for the Ghostly Bone Fan, as a ghostly immortal in his 3rd stage. Even after advancing to a heavenly immortal, he continued to cultivate ghostly energy, making this fan particularly suitable for him. He and Jinjiu shared a close friendship, which allowed for a more casual exchange. This time, he made a rare effort to express his gratitude to Jinjiu. Jinjiu waved his hand dismissively, "I merely lent a bit of strength. The credit belongs to Brother Jiang, primarily due to his fine materials." Jiang Haoze shook his head and remarked, materials are ultimately mere inanimate objects. In my hands, they are utterly useless. Only in the hands of Brother Jinjiu can they be transformed from decay into the miraculous. Jinjiu, who was deeply engrossed in the art of crafting, received high praise from Jiang Haoze for his exceptional skills, to which Jiang added, last time, I mentioned that I would forge a weapon for you. Dear brother, Dio, let me know which type of weapon you favor, and I shall strive to create it for you. Jiang Haoze, intent on honing his physical prowess, knew he would need a suitable weapon for himself. However, he momentarily dismissed the thought of forging one. At present, he was merely at the celestial immortal level, and any heavy weapon would be beyond his capability to wield. Conversely, a lighter weapon would not serve him for long, rendering its creation merely a temporary solution. With the innate spiritual treasure mahjong in his possession, he had little regard for ordinary postnatal treasures, and thus he shook his head, saying, there is no rush concerning the weapon. I am here under my master's orders to seek assistance in crafting a cloud chariot, which is why I came to consult Brother Jinjiu. Jinjiu, taken aback, cast a curious glance at Jiang Haoze but refrained from inquiring further. He pondered aloud, I can indeed forge a standard cloud chariot. What materials has your esteemed master prepared, and what specifications are required for the chariot? Jiang Haoze responded slowly, there are a total of 6,000 colorful clouds, all of which are of the spirit level or higher, along with 100,000 pounds of various ores, comparable to nether gold and deep-sea mysterious iron. Feng Qi and Jinjiu's eyes widened in astonishment. In the Void Realm, clouds were categorized into 9 ranks, with the 8th and 9th ranks already having taken form. For crafting a cloud chariot, clouds of the 7th rank or below were typically used. With spirit denoting the 3rd rank, a standard cloud chariot required only a few hundred clouds, and the flying dragon Blackwood carriage of the evergreen immortal king had utilized merely 3,000 clouds, half of which were common clouds of the 3rd rank or lower. What sort of master does this young brother have to require a cloud chariot superior to the flying dragon Blackwood carriage? Both Feng Qi and Jinjiu shared this thought, their gazes fixed on Jiang Haoze, clearly seeking an explanation. Jiang Haoze, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his head and said, I apologize, dear brothers. Last time, I dared not disclose my identity without my master's permission, and I have unintentionally misled you both. My master is an ascendant sage, preparing to retreat to the Pure Land for secluded cultivation. Soon, he will relocate his celestial realm to the endless sea, hence the urgent need for a cloud chariot. Feng Qi and Jinjiu displayed no signs of indignation at having been misled. Jiang Haoze's explanation was entirely reasonable. They understood that it was perfectly acceptable for his master to prevent him from revealing his identity. Moreover, Jiang Haoze, as a disciple of an ascendant sage, sincerely apologized to them without any airs, still addressing them as brothers, which was commendable in itself. Brother Jiang, your master truly is an ascendant sage. Jinjiu hesitated noticeably when mentioning the words ascendant sage, for he found it difficult to believe that such a figure could exist in the Pure Land. Jiang Haoze produced the 6,000 clouds and displayed the 100,000 pounds of ores, asserting without a doubt, indeed, my master recently accepted me as his disciple and personally informed me of his status as an ascendant sage. If he were not an ascendant sage, how could he possess such an abundance of clouds and ores? It is hardly surprising that Feng Qi and Jinjiu harbor suspicions. In the vast expanse of the primordial world, one only needs to slay a corpse to attain the status of a quasi-saint. The realm of the void delineates this further, categorizing quasi-saints into half-saints and sub-saints. One who slays a single corpse is deemed a half-saint, while one who vanquishes 2 is acknowledged as a sub-saint. The 2 offerings mentioned in the legends of the Pure Land are merely half-saints, yet their ascension to the position of offerings was met with universal celebration, with the rulers of the 3 realms bowing in reverence. The esteemed Qing Su Miao Luo Chang Qing Xian Wang personally journeyed to the realm sea to extend a warm welcome. Such an occasion was nothing short of grandiose. If half-saints wield such formidable authority, one can only imagine the awe commanded by a sub-saint. This particular sub-saint is remarkably understated, arriving at the Pure Land without a whisper. Although it seems incredulous, the 6,000 clouds adorning the refining chamber affirm the truth of the matter. The sheer number of clouds of 3rd rank and above crafted into a roller coaster would be a financial challenge even for a half-saint. Only a sub-saint could reasonably possess such resources. Slowly regaining his composure, Jinjiu remarked with a wry smile. The creation of the roller coaster primarily depends on the materials. I can forge the outer shell without issue, but refining such a quantity of high-quality clouds into the vehicle is beyond my capabilities. I must enlist the help of the Fire Lord. Jiang Haoze, eager for the entire Pure Land to recognize his master as a quasi-saint, had no qualms about seeking the Lord's assistance and accompanied Jiang to a palace. The heavenly lords are all of Taiyi Golden Immortal cultivation, and this Fire Lord, who governs the fire department, commands 5 principal deities, making him a significant figure within the heavenly court. The Fire Lord is deeply engrossed in the art of forging. Many renowned magical treasures, including flying vehicles, are products of his craftsmanship. Thus he holds a particular fondness for the little heavenly immortal Jiang. The Lord possesses a distinctive appearance, a rosy face, small eyes, and a bulbous nose, with his countenance marked by uneven pits and a round belly akin to a basketball. Regardless of the type of creature, achieving the 3rd tier of cultivation allows one to reshape their appearance, after which they become locked in by the heavenly Tao, resulting in most deities appearing handsome and beautiful. Even amidst mortals, the Fire Lord would be considered among the most unattractive, a figure of mirth among the immortals, prompting Jiang Haoze to stifle a laugh. The Fire Lord took a hearty swig from the large gourd in his hand and languidly remarked, "If the little brat wishes to laugh, let him do so. No need to hold back. My unique appearance has brought joy to many beings across the 3 realms." Jiang Haoze's admiration for the Lord grew. His humor and lack of pretension rendered him quite an anomaly among the celestial beings. Jiang, equally unperturbed by the Lord, stepped forward with a grin. "Lord, your life seems to grow more carefree by the day. The monkey wine I gifted you last time was provided by this young brother, and today I have brought him to seek your assistance." The Fire Lord's small eyes brightened, and he instantly appeared before Jiang Haoze, rubbing his hands together. The last wine was of mediocre quality, but it had its charm. "Does this young brother possess more?" "I do not," Jiang Haoze replied without hesitation. Just as the Lord's expression turned to one of disappointment, Jiang Haoze presented 2 jars of treasured nectar, saying, "Though the previous wine is gone, I have something even finer to offer to you and brother Jiang." Chapter 68. The distinction of the sage. The fire-raging immortal Lord removed the clay seal from the jar, and a rich aroma of wine pervaded the room, intoxicating the senses with its delightful fragrance. The immortal Lord carefully cradled the wine jar and took a small sip, his expression revealing sheer ecstasy as he exclaimed, "This is indeed a 6th-grade celestial brew. It has been ages since I have tasted such a flavor." Jiang, initially reluctant to partake from the jar, upon hearing the immortal Lord's words about the 6th-grade brew, suddenly began to gulp down the wine, as if he wished to drain the entire jar in one go. Jiang Haoze, puzzled by Jiang's eagerness, then witnessed the fire-raging immortal Lord snatch away the jar belonging to Jiang. Puffing and glaring, "Why does a child need to drink so much wine? Such a fine 6th-grade brew is being utterly wasted by your excess. I am already 868 years old this year. Immortal Lord, if you wish to seize my wine, could you at least find a more credible excuse?" Jiang muttered, his face a mask of despair, secretly relieved that he had downed a 1/3 of the jar. He was acutely aware of the immortal Lord's character. Although this immortal Lord was quite unpretentious, he had no scruples when it came to fine wine. Jiang's generous gulp had deeply pained the fire-raging immortal Lord, who continued to lament, "How can you consume such celestial brew in this manner? The 6th-grade brew can only be crafted by the peony immortal empress. I can only indulge in a cup or 2 during the grand morning assembly. It is truly a pity to see it squandered like this." Jiang Haoze could no longer bear to watch the immortal Lord's embarrassing antics and promptly produced another jar of exquisite liquor, declaring, "Immortal Lord, please return that half-jar of celestial brew to brother Jiang, and I shall present you with another jar." The fire-raging immortal Lord's eyes sparkled with delight as he chuckled, "That lad cannot handle his liquor. Giving it to him would be a waste. If you gift me that jar as well, I shall promise to forge a fine weapon for you." Jiang, wishing to spare the immortal Lord further humiliation, hurriedly interjected, "Immortal Lord, this brother Jiang is a disciple of the Subsage. The Subsage has requested 6,000 clouds of grade 3 or above to forge a cloud roller coaster. With my current abilities, I am unable to accomplish this, which is why I sought your assistance. Subsage, 6,000 clouds." The fire-raging immortal Lord gasped in astonishment, nearly dropping the jar from his hands. His eyes wide with disbelief, "I occasionally encounter a half-sage passing through the northern heavenly gate, but the Subsage has not appeared in the tranquil heavens for a millennium. You cannot possibly be jesting with me. Can you?" Jiang signaled Jiang Haoze to present the 6,000 clouds. As he gazed upon the ethereal clouds, the fire-raging immortal Lord forgot all about the wine, seemingly entranced as he flitted among the clouds, occasionally grasping a cloud to inspect it. After examining all the clouds, the immortal Lord danced with excitement, exclaiming, 12 clouds of grade 7, 38 clouds of grade 6, 432 clouds of grade 5. Such a wealth of high-grade clouds means I can certainly attempt to forge a heavenly grade cloud roller coaster. The fire-raging immortal lord then composed himself, unusually adopting a serious demeanor as he remarked, "With these clouds, I can endeavor to craft a heavenly grade vehicle, but it may also turn out to be earthly grade. What specific requirements does the sub-sage have?" Jiang Haoze smiled faintly and remarked, "My esteemed master did not explicitly demand a celestial grade flying chariot. However, he has prepared an abundance of precious metals, insisting that the chariot's defensive capabilities must be formidable enough to withstand several assaults from quasi-saints. Furthermore, my master has specific requirements for the chariot's design and has even crafted blueprints, hoping that the creation adheres to his vision." The fire-fierce immortal waved his hand dismissively, stating, "The design of the cloud-high flying chariot is inherently flexible. Crafting it according to the blueprints poses no issue. If provided with sufficient precious metals, I assure you that I can fortify it to endure 10 attacks from quasi-saints. Has the metal prepared by your master been brought along?" Jiang Haoze retained the majority of the Shoshan copper, a treasured gift from the benevolent Xuanzi, which is exceptionally rare even in the primordial world. He intended to preserve it for future weapon forging, reluctantly offering only a tenth for the chariot's construction. Upon observing the array of metals within the room, the fire-fierce immortal became momentarily entranced, caressing the pieces as if they were his progeny. After surveying the collection, he bashfully stated, "It is an honor to forge the cloud-high flying chariot for the distinguished quasi-saint. I should not even mention compensation. However, I require a modest quantity of star stones for the crafting process. Might I request 100 pounds? Aside from the Shoshan copper, the remaining metals were not deemed precious materials in the primordial realm, and Jiang Haoze was entirely unfamiliar with the nature of star stones. He held a favorable impression of the fire-fierce immortal, and 100 pounds of material held little significance for him. He readily nodded, saying, "My master has instructed me to dispense compensation at my discretion, provided it does not impede the chariot's forging. Feel free to take what you need." The fire-fierce immortal, elated, collected 100 pounds of twinkling star stones, hesitating momentarily before adding, "According to celestial regulations, whenever a formidable practitioner appears in the quiet heavens, they must report to the celestial king. Might I inquire if the quasi-saint would take issue with this?" Jiang Haoze was eager for the evergreen celestial king to be informed of this matter and saw no reason for concern. He assured the fire-fierce immortal that his master had no intention of concealing anything. To further deter any visits to the quasi-saint, he elaborated, stating that his master was wholly focused on secluded cultivation and preferred not to be disturbed, refusing any visitors. The fire-fierce immortal nodded in understanding, recognizing this as consistent with the conduct of quasi-saints. This suddenly appearing quasi-saint likely wished to enter seclusion for enlightenment, leading to no objections regarding the forging of the cloud-high flying chariot. Jiang Haoze's fabricated excuse was flawless, as he possessed a reasonable understanding of the fundamental conditions in the Taiyi realm. His assertion that quasi-saints favored solitude during their cultivation was entirely plausible. In the Taiyi realm, saints often relocated their sanctuaries into the chaos, carving out a small domain for profound cultivation, thus rising above all sentient beings. Quasi-saints, lacking the capacity to establish such domains, typically traversed various realms in search of opportunities for sanctification post-mortem, some engaging in seclusion to attempt severing their 3 corpses for ascension, while others sought immense merit to achieve sanctification, with a few pursuing unconventional paths to enlightenment. It is essential to highlight the fundamental distinctions between the primordial world and the Taiyi realm. The heavenly laws in the Taiyi realm are rigidly defined, yet not as inflexible as those in the primordial world. This statement may appear contradictory at first glance, yet it is not. The laws of the Taiyi realm were established at the dawn of creation, and all beings must adhere to these principles. Hence, it is said that the celestial order of the Taiyi realm is rigidly defined. Without a representative of the heavenly order akin to Hong Huang, there is no predetermined fate dictating which clans shall rise or fall. All beings are left to their own devices, their fortunes determined solely by their capabilities, provided they abide by the heavenly rules. This is why the Taiyi realm is not as inflexible as the regulations of the Hong Huang. The positions of saints within the Taiyi realm are not fixed, as long as one attains the pinnacle of quasi-saintship and encounters an opportunity for sanctification. Mastering any of the myriad paths can lead to enlightenment. Consequently, the number of saints in the Taiyi realm surpasses that of the Hong Huang world. At the peak of its era, the Eastern celestial realm boasted hundreds of saints, yet the value of their positions pales in comparison to those of the Hong Huang saints, who are immortal and cannot fall, while the saints of the Taiyi realm are susceptible to demise. The reasoning is quite straightforward. Saints share a lifespan with the universe, and the Hong Huang encompasses but a single universe. Thus, a saint's enlightenment is interwoven with the existence and extinction of the Hong Huang itself. The Taiyi realm, however, comprises thousands of smaller universes, each generating its own set of laws. When saints attain enlightenment, they integrate the laws of these smaller realms. Even if their existence is tied to the universe, what if that smaller universe were to be destroyed? Each saint within the Taiyi realm possesses a primordial world and will go to great lengths to protect it. Should this primordial world perish, the saint will also fall, a principle that similarly applies to the supreme deities of the Western divine realm. Due to this inherent flaw, saints are driven to amalgamate multiple universes, resulting in a hierarchy of strength among them, categorized by the number of universes they have integrated, ranging from 1 universe saints to 9 universe saints. The possibility of a saint's demise is indeed a concept that has been meticulously outlined from the outset, with the structure of the Taiyi realm being designed to accommodate this notion. Saints share a lifespan with their universes, yet should that universe meet its end, so too must the saint. This framework for saints was conceived as a response to the despicable and morally bankrupt portrayal of certain saints in Hong Huang novels, who are depicted as undying and thus quite repulsive. Consequently, I have pondered deeply to establish the saintly framework of the Taiyi realm. This concept serves as a recurring theme throughout the narrative. Let us discuss whether the potential for a saint's fall should be included. Chapter 69. The contest of kings' golden rays surged forth like a rolling tide of crimson rainbows. Auspicious clouds billowed in 1,000 hues of violet mist. The grand gates of the Ling Su Palace, crafted from purple gold, swung wide open, revealing rows of armored deities brandishing halberds and whips, standing in formation as a multitude of celestial beings filed in. Today marks the monthly assembly of the heavenly court, and upon the intricately carved throne adorned with dragons and phoenixes sits the sovereign of the heavenly court, the celestial king Qing Su Miao Luo Chongqing. The officiating celestial official, adorned with a purple sash and golden insignia, emerges holding a decree, and after proclaiming the will of the celestial king, states in a routine manner, "If there are matters to address, please step forward and report. If not, roll up the curtains and withdraw." At that moment, a celestial being clad in the 8 trigram celestial robe steps forth briskly, and in a solemn tone declares, "Your humble servant has a matter to report. The Department of Thunder bears the responsibility of rewarding and punishing with fairness and rigor. However, the deities of the Thunder Department have been guilty of gross misconduct. The Dragon King Jiang Haoze of the Shaoqing River, a tributary of the Clear Water River, has been commanded by your majesty to bring forth rain of 3 feet, 3 inches, and 3 points, yet he has audaciously delivered 5 feet, 5 inches, and 5 points instead. I have reported this matter to the Thunder Department, requesting that they uphold justice and bring him to the dragon execution platform." Unfortunately, the Thunder King has granted clemency to Jiang Haoze, as he has received a barren immortal realm from Jiang Haoze's father. A mere celestial being dares to contravene the heavenly edicts and alter the rainfall quotas. How can a trivial, desolate realm hope to atone for such transgressions? If this persists, what remains of our heavenly court's dignity? Here we go again. A multitude of deities began to whisper amongst themselves. The Rain King and the Thunder King exchanged disdainful glances, their rivalry manifesting in every court assembly. Yet, the Rain King was overreacting. It was merely a lowly demon from the mortal realm. Thunder King had granted clemency. So why should this be a matter for discussion at court, wasting everyone's time? Adorned with a crown of gold and clad in linked armor, the Thunder King erupted in fury. "You, Rain Wuhan, must not speak so carelessly. Violating heavenly laws can indeed be atoned for through donations. I accepted the desolate realm of Jiang Haoze and pardoned his son. What is wrong with that?" The Rain King stood his ground. "The heavenly laws permit the donation of treasures for atonement. But do not forget, all dragon kings of the lower realms fall under my jurisdiction. While it is true that my subordinates are accountable to your Thunder Department, any act of atonement through donation requires the consent of the Rain Department. Did I ever agree to grant clemency?" The Thunder King found himself momentarily speechless. Indeed, he had overstepped his bounds, not out of concern for a mere desolate realm, but rather to vex the Rain King. Jiang Haoze sought to donate a desolate realm to absolve his son, and the Thunder King deemed such a humble offering beneath him and prepared to refuse. At that moment, the Rain King had sent someone to the Thunder Department, emphasizing that the Rain Department would not permit clemency for that little azure dragon. The Thunder King, ever resentful of the Rain King, thought to himself that if he was denied clemency, he would grant it regardless, seeking to infuriate him further. When the Rain King broached this subject, the Thunder King realized he had fallen into a trap. The Rain King's insistence on denying clemency was, in fact, a ploy to ensnare him. Out of spite, he granted clemency to the little azure dragon, only for the Rain King to publicly reveal this matter before the assembly of deities. Even if the evergreen immortal king chose not to punish him, others would surely hold him in disdain. Look at how grasping the Thunder King is, coveting even a desolate realm. For the sake of such a lowly domain, he dared to defy the heavenly laws. Although he recognized he had been outmaneuvered, admitting fault was not the Thunder King's style. He huffed dismissively. I simply found that little azure dragon pleasing to the eye. If I chose to grant clemency, then so be it. Why must I seek your approval? The Rain King ignored the Thunder King's bluster and turned to the evergreen immortal king, bowing respectfully. Your Majesty, though this matter seems trivial, it pertains to the dignity of our heavenly court. I implore you to issue a decree to seize that azure dragon and bring it to the dragon execution platform to uphold heavenly regulations. Is the Rain King simply idle, with nothing better to do? We have a multitude of pressing matters to attend to, yet he chooses to waste our time over a mere demon. A cool, disdainful female voice echoed within the hall, as a graceful goddess stepped forward, mercilessly mocking the Rain King. The evergreen immortal king felt a throbbing headache. The Rain King had indeed caught the Thunder King in a compromising position. He resolved to reprimand the Thunder King and conclude the assembly, simultaneously issuing a decree to capture the azure dragon to uphold heavenly law. However, before he could voice his intentions, the Lightning King boldly declared support for the Thunder King. The Lightning King had little interaction with the Thunder King and rarely spoke at court. It was puzzling that she had chosen this moment to intervene. Reluctantly, the evergreen immortal king decided not to embarrass her and wearily suggested, "Let the assembly deliberate on this matter." A multitude of celestial beings observed with profound detachment, seemingly oblivious to the words of the evergreen celestial king, unwilling to involve themselves in the dispute among the three great heavenly lords. At that moment, a rotund sphere rolled forth, revealing the Fire Sovereign, the Lord of the Fire Domain. After bowing to the evergreen celestial king, he proclaimed with clarity, "Your Majesty, I have a matter to present." All eyes turned towards the Fire Sovereign, astonished that he would dare interrupt the quarrel of the three great lords, seemingly unafraid of incurring their wrath. Indifferent to the thoughts of others, the Fire Sovereign boldly declared upon receiving the king's consent, "Your Majesty, the matter I wish to address pertains to the contention among the three lords. The identity of Jiang Haoze is of no trivial significance. I believe it would be unwise to issue a decree for his capture." The evergreen celestial king, perplexed, responded, "Is he not merely the dragon king of a minor tributary, a mere demon immortal of the Qingjiao clan? Why should he not be apprehended?" The Fire Sovereign replied, "I wish to extend my congratulations to your Majesty. A sub-saint has graced our tranquil realm, and this esteemed individual intends to relocate the celestial domain to the endless sea for seclusion." Upon hearing the term sub-saint, the evergreen celestial king cast aside his concerns regarding the little Qingjiao, expressing his astonishment. "Why have I received no prior information on this? From whence do you derive this knowledge?" The Fire Sovereign explained, "Today, a heavenly being arrived bearing 6,000 clouds of superior grade, along with 100,000 pounds of various ores, requesting that I assist in forging a sky chariot. He claimed to be a disciple of the sub-saint, stating that the sub-saint would indeed transfer the celestial realm to the endless sea for cultivation, and the chariot is to be crafted for the sub-saint. I believe that having 6,000 high-grade clouds for the construction of the chariot strongly suggests the authenticity of the sub-saint's presence, and the heavenly being's words should not be dismissed lightly." The evergreen celestial king rose abruptly, declaring, "If a sub-saint has truly arrived, I shall personally pay my respects. However, what connection does this matter have with the dispute among the three lords?" The Fire Sovereign continued, "The heavenly being who claims to be a disciple of the sub-saint is, in truth, a blue dragon. Yet he is distinct from ordinary blue dragons. I suspect he is transformed from a Qingjiao, and his name happens to be Jiang Haoze." The words of the Fire Sovereign were akin to a thunderclap, revealing that the seemingly insignificant Qingjiao targeted by the Rain King might indeed be a disciple of the sub-saint. If this were true, it would surely be a source of embarrassment. The Fire Sovereign spoke with conviction, supported by the evidence of 6,000 high-grade clouds and 100,000 pounds of ores. This matter seemed to bear the weight of truth, suggesting the possible emergence of a sub-saint in the endless sea. "Do you know where the sub-saint is currently cultivating?" Noticing the inclination of the evergreen celestial king to visit, the Fire Sovereign hurriedly remarked, "Your Majesty, that esteemed sub-saint is presently residing on the Golden Silver Isle in the Endless Sea. Jiang Haoze has mentioned that the sub-saint prefers solitude during his seclusion and does not welcome visitors. Anyone who attempts to pay their respects will be refused." This revelation compelled the evergreen celestial king to abandon the thought of a personal visit. As the ruler of a realm, being turned away would be a tremendous loss of face. While he could not go himself, he could dispatch someone on his behalf, which would also serve to investigate the veracity of this matter. Thus, he decreed, Thunder King, you shall represent me in visiting the sub-saint in the Endless Sea. Chapter 70. The Descent of the Saint. Indeed, Jiang Haoze had already sketched the designs for the sky chariot in advance. In his previous life, he could only gaze longingly at images of supercars. Now, in the Void Realm, he could finally realize his dream of owning a luxury vehicle. His blueprint drew inspiration from the sleek aesthetics of sports cars from a bygone era. Naturally, a flying vehicle, akin to a roller coaster, would not require wheels. Thus, he would undoubtedly implement modifications to ensure that the flying craft appeared both strikingly stylish and suitably refined. There exists a shared aesthetic sensibility between the celestial realm and the mortal world. He presented over 10 images of flying vehicles, and the fiery Star-Lord recommended 2 particular designs that were reminiscent of the Bugatti Veyron and Lamborghini. After finalizing the details regarding the creation of the flying vehicle, he promptly activated the Jade token to return to the Endless Sea. As he was deeply concerned about the imminent reconstruction of the witch's body, by Ho Tuesday, he had no worries about leaving the clouds and minerals to the fiery Star-Lord. Even if there was a slightest possibility that these materials belonged to a sub-saint, none would dare to tamper with them. In fact, this could serve as a test for the heavenly court. Should they choose to disregard the sub-saint and audaciously seize what might belong to them, he would not lament the loss of resources but rather hasten his escape. Meanwhile, Ho Tu was still arranging the witch array, with various witch artifacts haphazardly scattered across the open space in front of her cave. These artifacts were diverse in form, inscribed with peculiar runes. Jiang Haoze curiously examined the runes, as if he were subconsciously touching upon something profound. These seemingly chaotic symbols contained an essence of the laws of the universe, with each rune embodying the ultimate truths of heaven and earth. The witch clan primarily cultivated their physical forms, as the primal world was birthed by the great Pengyu, as a descendant of Pengu. The witch clan bore witch seals infused with the power of the laws within their corporeal forms. Having only her primordial spirit remaining, Ho Tu needed to harness the power of the witch artifacts to restore the witch seals of her physical body, and then utilize the ancestral witch's essence to reshape her form, perfectly uniting her primordial spirit with her corporeal existence. Since the witch clan lacked primordial spirits, Ho Tu, as the only one to possess one, could not simply replicate the old seals. Each time she crafted a new witch seal, she had to contemplate deeply. She succeeded Pengu in perfecting the primal heavenly path, transforming her physical form into the 6 realms of reincarnation, thereby gaining insights into the great path of Pengu. Perfecting new witch seals was, therefore, not an insurmountable challenge. Once the 108 witch artifacts were meticulously arranged, Ho Tu produced a drop of earthy yellow essence blood, her life essence refined during the primal era. Infusing her primordial spirit's power into the essence blood, she intricately etched complex symbols within it. Gradually, these symbols began to coalesce into a figure with a human body and a serpentine tail, 7 arms extending from its back, while its chest displayed 2 hands grasping a writhing serpent. With a deft incantation, Ho Tu's primordial spirit entered the ancestral witch's essence blood, achieving a flawless union with the serpentine figure. The once rigid essence blood began to soften, transforming as if it were living flesh, reshaping according to the laws inscribed within it, ultimately evolving into a large black cocoon. Suddenly, a strand of divine law descended from the heavens, and upon absorbing this power, the cocoon began to undulate, its surface shrouded in a layer of shadowy light. As the movements of the cocoon intensified, Jiang Haoze sensed an impending transformation. Ho Tu's reconstruction of her physical form was gaining the recognition of the Void Realm, and it seemed she would soon emerge from her chrysalis. The Void Realm often responded to the descent of formidable beings, and to avert any unforeseen complications, Jiang Haoze commanded 36,000 monkeys to establish the great array of the celestial bodies. The celestial constellations of the Pure Land differed from those of the primal world. After careful calculations, he made several modifications to the array. Although the monkeys were still unaccustomed to the formation, they could effectively obscure heavenly secrets by manipulating the stars. The great cocoon enveloping the primordial deity of the earth split open, and an infant tumbled forth, the sound of its cries resonating throughout the entirety of Gold and Silver Island. The infant, upon rising, suddenly pointed towards the sky and, with clarity in its speech, proclaimed, "Today, having emerged from the cocoon, I shall henceforth be known as Transforming Butterfly. I am the first of the witch clan of the vast void. From this day forth, the world shall know the name of my clan." As the infant's words echoed, it rapidly grew, and in the blink of an eye, transformed into a young maiden of 10 years. The split cocoon transformed into a flowing veil of black that draped elegantly around her. Compared to the primordial deity of the earth, her appearance had not changed significantly. However, in her rebirth, she appeared somewhat younger. And with her primordial spirit awakened, her once black eyes now sparkled with newfound vitality. Jiang Haoze, overwhelmed by the celestial phenomena, paid little heed to the earth deity's beauty. He was astonished by the extraordinary events unfolding. He had previously set up the celestial star formation to shield Gold and Silver Island, yet he could not prevent the manifestation occurring across the heavens. Just as the earth deity named herself Transforming Butterfly, a towering demon god appeared in the heavens, wielding a weapon that, with a few strokes, inscribed a colossal character for which across the sky. This character, etched with iron and silver, embodied boundless power, radiating a brilliant light that cascaded towards the earth, benefiting all beings that cultivated their physical forms. The demon god, holding the character high, soared towards the boundary sea of the western heaven, resonating with the realms beyond. The neighboring realms of pure heaven, Miluo heaven, Shura heaven, Void heaven, Lingshao heaven, Xiankong heaven, Mingjing heaven, and Deluo heaven each dispatched a towering demon god to the edge of the boundary sea. 9 demon gods converged at the center of the boundary sea, merging into a singular entity of 1,000,000 zhang in height, brandishing the immense character for which above the 9 heavens. A tremendous pressure surged through the boundary sea, sweeping across the 9 heavens, causing countless beings to kneel in reverence, humbly worshipping. The celestial king of pure heaven, Qing Su Miao Luo, descended from his throne, his face a mask of astonishment as he bowed towards the boundary sea, murmuring, "A sage has descended from the heavens, and a sage of the 9 heavens at that. Yet, I wonder if he has been born within our pure heaven." The appearance of a sage in the vast void realm could herald cosmic phenomena. When the sage of literature was born, myriad scripts unified, transforming into golden rays that showered upon the 6 realms, endowing those touched by the light with enhanced wisdom, even awakening the inherently dull-minded. When the sword sage was born, all swords resonated in harmony, casting shadows across the 5 realms, with sword light piercing through the boundary sea, shattering the winds and storms that roamed the sea. Mortal sword cultivators grasped the essence of sword intent. When the blood sage came into being, the heavens wept and spirits trembled, as crimson seas engulfed the 4 realms, causing the strength of countless blood clans to surge. Amidst the cosmic phenomena, a colossal character for which emerged through the fabric of time and space, symbolizing the birth of a new race, intimately linked to the newly arrived sage of the 9 heavens. As the towering demon god loomed in the void, the benefits bestowed upon the mortal realm were exclusively for those who cultivated their physical forms, indicating that this sage, potentially attaining the path of the 9 heavens, would be renowned for their strength. The birth of a sage would inevitably invoke cosmic phenomena. Their chances of achieving sainthood far exceeded those of other beings, yet within the vast void realm, nothing is absolute, and this sage, yet to fully mature, might also face the possibility of downfall. It is thus implausible for the heavenly Tao to intentionally disclose the birthplace of a sage. The celestial phenomena will not manifest specifically in any singular location. Jiang Haoze's concerns about attracting attention are entirely unwarranted. The heavenly and earthly anomalies emerge simultaneously across 9 realms, and any being born within these realms possesses the potential to become the future witch sage. The celestial phenomena have captivated the attention of all beings, even the sages who have established their sanctuaries amidst chaos, their gazes drawn to the trembling heavens above. Chapter 71. Let us bear children. Third update, the emergence of a natural sage has triggered celestial phenomena in the Taiyi realm a total of 8 times, with 5 sages affirming the anomalies at their births. Among them, the most formidable is the literary sage, a 6th-heaven sage who has spent 10,000 years attaining enlightenment, and the foremost among the 8 sages of the Chongshao Palace. Enjoying immense prestige across the eastern celestial realm, which encompasses 1,386 heavens, a millennium ago, when the angelic divine clan dispatched 4 supreme deities and 1,000,000 angels to launch a surprise assault on the 12 heavens of the northern celestial domain. The literary sage wielded a brush to paint in the void, conjuring a boundless tempest of gale and thunder with his unparalleled magical prowess, thereby stalling the angelic divine clan for a month and granting the other sages precious time to arrive at the realm's sea. The Chongshao Palace is situated deep within chaos, where 8 sages cultivate their sanctuaries in close proximity, transcending the 108 heavens of the northern celestial domain, with the tranquil heaven being one of those heavens. At the time of the celestial phenomena, the 8 sages of Chongshao were engaged in discourse within the palace. Sensing the tremors of the 9 heavens, the literary sage smiled gently and remarked, "The heavenly Tao has decreed that a sage will arise from our northern celestial domain. This innate sage, renowned for their strength, may indeed compensate for our deficiencies." The sword sage, brimming with sharpness, retorted coldly, "As long as they are not a schemer, I would prefer not to encounter someone like the blood sage." The literary sage shook his head and replied, "The great Tao encompasses myriad paths, each capable of leading to enlightenment. The blood sage, having attained his path through the blood of the heavens and earth, is fundamentally rooted in the four heavens blood clan. His actions are, therefore, not beyond reproach." The sword sage coldly responded, "I care not how he achieved his enlightenment, as long as he does not involve the beings of our northern celestial domain. Should he provoke my ire, I shall obliterate the foundation of his four heavens with a single strike of my sword." Aware of the sword sage's deep-seated grievances against the blood sage, the literary sage recognized that this topic could not be swiftly resolved and thus waved his hand, stating, "Let us set this matter aside for now. The celestial phenomena herald that a natural sage will emerge from our northern celestial domain. It is likely that the angelic divine clan in the blissful domain will not remain idle, and they will undoubtedly stop at nothing to eliminate this threat. We must promptly disseminate the sage's decree, instructing the 108 heavens to remain vigilant and not allow these two factions to exploit any vulnerabilities." The relationships among the deities of the Taiyi realm are intricate and multifaceted. The Eastern Celestial Realm and the Western Divine Realm have been at odds since ancient times, with differing cultivation systems yet both reliant on followers. The deities of the Eastern Celestial Realm require the incense offerings of mortals to accumulate merit, while the Western Divine Realm harnesses the power of faith to refine divine strength. The struggle for a greater share of mortal devotees has led to an unceasing conflict between the two realms, resulting in the fall of numerous sages and supreme deities. Internal discord also pervades both realms. For the Eastern Celestial Realm, while the Great Tao offers myriad paths to enlightenment, there exists the adage that differing paths do not conspire together, inevitably leading to strife within the Eastern Celestial Realm itself. The rift between the Taoist and Buddhist sects, the conflict between the demonic and righteous paths, the ideological divergences among the various Taoist factions, and the internal strife within Buddhism, including the disputes between Zen and esoteric schools. The Western Divine Realm is not faring much better, with the antagonism between the hellish deities and the angelic beings. The bitter enmity between the dark and light divine races, as well as the countless personal vendettas among the deities. For millennia, both realms have adhered to a principle in resolving conflicts, prioritizing the greater good. Should a great war erupt between the Western Divine Realm and the Eastern Celestial Realm, both would temporarily set aside their differences to unite against external threats. Although there are divisions within the Taoist sect, should a confrontation with the Buddhist sect arise, they would collectively set aside their grievances to confront the Buddhists, and the Buddhists would adopt a similar approach. The appearance of celestial phenomena in the northern celestial domain heralds the birth of the Saint of the Nine Heavens, prompting the adjacent Buddhist sect and the angelic race to take notice. Thus, the literary saint made preparations in advance. During these celestial phenomena, countless beings emerged from the 9 minor realms, yet none could ascertain the whereabouts of the newly born witch saint. It would not be easy for any of the saints to locate him, and the Buddhists and angelic beings would find it equally challenging. The literary saint had perhaps underestimated the resolve of the divine races. After a millennium of absence, the Saint of the Nine Heavens, upon successfully attaining enlightenment, would become the most formidable being in the realm of Taiyi, unmatched by any deity. Upon the news reaching the divine realm, the angelic race and the hellish clan committed unspeakable atrocities, issuing a decree to annihilate all beings born during the celestial phenomena at any cost. Neither the saints nor the supreme gods anticipated that the newly emerged Saint of the Nine Heavens hailed from another realm. Having entered adulthood upon birth, the sister of the earth, upon her rebirth, took on the name Huadai, retaining her former divine allure. Her first words nearly caused Jiang Haoze to spit out a mouthful of blood. With her strikingly beautiful eyes twinkling, she earnestly suggested, "Qinglong Taoist friend, you should first merge with a drop of ancestral witch blood. That way, you will possess the bloodline of the witch clan. Let us hasten to bear children and strengthen the witch race." Although the prospect of procreating with the enchanting and powerful Huadai was enticing, Jiang Haoze found it difficult to reconcile his admiration for her divinity with the notion of childbirth. He weakly replied, "My true form is of the demon race, and the demon race is sworn enemies with the witch clan. How could a child born of us be of the witch lineage?" Huadai exhaled, "Once you merge with the ancestral witch blood, how could you still consider yourself a demon? At that point, your physical form and witch imprint should be quite similar to mine, and our offspring would undoubtedly belong to the witch clan, and moreover, they would be of a notably noble lineage. Jiang Haoze, in a panic, fled, thinking to himself, even if I wish to develop a relationship with you, Hua Dai, you cannot so directly regard me as a mere vessel for the witch clan. Unrelenting, Hua Dai pursued him, intent on increasing the population of the witch clan. Reluctantly, he promised to quickly seek a suitable battle spirit to aid in the shaping of the 11 drops of ancestral witch blood, allowing a new ancestral witch to ensure the continuation of the witch lineage. Hua Dai informed him that there were conditions for the shaping of the ancestral witch blood, requiring the arrangement of a witch formation using the clan's secret methods, and a powerful battle spirit must be found for each drop of blood. Only those with unwavering willpower could merge with the ancestral witch blood. Having grown accustomed to delegating tasks, Hua Dai entrusted him with the honorable mission of seeking battle spirits. Yet such strong-willed spirits were rare, and he had no immediate idea where to begin his search. The seemingly whimsical Hua Dai girl, despite her eccentric demeanor, possesses a remarkable astuteness. Jiang Haoze harbors doubts regarding her intentions of seeking him for the purpose of continuing her lineage. In truth, she is compelling him to expedite his search for a formidable battle spirit. The quest for a battle spirit is not inherently a negative endeavor. If one were to bring a battle spirit from the mythical realm, it could leave a mark of divine consciousness within the realm of Yudian, thereby alleviating concerns of a newly born ancestral which slipping from control. Having temporarily appeased the Hua Dai girl, 6 black serpentine dragons approached, seeking an audience. They reported that within a vast expanse surrounding Jianghaoze Island, tens of thousands of mortal beings had emerged. The Endless Sea, once a desolate and primordial territory, had become a realm where even the spiritual energy required by mortals was exceedingly sparse. However, since the Pantao spiritual root subdued the fortunes of the area, the vicinity of Jianghaoze Island transformed into a land of ethereal beauty. Although some islands lacked celestial veins, they were exceptionally conducive to the cultivation of human practitioners. Upon discovering this, various sects of mortal cultivators were located there. In the eyes of the celestial beings, those beneath the rank of heavenly immortals are regarded as mere mortals. Jiang Haoze, once a third-tier demon immortal, would have found himself categorized among the lower beings had it not been for his father's advantageous machinations. Mortal beings can ride the winds or utilize magical artifacts for flight, yet they cannot ascend directly to the heavens. Their ultimate aspiration is to undergo ascension and transcendence, overcoming tribulations to become part of the celestial realm. For celestial beings, these mortals represent offerings. By occasionally aiding them, they accumulate a measure of merit. What are the myriad paths of the Great Tao? A call for supporting roles. The phrase "there are 3,000 paths, all capable of leading to enlightenment" appears frequently in various novels, yet the specifics of these 3,000 paths remain largely unelaborated. I encourage everyone to utilize their imagination and engage in a discussion regarding the 3,000 paths. Additionally, I will post a call for supporting roles. The Taisu realm boasts numerous saints and supreme deities. Should any brothers or sisters wish to play supporting roles, please consider your method of enlightenment or the powers of a supreme deity and leave a message. I shall certainly consider any suitable contributions. Chapter 72. The imitation of the Tao Te Ching. The Tianqiu sword sect stands as one of the 8 great sects of the pure tranquil heaven, housing tens of thousands of sword cultivators. At its zenith, it boasted 8 earth immortals and dozens of scattered immortals. Alas, the tides of fortune shifted, and after several consecutive failures and tribulation, the Tianqiu sword sect suffered significant losses. Seizing the opportunity, the Qingguang sect allied with numerous sects to launch an assault, resulting in the near annihilation of the Tianqiu sword sect, with only a few thousand disciples fleeing into the Endless Sea to survive in desperation. In the Endless Sea, the spiritual energy is exceedingly scarce, rendering even mortal cultivation a slow endeavor. The Tianqiu sword sect faced a bleak future, destined to decline into a third-rate sect. The surviving leaders of the sect were already disheartened when, a month prior, a significant transformation occurred in the Endless Sea. The barren islands had metamorphosed into paradisiacal abodes, rivaling the former grandeur of their mountain gates. Fortune favored the Tianqiu sword sect. Upon surveying the surrounding islands, the sect leaders discovered that each was a land replete with spiritual essence. This phenomenon could only be attributed to the presence of a celestial abode in the vicinity, endowing the desolate islands with newfound vitality. Realizing this, the sect leaders hastily organized a grand ritual, beseeching protection from the celestial beings above, and expressing their desire for the immortals to manifest their divine presence for veneration. On the day of the ritual, 6 black dragons burst forth from the waters, descending upon the Tianqiu sword sect, proclaiming themselves as the guardians under the esteemed Qinglong Taoist. They foretold that the Taoist would soon deliver a dream to facilitate the sect's veneration. The members of the Tianshu sword sect were filled with immense joy, for these 6 ink dragons possessed the strength of celestial beings, yet they were merely guardians under the esteemed Qinglong Daozuan. It was evident that the Qinglong Daozuan was a figure of great authority. Jiang Haoze, upon hearing the report from the 6 ink dragons, felt quite satisfied, considering their handling of matters to be most appropriate. It was destined that they would establish roots in the endless sea, making it imperative to seek the incense offerings of the mortal realm. Initially, one might presume that the ink dragons, being of the demon clan, would falter in managing their relationships with the beings of the mortal world. However, their profound awareness took Jiang Haoze by surprise, prompting his curiosity. Why do you treat mortals with such kindness? To this, Jiang Yi replied, our great king has always upheld this principle. The king asserts that if we solely engage in plundering and bloodshed, we shall inevitably incur the wrath of heaven and earth. Therefore, we too shall manifest our divine presence to seek offerings from the mortal realm. Even now, there are numerous temples dedicated to our great king in the northern sea. Jiang Haoze felt a sense of embarrassment. Even the Ink Dragon King, a mere bandit, possessed the consciousness to seek incense offerings, while he himself harbored no such plans for establishing roots in the endless sea. Although he believed in demonstrating his power to attain enlightenment without comprehending the ways of heaven, it was clear that as more deities congregated on Jining Island, the need to accumulate blessings and incense would become paramount. Thus, Jining Island must also pass down its own doctrines, in the vast expanse of the primordial earth. Even the sages engaged in struggles for the transmission of their teachings, imparting their insights into the heavenly path to garner numerous followers among mortals. Following the battle of the gods, the decline of the and prior to the true rise of Buddhism, the most revered figure was undoubtedly Taishang Laojun, whose single work, the Tao Te Ching, earned him the adulation of countless mortals. The Taoist sects of the Tai Su realm encompassed various teachings, and the sages of the Tao also left behind written works. Yet none could compare to the significance of the Tao Te Ching. Having resolved to propagate the teachings and seek incense offerings, Jiang Haoze considered the pirated version of Laojuan's Tao Te Ching to be a commendable choice. Uncertain of its efficacy, he decided to test the waters in the mortal realm. After making up his mind, he patiently committed the entirety of the Tao Te Ching to memory, and then mounted his qilin to soar towards the Yunmeng Island, home to the Tianshu sword sect. Upon descending upon the cloud, he employed an invisibility technique to stealthily enter the Taoist temple, only to find the great hall enveloped in swirling smoke. The current leader of the Tianshu sword sect, Xuanqingzi, was kneeling on a mat in earnest prayer. Disciple Xuanqingzi humbly reports to the Heavenly Lord that our sect wishes to take refuge under your guidance. We implore the Heavenly Lord to grant us protection due to our sincere hearts. Though the disciples of the Tianshu sword sect numbered only in the thousands, their relatives swelled the count to nearly 100,000. Xuanqingzi's decisive choice to seek refuge demonstrated his resolute character. His devout demeanor greatly pleased Jiang Haoze, who then performed a mystical incantation to enter the dream realm, allowing his spirit to quietly traverse into Xuanqingzi's consciousness in the midst of his prayers. Xuanqingzi suddenly felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, succumbing to slumber upon the amity in his dreams. He beheld a celestial being clad in garments adorned with the 8 trigrams, riding upon the divine beast Qilin, who appeared before him. I am the Qinglong Tianzuan of Jining Island. Mortal beings should typically be driven from my celestial domain. However, seeing your sincere plea for refuge, I shall permit you to remain in the endless sea to cultivate your practice. Since you have sought shelter under my guidance, I shall bestow upon you my lifelong work, the Tao Te Ching. You must delve deeply into its wisdom and not be negligent. In the future, should you achieve success in your cultivation and attain immortality, you may come to Jining Island to meet me. Upon concluding these words, the divine figure presented Xuanqingzi with a radiant scroll shimmering with golden light. Instinctively, Xuanqingzi accepted it, yet before he could utter a word, the celestial being delivered a heavy kick, jolting him awake from his dream. As he opened his eyes, questioning whether he was still ensnared in a dream, he suddenly found himself grasping a book, its cover emblazoned with the 3 characters of Tao Te Ching. Xuanqingzi felt a surge of joy, akin to discovering a priceless treasure, as he eagerly flipped through its pages, only to realize that it was not a manual for cultivation, but rather a classic expounding the principles of the Tao. A tinge of disappointment washed over him. During the flight of the Tianshu sword sect, many secret manuals had been lost. What he yearned for was a method of cultivation to elevate his sect, not a tome filled with grandiloquent musings. Despite this sentiment, he dared not express it aloud, for this scripture was bestowed by a celestial being and deserved utmost reverence. With great care, He unrolled the scroll and began to read softly. The Tao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. Non-being is the beginning of heaven and earth. Being is the mother of all things. Therefore, always be in a state of non-being to observe its marvels. Always be in a state of being to observe its boundaries. These two emerge from the same source but are named differently. Both are called profound. Profound beyond profound, this is the gateway to all wonders. Xuanqingzi's initial intent in reciting the Tao Te Ching was to demonstrate his respect for the celestial beings, but as he delved deeper into the text, the reverence on his face transformed into uncontainable ecstasy. Although this scripture offered no direct methods of cultivation, it encompassed myriad pathways. The essence remained unchanged despite the myriad transformations. Comprehending the celestial principles recorded within the text would not only enhance the various techniques of his sect, but could also pave the way for the creation of new methods. Realizing the brilliance contained within the Tao Te Ching, Xuanqingzi promptly knelt once more, humbly bowing his head as he vowed, as a disciple, I shall wholeheartedly immerse myself in this scripture, seeking to unveil the myriad pathways and to exalt this work. Meanwhile, Jiang Haoze, concealed by a cloaking technique, observed from the sidelines, a satisfied smile gracing his lips upon witnessing Xuanqingzi's epiphany. Familiar with the Tao Te Ching, he pondered whether his lack of earnestness had hindered his own insights. Rather than toil in solitary contemplation, he would have preferred the one-on-one guidance of a great sage like Zhenyuanzizi, who could elucidate all pathways with clarity. While bestowing the Tao Te Ching upon a mortal, he remained uncertain whether the mortal would glean any insights. However, considering that the white-browed real person had managed to establish the Shushin sword sect through the scripture, Xuanqingzi, being a sword cultivator, should fare equally well. With a mindset of experimentation, he bestowed the text, and soon Xuanqingzi, after only a few chapters, discerned the multitude of pathways embedded within, indicating his considerable understanding. Xuanqingzi meticulously secured the sacred text and promptly summoned the finest artisans and painters, preparing to recreate the visage of the celestial being from his dreams, crafting a golden statue for all disciples to venerate with daily offerings. As Jiang Haoze departed, he received some incense offerings. After successfully emulating the Tao Te Ching, he began to extrapolate further, contemplating whether to replicate a plethora of Buddhist scriptures to cultivate some earthly sections, although a conflict existed between the Taoist and Buddhist traditions within the Taishu realm. Due to their shared struggle against the Western divine realm, they had not completely severed ties. In the domain presided over by the Taoist sect of Qingjing, Buddhist sects also thrived. The two Buddhas, Zhuanti and Jane, were far more industrious in their writing than the Taishang Laojun, with Buddhist texts being published one after another at a remarkable pace. Emulating their works would likely yield fruitful results. However, such actions would effectively promote Buddhism, so it was prudent to have a discussion with the two Buddhas beforehand to ensure he reaped some benefits for himself. Chapter 73. The master of the Lord Zhuanti and Jiayin dedicated their hearts and minds to the flourishing of Buddhism, ultimately achieving success through their cunning and hard work, serving as a quintessential inspirational tale. However, they were not the only diligent figures in the primordial chaos. Another individual stands as a cautionary example. The ancestor of the Blood Sea and the Nether River sought to attain sanctity by creating the Blood Sea lineage and the Azura killing path, even forming an alliance with Kuanpeng to slay Hongyun. Yet in the end, it was all in vain. Revered as the foremost figure beneath the saints, this seemingly commendatory title carries a tinge of irony, for one who is beneath the saints is ultimately not a saint. Reflecting upon the achievements of the ancestor of the Nether River, the evolution of the Blood Sea lineage could rival Nuwa's creation of humanity, and the establishment of the Azura killing path was no less impressive than the founding of a religion by the saints. Yet, he remained unable to attain sanctity. The heavenly Tao of the primordial chaos appears to contradict the grand principles articulated by Hong Jun, who proclaimed that the myriad paths could lead to enlightenment. Why, then, is it predetermined that only a few saints may exist in the primordial realm? Why must enlightenment necessitate the foundational primordial purple chi of the Tao? Why could the ancestor of the Nether River not attain sanctity despite perfecting the Azura killing path? If an explanation must be offered, it would align with the so-called Great Thief of Saints, suggesting that the saints' usurpation of the world's fortune is excessively potent, rendering the primordial earth incapable of bearing it. The heavenly Tao, fully aware that myriad paths could indeed lead to enlightenment, imposed shackles for the sustainable development of the primordial realm, mandating that one must possess primordial purple chi to attain enlightenment. Each minor world within the Taisu realm may be less vast than the primordial chaos, yet the convergence of thousands of these minor worlds enhances their capacity manifold. Thus, the environment of one's birth is of paramount importance. Had the ancestor of the Nether River been born in the Taisu realm, wielding the blood sea, he could have achieved enlightenment through the blood of heaven and earth, evolving the blood sea lineage to create paths to enlightenment or merit. By practicing the Asura killing path, slaying heaven, earth, and sentient beings, he could have attained enlightenment through destruction, and establishing the Asura sect could have led to further enlightenment, if one were to delve even deeper. Each creation of a blood sea race by the ancestor of the Nether River could have marked an occasion for enlightenment. Unfortunately, he was born in the primordial realm, where the heavenly Tao instituted primordial purple chi as a threshold, rendering him a tragic figure. Aspiration exceeded reality. Though the ancestor of the Nether River possessed capability, determination, and diligence, no matter his efforts, he could not rival the affluent lineage of the Three Pure Ones. This drove him to adopt an extreme and unscrupulous demeanor, making his collaboration with Kuanpeng to slay Hong Huang entirely understandable. Jiang Haoze harbored some sympathy for the ancestor of the Nether River. Yet at this moment, he primarily felt regret for the ancestor's squandered potential. The Taisu realm features minor worlds akin to the Blood Sea, and the Blood Saint has indeed achieved enlightenment based on this foundation. Yet he has not succeeded in evolving a race as the ancestor of the Nether River did, nor has he established the Asura sect. Had the ancestor of the Nether River been in his position, he undoubtedly would have excelled. Jiang Haoze did not entertain the notion of bringing the ancestor of the Nether River to the Taisu realm. With his inherently suspicious nature, earning the ancestor's trust would be impossible, leaving no opportunity to bring him to the Taisu realm. Furthermore, given the ancestor's temperament, he would likely become uncontrollable in the Taisu realm, and once he attained the status of a saint, he could no longer be managed. It would be uncertain whether he would become a friend or foe. The Tao Te Ching by Lao Jun resonates well in the Taisu realm, and various Buddhist texts can be brought forth. The killing path and blood path of the ancestor of the Nether River could also manifest in the Taisu realm. Suddenly, Jiang Haoze realized what he ought to do. To propagate the diverse schools of thought from the primordial chaos within the Taisu realm as the foundation for enlightenment. What could be more delightful? Numerous sects exhibit fundamental divergences in their doctrines, such as the teachings of Yuan Shi Tianzun and the of Tong Tian Jiao Zhu Da. Tao claim creation in the realm of Taishu is nothing short of absurd. While it may be impossible to amalgamate the various perspectives of these sects, one could cultivate spokespersons, appointing individuals who resonate with the to establish their own sects within Taishu, while those aligned with the teachings of could do the same. And likewise for those who advocate the path of the dot, if one cannot assume the role of leader for all sects, then nurturing trustworthy subordinates to take on the mantle of leadership becomes paramount. Should these leaders attain enlightenment and sanctity, one would indeed become the teacher of saints. Human ambition often arises in the blink of an eye. Now that he possesses a clear objective, he can continue to bring forth a wealth of texts and talents from the mythic realm, ultimately founding sects and cultivating leaders. Previously, he relied on the creation jade disc to traverse into the mythic world, captivated by treasures and materials, as well as seeking to nurture potential talents. It was only now that he realized the vast intangible wealth present in the mythic realm, where each sect offers distinct interpretations of the Great Tao. These understandings, which cannot lead to sanctity in the primordial chaos, serve as the foundation for enlightenment in the Taishu realm. With a newfound sense of self-awareness, Jiang Haoze felt quite pleased, humming a popular tune as he soared back to Golden Silver Island. Just as he alighted, Hua Dai, the enchanting maiden, approached him. She scrutinized Jiang Haoze with a few discerning glances. Believing she would broach the topic of childbirth again, he prepared to deflect her inquiry. However, she merely pouted and remarked, "The only being capable of traversing the two realms is still merely an immortal. Aren't you embarrassed?" Jiang Haoze indeed felt a sense of humiliation. After all, Hua Dai had recently reshaped her witch body, achieving the strength of a Taiyi Sanxian, while he remained at the late stage of an immortal despite having undergone 3 crossings. Yet, this was not entirely his fault. Originally, he was an ordinary Qingjiao, yet he chose the path of physical enlightenment, diligently focusing on strengthening his corporeal form, believing that a solid foundation would naturally lead to advancement. During his journey through the journey to the west, he had consumed countless celestial treasures and rare materials, all dedicated to fortifying his body. His physical form was in no way comparable to that of the monkey, whose innate abilities allowed him to easily ascend to the 5th tier using the Bajiu Xiangong. Jiang Haoze, however, had to first elevate his physical strength to have any hope of progression. With the peaches of immortality thriving in the other world, he planned to consume a plethora of spiritual fruits and elixirs, far surpassing what the monkey had ingested, and then proceed to mount flame to temper and enhance his body. Hua Dai raised her voice, using her strength as a point of contention. Initially intent on countering her argument by citing their differing talents, she suddenly realized that she possessed 12 drops of ancestral witch blood. which could indeed be merged to enhance her physical strength. Jiang Haoze chuckled, I am acutely aware of my meager power. Upon returning to Taishu, I intend to merge the blood of Gong Gong. But without your protection, I feel uneasy, which is why it has been postponed until now. Hua Dai shot him a glance, scoffing. At least you have some sense. If you had recklessly merged that blood, you would have perished long ago. Follow me. Upon returning to the cave dwelling at the Spirit Eye, Hua Dai waved her hand to seal the entrance, setting up a complete array of witch instruments. She then turned to Jiang Haoze and instructed, remove your clothing. Yes, she closed the door and requested he strip. Jiang Haoze instinctively clutched his garments, questioning, did we not agree that I would swiftly seek a battle soul to merge with the ancestral witch blood, and that matters of succession could be discussed later? Hua Dai, with her delicate eyebrows furrowed in irritation, delivered a swift kick to him, exclaiming, I have no interest in your loathsome demon flesh. The essence of Brother Gong Gong contains water-based shamanic seals, which are suitable only for those of the shaman clan who lack a primordial spirit. How can I alter the shamanic seals to enhance your physical form if you refuse to disrobe? It was then that Jiang Haoze realized his misconceptions. Hua Dai had no intentions of carrying on a lineage, and her thoughts were far less convoluted than he had imagined. With a sense of resolve, he removed his upper garment and seated himself cross-legged at the center of the shamanic array, presenting the azure essence of Gong Gong to Hua Dai, saying, I shall trouble you with this endeavor. Hua Dai accepted the essence without lifting her gaze, coolly instructing, you must also remove your trousers in a moment of vulnerability. Jiang Haoze found himself completely unclothed within the shamanic array, allowing Hua Dai's slender, jade-like hands to traverse his every inch of skin, aiding him in refining the shamanic seals that the ancestral essence imparted. Initially, when she suggested he remove his trousers, he had contemplated feigning modesty, but she promptly pressed the ancestral essence into his mouth, informing him that without removing his trousers, he would only enhance his upper body, leading to a significant disparity in strength between his upper and lower halves. If his upper body became robust while his lower half remained weak, opponents would surely exploit that weakness in battle. Confronted with such a scenario, he swiftly discarded his remaining garments, even relinquishing his undergarments. Had he hesitated out of shyness, leaving them on, he would have left himself vulnerable, a secret that, if revealed, could lead to calamity during combat. Hua Dai, it seemed, was no ordinary woman. Before her, a muscular man in his entirety was merely a blue and pink skeleton. With calm composure, she inscribed the shamanic seals in the void, her hands gliding over his skin, seamlessly integrating the seals into flesh and blood, transforming his ordinary demon body into that of a shaman. This experience was far from pleasurable for Jiang Haoze. As her slightly cool hands brushed against his skin, he could not help but feel a surge of unbidden sensations, leading to inevitable reactions in certain areas. Suddenly, the shamanic seals Hua Dai was inscribing dissipated, and she furrowed her beautiful brows, remarking, why has your masculine aura surged so robustly, throwing the balance of yin and yang into disarray? This complicates my ability to modify the shamanic seals. After a moment, she moved to face him directly, her wide eyes scrutinizing him before she realized. Ah, it is that object causing the disturbance. It serves no purpose and yet amplifies the yang energy excessively. I shall sever it for you. Her words. Jiang Haoze felt a wave of despair wash over him, gazing at the earnest yet audacious woman before him, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. He thought, could you possibly be any more brazen? Fortunately, his fervor had diminished, and Hua Dai ultimately abandoned her intent to wield a blade, resuming her position behind him to assist in perfecting the shamanic seals. His heart no longer dared to entertain a trace of indulgence. The moment even the slightest thought flickered in his mind, he could not help but recall the gruesome glimmer of a bloody slaughtering knife. It must be said that his willpower was rather unsteady. Yes, the butterfly transformation maiden altered certain key aspects of his witch marks. The yin and yang within him remained in a state of equilibrium, his remarkable performance comparable to that of the chief steward within the imperial palace. Once the butterfly had completed the modification of all the witch marks contained within the ancestral witch's essence, the essence began to truly merge with Jiang Haoze's body, causing his bones and meridians to feel as if they were on the verge of explosion. Gazing inward with his primordial spirit, he beheld a series of enigmatic witch marks weaving through the flesh and blood. Every morsel of flesh, every meridian, and even every cell underwent continuous reorganization and enhancement under the influence of these marks. Jiang Haoze, intently guiding the ancestral witch's essence to fortify his body, remained oblivious to the flush that appeared on the butterfly maiden's jade-like face. Silently, she exited the cave, as if exhaling a sigh of relief. Patting her chest with a mischievous smile and thought, "This little rascal dares to entertain improper thoughts about me. Let us see if I can scare him half to death." After the ancestral witch's essence fortified the flesh, the inherent attributes began to manifest. Jiang Haoze felt as though he were immersed in a vast ocean, the water flowing through his pores into his body. This was no ordinary water. Even as a Qing Jiao, whose elemental affinity belonged to water, the influx of the ancestral witch's essence still sent sharp stings throughout his entire being. Though your elemental affinity is water, your bloodline is not pure. Brother Gong Gong's essence contains the innate weak water. If you cannot endure the pain, tell me, and I shall assist you in merging with it using my magical power. The butterfly maiden returned to the cave without him noticing, but Jiang Haoze was reluctant to accept her assistance, believing that the stinging pain was preferable to the discomfort of wanting to be firm, yet not daring to be so. After persevering for an hour, he finally absorbed all of the innate weak water contained within the ancestral witch's essence, resulting in a water blue which mark appearing in his dantian. Rising to his feet and donning his garments, he strode purposefully towards the cave entrance, leaving deep footprints in the ground with each step, his body feeling considerably heavier than before. Upon exiting the cave, he immediately revealed his true form as a Qing Long, opening his mouth to swallow a dozen or so peaches of immortality, gathering all his primordial energy to break through to the 5th level of Taiyi Sanxian. With the consumption of the Qing Long's pearl, he had already reached the pinnacle of celestial immortality. The medicinal powers of the celestial herbs and earthly treasures he had previously consumed still resided within his flesh and meridians, and as he summoned his magical power to break through the bottleneck, these powers were also awakened. The 100-meter-long body of the Qing Long was enveloped by a spiritual cloud, with enigmatic which marks darting back and forth among its scales, gradually absorbing the spiritual cloud into its being. The Qing Long let out a long, resonant roar, suddenly opening its mouth wide to devour the spiritual cloud, instantly consuming over half of the spiritual energy from the golden silver island. He felt his primordial spirit extending over 1,000 miles. A tenfold increase from before, successfully advancing to Taiyi Sanxian. As the physical body broke through its bottleneck, the primordial spirit experienced certain changes as well, though not as pronounced as those in the physical body. During the advancement, the true form of the Qing Long underwent another transformation. Most notably, its body reached a length of 120 meters, with its horns radiating a metallic cold light. The edges of the spirals morphing into irregular marks, bearing a resemblance to the witch marks within its being. In the realm of the 8-9 mysterious arts, he successfully ascended to the 5th tier, ultimately reaching the same echelon as Sun Wukong and Yang Jian, elevating his physical prowess to remarkable heights. Although his innate talents paled in comparison to those of Sun Wukong and Yang Jian, the infusion of ancestral witch blood and an abundance of heavenly materials and earthly treasures have now positioned him on equal footing with the two, and he remains steadfast in his pursuit of physical breakthroughs until he achieves enlightenment. The 8-9 mysterious arts are not particularly sophisticated in their cultivation techniques. The notion that one can attain sainthood through the 9 transformations of merit is more akin to a promotional gimmick of the practice, as even saints do not believe anyone can truly reach such heights. Due to the inherent limitations of this technique, Sun Wukong and Yang Jian found themselves unable to progress beyond the Taiyi Golden Immortal stage, opting instead to accumulate merit for further advancement in journey to the west. Guanyin observes that Sun Wukong will remain merely a Taiyi Golden Immortal if he does not continue his quest for the Western scriptures. Fully aware of the shortcomings of this technique, Sun Wukong's inherently impetuous nature prevents him from accumulating earthly incense like Yang Jian, compelling him to rely on the merits gained from retrieving the scriptures for a meteoric rise. Without these merits, he stands no chance of breakthrough. Jiang Haoze believes he should emulate Ouyang Feng from the legend of the Condor Heroes, mastering the convoluted 9-in manual to achieve unparalleled martial prowess. The primary flaw of the 8-9 mysterious arts lies in the constraints of physical strength. He is convinced that once he integrates 12 drops of ancestral witch blood to attain the Pangu golden body, he will indeed have the opportunity to achieve enlightenment through the 9 transformations of merit. Chapter 75. The Rough Man, King of Thunder rode the clouds to Golden Silver Island. Fully aware of the reason behind the Evergreen Immortal King's assignment, his superior sent him precisely because he was a rough man. He saw nothing amiss in this. Being a rough man had its advantages. Occasionally indulging in personal gain was overlooked by his superior, and during disputes with the Rain King, he had grounds for his superior to support him with a simple inquiry that left the Rain King speechless. Why bother arguing with a simpleton like Lei Zheng? This task was one only he, the rough man, could execute effectively. Seeking an audience with the semi-saint might likely be rebuffed, and others would not dare risk their dignity, but he, being a rough man, was unperturbed. Even if he inadvertently offended the semi-saint, while others might face the semi-saint's ire, he believed the semi-saint would not lower himself to quarrel with a simpleton like him. Renowned for his simplicity in the tranquil heavens, King of Thunder was, paradoxically, more perceptive than most and led a more fulfilling existence than many other deities. As he gazed down upon Golden Silver Island from the sky, he noticed the entire island was enveloped in a formation of extraordinary sophistication, rendering him unable to discern any clues. King of Thunder quickly formulated a hypothesis. It was likely that a semi-saint truly resided on Golden Silver Island. Otherwise, how could such a formidable protective formation exist? If Jiang Haoze were privy to his thoughts, he would undoubtedly chuckle to himself. The commotion caused by the butterfly transformation maiden during her reconstruction of the witch body had drawn considerable attention, prompting him to arrange the monkeys to set up the great array of celestial constellations, inadvertently reinforcing King of Thunder's belief in the presence of a semi-saint. Stationed outside the array, King of Thunder steadied himself on the cloud and called out with a booming voice. Lei Zhang, on the orders of the evergreen immortal king, seeks an audience with the semi-saint. I hope the semi-saint will grant me this honor. At that moment, Jiang Haoze had just completed his ascension, smiling as he turned to the butterfly transformation maiden and remarked, "Now, it all rests upon you. Should any flaws be revealed, I fear we may no longer find refuge in this boundless sea." Hua Dai cast a sidelong glance at him, then, assuming a cross-legged position, summoned her primordial spirit, fully unleashing the essence of her being at the zenith of quasi-saint power. Suddenly, the Thunder King in the skies felt himself ensnared by her spirit, which radiated an overwhelming strength, 100-fold greater than his own. As if it could effortlessly obliterate his consciousness, he hastily implored, "I beseech you, esteemed quasi-saint, forgive my transgression. I am merely here on orders to pay a visit, harboring no ill intent whatsoever." Due to the limited magical prowess of her physical form as a Taiyi Golden Immortal, Hua Dai could not afford to maintain her spirit separation for long. Upon sensing the overwhelming pressure of a quasi-saint, she quickly retracted her essence. Although it was but a fleeting moment, a fine sheen of perspiration beaded upon her forehead, and her magical energy was utterly depleted, prompting her to withdraw her spirit for recuperation. Jiang Haoze produced a handkerchief to wipe the delicate sweat from her brow, then ascended on a cloud towards the position of the Thunder King. As Hua Dai had already showcased her quasi-saint peak spirit, it was now his turn to wield authority by proxy. At that moment, the meditative Hua Dai suddenly opened her eyes, gazing thoughtfully at his retreating figure, and soon a blush graced her fair cheeks once more. Exiting the great array of the celestial sphere, Jiang Haoze declared with solemnity, "My master is currently in secluded meditation and wishes not to be disturbed. Cease your clamor here at once." The Thunder King regarded the young man before him with curiosity, perceiving at a glance that his true form was that of an azure dragon, and additionally noting his status as a Taiyi Golden Immortal. Could it be that this lad is the little azure dragon I pardoned? Not long ago, that little azure dragon was merely a minor demon immortal. Yet this transformed figure before me possesses the cultivation of a Taiyi Golden Immortal. If that is indeed the case, his progress has been astonishingly swift. Though Jiang Haoze's cultivation was far beneath his own, the Thunder King did not dare to treat him with any semblance of disrespect. With a beaming smile, he remarked, "My brother, I am but a simple man, not intending to intrude upon the esteemed quasi-saint's meditation. I hope you might clarify this misunderstanding for me. May I inquire if your surname is Jiang?" Jiang Haoze, perplexed as to how this individual recognized him, nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. I am Jiang Haoze. May I ask for your name, esteemed senior?" Though he had already formed a conjecture, the confirmation from Jiang Haoze astonished the Thunder King, who mused that this young azure dragon was exceedingly fortunate to have been accepted as a disciple by the quasi-saint. It was remarkable that this youngling had swiftly ascended from a demon immortal to a Taiyi Golden Immortal. The quasi-saint must hold him in high regard, otherwise such an investment in his cultivation would be improbable. The Thunder King, embodying a blend of simplicity and astuteness, quickly recalibrated his thoughts, resolving not to underestimate the once diminutive azure dragon. He laughed heartily, declaring, "I share a close camaraderie with your father. Not long ago, you defied heavenly edicts by altering the rainfall metrics, prompting the rain ministry to insist that my thunder ministry apprehend you for execution. Upon discovering your true identity, I granted you clemency." Jiang Haoze, suddenly enlightened, replied, "Ah, so you are the Thunder King. I pay my respects. At that time, I was indeed ensnared by treachery, believing I could hardly escape the executioner's blade. And thankfully, my father was willing to sacrifice his celestial realm to atone for my plight. The Thunder King comprehended Jiang Haoze's implication, which signified that he owed him no favors, urging him not to invoke the matter of life-saving grace. Far from offended, the Thunder King was well aware of his lack of familiarity with Jiang Haoze. The notion of camaraderie was mere banter, and it was entirely normal for Jiang Haoze not to recognize him. With unabashed persistence, he sought to further cultivate their rapport. He stated with a serious demeanor, "Dear nephew, there are matters you are unaware of. It is exceedingly difficult to absolve a death sentence based solely on a mere desolate paradise. I am well aware of your father's integrity, which is why I agreed to make an exception for your case. Just yesterday, Wang in the Rain brought this matter to my attention." Jiang Haoze, of course, did not believe the words of King Lei. Those who are intoxicated seldom admit their inebriation, and genuine brutes do not constantly proclaim their own coarseness. It is indeed insufficient to absolve a death sentence based on a desolate paradise alone. And King Lei's reasoning was sound, yet he sensed there must be other underlying factors. He could not be bothered to dwell on it further, maintaining a demeanor that was neither subservient nor arrogant. A hallmark of an esteemed disciple. However, he was not a true disciple of the sage, and he was quite eager to befriend the venerable King Lei. Thus he artfully remarked, "I see now that it is not merely the desolate paradise that grants me reprieve, but rather the vigorous assistance of my esteemed uncle. Were it not for your noble intervention, I might have already become a mere wisp of a soul upon the execution platform, and would have had no chance to pay my respects at the feet of the sage. I beseech you to accept my humble bow." No, there is no need for such formalities. "You are a disciple of the quasi-saint. We are all kin here," King Lei replied. Jiang Haoze's display of gratitude caused King Lei's face to flush. For having boasted too grandly, he feared that taking too much advantage might lead to an awkward conclusion. He stepped forward to assist Jiang Haoze, reflecting wistfully, "We are all kin. There is no need for such formalities. Truth be told, I never anticipated that my act of saving you would lead to such remarkable progress on your part. Today, as your uncle pays homage to the sage, I will require your assistance." Jiang Haoze appeared troubled as he replied, "It is not that I am unwilling to assist my uncle. My master recently declared a retreat to sever ties with the self, and has resolved to see no one. Thus, I am powerless in this matter." King Lei expressed his regret. "Then it must be so. I shall return to report to the Celestial King. I do possess some degree of influence here in this tranquil realm. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out at the Lei department." Jiang Haoze smiled and said, "I shall rely on you in the future. Uncle, I must return now to serve my master, and I hope you will continue to guide me." After King Lei departed, he did not return directly to the celestial court, but instead rode the clouds to the Pan-Tua River, preparing to establish a fraternal bond with Jiang Haoze. Upon returning to Golden Silver Island, Jiang Haoze found himself chuckling at the grandiose claims made by King Lei, pondering, "Cunning can indeed lead to one's own downfall. The ancients did not deceive me. If King Lei were truly a brute, I doubt I would have found such a reliable patron so easily." Chapter 76. The Dragon King of the Holy Sea in the Dragon Palace of the Pan-Tua River. The roar of the matriarch dragon, Yin, shook the dust from the ceiling, causing it to fall in showers. Every member of the Water Clan treaded carefully, fearful of inadvertently incurring the matriarch's wrath. Ever since acquiring the 4 Ming Mountain Paradise, the matriarch dragon would occasionally retreat to the paradise for brief respites, and of late, she had been in high spirits, having not unleashed such fury in quite some time. Yin exclaimed in exasperation, "Jiang Haoze, I am acting for the good of our family. Bai Yuan has been taken as a disciple by the Peach Blossom Saintess of the Wan Tao Mountain, and the Yuxian Shi clan has become the guardians of Wan Tao Mountain. As the saying goes, the arm cannot twist the thigh. Should you oppose them, our Dragon Palace of Pan-Tua River is bound to suffer. For the good of our family? I suspect it is because Ao Qing is your kin, which is why you are so fervently urging me to acquiesce," he retorted. Jiang Haoze, surprisingly, did not succumb to the formidable presence of the matron dragon. Each time he mustered the courage to confront her, it was predominantly for the sake of his cherished Son. Yin scoffed, stating, "As the saying goes, a married daughter is akin to spilled water. It is true that my family hails from the dragon lineage, yet have I ever brought back even a single thread from the Endless Sea? Not to mention that Ao Qing originates from the North Sea. Even if he belonged to the Endless Sea Dragon clan, it bears little relevance to me, a married woman." Jiang Haoze, speak with integrity. In that instant, Jiang Haoze's heart softened. Although Yin possessed a fiery and tempestuous temperament, her intentions were indeed considerate of him. This woman, with a tongue like a knife yet a heart of tofu, had vehemently opposed his initial endeavors to secure a position for Haoze as the Dragon King of the Little Qinghe. Yet behind the scenes, she had exerted considerable effort through her family. It was precisely due to this understanding of her kindness that Jiang Haoze usually afforded her much patience. However, when it came to matters concerning his son, he was unwilling to yield. With a heavy sigh, he replied, Yin, if I agree to Bai Wei's request to withdraw from the engagement, my son will become a laughingstock among the aquatic clans. How can he hold his head high afterward? Moreover, this matter concerns the dignity of my Qingjiao clan. Even if the Bai family has climbed to greater heights, should our ancestors choose to intervene, I trust they would not dare to act recklessly. Ao Yin shook her head and countered, Justice? The Peach Blossom Holy Mother is a Great Luo Jinxian, while our ancestor is merely a Taiyi Jinxian. How can he uphold justice? You worry about your son becoming an object of ridicule, yet if this situation escalates, he may well lose his life. Being laughed at is far preferable to losing one's life. Wouldn't you agree? Jiang Haoze found himself wavering. Ao Yin's arguments were not without merit. The Peach Blossom Holy Mother wielded immense power and was notoriously protective of her own. Provoking her could lead to considerable trouble. The Yushuan Snake clan had inexplicably caught her attention, and Bai Wei, that ungrateful wretch, was poised to withdraw from the engagement as soon as he ascended to a position of privilege, which was indeed a form of bullying. Your Majesty, King Lei seeks an audience outside the palace. King Lei? Jiang Haoze was taken aback. King Lei presided over the most powerful department in the heavenly court, a figure of great repute, and he wondered what brought him to Pontua River. Recalling his recent donation of treasures to atone for his son's misdeeds, he felt a sudden pang of anxiety, fearing complications had arisen regarding his son. Jiang Haoze and his wife hurriedly made their way out of the Dragon Palace, and before they could even pay their respects, King Lei stepped forward to assist him, exclaiming, Ha ha, Brother Haoze, you did not linger long during your recent visit to the Thunder Department, so I have come to disturb you today. King Lei's politeness made Jiang Haoze exceedingly uneasy. He awkwardly welcomed King Lei into the Dragon Palace and inquired, Might I ask the purpose of your visit, Your Majesty? Should you require my assistance? I shall do my utmost, no need for such formality, King Lei replied with a beaming smile, producing a jade plaque. This is the celestial realm that you provided for your nephew Haoze's atonement. Today, it is returned to its rightful owner. Jiang Haoze's face turned pale as he feared that someone had manipulated the situation, compelling King Lei to return the celestial realm and hold his son accountable. He quickly knelt before King Lei, pleading, Your Majesty, you personally assured me that my son would be pardoned. Why then do you wish to retract your promise now? King Lei was momentarily taken aback. He helped Jiang Haoze to his feet and reassured him, Brother, do not overthink it. The everlasting Qingxian King has already pardoned your nephew Haoze, which is why I have returned the celestial realm to you. There is no intention of reassessing his transgressions. Jiang Haoze found himself utterly bewildered. The Thunder King was indeed a Great Luo Golden Immortal and would never stoop to deception. The Thunder King's courteous demeanor left him flabbergasted. Momentarily at a loss for how to respond, he hastily instructed Ao Yin to prepare a banquet in honor of the Thunder King. In a rare show of grace, the Thunder King accepted the invitation and partook in the feast, during which he jovially remarked, Brother, you have been blessed with a fine son, possessing such immense fortune. You shall undoubtedly reap the benefits in the future. Noticing that Jiang Haoze was oblivious to his son's fortunate association with the great sage, the Thunder King refrained from revealing the truth. When he took his leave, Jiang Haoze remained in a state of confusion. Ao Yin, her mind somewhat clearer, hesitantly suggested, on that day, Master Haoze effortlessly gifted him 2 celestial realms, indicating he is indeed an extraordinary figure. Could it be that his teacher is also a Great Luo Golden Immortal? Jiang Haoze shook his head and replied, If that were truly the case, I could not possibly agree to Bai Wei's request. It would tarnish Master Haoze's reputation if he became a laughingstock. With that, he produced the jade token of the celestial realm in an attempt to contact his son. But the vast distance rendered his efforts futile. With a sigh, he abandoned the endeavor. The Thunder King returned to the heavenly court and promptly reported to the eternal green immortal king about the presence of a great sage in the endless sea. The immortal king immediately convened a council of immortals to inform them of the great sage's arrival. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, I wish to send envoys to the endless sea to invite the great sage to serve in the pure heaven. What do you all think? The Rain King stepped forward, stating, I believe it inappropriate. The great sage has chosen to cultivate in the endless sea, and likely does not wish to be disturbed. Sending someone uninvited may displease him, thereby tarnishing our heavenly court's reputation. The Fire Star Monarch also voiced his agreement, saying, The great sage has yet to relocate his celestial realm to pure heaven. It would be wiser to await his movement before sending someone to observe and gauge his sentiments before making a decision. The eternal green immortal king nodded in approval. Your words are indeed wise, Fire Star Immortal. We shall proceed as you suggest. Just as he was about to disperse the assembly, the Thunder King suddenly interjected. The great sage is devoted to quiet cultivation. I believe we should not disturb him, but merely extend goodwill towards his disciples. Recently, I pardoned the Dragon King of the Little Qing River, Jiang Haoze, who has caught the great sage's attention and has now reached the cultivation level of a Taiyi Golden Immortal. If we were to bestow upon Jiang Haoze a modest position, the great sage would surely not stand idly by should there be any matters requiring his intervention. A clever ploy to entice further action. The eternal green immortal king rejoiced. This is indeed a splendid idea. We shall act accordingly. The endless sea is vast, and the northern region, where the great sage resides, is seldom traversed. Henceforth, we shall divide the endless sea into two, renaming the area north of Wanshan Island to Sacred Sea, and appoint Jiang Haoze as the Dragon King of the Sacred Sea. Thunder King, I entrust you with another task. Once the great sage's celestial chariot is forged, select 10 dragon steeds from the Imperial Horse Office to deliver it to Gold and Silver Island. Additionally, the matter concerning the great sage is of great significance. None among the immortals may disclose this information. Those who violate this decree shall face heavenly retribution. The eternal green immortal king issued a gag order. Mindful of the heavenly court's reputation, the emergence of a great sage in the endless sea would be a delicate matter, and public knowledge could lead to undesirable implications. The Imperial Horse Office possesses a total of 800 dragon steeds. Sending out 100 is indeed a considerable expense. Regrettably, one individual mistakenly believed that the celestial chariot was a motor vehicle, unaware that it required celestial beasts for transportation. Moreover, considering there were already 300 heavenly steeds, the bestowal of dragon steeds by the immortal king would not amount to a significant favor. Chapter 77. The ICC celebration 5 days later, the fiery immortal of flames completed the crafting of the Cloud Piercer. The Thunder King promptly selected 100 dragon steeds from the Royal Horse Registry and set off at a gallop towards the endless sea. The Cloud Piercer was not the motor vehicle one might envision. Akin to how deities ride the clouds with their magical prowess, this magnificent chariot soared through the skies, relying on clouds that required spiritual energy to be controlled. Compared to conventional cloud riding, the Cloud Piercer, having amalgamated numerous clouds, demanded only a minimal amount of spiritual energy to traverse the void, achieving speeds several times faster than typical cloud travel. Most immortals do not personally wield their spiritual energy to steer the vehicle. Instead, they employ flying spirit beasts to manipulate the clouds. This celestial-grade chariot, forged by the Immortal of Flames, could accommodate up to 300 spirit beasts at once, thus maximizing its speed to the utmost. Moreover, the chariot could effortlessly alter its size, reaching a maximum width of 200 meters and a length of 100 meters, comfortably housing 1,000 individuals. The Thunder King possessed a Cloud Piercer of his own, yet it paled in comparison to this one belonging to the esteemed Lord of the Lesser Saints. Delivering this magnificent vehicle to the endless sea offered him a chance to indulge in the luxury of such a chariot. After approximately an hour, the Cloud Piercer soared above Gold and Silver Island. He called out, "Noble nephew Haoze, I come bearing the decree of the Celestial King to bestow upon you, and I have brought the Cloud Piercer as well." From Gold and Silver Island emerged a dark dragon, who proclaimed, "My young master is not present on the island. The ancestor of the Qingjiao clan is celebrating a grand 3,000-year birthday, and my young master has gone to the ICC to pay his respects and has yet to return. The old master has instructed that he is in seclusion and cannot receive the Thunder King. The chariot was crafted specifically for my young master. You may leave it here at Gold and Silver Island or send it to my young master in the ICC. No trouble at all, no trouble at all." The Thunder King astutely perceived something. The old master mentioned by the Dark Dragon was evidently the Lesser Saint, who referred to Jiang Haoze as young master. Did this not imply that Jiang Haoze was the sole disciple of the Lesser Saint? The fact that the Lesser Saint had forged a celestial-grade chariot as a gift for him spoke volumes about his esteemed position in the eyes of the Lesser Saint. The little dark dragon must have some extraordinary fortune from a past life to be held in such high regard by the Lesser Saint. The endless sea lay at the northernmost edge of the tranquil heaven, while the ICC resided at the southernmost point. Even with the chariot, the journey would take several hours. Nevertheless, the Thunder King resolved to make the trip in person, for with Jiang Haoze, who was favored by the Lesser Saint, the Qingjiao clan was likely to ascend to great heights, making it an opportune moment to extend his congratulations and maintain appearances. Jiang Haoze had long since agreed to attend the ancestral birthday celebration, Not wishing to cause his father undue concern, he had already appeared near the Pantu River 3 days prior through his jade tablet. The tablet indicated that Jiang Haoze had contacted him several times, prompting him to hastily return to the Dragon Palace of Pantu River. However, Jiang Haoze relayed a rather amusing predicament. His soon-to-be father-in-law, Bai Wei, had brazenly approached him to dissolve the engagement, seeking to marry his daughter to the 5th prince of the North Sea Dragon Palace. As someone who had traversed from Earth, Jiang Haoze found such absurdities of little interest. After all, marriages could end in divorce, and engagements could be broken without surprise. Upon learning that Bai Yuan and Ao Qing were both disciples under the same Taoist master, he felt even less inclined to involve himself in their affairs. Once the birthday celebration concluded and he returned to the Endless Sea to set things in order at Mount Buzhou, he intended to delve back into the mythological realm to continue his pirating endeavors. He had no time to compete with others over romantic entanglements or offend the grand Taoist masters. Regrettably, my father does not share the same sentiment. Jiang Haitao perceives the cancellation of the engagement as an immense disgrace, one that bears upon the dignity of the Pantua River Dragon Palace and indeed the entire Qingjiao clan. Thus, he resolutely refuses to acquiesce. He further asserts that Jiang Haoze's master is a figure of considerable renown, and to suffer such humiliation would tarnish the reputation of their sect. Jiang Haoze refrains from disclosing to his father that his master is a quasi-saint, for the concept of a quasi-saint is entirely fictitious and serves no purpose in deceiving his father. As for the loss of the sect's face, he remains indifferent. After all, he is the head of Gold and Silver Island, and in his eyes, reputation holds little weight. However, having publicly declared himself a disciple of a quasi-saint, how would those aware of his identity perceive his indifference to the abduction of his fiancée? One might speculate that even those who believe in the existence of the quasi-saint would harbor doubts. When he first traversed to this realm, he was merely the Dragon King of the Little Qing River, and at that time, he was almost ensnared by his father-in-law's machinations, narrowly escaping the dragon slaughter platform. He had thought little of Bai Wei, considering him insignificant, and thus did not seek retribution. Little did he know that the Yuxian Shi clan could be entangled with the Great Luo Golden Immortals. Had he foreseen such troubles, he would have promptly annihilated Bai Wei's entire family with 6 ink dragons, sparing himself from the subsequent complications. Jiang Haoze could only offer his father some words of comfort, assuring him that he would devise a plan to safeguard the dignity of the Qingjiao clan. Due to the vast distance to the Xianbing Sea, Jiang Haitao and Ao Yin, both possessing only celestial-level cultivation, could not travel swiftly, necessitating a departure 2 days in advance. During the journey, Jiang Haoze found himself unable to endure their sluggish pace and decided to present them with 2 4th-grade clouds, which significantly increased their speed. Upon receiving the 4th-grade clouds, Ao Yin was filled with mixed emotions. She believed her stepson had been spoiled by her husband and, coupled with their ongoing discord, she harbored little fondness for him. Since the atonement in the celestial realm, her stepson's demeanor had transformed dramatically, leaving her unable to find any faults. Although she had initially thought the engagement should be dissolved, she unexpectedly remarked, "Haoze, if breaking off the engagement truly affects your prospects in the sect, perhaps we should refuse. If all else fails, I shall seek assistance from our ancestors in the Endless Sea." Jiang Haoze chuckled and replied, "No worries, my sect will not stand idly by. Even if they are refused, they would not dare to act recklessly." With the new clouds, their speed improved considerably, allowing them to reach the Xianbing Sea in just 1 day. The Xianbing Sea, perpetually frigid, is largely covered in solid ice, and the ancestor of the Qingjiao clan is a mutated ice dragon, making it particularly suited for cultivation in this icy expanse. As they approached the Dragon Palace of the Xianbing Sea, Jiang Haoze finally caught sight of the cloud carriage, a magnificent vehicle pulled at great speed by 8 cloud leopards, swiftly leaving the trio in its wake. This rustic fellow was unaware that the cloud carriage also required celestial beasts to operate and muttered, "What audacity for such a rickety vehicle! My flying carriage is a genuine supercar, far superior to this primitive cart needing celestial beasts to haul it." The Dragon Palace of the Xianbing Sea soon loomed before them, an exceptionally grand edifice whose lower half extended deep into the ocean's depths, while the portion visible above the ice reached heights of over 1,000 meters. Constructed entirely from colossal 10,000-year-old ice, dazzling under the sun's rays. The expansive ice crystal plaza before the palace was already filled with various cloud carriages, and Jiang Haoze realized that each carriage was indeed driven by celestial beasts. The more opulent the carriage, the more numerous and precious the beasts that pulled it. Could it be that the cloud carriage is, in fact, a type of cart? Jiang Haoze was momentarily taken aback. Had he known that a celestial beast would be required for the journey, He would not have designed the flying car to resemble a super sports car. The sight of a horse-drawn carriage felt incongruous to him. A man of modern sensibilities. Just as the three of them descended upon the cloud, a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe approached them. His round face was adorned with a warm smile as he enthusiastically exclaimed, "Isn't this my 13th brother? It has been many years since you returned from Pantujiang. Our ancestor has been reminiscing about you." A hint of discomfort flashed across Jiang Haoze's face as he clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Haitao pays his respects to fourth brother." The jovial man with the round face laughed heartily. "No need for formalities. We are all family here. Allow me to escort you inside, as I have matters to discuss with you." In the book club group, 4503488743, I have noticed numerous creative posts from readers that could be incorporated. Yet, since they are not responding in the pin thread, I find it challenging to highlight them all. As they slip down, they become increasingly difficult to locate. Therefore, I kindly ask everyone to comment in the pin thread whenever possible. Additionally, I have established a new reader group, Ziking Longgong, 4503488743, that I welcome everyone's suggestions and encourage those who have been with this book for a while to join the new group as well. The previous two groups have seen dwindling conversation, and they may be disbanded in due time. Chapter 78. The ancestor Jiang Haoze finally beheld the legendary ancestor, who, contrary to his expectations, appeared far from elderly. He bore no signs of gray hair or beard. Instead, he resembled a man in his 30s, with lustrous black hair and a robust beard that lent him a fierce demeanor. "I have met the ancestor," Jiang Haoze said, somewhat awkwardly stepping forward to pay his respects. A flicker of disappointment crossed the ancestor's face as he waved his hand dismissively. "It is good that you have returned. If my memory serves me correctly, it has been over 10 years since your last visit, has it not?" "Indeed," Jiang Haoze replied quietly, wishing to offer an explanation but lacking the courage. He merely stood with his head bowed. The ancestor, who had initially seemed calm and composed, suddenly kicked Jiang Haoze to the ground, his hair bristling as he pointed an accusing finger at him, shouting, "In those days, you were reckless and caused mayhem everywhere. I cleaned up after your mess time and again, and while I did so with a sense of pride, a true son of the Jiao clan ought to possess some fortitude. Now, you have ceased to cause trouble, but that spirited young 13th brother of yours has vanished, leaving behind nothing but a spineless wretch. Is it truly so easy for a mere woman to reduce you to this state?" Aoyin, witnessing the ancestor's fury, turned pale but could not restrain herself from defending, "Though I may be a bit headstrong, I have always encouraged Haitao to devote himself to his cultivation. How could that possibly lead to his decline?" "I did not speak of you," the ancestor retorted coldly, finally shifting his gaze to Aoyin and Jiang Haoze. Upon seeing Jiang Haoze, he could not help but exclaim, "Is this the son of that woman from years past?" Jiang Haitao scrambled to his feet, pleading, "Ancestor, Haoze is innocent. Begone. Regardless of who his mother may be, he is still of the Jiao clan bloodline. I am not as pitiful as you imagine." The ancestral elder once again sent Jiang Haitao tumbling and swiftly approached Jiang Haoze, speaking with a benevolent demeanor. "My child, have you already condensed the dragon pearl?" Jiang Haoze held a favorable impression of this venerable ancestor, as his father occasionally exhibited a rather spineless demeanor, and the elder's admonishments were born of frustration at such complacency. This ancestor possessed the cultivation of a Taiyi Golden Immortal, enabling him to perceive the essence of those he encountered, and Jiang Haoze readily nodded in affirmation. "I just condensed the dragon pearl a few days ago and obtained a fragment of ancestral inheritance." "Good, good, good," the ancestor exclaimed thrice, patting Jiang Haoze on the shoulder. "Our Qingjiao clan descends from the ancient azure dragon bloodline, yet the lineage has become exceedingly diluted over the millennia. Rarely have our kin formed dragon pearls in thousands of years. I only acquired a portion of the inheritance after cultivating to the level of Taiyi Golden Immortal, yet you, a descendant, have already formed a dragon pearl. Truly, a case of a dog father having a tiger son." The elder's countenance shifted dramatically. He turned from the amiable demeanor he had towards Jiang Haoze to a tempestuous one when addressing Jiang Haitao. In a grave tone, he declared, "Little 13, I have summoned you and your family today primarily to give you a thorough scolding. Your son has grown up. Will you continue to remain so spineless?" "I understand, ancestor," Jiang Haitao replied, his face paling as he rose to his feet and staggered out of the elder's meditation chamber, with Aoyin quickly following to assist him. Jiang Haoze, however, did not hasten to depart. His curiosity got the better of him. "Ancestor, what exactly happened to my father in the past?" the elder sighed, saying, "It is not my place to elaborate on his affairs. If you wish to know, you may inquire with him. However, your father is not as incapable as you might think. That I only recently condensed my dragon pearl, yet your father had already formed his a century ago. Certain circumstances merely caused his cultivation to stagnate. Child, you have already received the ancient azure dragon inheritance as a mere Taiyi Golden Immortal, and with the formation of your dragon pearl, your bloodline must undoubtedly be exceedingly pure. In the future, you must strive to propagate our clan. Upon hearing the elder's final words, Jiang Haoze felt a sense of exasperation. He mused to himself that while the butterfly maiden wished for him to propagate the witch lineage, now the ancestor desired him to sow the seeds of the dragon lineage. Was his fate truly to be that of a mere procreator? A shiver ran down his spine as he hastily sought an excuse to leave, intent on uncovering the gossip surrounding his father. Despite Jiang Haoze's persistent inquiries, Jiang Haitao revealed not a single word, and finding it dull, he ceased his probing. Although Jiang Haitao's secret pertained to his mother, she was, after all, someone else's mother, and to him, she was merely an inconsequential figure, unworthy of his efforts to investigate. As evening descended, the round-faced middle-aged man whom Jiang Haitao referred to as fourth brother came knocking. After exchanging pleasantries, he appeared troubled as he remarked, 13th brother, the Bai family has climbed to new heights and is determined to withdraw from the engagement. I suggest you do not cling too stubbornly to this matter. For after all, we cannot provoke the Peach Blossom Holy Mother or the North Sea. Jiang Haitao retorted coldly. That the Bai family would act in such a manner is one thing. Fourth brother, it is one thing to refrain from championing your nephew's cause, but must you also advocate for outsiders? The round-faced middle-aged man forced a bitter smile and said, were it not for the bonds of kinship, I would not have sought you out. Back in the day, I played the matchmaker for the marriage of young Haoze. According to custom, if one party wishes to break the engagement and the matchmaker of the other party raises no objections, the marriage contract is considered nullified. To be frank, my father has already consented to Bai Wei's request to dissolve the engagement between our families, and he has urged me to agree to the Bai family's wish to withdraw. However, I have steadfastly withheld my consent. Jiang Haitao fell silent for a moment before responding, Uncle, could it be that you fear the Bai family? My father is also considering the well-being of the entire clan. That Peach Blossom Saintess is indeed a formidable adversary, of course. As long as you, my 13th brother, do not acquiesce, even if my father were to pressure me, I would not represent myself as the matchmaker. I have heard that Bai Yuan possesses a rather scandalous nature, which renders her utterly unsuitable for young Haoze. Thus, I came to persuade you, my esteemed brother, that breaking off the engagement would ultimately be beneficial for Haoze. The round-faced middle-aged man was named Jiang Haiqing, and his father, Jiang Yunhe, was the current patriarch of the Qingjiao clan. With the ancestral elder having long ceased to manage affairs, it was Jiang Yunhe who made decisions regarding all matters within the clan. Should the Bai family successfully sway Jiang Yunhe, the dissolution of the engagement would likely be a foregone conclusion, rendering any reluctance on the part of Jiang Haitao and his son futile. Jiang Haitao remained unyielding, obstinately asserting, Bai Yuan is indeed an unsuitable match, but should her family be the ones to annul the engagement, would that not leave my son as a laughingstock? If you, uncle, persist in your course of action, once the ancestral elder's birthday banquet concludes tomorrow, I shall seek justice from the elder and demand an explanation from you for our family. Jiang Haiqing's expression shifted dramatically. His reluctance to dissolve the engagement as the matchmaker was not out of any sense of brotherly affection, but rather a fear that Jiang Haitao would approach the ancestral elder. Just as he was preparing to offer further counsel, Jiang Haoze, who had entered the room, interjected, Fourth uncle, please cease your attempts to persuade my father. I consent to the dissolution of the engagement, but I shall do so in my own manner to restore my honor. Overjoyed, Jiang Haiqing chose to overlook Jiang Haoze's final words. What justice could a mere minor immortal achieve? Bai Yuan and Ao Qing were originally only celestial beings, yet after both had become disciples of the Peach Blossom Saintess, their cultivations had soared, and they were now at the level of Taiyi scattered immortals. Should my nephew seek vengeance, he would likely only be able to negotiate a compromise, allowing Ao Qing and Bai Yuan to spare his life, which would suffice as an explanation for the 13th brother. Jiang Haoze's 8-9 mystical art primarily focused on bodily cultivation. Thus, under comparable levels of cultivation, others would be unable to discern the depth of his power. Only those who had surpassed him by a level could perceive it. Jiang Haiqing, being merely a Taiyi scattered immortal, could not gauge Jiang Haoze's true strength and mistakenly assumed that he was merely putting on a brave front, never suspecting that he genuinely intended to seek retribution against the Tude. Chapter 79. The 3,000-year birthday banquet. On the following day, the square of the Xianbing Sea Dragon Palace was adorned with a grand banquet, lavishly laid out with abundant delicacies. On white jade tables, exquisite fruits were arranged in stunning displays, while jade platters brimmed with rare delicacies. The air was filled with the enticing aroma of golden delicacies, with dishes such as deer legs, bear paws, and camel humps in ample supply. Emerald plates held an array of rare fruits, including jade lychee, deep sea longan, cloud oranges, mountain peaches, and multicolored pears, showcasing an abundance of exotic treasures. Immortals, who are free from the toils of mundane existence, place great importance on appearances and grandeur, far more so than mortals. The ancestral elder of the Qingjiao clan had celebrated his 3,000th birthday. Yet among the Taiyi Golden Immortals, he was considered quite youthful, possessing extraordinary talent and limitless potential, thus commanding respect from various celestial beings. Today marks the grand occasion of the 3,000th birthday of the venerable old Jiao, with countless guests arriving to extend their felicitations. The array of birthday gifts dazzles the eyes, and the officiating celebrant's voice has grown hoarse from singing. The East Sea Dragon Palace presents 10 golden longevity peaches, a pair of auspicious water beasts, and 10 sets of white jade. The West Sea Dragon Palace offers a single purple gold longevity peach, a pair of jade peachio, 1,000 pounds of deep sea cloud iron, and a complete set of golden threaded jade garments. The Endless Sea Dragon Palace contributes a celestial talisman of the Tiangang star, 2 talismans of the Disha star, a blue-eyed swanee, and 10 tails of 10,000-year-old purple lingji. From the clear wind valley of Tianmin Mountain, the Qianyuan Golden Immortal presents a Kaiyuan elixir, 10 black cloud apricots of the 4th grade celestial fruit, and 10 gene of 5th grade celestial brew. The host family seeks to maintain an impressive display, and the guests likewise wish to showcase their generosity. The singing of the guests' gifts is a mark of respect. Once the list of gifts from external guests has been recited, the officiant begins to announce the gifts from kinfolk. Typically, the offerings from family members are not as extravagant as those from outsiders, yet an overly modest gift may suggest a lack of filial piety towards the elder. As the momentous occasion of the ancestor's 3,000th birthday approaches, many family members have been preparing for several years, including Jiang Haoze and his spouse, who have devoted considerable thought to their offerings. When the officiant begins to recite the gifts from the high generation, Jiang Haoze's expression shifts to one of discomfort. He had prepared his offerings based on the standards set a century ago for the ancestor's birthday, only to realize that this time, the gifts from his contemporaries are at least tenfold more lavish. Noticing his father's unease, Jiang Haoze chuckles and says, "Father, I too have prepared a gift for our ancestor. Why not let me add it to your list?" The ceremonial list for deities is crafted from red jade foil, upon which one can inscribe with their divine consciousness. After a brief contemplation, Jiang Haoze amends the list to his satisfaction. Just as he is about to hand it to Jiang Haoze, he suddenly hears someone calling his name. Looking up, he sees the venerable ancestor, seated at the position of honor, beckoning him. "Haoze, come here. I wish to introduce you to a few old-timers, so that in the event of any mischief, you'll have reliable allies." Grandson obeys. The ancestor, being Jiang Haoze's great-grandfather, refers to him as grandson due to the multitude of descendants. After acknowledging the call, Jiang Haoze casually hands the list to his father and strides confidently towards the head table, drawing the attention of many along the way. The Qingjiao clan boasts nearly 1,000 members, and the ancestral figure calling only him to the head table speaks volumes of his favor. Jiang Yunhe, the clan leader adept at navigating the intricate dynamics among the deities, is visibly taken aback upon hearing Jiang Haoze's name, displaying a look of confusion. However, the elderly figures at the head table show no surprise. The Qianyuan Golden Immortal smiles and remarks, "You, Brother Ruxing, are indeed fortunate. A prodigious talent has emerged from our clan, deserving of both joy and celebration." Being of the Hao generation, Jiang Haoze is not yet 50 years old. Having achieved the status of Taiyi Sanxian at such a tender age, his future prospects appear boundless. The speaker, clad in robust iron armor, is the ancestral figure of the Zijiao clan, who shares a close bond with Jiang Ruxing of the Qingjiao clan. All 10 seated at the head table are golden immortals, each offering their praise. The other attendees remain unaware of the unfolding events, yet many clan members gaze at Jiang Haoze with envy and admiration. The ancestor indeed harbors intentions to nurture Jiang Haoze, introducing him to the esteemed golden immortals present, among whom 2 particularly capture his attention. Among them was a young man with an extravagant appearance, wielding a jade-boned folding fan adorned with peach blossoms, exuding an aura of malevolence. This individual was the foremost disciple of the peach blossom saintess of Wantaishan, known as the jade-faced true person, possessing the strength of an early Taiyi Golden Immortal. The other was a member of the Dragon Clan, a mid-stage Taiyi Golden Immortal, and the ancestor of the North Sea Dragon Palace Dian, the realm of pure tranquility. There are 7 seas, with the most southern, the Xianbing Sea, serving as the training ground for the ancestors of the Qingjiao clan. Representatives from the other 6 seas had come to celebrate, yet only the North Sea sent a Taiyi Golden Immortal in person. This unusual occurrence struck Jiang Haoze as significant. Both the North Sea and Wantaishan had dispatched Taiyi Golden Immortals. Could it be related to the annulment of the Bai family's engagement? He observed the 2 Golden Immortals closely and noted their serene expressions. The ancestor had shown no signs of hostility during the introductions. Could it be that he was overthinking the situation? In truth, he was not far from the mark. Both Golden Immortals had indeed come regarding the annulment of the engagement. The Peach Blossom Saintess, wandering the world, had fortuitously encountered Bai Yuan and Ao Qing, recognizing their suitability for the esoteric practices of her sect, and thus took them under her wing. The Saintess, fiercely protective of her disciples, resolved to unite them, sending word to the North Sea Dragon Palace to divorce Ao Qing's original wife and urging the Bai family to expedite the annulment, so as to orchestrate a splendid wedding for her disciples. Intimidated by the authority of the Peach Blossom Saintess, and recognizing the honor of having a clan member join the ranks of the Luo Golden Immortals, the North Sea Dragon Palace complied entirely with her wishes. However, due to Jiang Haoze's obstinate refusal to annul the engagement, coupled with the fierce temperament of the Qingjiao clan's ancestor, the Jade-faced true person and the North Sea ancestor personally came under the guise of celebrating a birthday. They bore no malice towards Jiang Haoze, for their wariness was directed at the ancestor of the Qingjiao clan, entirely unaware of the unfortunate young man whose engagement was being annulled. While Jiang Haoze was lost in thought, his father, Jiang Haoze, was equally restless, the list of gifts in his hands feeling akin to a hot potato. He had initially assumed his son would only casually add a couple of birthday gifts, but to his astonishment, the entire list had been revised, detailing offerings that even the Dragon Palace of the Pantua River, let alone a Luo Golden Immortal, might struggle to present. Yet he found himself unable to amend the list, as his cultivation was inferior to his son's. Jiang Haoze, possessing the spiritual awareness of a Taiyi Luce Immortal, could effortlessly erase his mark, leaving Jiang Haoze's celestial-level awareness powerless against his son's imprint. He lamented not preparing an additional sheet of red jade foil. Had he submitted his own modest list, it would merely have been met with disdain, but his son's list would undoubtedly become a grand jest. Ao Yin discerned Jiang Haoze's discomfort, snatching the list and, upon reviewing it, was rendered speechless. Tentatively, she inquired, "Is this truly the list modified by Haoze? He has recently produced several remarkable items. Could this be a birthday gift prepared by his sect?" Jiang Haoze chuckled wryly, replying, "A 7th-grade celestial fruit. Perhaps only the evergreen celestial king could procure such a treasure in the entirety of pure tranquility. Where would he find such an extraordinary master?" Ao Yin, too, found it implausible, yet women often harbor more fantasies than men. With a lack of confidence, she ventured, "Haoze is your own flesh and blood. He wouldn't wish you harm, if that is the case. What do you have to worry about? Present the list, and Haoze will surely find a way to manage it." Her words struck a chord within Jiang Haoze, prompting him to reflect, "Indeed, Haoze is my own son. His alteration of the gift list undoubtedly carries profound significance. Regardless of his intentions, even if he seeks to cause mischief, I shall accompany him in his folly, alas." It seems the ancestors were indeed correct. Over the years, I have become increasingly timid, to the point where I almost disdain myself. Chapter 80. I seek justice upon reflection. Jiang Haoze, too, adopted the demeanor of a bachelor. After the elder brother ahead of him completed his gift presentation, he strode forward with determination and presented the gift list to the officiating official. The official, having received numerous rare treasures today, had long since become numb to the proceedings and held little expectation for the longevity gifts from the High Clan. However, when his gaze fell upon the gift list, astonishment instantly registered upon his face, and his hands trembled involuntarily. After a moment's hesitation, he recited the list verbatim. In honor of the longevity celebration, Jiang Haoze and his son present the following gifts: 1 7th-grade celestial fruit, 9 6th-grade celestial fruits, 36 5th-grade celestial fruits, 1 5th-grade cloud, and 9 4th-grade clouds. In that vast plaza, silence enveloped the crowd. The 7th-grade celestial fruit, a rare offering only to be found with the evergreen celestial king, was an astonishing sight at the venerable old dragon's birthday feast. The other 6th-grade celestial fruits and 5th-grade clouds were equally precious, making their simultaneous appearance on the gift list all the more remarkable. Even for a longevity gift from a Great Luo Golden Immortal, the attendees would have expressed their surprise. How much more so when the offerings were from the kin of the Azure Dragon? What an absurdity! The clan leader, Jiang Yunhe, could not suppress a scoff, convinced that Jiang Haoze had intentionally crafted the gift list to draw the attention of the ancestors, hoping to leverage it for a proposal to rescind the marriage. Yet, amidst the gathering of esteemed guests, such folly would surely not be tolerated by the ancestors. Should he fail to present a worthy gift, he would be compelled to take matters into his own hands. Upon completion of the recitation, the gift-giver was expected to present the actual items. All eyes turned in unison towards Jiang Haoze, who could only awkwardly gaze at his son. Jiang Haoze, perfectly timed, rose to his feet and declared with a smile, "Haoze, rather mischievous, has pilfered the longevity gifts prepared by my father for the ancestors to play with. I shall now present them in celebration of the ancestors' longevity, wishing them a lifespan equal to that of the heavens." With that, he produced a jade platter adorned with an array of celestial fruits, among which 30 or so peaches cradled a fruit resembling an infant. Alongside the jade platter, 10 clouds materialized, gracefully fluttering towards the ancestors, enveloping them in a festive aura. This scene left all spectators in utter disbelief. Suddenly, a Great Luo Golden Immortal from Tianmin Mountain rose, exclaiming, "The fruit atop is not merely a 7th-grade spiritual fruit." In the midst of his pretense, Jiang Haoze exhibited an expression of embarrassment, for he was entirely ignorant of the grades of the ginseng fruit and the peaches. His designation of the ginseng fruit as 7th grade was merely conjecture. Having once inquired about the 3,000-year-old peach from the Fire Star monarch, who had classified it as a 5th-grade celestial fruit, he concluded that the 9,000-year-old peach must be at least 6th grade. Naturally, the ginseng fruit, rarer than the 9,000-year-old peach, would be 7th grade. Little did he anticipate the ensuing ridicule. Just as he was about to concoct a defense, he witnessed the Great Luo Golden Immortal excitedly grasping the ginseng fruit, proclaiming, "This item is known as the heavenly human fruit. A treasure unique to the spiritual soil of Tian.it, is genuinely an 8th-grade celestial fruit, and the aura contained within those 9 large peaches is undoubtedly that of a 7th-grade celestial fruit." Jiang Haoze finally exhaled, realizing that his previous excessive caution had led him to underestimate the quality of the ginseng fruit and the 9,000-year-old peach. However, as the Qianyuan Golden Immortal had stated, the Taishu realm should also possess earthly spiritual roots, albeit referred to as heavenly fruits in this realm. One might say that the Qianyuan Golden Immortal has shown a lack of ambition. After all, he is a Taiyi Golden Immortal. Surely, he need not react so dramatically upon encountering ginseng fruit and flat peaches. It seems he speaks without understanding the burden of the matter. Even in the primordial world, those who could attend the Queen Mother's peach banquet were all Great Luo Golden Immortals, and such gatherings occurred infrequently. The number of deities in the Taishu realm surpasses that of the primordial world, and opportunities for Taiyi Golden Immortals to acquire such advanced celestial fruits as ginseng fruit and flat peaches are exceedingly rare. The ancestor, Zhang Ruxing, was also momentarily taken aback. When the officiating priest read the list of ceremonial gifts, he believed Jiang Haoze was being foolish. Just as he pondered how to smooth things over, Jiang Haoze presented a lavish birthday gift. Although he did not recognize the ginseng fruit and the flat peaches, he was familiar with the 5th-grade clouds. Upon hearing the Qianyuan Golden Immortal declare them to be 8th-grade spiritual fruits, he was utterly astounded. Shaking his dazed head, he exclaimed, "Grandson Haoze, from where have you procured such treasures? This birthday gift is truly extravagant." Jiang Haoze replied with a subtle smile, "It is only fitting to honor our ancestors. Moreover, my intention in personally presenting this gift is somewhat self-serving. Yesterday, you mentioned that my father often caused trouble in his youth, and each time it was you who resolved the aftermath. I, too, have a penchant for mischief, and should I stir up significant trouble, I would rely on your assistance, ancestor." The ancestor responded readily, "Even if you had not prepared a birthday gift for me today, you are still my descendant. Regardless of the trouble you may cause, I shall bear the burden for you." The Qianyuan Golden Immortal added with a hint of envy, "If only I had such a filial grandson, I would not only support him in acquiring 8th-grade spiritual fruits, but would also advocate for him, even if he sought 6th-grade spiritual fruits." Emotai, the ancestor of the Purple Flood Dragon clan, jested, "Grandson Haoze, I do not desire 8th-grade spiritual fruits. However, if you were generous enough to bestow upon me a 6th-grade spiritual fruit, I would gladly support you in any trouble you may encounter." In response, Jiang Haoze promptly produced 2 flat peaches, offering one to each of them with a smile. "My master has indeed provided me with some celestial fruits, and today I shall present them as a tribute to both esteemed elders. Henceforth, should I find myself in trouble, I shall hold you accountable." The 2 Golden Immortals accepted the flat peaches with pleasure, viewing Jiang Haoze merely as a young child, not perceiving him as capable of causing significant trouble. The other Golden Immortals looked on with some envy, yet they recognized that the earlier comments from the Qianyuan Golden Immortal and Emotai were made in jest. It would be unwise for the younger generation to take such banter seriously. Meanwhile, Jiang Haoze at the table was filled with trepidation, recalling the events of the previous night. Yesterday, Jiang Haoze had readily agreed to dissolve the engagement, and the other party had returned the marriage contract and betrothal gifts. However, this young man had continuously emphasized his desire for justice. At that moment, Jiang Haoze had thought him overconfident, yet it now seemed there was more to it. His concerns materialized as Jiang Haoze abruptly rose, exclaiming with indignation, "Now that we have the backing of our ancestor and two esteemed elders, I shall dare to be audacious today and seek justice at the grand banquet in honor of our ancestor." Jiang Haoze, slightly bewildered, nonetheless asserted firmly, "Whatever justice you wish to pursue, speak it today, for I shall do all in my power, even at the cost of this old body, to support you." Jiang Haoze declared emphatically, "I have long been betrothed to Bai Yuan of the Yushuan snake clan. The Bai family, having climbed the social ladder, has coerced my father into annulling our engagement and has betrothed Bai Yuan to the Dragon Palace of the North Sea. As for justice, my first course of action is to seek retribution against these two families for the theft of my bride." The jade-faced gentleman and the ancestor of the North Sea rose abruptly, astonished, and exclaimed, "You are the young man who wishes to break off the engagement with Yuan?" Jiang Haoze remained unfazed, casting a cold glance at the jade-faced gentleman and the old dragon king of the North Sea, and stated solemnly, "The grievance of a stolen bride cannot be overlooked. Only blood can cleanse this humiliation. This matter shall be decided by the ancestor." With a disdainful snort, the jade-faced gentleman retorted, "Jiang Haoze, Bai Yuan is now a disciple of the Holy Mother. If you wish to pursue this matter, you should think it through first." The old dragon king of the North Sea sighed, "Haoze, my dear brother, this is not my wish either. The Holy Mother has decreed that my wayward grandson marry the Bai family's daughter. Let this matter rest. Our North Sea shall surely repay this in the future." Jiang Haoze did not even glance at them, his expression impassive as he said, "Haoze, you may now articulate the second matter for which you seek justice." Jiang Haoze cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Haoze and replied nonchalantly, "As kin, we should support one another. Yet, the Bai family, confident in their might, has annulled the engagement to it. Is one thing for my uncle, as the clan leader, to withhold his support for my family, but he not only acquiesced to the Bai family's demands, but also sent my fourth uncle as a negotiator. Thus, my second grievance shall be addressed with my uncle. In Chapter 81, The Heavenly Intentions of Disciples, Jiang Haoze sought retribution first from the Dragon Palace of the North Sea and Wantao Mountain. The Dragon Palace wielded immense power, and Wantao Mountain was protected by a Grand Luo Jingxian. Ancestor Jiang Haoze remained composed as he agreed. However, upon hearing that Jiang Haoze sought a second form of justice from Jiang Haoze, his expression darkened, and he barked, "Jiang Haoze, is this true?" Under the weight of years of ancestral authority, Jiang Haoze dared not refute. He knelt, saying, "I merely sent Shao Si to persuade my nephew Haitao, but this was for the good of the entire clan." With a swift motion, the ancestor shattered Jiang Haoze's legs, coldly stating, "Even now you dare to make excuses. If you had not received favors from the Bai family, why would you act as their emissary? I have always said that when our kin are wronged, we must unite against the common enemy. You did not report to me about the formidable foe, yet you conspired with outsiders to plot against our clan. How do you deserve to be the leader of the Qingjiao clan? Yunhai, you shall assume the position of clan leader from now on. Jiang Haoze has violated clan regulations and is expelled from the Qingjiao clan. Jiang Hai will be punished to reflect in solitude for 100 years. Yes, ancestor." A tall member of the Yun clan stepped forward and addressed the gathered clansmen. "Our clan established rules thousands of years ago. We must unite to avenge the grievances of our kin, preferring to shatter into pieces rather than remain intact in disgrace. Do you all still remember? Better to shatter than to remain intact." 1,000 clansmen roared in unison, their voices soaring to the heavens, causing the guests at the birthday banquet to change color in shock. Among the crowd, a youth with sword-like brows and starry eyes, clad in gleaming silver armor, gasped, pale-faced, and murmured, "Junior sister, the matter of the annulment has already been settled. We might as well take our leave now." Beside the youth stood a woman clad in a pink short top, exposing a tantalizing glimpse of her snow-white midriff, her alluring figure radiating an air of seduction. She cast a disdainful glance at the silver-armored youth and remarked, "Master brother is a Taiyi Golden Immortal, and your esteemed ancestor is also present. Could it be that you still fear that ancient serpent?" With a hint of mockery, she added, "I am quite eager to witness how that good-for-nothing seeks vengeance upon me." These two were Ao Qing and Bai Yuan. Initially, Ao Qing merely intended to take Bai Yuan as a concubine, but an unexpected encounter led to Bai Yuan's fortuitous turn of fate. The Peach Blossom Holy Mother of Wan Tao Mountain, a disciple of the Heavenly Desire sect, believed that desires were innate and advocated for the indulgence of one's passions. The Holy Mother practiced the art of the six desires, and upon observing Bai Yuan's exceptionally strong desires, she made an unprecedented exception to accept her as a personal disciple, simultaneously bringing her paramour into the fold. Jiang Haoze's gaze fell upon the two of them, and the roars of his kin ignited a fervor within him. He had not expected much from his family, intending instead to ambush and eliminate the two before making his escape. However, the response of his kin surpassed his expectations, particularly that of the ancestor, who, aware that the enemies were from Wan Tao Mountain and the North Sea Dragon Palace, remained unfazed in his resolve to seek justice for him. This audacity left Jiang Haoze feeling somewhat inadequate. The atmosphere in the square was tense, with the most awkward position occupied by Qian Yuan Zhenren and Mo Tai. These two had just received benefits from Jiang Haoze and had promised to support him. Yet in the blink of an eye, Jiang Haoze had provoked two formidable adversaries. Qian Yuan Zhenren awkwardly suggested, as this is a matter of the younger generation, why don't we remain spectators and allow them to resolve their grievances independently? The ancestor glanced at Jiang Haoze, who subtly nodded in agreement, indicating that dealing with Bai Yuan and Ao Qing would pose no challenge. Although both were Taiyi Golden Immortals, his mastery of the 8-9 profound arts rendered him invincible among his peers, and with the innate spiritual treasure mahjong in his possession, if he could not defeat that pair of scoundrels, he might as well return home to end his own life. Jiang Ruxing, feeling reassured, nodded in acknowledgement. What Dao friend Qian Yuan suggests is reasonable. What do the two Taoists think? The jade-faced Zhenren had confidence in Bai Yuan, for the Holy Mother had bestowed upon her a mid-grade postnatal spiritual treasure. However, he deemed the Qing Jiao clan unworthy of negotiating fairly with Wan Tao Mountain and snorted, Bai Yuan is a direct disciple of the Holy Mother. What is Jiang Haoze? To even think he can challenge her to a fair duel? Jiang Haoze is my great-grandson. Jiang Ruxing replied coolly in a fit of rage. The jade-faced Zhenren retorted, Jiang Ruxing, you are but a mere Taiyi Golden Immortal. What gives you the right to compare yourself with the Holy Mother? The arrogance of the jade-faced Zhenren ignited a fierce glint in Jiang Haoze's eyes. The strength of the Taiyi Golden Immortals' Qilin was contained within the jade disc, and he could easily eliminate that pair of scoundrels, as long as he could have the Qilin confront the jade-faced Zhenren. The old Dragon King of the North Sea would be sufficiently countered by his ancestor, granting him ample time to unleash a massacre, making it entirely possible to eradicate the Yuxian serpent clan that accompanied Bai Yuan. Just as he was about to act decisively, a flying chariot suddenly appeared in the distance, soaring through the skies toward the square, as the clouds parted to reveal the chariot's true form. The familiar silhouette left Jiang Haoze momentarily stunned. Just when he was filled with curiosity, the Thunder King stepped forth from the chariot, declaring with authority, by decree of the celestial immortal Qing Su Miao Luo. From this day forth, the Endless Sea shall be divided into two. The area north of Wan Mountain Island shall be renamed the Holy Sea, and Jiang Haoze shall be conferred the title of Holy Sea Dragon King. Jiang Haoze remained in a daze, while the Thunder King had already flown before him with the celestial edict, presenting it and saying, Haoze, my dear nephew, express your gratitude swiftly. I have expended considerable effort on your behalf as the Holy Sea Dragon King. You must treat me to a fine meal. Jiang Haoze hastily clasped his hands together and responded, Thank you, uncle, for your assistance. The Thunder King burst into hearty laughter, then suddenly leaned in to whisper in Jiang Haoze's ear. You ought to eliminate those two treacherous souls without delay. I can bear any burden for you now, but when that old witch from the heavens comes, I shall be unable to intervene. Understanding the implication, Jiang Haoze instantly leaped onto a cloud and soared above Bai Yuan's head, summoning the fire-based mahjong from his consciousness. Since advancing to the Taiyi Golden Immortal stage, his success rate of summoning mahjong had risen to 80%, leaving little room for error. The six-legged avian manifestation of Emperor Jun and Taiyi emerged from the mahjong, commanding 45 swirling orbs of golden flames that surged toward Bai Yuan like an overwhelming tide. Due to Jiang Haoze's own limitations, the solar true fire unleashed from the fire mahjong, although controlled by the six-legged bird, possessed only the power equivalent to that of a small golden crow. Each small golden crow, wielding solar true fire, held strength comparable to a Taiyi Golden Immortal, yet Bai Yuan, a Taiyi Golden Immortal, could hardly withstand the might of the solar divine fire. The discerning Qian Yuan Golden Immortal gasped in astonishment, while the jade-faced true person's expression turned grave, hastily deploying his peach blossom fan to aid in defense, but the fan fell to the ground before it could even reach the air. The Thunder King approached the head seat with a jar of wine, laughing heartily. Children, in their ignorance, are causing a ruckus at the birthday banquet. We need not intervene. Taoist Jiang, I am but a rough man unskilled in selecting gifts. Let this jar of 100-flower brew, bestowed by the peony fairy, serve as a birthday present. Taoist Jiang rushed to his feet, exclaiming, with the Thunder King's esteemed presence gracing us, how could I dare accept such a gift? He acquiesced to the Thunder King's words, allowing the children to contend, stating, we shall not return until we are inebriated. Jiang Ruixin concealed his true feelings, daring not to slight the Wan Tao mountain, for many from the Qingjiao clan were dragon deities conferred by the heavenly court, and the Peach Blossom Holy Mother would not dare to overreach. With the heavenly decree appointing Jiang Haoze as the Holy Sea Dragon King and the Thunder King deigning to befriend him, coupled with the earlier birthday present, the old sage had already surmised that his great-grandson had formidable backing. The jade-faced true person, whose treasure had been struck down by the Thunder King, wore a countenance of deep anger yet dared not provoke him, quietly shattering the jade talisman in his palm while fixating intently on the two combatants. Bai Yuan summoned a postnatal spiritual treasure known as the Peach Blossom Canopy, capable of bewitching the heart and offering protection, transforming into a tent enveloped in crimson mist to meet the oncoming true fire. For a brief moment, the golden fireballs were impeded, inciting the six-legged bird's fury as it commanded the multitude of golden flames to form a blazing array. The golden flames seemed inexhaustible, rampaging at will, as the pink mist released by the Peach Blossom Canopy vanished in an instant. The airborne red tint reduced to ashes, and thus the postnatal spiritual treasure was utterly destroyed. Chapter 82. Ruthless Destruction of Flowers. Jiang Haoze harbored no sympathy, and as the Peach Blossom Canopy shattered, the solar true fire surged once more toward Bai Yuan, who, upon witnessing the destruction of her treasure, turned pale with horror. The recent annulment of the engagement is bound to incite the wrath of the Qingjiao clan. Several Taiyi Golden Immortals from the Bai family have emerged in full force, fully aware that Bai Yuan represents the hope of their clan's resurgence. Upon witnessing Bai Yuan in peril, Bai Wei, accompanied by 8 other Taiyi Golden Immortals, swiftly intervened. The newly appointed clan leader of the Qingjiao, Zhang Yunhai, bellowed, Bai Wei, you have gone too far. This is the territory of my Qingjiao clan. How dare you, the Yushuan serpents, run rampant here? As over 20 Qingjiao members, each possessing the strength of Taiyi Golden Immortals, prepared to act, they were met with Jiang Haoze's booming laughter from the skies. I can handle this. Rest assured, esteemed elders, for I shall roast these little serpents today. The power of the true sunfire intensified, rendering the Bai family too frightened to approach it, prompting them to retreat with Bai Yuan in tow. With a thunderous shout, Jiang Haoze forcefully summoned water-based magic, unleashing water serpents formed from Taiyin Xian liquid that swept forth, ensnaring the retreating Bai family members in an icy grip that threatened to freeze them solid. The flames controlled by the 6-legged monstrous bird also descended upon them, and the Bai family truly experienced the dual torment of ice and fire, with the lagging 4 reduced to ashes. Just as the flames threatened to engulf Bai Yuan, the indignant Yumei Zhenren shouted, Thunder King, Bai Yuan is a direct disciple of the Holy Mother. If you obstruct my rescue today, the Holy Mother shall not let you go unpunished. Upon uttering these words, Yumei Zhenren brandished the peach blossom fan, ascending into the air. After a moment's hesitation, the Thunder King ultimately chose not to intervene. The heavenly court is not omnipotent. Similar to the vast wilderness, it governs only mortals and some lesser deities, daring not to offend the likes of Great Luo Golden Immortals. Yumei Zhenren's sudden action caught Jiang Ruxing off guard, prompting his furious retort. Yumei, you have gone too far. Today, I shall engage you in battle. With that, he brandished a weapon, a 3-pronged steel fork, aiming a thrust at the airborne Yumei Zhenren, only to be met by 2 water-polished steel whips that parried the attack. The old Dragon King of the North Sea also joined the fray. Both were Taiyi Golden Immortals, well acquainted with each other's strengths and weaknesses, and neither could easily claim victory over the other. Jiang Ruxing, enraged, exclaimed, Ao Yun, are you truly prepared to turn against my clan? Ao Yun retaliated with a whip strike, coldly asserting, Jiang Ruxing, given your Qingjiao clan's temperament, would you spare my grandson only after slaying Bai Yuan? Your clan seeks face, but shall my North Sea Dragon Palace be a target for your bullying? Today, we shall settle this matter. Yumei Zhenren wielded the peach blossom fan to shield against the true sunfire and exhaled a cloud of pink mist directed at Jiang Haoze. Observing the mist while engaged in battle, Jiang Ruxing warned, beware, grandson, that crimson mist is exceedingly venomous. Even a golden immortal would find it troublesome if touched. Jiang Haoze, unwilling to be negligent, summoned earth-based magic despite his weakened spirit. The phoenix-controlled magic formed a thick earthen barrier, enveloping him in a brilliant yellow armor. The red mist sizzled upon contact with the armor, generating intricate runes that dissipated most of the toxic mist, while the remaining traces failed to penetrate the armor's defenses. Yumei Zhenren was taken aback. His true form was that of a red jade serpent, and the red mist was his innate divine ability, capable of corroding even treasures of the spirit class. How could a mere Taiyi loose immortal possess such an extraordinary artifact that could withstand his golden immortal level poison? The earth-based mahjong has infused the primordial essence of the inherent Wu earth from Zenyuanzi, along with a trace of the 9 heavens Shirang. The mysterious runes are manifestations of Shirang, capable of dissolving attacks from any elemental faction. Although the toxic mist of the jade-faced real person is formidable, it primarily relies on corrosively assaulting the physical bodies of others, which is precisely countered by Shirang. Jiang Haoze is not without his own concerns. Even after ascending to the Taiyi Santian level, he finds it exceedingly taxing to forcibly summon the 3 elemental mahjongs. Upon invoking the earth-based mahjong, a wave of weakness washes over his soul, making it clear to him that he must resolve matters swiftly. Therefore, he released the Qilin from the creation jade plate and bellowed, "Wang Kai, obstruct that old white face." The Qilin, exuding an aura of majesty, let out a resounding roar. Having endured bullying for some time, it finally seized an opportunity to vent its frustrations. Upon the restoration of its spirit, it possessed the peak cultivation of a Taiyi Golden Immortal, and being an ancient divine beast, it surpassed its peers in strength. Thus, it felt no fear towards the jade-faced real person, who was merely at the initial stage of a golden immortal. Enveloped in the sacred flames of the Qilin, it lunged ferociously at the jade-faced real person. The deities present in the square were rendered numb. They had first presented 8th-grade celestial fruits to celebrate a birthday, then summoned treasures capable of unleashing the divine fire of the sun, and now, they witnessed the summoning of a peak golden immortal divine beast. The Qilin. What exactly is the background of that young fellow from the Qingjiao clan? The Qilin confronted the jade-faced real person, while Jiang Haoze soared on crimson clouds, pursuing the fleeing members of the Bai family. Seeing the divine beast Qilin, the psychological defenses of the Bai family crumbled. Bai Yuan, her face as pale as death, shrieked in desperation, "Jiang Haoze, if you spare me this once, I shall not annul our engagement. No, I would even be willing to become your concubine." In response to her plea was an unending inferno. The blazing flames instantly enveloped all 10 members of the Bai family. When the flames dissipated, the Bai family had vanished without a trace, leaving behind 10 charred serpents on the ground. The Yushuan serpent was entirely snow-white, and judging by the state of the 10 great serpents, it was likely that they would not survive. What a ruthless and merciless young man. Many deities whispered to themselves, reflecting on how Bai Yuan exuded charm and beauty, yet this young man did not even flinch as he reduced her to ashes, demonstrating an extraordinary level of ferocity. They resolved never to provoke such a figure again. A person with an ever-expanding arsenal of hidden strengths and a heart as hard as iron would undoubtedly bring endless trouble. With Bai Yuan deceased, it was now